Every time he says it, I know he is thinking of me because he's trolling me when he says that the hot dog eating contest has elite athletes. And so I text him that. I'm like, hey, I know you're just trolling me. And he goes, yes, I was.
At one point, he just started reading off all the record holders for all the various foods. He's like a wind-up toy. Like, once he got going, we couldn't stop him.
Did you see the lemonade one?
No.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so there was a pitcher of lemonade, a pitcher or a gallon of lemonade. I don't know what it was, but there was this big dude that won it, and he drank it in like 30 seconds, and it was amazing. But that wasn't the story. The story was the guy that came in, and it was second or third, who was trying to keep up, and as soon as he finished, it came back out, and he was just projectile vomiting over everything. And I thought that to me was the story.
Of course you did.
So awesome. And everybody else is like standing back, and the big dude's got both belts because I think he's back-to-back champs of the lemonade drinking contest. So yes, anyway, yeah.
Sure enough.
Those are the viewing pleasures that I had over the break, and as well as Tigers winning some ball games.
So if I did the math, 6-3 while you were gone?
Yeah.
Teasing
Pretty
us
damn
a little
good.
bit?
Yeah, what's it? And what did I saw this somewhere posted, best record in baseball since June 1st.
Yep, at least in the American League. And it might be in all of baseball, but that was going into the weekend. Lost 2 or 3 to the Phillies.
Yeah.
So something I wanted to have fun with was I was hoping they get a sweep once they got Friday night, because I come up with the stat that since John had days off, they hadn't lost a game.
Yeah.
Because you actually worked Thursday, July 2nd, when they lost at Texas. You worked that morning.
Yes.
So every day that you had been off of work, when they played, they won. And I wanted to come in here and say they're undefeated, and I tell you to stay home. Well, you could work this week because they don't play this week until Friday.
Okay, yes, which is kind of the worst week in sports radio because there's nothing going on except football, which I'm over. I would be happy to make that sacrifice. If it means that the Tigers can go to the postseason and even reach the World Series, I will make that sacrifice of staying home.
You imagine the Tigers reach out, they're like, we'll pay Jansen's salary, keep him off the air, give us a chance to win a World Series.
No problem. No problem.
You go fishing all summer.
It'd be amazing.
Should have heard some of the things this guy did while you were gone.
Okay, we do need to address this.
Okay, so I'll start by saying that when I went on the fishing trip, and I shared this with you guys, I was 100% unplugged. No phone, no social media. I wasn't watching sport, nothing. I heard about the Myles Garrett trade on my drive home while I was listening to the Tigers, trying to catch up on things. This one was a little bit different. Now, I did go unplugged from social media, which has, and I did stay that way after, not completely unplugged because of what we do, but I've been off my phone much more, which has been literally life-changing. But I watched the Tigers while I was gone, and it was nice because I'm sitting there with my father-in-law and Teddy, and we're watching baseball, and he likes to watch the Angels because that's where they're from. They're Dodgers fans as well, and you can imagine the banter going back and forth between he and I. But I was able to watch. I watched the U.S. game. I watched a lot of Tigers baseball, some other baseball around Major League Baseball, and then I did have my phone with me, and all of a sudden I think it was Tuesday morning, maybe even Monday night, but the phone is blowing up, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, what happened? Why is my phone dinging so much? Because I would leave it like at the front door, and then I look and it says, the first one I read is, your morning partner is a moron. And they just keep going on, like Costa's a dumbass. And my response is, well, tell me something I don't know. What did he do? You Costa locked the U.S. men's national team to win?
Yes.
Will you ever learn? I know that I like to bait you into it, but I never actually think that you're going to take the bait. I leave, and then somebody wants to play taps and bury a team. Somebody wants to do something very dramatic. Like the the moderator is gone, and you do something asinine like Kostolak, the men's national team that hasn't been able to have any international success, but you think, well, this is the year. They've got, 48 teams? We got an extra win. We're rolling.
We got Balogun back. It's a curse of conviction. I was feeling myself. We got the big news. We're getting the striker back.
Ew, glad I wasn't here for that.
And we had looked good, damn it, and Belgium hadn't.
I believed good against teams that shouldn't have made it.
And Belgium didn't look good against teams that didn't advance. They're drawing with Iran. I really believed in us. I believed in our boys. I was feeling patriotic. John, you would have been proud.
Yeah. And trust me, hey, when we did the cookie jar and I said, hey, I played the national anthem, the men's national team's going to win it, I didn't Kostolak it. I didn't guarantee it.
Look, you missed that. You missed some other things. We'll hit on it next. Get to the Tigers, 6:35. Skubal pulled early. Words to describe the first half as this team goes in 8 under 500. It's 97-1.
Hey, your home is likely your biggest investment, as mine is, and is it working as hard as it could for you? Whether you're looking to lower your monthly payment, fund a major renovation, or consolidate high-interest debt, First Merchants Bank is here to help you navigate the refinance process with ease. The market's moving fast, but their local team moves even faster. They offer free refinance consultations to look at your unique situation and find the best path forward. Leverage your home's equity with a team that values personal, attentive service over everything else. They've been a dependable personal partner of mine for a number of years, and it's always where I go for my financial questions. They're also a pillar of a community since 1893, and their reputation for excellence is backed by Forbes and Newsweek. Don't settle for a faceless online lender. Talk to someone local. Talk to a person just like I did who understands your goals. Start your refinance journey today with my friends at First Merchants Bank. You can find them online at firstmerchants.com. If you want to learn more, that's firstmerchants.com, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, here's another reason to grab a can of Fusion Energy at 7-Eleven or Speedway. It's hot out, and I get it. I need a little caffeine in the afternoon, but a hot cup of coffee on a super hot summer day? No thank you, but a super cold can of Fusion Energy, that's what you want. Plus, Fusion's got the good caffeine, slow release, highly researched, and has things like Self-Flow, Chromex, and Cognitique that increase alertness and mood. Hey, pour it over ice even. Grab a can of Fusion Energy today at 7-Eleven or Speedway.
John, while you were gone, you missed quite a bit.
Yeah, on Twitch it says Stoney was a lenient babysitter.
Yeah, so lenient that he let me get away with this. Here's a little montage on Team USA.
Oh boy.
So,
Well, I'm glad that you guys had some fun with it the day after. Obviously, I wasn't listening. I missed that. And I can't imagine, nor do I really want to, what is going through your head sometimes.
It's a curse of conviction. I'm excited. I believe strongly.
And it says here
I'm
on Twitch
compelled.
as well. And by the way, I did miss Twitch, so thank you for those that join us on Twitch. I appreciate the conversation back and forth. You disrespected the hell out of the number 9 ranked team in the world, Belgium.
Mm-hmm.
You said it was going to be a 3-1 win
I don't believe I said that.
against the old guys from Belgium.
No, I don't think I said that. I think Valeni tried to, make it even more dramatic later in the day. But I don't think I called them old. But you missed that. Speaking of old guys, Justin Verlander says this is it. You missed his announcement. This will be his final season.
Yeah, and I just hope that he gets a chance to pitch again. It's disappointing on a lot of different levels, and it's more on the personal level because our hero came home, and we just haven't been able to see. And no one expected him to be that hero, but we wanted to see him on the mound. We wanted to have those moments, and I hope we still can have a moment.
Just one.
Yeah.
You missed Jahmai Jones, DFA'd.
I did see that. That was probably the second most text messages I got was when they finally DFA'd Jahmai Jones.
And you see who came up in his place?
Yeah.
Eduardo Valencia, who his first major league at-bat, 425 to center field.
And
Emotional.
the post-game interview
Yeah.
was one of the great of all times. And I'm sure that they're having fun with it in the clubhouse because it was a squeaky voice. He was crying. And that's what I would have done.
Yeah.
And you would have taken a great moment and just absolutely brutalized them inside the clubhouse. But it was a great moment.
Tigers went 6-3 while you were gone, and we are going to talk more about it at 6:35 because how do you describe this team at the break? They are only 3.5 out of a playoff spot, but they're in 4th place in their own division. It's just I call it bipolar, but we'll dig in a little deeper coming up at 6:35, plus the latest on Tarek Skubal. You also missed the latest Larkin and the sock puppets.
I did miss the sock puppets. I did hear that he added another team.
Allegedly. The beat writers dispute that.
So the dispute is, and correct me if I'm wrong, we heard that there was 3 teams, and then after a couple of weeks, we heard, well, okay, he's added a couple more. So that was fake news?
Well, so there's a PR fight going because Helene St. James of the Free Press was the first to say 3 teams. Then a couple days later, some of the national insiders were poking around going, well, I'm hearing some different teams, but I don't want to disrespect the local beat. And then you're right. Weeks passed. Ansar Khan of MLive says there is a 4th team. It's Dallas. And then immediately Helene St. James puts out, nope, still 3. So I don't know who's getting fed from where. You could draw your own conclusions. But there's a PR war that is still bubbling and is coming over the surface.
And I'm just curious, is the PR war more those in the media?
Well, they use people in the media to get their message out.
Yeah, but then somebody doesn't want to be wrong. Somebody wants to be first. Somebody doesn't necessarily care about being right. I'm just curious if it's more the media going back and forth because they want to be the first ones to say, "Oh, well, I told you that they added Minnesota, and here he is." I'm just throwing out a name. I'm not being that guy.
I think a lot is unsaid here.
Yeah.
Which is why I broke out the sock puppets and tried to what really would be said if you got these guys in a room.
Yeah.
Larkin,
did you actually bring socks in? That goes well on the radio.
I didn't. This was on the fly. We were just kind of go, boy, I wish these guys would talk. And then I started doing you're not really a captain. You're not really a leader. That whole thing and back and forth. You didn't add Quinn Hughes and he didn't want to come here because of you. So it turned into a whole sock puppet theater routine. And we may break those out from time to time, but there's a lot unsaid between these two. And now you continue to stay in the camp that Lark's going to be here.
Yeah, I think he's going to be here. I think it's twofold now. It's one, Steve Yzerman's not going to trade him to somebody that he doesn't get an active player and plus. And I also think if Dylan Larkin is slow to add teams, does he really want to be traded?
Yeah, my take is Larkin is not serious enough about being traded. And Yzerman is not serious about trading him.
Right. So if he's not serious enough about being traded, I don't think there's going to be a huge rift when he comes back. The fans may see it a different way.
I was going to say.
And may act a different way, but it is what it is.
Heather, let's get to the news. Good morning.
Good morning, you guys. This story hits very close to home for me. A 20-year-old man was fatally shot and a 19-year-old woman was injured at Great Lakes Crossing on Saturday, which is really right in my backyard.
That's where Peppa is.
I know. We've never been to
the Peppa Pig
land or whatever it is, but we've done the aquarium. We've been to the bowling alley. We go shopping there. We go there quite often. Anyway, police say the shooting happened in the food court area around 5:20 p.m. It's believed that the shooting stemmed from a prior incident between the victim and the suspect. Apparently, the men had an earlier altercation in the food court bathroom. Auburn Hills police say that the alleged shooter was or is a CPL holder. They're describing the shooting as an isolated, tragic incident. But of course, it sparked chaos, right? Like the videos I saw, people were picking their babies out of their
did you
strollers.
See the mom with the stroller?
And the strollers
she tried to get in to one of the stores to hide?
I didn't see that video, but I just saw empty strollers just...
Yeah.
It's terrifying, right? The mall was evacuated. It's scary when it's somewhere I frequent a lot. Yeah. The Gordie Howe International Bridge will officially open to traffic on July 27th.
Show outing.
2 weeks.
Right around the corner. Of course, this comes after weeks of speculation over a possible opening date following that canceled ribbon-cutting ceremony last month. Officials have announced that it will open at the end of July. So there you have it.
Can we take a road trip?
Let's do it.
Okay.
You guys just got back. You're already looking to leave.
We could go right after the show.
Why not?
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
Take a trip over to Canada.
Windsor.
You guys.
South Detroit, as some will say.
Yeah.
You might want to see the ballet.
Mm-hmm.
Ballet.
A terrifying moment was captured on camera at Yellowstone National Park on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
So when I started watching it, I was like, okay, let's see. Then I'm like, I don't know if I want to finish this video because it's like a very close video. There's a grandpa who's walking with his grandson right at a campground, and there's this massive bison just not too far away from them, and they were watching it, got their binoculars out, even though they were right there, and all of a sudden that bison looked at them and just charged, and somebody was filming the whole thing, and this grandpa goes running, right? Well, they both do.
Sure.
Yeah.
And tries to like weave in and out of these trees and runs around this group of trees, and then the bison makes contact and it flips this
Airborne.
grandpa up into the air like a rag doll.
Yeah.
Does some flips and then lands hard on the
sure.
ground, and he was seriously injured. It sounds like, but it also sounds like he's going to be okay at the same time.
Oh, that's good news. Yeah.
It's a wild video to watch.
He gets some serious hang time to the point where I'm
yeah.
like, is this even real? You know,
Oh,
in the
yeah.
world of AI, you're like, is this even real?
Well, and it's like you're watching it, and like the bison's on one side of the little group of trees,
Yeah.
and he's running around. I'm like, dude, cut it! Oh,
There's no way that grandpa could. There's
no,
no way that
no.
he could
Not a lot
outrun
of
a
lateral
bison.
quickness there.
No, not at all. WNBA Commissioner Kathy Engelbert is facing criticism after reportedly backing out of this scheduled interview with Dan Patrick amid the league's ongoing Caitlin Clark controversy. So, according to Patrick, she had agreed to appear on his show, and she was at this golf tournament in Lake Tahoe. But apparently his team waited around after this tournament for nearly 2 hours. And then they were told that the WNBA's PR staff had advised her not to do the interview. And they said, well, hey, you're the commissioner. You said you would do this interview.
right.
You do the interview.
Yeah.
And they were very, very disappointed that she backed out last minute.
There's nothing, almost nothing, that I hate more than when somebody says they're going to be there at a certain time especially for an interview, and they're late, and then they're a no-show. Like, you just wasted so much of my time.
Look, and if the PR people, PR professionals, didn't want her to go on the show, once she had committed, they had to know the PR fallout as professionals
Right.
would be so much worse. You just have to let her do it at that point. As opposed to, it was great, as Dan Patrick's talking about this, they're showing her golfing.
Yeah.
Not
Right.
well, by the way. Like, she's in a bunker and can't get out, so it's
Okay,
comical
so, yeah,
too.
The rest of us.
Yeah, but it's like the comical element of it. Like, she's right there, she's stiffing us, she won't give us the time of day, and there she is. Brutal. All right, Heather with the news coming up next. Tigers at the break. It's 97.1. That was in the 5th inning. Tarek Skubal getting out of a jam with a couple big punch-outs. Change up on one strikeout, fastball up on the other. He was locked in. And then the very next batter he faced in the 6th, a 10-pitch battle for Harper, would be his last. 93 pitches.
Yeah, and we kind of know that that's his limit, right? Especially at this time of the year. Well, we know that's his limit in the postseason, 95 pitches. He is, since he's been back, taking more or using more pitches earlier in games than he typically does.
Yeah, he's getting strung out.
Yeah. You get Harper, who's got a 10-pitch at bat, 11-pitch at bat, and then he goes, I think it was against Montero, he had like another 12-pitch at bat.
But I was a little surprised he was pulled there. Skubal was very surprised. Like, let me face another hitter. I just got through the toughest part of the order. Let me see if I can get a couple quick ones.
Oh, so this wasn't they locked eyes. This was, hey, we got a call from Mr. Boris. 93 pitches, you're done.
He said after the game, I don't want to create a story, but I think I could have stayed in. Or maybe he said it the other way around. I could have stayed in, but I don't want to create a story. He tried to tamp it down, but clearly was animated, wanted to stay in the game. But, John, if this is who he is, if this is a guy going to give you 90, 95, 99 pitches, and then the odometer is starting to... It just reinforces, like, this isn't a guy you're going to hand a blank check to at the end of the season.
No, but it's also, I mean, then you start talking about trade value. Like, clearly, he'll be the biggest chip that gets moved at the trade deadline if he's moved.
Yeah.
But what does it do to his value if other teams are looking at going, well, we're only going to get the 95 pitches?
If he's a 5 to 6 inning guy.
Does that only get us to the middle of the 5th? Does that get us to the start of the 6th?
He should. I don't want to talk him down to a nothing burger at the deadline.
No, he's an elite pitcher.
Yeah, and I think a team adding him would envision giving him the ball in game 1, game 4 or 5, and potentially a game 7 against the Dodgers. A team like the Brewers would really talk themselves into, and they've done this before with CC Sabathia. Do we want to be a team that goes from 90 wins and early exit to a team that wins 90 games and makes a run? Like, I still think he's going to have value, and I think it's becoming more and more clear what they need to do.
Could you imagine him, and was it Mazeroski?
Oh, God, yeah.
I mean...
Throwing those two guys in a 7-game series. Hell, in a 5-game series, pitching those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, they lost 2 or 3 over the weekend, and while you were gone, this team started to pick up even more steam, and we had said, hey, Friday, going into the weekend, take 2 or 3 to the Phillies, and you're going to get people to really start buying in. They lost the series. They're 8 under 500. And as they go into the All-Star break, they continue to be a puzzling team. And maybe that's the word. I've used bipolar. Maybe the word is puzzling. They are 4th in the division, but 3.5 games out of a playoff spot. Explain it. Like, how do you explain our baseball team as we go into the All-Star break? 248-539-9797.
I mean, the one word that I've used, and I will still use it, is frustrating. It's just agonizingly frustrating when you look back at the month of May and then you see what they've done since the beginning of June. Best record in the American League. And you look at the home runs, you look at the pitching staff. Like, that's the team that we thought we were going to have. And I'm not so hung up on like losing the series to the Phillies, right? Phillies are a good team. If they had lost it to the, to the Angels, all right, okay, yeah, now all of a sudden it takes a lot of air out of the sails for me, but 9 wins in the last 12 games, like, there's a lot to be excited about. But then as you start to get excited, you look at the record, you look at the standings, and you say, there's still a sub 500 team digging their way out of a hole that I'm not sure that they're going to be able to dig themselves out of, yet they're fun to watch right now.
They're bipolar, I think is the word I'll keep using. 15-15 in April, 6-22 in May, 23-15 since.
Yeah.
Up and down, up and down, up and down. And this is who they've been over the last 3 years now, right? The immense, the swing of coming back in 2024 when it's a 0.2% chance to make the playoffs. And then in 2025, blowing the largest division lead in the history of Major League Baseball. What do they do this year? The worst month in 30 years of Tiger baseball, only to be the best team in the American League the very next day.
Yeah.
Kick off June. But the truth is, like, the pitching, the starting pitching is very good. Everything else is inconsistent. Everything else about this team is inconsistent. And it might be because they rely on platoon players and utility guys, that it's hard to sustain over 162, that you can ride the wave, but what's coming tomorrow is unknown. Like, John, I'll give you a great example. No, the Philly series isn't season-altering or defining. It's 3 games in July. But you tell me, I was at the ballpark yesterday. 2 hits, the last 10 set down in order.
Yeah.
That felt like playoff baseball for this group, this same group. So that reinforced my idea, like, maybe they make the playoffs. They're still 8 under 500. Your magic number is 500 because no team has ever made the playoffs in a full season worse than 500. Maybe they make the playoffs, but what am I buying into? The same team that lost in Game 5 of the ALDS the last 2 years, the same team that's offense dries up against high-end pitching? Because that's what it was on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, it was your ace versus their ace.
And guess what? Their ace went longer in the game, gave up fewer hits in the game, and outdueled our ace. And you could say it's because they got Harper and Schwarber, but we don't. That's the whole point, guys. We don't have that lineup that can consistently do damage in big spots and postseason spots. And I think that's a little bit of a snapshot of what we've seen in the playoffs.
And it's okay. It's a team that's doing this. It's snapshot in time. I don't want to say necessarily the worst division in baseball, because you still have the Texas Rangers, the Mariners. You got the AL West that, again, is not lighting it on fire either. The Rangers are leading that division 2 games above 500. So, but it is in an American League that is subpar compared to what the National League is.
Yep. Text coming in. I'm upset because yesterday it looked like a team that was finally getting their season together, and they mailed it in the day before the deadline. 60% effort. They had 1 hit after the second inning, and the final 10 were retired in order. I don't know if you want to assign that to effort, but I'll just tell you that is a team going into the deadline, or going into the break, limping.
Yeah.
Skubal has lost something from the last 2 years, and it seems very clear no one's talking about it. Melton is clearly the ace of this team at this point. Skubal is seen as the ace because of what he's done in the past, but not right now.
Skubal's still the ace of this staff. Make no mistake about it. And what he is doing right now is very remarkable. Now, not in terms of the numbers, but in the fact that he had elbow surgery. Now, you can call it as minor as you want, but he was gone for, 5 weeks, 6 weeks?
Yeah, something like that.
And now he is back pitching as if he really never left, other than the fact that I just mentioned. Yeah, he's taking more pitches to get out of innings, but he's still getting out of those innings. He's still your ace, and he's going to get better as he gets more reps.
Yeah, you hearing that, other teams out there? He's going to get better.
Well,
pay up.
It's interesting, too, because, like, what is the market for Skubal? The best pitcher to be traded at the deadline in a decade, or that could be available.
Yeah.
And it's on a team where, when you do have the argument about, is he actually the ace? Now, I don't think there's a question about that. Mm-hmm. But you do have Melton. You do have Mize. You do have Valdez, who's pitching better.
Montero.
And you do have the ability to still have a really good staff.
That's my point.
Minus Skubal.
It could be like 24, where you sell your most veteran expiring pitcher, and if your rotation's legit, see what happens. Tex says he needs to go. He's not worth the money. $32 million, can't get past the 5th inning. Well, he was into the 6th. Can't get through the 6th. Says trade him away while the stock is still high. While you were gone, he said he wants this team to add.
Yeah.
And over the weekend, he said 0 appetite for being dealt, per Bob Nightingale. Look, there's a lot to discuss with Skubal today. We're talking about the team at the break. We'll keep the conversation rolling. 7:02, Ward Manuel, the latest. It's a big week for Ward. It's 97.1. Moran Chevrolet. Listen up. At Moran, you can lease the new Silverado for $159 a month. You heard that right. $159 a month for the new Silverado on the lease. It's only at Moran Chevrolet. Current Chevy lessees can lease a 2026 Silverado 2FL starting at just $159 a month for 24 months. That's $19.99 total out of pocket. No employee discount required, and the offer is only good through July 17th. So you got to take advantage of it this week. Shop online or stop by at Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 7:02, the latest with Ward Manuel. Big week for him. Thursday, Michigan's Board of Regents is scheduled to meet to discuss the findings of their independent investigation into the athletic department's culture. Talk about it more in 10 minutes. Talking Tigers, dropped 2 or 3 over the weekend, go into the All-Star break, 8 under 500. 4th place in their division, yet only 3.5 out of the wild card. I've called them a bipolar baseball team. Over the last 3 years, the swings have been incredible. But how would you describe this group? We leave it up to you guys. 248-539-9797. This text says unreliable. They can't pick a lane, good or bad.
Yeah. And that's where I get so frustrated, because going into the season, if we remember what we were talking about, it was a team, it was an owner and a president of baseball operations that spent money. That they went out there and they secured a couple of arms that we thought were really going to be good. Now, Valdez has gotten much better throughout the course of the season. He's kind of returned to the form that we thought we were going to see. Kenley Jansen, not so much. The bullpen really has been a liability more so than an asset.
We've been doing this for more than a year now, though. You and me talking bullpen versus bats, both being an issue, still an issue today. I mean, we can say they spent money. Did they spend it wisely? I think would be the criticism.
Okay, but the fact was, our conversation was, hey, you get to the deadline and then add the bat. Like the staff should be able to get you that far, and then you can add the bat and make a run and see what happens in the postseason. And ultimately, that may be where they get to. It's a lot has to happen. When they come out of the All-Star break, it can't be like when they came out of the All-Star break last year.
Oh, no.
They're going to have to hit the ground running, and the margin for error is minuscule.
I want you to think about this, though. There's 16 games until the trade deadline. They're likely going into the trade deadline with a losing record. They're going to spend 100 days below 500 this season. They should sell.
I don't disagree.
Okay.
But I will say it's really hard to look at it and say, well, we're just gonna throw this season in the trash.
I know.
Now, they've done enough to crumple up that piece of paper, throw it in the wastebasket, and I don't know if they're able to iron it out. But they are in the American League.
Right.
They are in a really bad division. Do you trust the Guardians to be good? Do you trust the Sox
I know they have
to be good?
The Guardians have, at least, we can give them this. When they get Jose Ramirez back, they have this proven track record of actually winning this division.
Yes, they do.
Warts and all, finding a way to win this division.
I'm not talking about winning the division.
Oh, you're saying sneak into the last playoff spot.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Let's get to the phone. Sam, you're up first. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. So I do agree we should sell. My main point is, we should sell Skubal, but how much are you really going to get for him? Yes, he is an ace, but he's an ace who only goes 5, maybe 6 innings, pitches every 5 days. Teams aren't going to want to pay for that. So, I don't know how much you're actually going to get for him.
But doesn't it feel Sam, I know this isn't your intention, but calls like this make me feel like we're setting Scott Harris up to be let off the hook.
Right. When you're trading for Skubal, you're trading for a guy that you think, hey, in a 7-game series, in the World Series, are we going to get 2 starts, maybe a third out of him?
Yeah, and I definitely don't want Scott Harris off the hook, right? Sell and then use that to get a bat. Like Costa, as you pointed out, we don't have a Harper on this team. But if we sell Skubal, we can get something of that caliber to help propel this team forward. And then the second point, off topic for the Tigers, Sam Neill passed away, man. Heather, I'm surprised you didn't put that in your news. He was a Tigers fan. I heard, and I had to look it up. And while he was a Tigers fan, it was for Australia, not Detroit Tigers. But
okay.
If you don't know who Sam Neill is, he played Dr. Alan Grant in Jurassic Park.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hadn't seen that.
He passed away today.
But okay, thanks for passing that along, Sam. Yeah. Appreciate it. A couple texts coming in. Costa, you keep focusing on the Tigers being under 500, but you ignore the fact that a third of the American League Only a third of the American League is above 500. There's plenty of games for the Tigers to chip away and get in the playoffs. I know, but first of all, it's not a gimme. Boston's been just as hot as the Tigers. We don't seem to consider that Boston could take our spot. And to what end? I say if they make the playoffs, but John, if they make it, tell me this team isn't just going to get bounced in the exact same spot, the exact same way with the exact same team, at least offensively. That's the concern I have. So, and we know what Scott Harris buying at the trade deadline looks like.
Yeah, but don't you want to make the postseason?
I don't want to let Tarik Skubal put this franchise in a bind any more than he already has.
So I think it's going to take at least 84 wins still.
So winning record. So that's why we focus on 500.
Right. So 6 above, and you're 8 under right now. So you got a long way to go. And Boston's changing the equation big time right now. Like, it's starting to look like the AL West will get 2.
Sure.
And Boston's getting into this, and the Twins, are they going to hang around? They'll probably fade. But just wait till after the deadline. You think that some of these teams are bad now? These teams are going to sell.
The teams that sell, you're right.
And so I think there's going to start being some separation here. And the Tigers threw away an opportunity this weekend. It's just, anytime you think they're just about ready to get into it, it's like they pull the rug out from you.
Who's the bigger prima donna, Larkin or Skubal? Text we just got.
I would say Larkin.
Yes.
Skubal's more accomplished.
Skubal,
Yes.
hold on. You can be more accomplished and be a bigger prima donna. Skubal did a tour de Detroit. Look at me. Look at how supportive I am. I really want to be here for this season.
I'm not going to hold the fact that he wants to get paid against him. Like, okay,
but the optics.
Welcome to every major league nearly every major league baseball player and football player, hockey player. Like, I'm not going to hold that against him.
But the optics, like that's what prima donna is all about, is how you grandstand. I love Detroit. I'm not willing to talk extension. Please don't trade me at the deadline. I'm not willing to talk extension. I have zero appetite to be traded, and you better add, I'm not talking extension.
Hi, I have 3 teams on my trade list. That's prima donna.
Right, and they're all in the top 5 of odds to win the Stanley Cup next year. And I'll say this in terms of the last caller. Like he says, hey, you want to get a bat of, who did he use as the example?
Harper. They're not a Harper available at the deadline.
No, of all these teams that are wanting to buy Tarik Skubal are not going to be selling a Harper or even a Schwarber. Like, they're just not. We'll continue the conversation. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. According to multiple reports, the U of M board is set to discuss the Jenner and Block Athletic Department investigation at their Thursday meeting. John U. Bacon says that Athletic Director Ward Manuel expected to accept a buyout from the university. His contract lasts until 2030. The Tigers are heading into the break with a bit of a stale taste in their mouth after a 5-0 loss to the Phillies. Tarik Skubal on the mound. He was lifted in the 6th after giving up a leadoff base hit to Bryce Harper. After the game, he admitted he still had a lot left in the tank. Cater Montero followed Skubal and gave up a pair of RBI hits, scoring 4 total runs in that inning. Manager A.J. Hinch still likes where the team is at, though. USA Today writer Bob Nightingale reported yesterday, quote, Skubal has informed friends that he badly wants to stay in Detroit the rest of the season, believing they have a legitimate shot at the World Series and has zero appetite to be traded, end quote. Detroit enters the break 3.5 games back of the wild card and 6.5 in the AL Central. The Pistons beat the Cavaliers 103-94 in Summer League action. Chaz Lanier, the most impressive, scoring 25 points, including 7 threes. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The Twitch chat's after me. We'll talk more about Skubal's zero appetite comments at 7:35. Get to Ward Manuel here in a second. On Twitch, Cookies will defend Larkin until the day he's finally moved. Larkin asked to leave. Skubal asked for help. We had the text that asked the question, who's the bigger prima donna?
Technically, Larkin asked for help, too.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Skubal isn't willing to commit long-term to the Tigers, who are competitive and have made the playoffs. Larkin doesn't want to commit to a team that hasn't done the job of making his team a postseason caliber roster. That's the difference. Larkin's been committed to Detroit longer, has been given less, and wants out. He's not the caliber of athlete Skubal is. But when you ask me prima donna's the one that has the demands, wants to have his cake and eat it too.
Well, it fits both.
They're both prima donnas.
Yeah.
But who's the bigger one? That was the text question. 248-539-9797. All right, if you Google Ward Manuel, you're going to see a host of headlines today. His job is in jeopardy as internal investigations will be officially disclosed and discussed by the board on Thursday. Where will this go? Is he even going to have a job at the end of the week? There's speculation he will be out, that there's a buyout being negotiated. Should he be fired is the question we ask Michigan fans. 248-539-9797. When you look at exactly what's going on here, I think there's no doubt he should be out. There's the Sharon mess, which is the latest, the whole butter knife inappropriate relationship with a staffer. How did Ward not know? How does this go on as long as it did? And the investigation cost over $11 million to get it right. That's on top of the fact that they had the sign stealing, which resulted in the largest financial penalty that any university has ever had. These are things that matter to boards of regents, if not just because you want to run your program with integrity. Juwan Howard was a whiff of a hire. Mel Pearson, the toxic hockey culture. There's the Matt Weiss stuff. Xavier Simpson with his car. Shemi Schembechler hired and then fired 3 days later because of no vetting. The list goes on. I'm probably missing half a dozen infractions that have taken place during Ward's tenure. Yes, he should be gone. And I think on Thursday they'll come to a number that makes it so he's gone. 248-539-9797.
There's a lot that's going on in the athletic department, and it obviously all falls on Ward Manuel. He's the leader of the athletic department. And so if you want to look at the things that have gone wrong, there's plenty there. You could also look at some of the things that have gone right. He brought in Dusty May. Now, I think this has nothing to do with being hired or fired, but was it the right decision to remove the interim tag from Mike Boynton Jr.?
Yeah, I think that's a minor deal because if it's
100% a minor deal.
If it works, great, and if it doesn't, who cares if he's not interim? You can still fire him anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's been a lot of changes in how are you handling NIL? And I know at the beginning of NIL, the question was, is Michigan doing enough?
Mm-hmm.
Are they now overcompensating? Where is that fine line? And it all goes back to, when do you make the decisions on what you're doing as an athletic department?
Yeah, look, for Ward, you can say the good is 2 national titles in the big 2 sports at any university. His best hire was Dusty May. The athletic department has been its most successful in a long time in that regard. It has also had this dark cloud over it and at least a dozen different issues that you go, is there enough oversight? Is there enough leadership? Are you actually doing the job to steward the athletic department, quote, the right way? And at a place like Michigan, they at least pretend that's the case. If you're going to pretend that's the case, you can't have Ward Manuel as your athletic director when these issues continue to pop up. The constant is your leadership. So the Sharon situation's the latest, but it's not the only. And I do think the cost of this, financial cost, matters, even to a place that's as rich as Michigan. You don't like signing checks for $10, $20, $30 million because your AD can't do his job right.
Well, especially when you're trying to find an extra $20 million now it's a new line item to pay student athletes.
Tom, do you think he still has a job at the end of this week?
It doesn't seem like it. Just kind of feels like this is the way for them to kind of clean the athletic program. They got 2 new coaches coming in, leave the past behind, move on.
So,
and then the question becomes, was this the right path to go through the investigation? Because would it have been more prudent
right,
to find a way to buy out instead of, because the buyout would have been less than the $12 million that they spent on the investigation?
You would certainly think so. I mean, I believe his salary I've read a few of these stories. I might be getting wires crossed. He makes a couple $1 million a year, 2 point something maybe. Yeah, if the investigation costs 5 to 6 times the guy's salary, you'd think, I don't know, do they need this investigation to leverage the buyout? Is that what this comes down to?
Also, and I don't know if they're tied together, but Paige Shiver filed a lawsuit last week against the school.
Fact finding, right?
Yeah. So this is, we're doing something here. It might help in that case.
Yeah. I mean, he's been the AD since 2016. Sound right? Ward Manuel?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Harbaugh was hired first. He was Hackett hired him. Yeah. He was the interim AD at the time.
Right.
And then it also goes to, how do you handle the Harbaugh situation? All the things that happened with sign stealing, all of that, but even before that, with Harbaugh having this little dance with the NFL, and then, I'm going to come back. I'm never going to do this again, and then he does with the Vikings, and then I'm never going to do it again, and then he actually ends up leaving with the Chargers.
But I think that's a tough spot to be in as an AD. I'm critical of a lot of things from Ward. I don't know what you're supposed to do if your coach wants to go to the NBA or the NFL. Tell him
it's a tricky situation. There's no question about it.
Even if you sign a guy to a contract, they can always get bought out of that contract to go to the pros,
or it could just sit on their desk.
And that has been the case in both these instances. But what's the difference? If they sign it, the university gets a little more money on a buyout, but you can't make the coach stay at the college level if they want to pursue the professional avenue. If they want to coach in the NBA, that's why I didn't kill him for the Dusty stuff. What are you supposed to do? Handcuff him to the bench? You will coach here or else? The guy's free to leave. You can't make a guy sign a contract. You can go to their desk, you can go to their house, you can knock on their door, and you can say, pretty please sign here. They don't have to. And while it's annoying for fans, the flirtation with Harbaugh went on for years, and there's a few more things at play with that. He had to get out of the NCAA at the end of it. I can't kill an AD because he can't keep his coach from going pro. That's one thing I won't kill Ward for. I will for the neglect of a lot of different areas, but I don't. Maybe.
But were you prepared enough? Now, we have no idea if Mike Boynton is going to be any good or not.
Right.
But were you prepared enough for when Harbaugh actually did sign
that's valid.
The contract?
That's valid, that you were forced into just retaining Sharon Moore, or you felt pressured, compelled, you chose to keep Sharon rather than conduct a national search. Mm-hmm. All while, by the way, if you had done your own homework, you'd realize what was going on with him and the staffer. Were you oblivious to what was actually going on inside your football program? I mean, that's more of the reason why I would want him fired as a Michigan fan than he let Harbaugh get to the pros or he let Dusty get to the pros. But Michigan fans, we got room for you. 248-539-9797. Text says, I mean, how many insane things have happened under Ward? I struggle to find a reason why he's even still here. That's from Tony. Eric and Holly says, I think he will be fired. But there has never been an athletic director in history that has delivered football and basketball championships within a 2.5-year stretch and still let go. The fact they're even considering firing him tells you how egregious all the transgressions are.
Oh, and hopefully, if that happens, we'll also have access to the reasons why, like in terms of what are the results of the investigation.
Yeah.
In general, like I view his legacy kind of as letting the inmates run the asylum in order to have success.
Sure.
And it goes back to Mozzie Smith for me.
Oh, I forgot even all about that one. Yeah.
Just the handling of that, and they just didn't do the right thing. And I think there was a lot of times they just didn't do the right thing. And that goes against, quote, the Michigan, we're holier than thou thing and stuff. But, I think they let that slip more than they probably wanted to in his institution. Lack of institutional control seems to have taken place here.
I mean, how about Matt Weiss?
Yeah. There's just so many things.
Yeah. It just adds up. And this is just the latest. This investigation is specifically about Sharon and Paige Shivers. But it absolutely should touch on all the other things that have gone wrong when they make this decision.
Right. That's why I go back that text a little bit ago. I'm surprised he's still here.
I know.
But then am I really? Because Michigan has strung all this out. That's been their last 10 years as an athletic program. Yeah. They string everything out.
Let's get to Nolan in Rochester. Nolan, good morning.
Morning, guys. I'm a big Michigan fan. Always have been, always will be. But under War Manual's, tenure, it's never sat right with me. The whole cheating scandal, the Harbaugh thing, the Sharon Moore thing. And after the Sharon Moore, I for sure thought that was the end of it for him. And then we decided to keep him, let him make some more hires, which nothing wrong with the hires that he's had after the fact. But I just think his time has come. I think it's a great idea to kind of reset the program in the terms of the athletic department because there is hope for the university and there's hope for everything, but I just think his time needs to come to an end, and I think doing this by the end of the week is a great reset for the university.
Yeah, you got a first-year football coach, and you're going to have a first-year basketball coach. So from a reset standpoint, it's happening.
It is. Now the question will be, if they make a change, does the next athletic director, like, those aren't his hires,
right?
Is it like, how does it move forward from there?
I mean, it's always going to default to performance, but when it gets into the gray area,
right?
You didn't look the guy in the eye. You weren't the one that believed in him. You weren't the one that made the commitment to him. Those guys, does the leash go down by a year for both guys?
But under obviously completely different circumstances, when Jay Batt was leaving, I mentioned, well, your basketball team is obviously in great hands with Tom Izzo, and you can debate whether or not he's doing things the right way, the new way, whatever, but also with Pat Fitzgerald. Like, I think the world of Pat, and your football program is in hands of a quality individual that's going to make good decisions for your football program while you're in transition of trying to find that new AD.
248-539-9797. Do you think Ward's out? Should he be out? Thursday's the big day. They're going to meet with the Board of Regents. Investigation will be closed. It's 97.1.
Hey, you could be a great driver doing everything right and still get hit, and you probably never even saw it coming. That's life on the road these days, especially with so many people out in the nice weather. You got bikes, motorcycles, and we even mentioned e-bikes. Summer traffic's picking up, construction's everywhere. If you're injured, call David Feminino and the Accident Response Team. They're going to help you right away, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. When you're in an accident, get the right team in your corner. Give David a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Hey, if you haven't heard of Cosm, go check it out. Cosm brings fans the ultimate immersive sports experience. At Cosm, you can watch all of your favorite sports on these massive high-resolution displays surrounded by fellow fans. Now, the Dome, as it's called, features this massive wraparound display. And when you watch a game from inside the Dome, it really feels like you're just transported right to the field or the court. Cosm has a huge selection of games, plus they even have immersive movie experiences and additional original programming. Now, to go and get more information on upcoming events, including pre-sale access to tickets, go to cosm.com/Detroit.
We asked the question, is Ward Manuel going to get fired? I guess it could be a mutual parting of way buyout, but this will be the last week for Ward. That's certainly how it shapes up. Text coming in. How about that time Ward Manuel let a student use his car and they crashed it? Jeff Jackson, Xavier Simpson, ring a bell? Michigan has become the dirtiest program in the NCAA under Ward Manuel. Brendan in Fenton. I think you guys are revising history a little bit when you say Harbaugh left for the NFL. He left because the walls were closing in and he was about to be banned and shunned and fired. He needed to strike while the iron was hot. That's what happened, pure and simple. I think we were talking about the flirtation with the Vikings when he still came back the very next
Denver
year.
was in there. The Vikings were in there. But there's no question he left because, the show cause is 10 years?
Yeah, he had to by the end of it. Which, again, if you're keeping score, this is the athletic department under Ward Manuel, where several coaches got show causes, where Connor Stallions happened, where they had to pay $30 million because of Connor Stallions. He didn't conduct a search when Harbaugh left. They went with Sharon Moore, and it was such a disaster. And then you see what's happening beneath the surface that he was oblivious to. Yeah, that's under your watch, dude. Juwan Howard's under your watch. Mel Pearson's under your watch. Jeff Jackson, Xavier Simpson is under your watch. Shemi Schembechler. I'm going to miss something, guys. You could text more in. There's a lot that's taken place. They had to pay out the Dr. Anderson buyout during his tenure. And that stuff happened before him, but this is all stuff that he's had to preside over. 248-539-9797. Text coming in on the Michigan football stuff. We're going to get to the Tigers coming up at 7:35. Scooble says zero appetite to be traded. Okay. I'm putting a bib on and scooting up to the table. I have an appetite to trade him.
We know you do.
Well, just because it's what's right for the team. I know you have thoughts on it too. 248-539-9797. Some of the text that we've been getting in on the Tigers. The Tigers are rubbernecking us.
Yeah, it's like it's the car wreck that you can't look away, and then all of a sudden, hey, insurance stepped in and they got fixed, but it's not like it was supposed to be.
Can the Tigers make the playoffs? Yes. Can the Tigers win the World Series? Absolutely not. Sell everything. Don't get stuck in the muck, from an unnamed texter. Sell, Scooble, and buy. Thanks, Dave in Livonia. Scooble is not an ace anymore. He lost that title when he pulled himself out of an elimination game after striking out Cal Raleigh on a 101-mile-an-hour heater at 99 pitches. He quit on his team and his teammates. Teammates will never publicly say it, but that was a middle finger to everyone. Trade him. Guy never pitches out of the sixth.
Did he pull himself out, or was that AJ?
They locked eyes, and they just knew.
Well, but it's also, yesterday, and he didn't want to create a controversy, and not going to make it any bigger than it is for a game that was played in July, but he thought that he could go more yesterday. Now, was that just words because he's hearing the backlash of him coming out after 95 pitches in Game 7?
I just think in the moment, the guy's hasn't picked up an out in the sixth. He's not at 100 pitches. Wants to stay in the game. That's human nature, right?
You would think.
I just had a 10-pitch battle and a bleeder ends up on base. I still got it. I got 2 big punch-outs in the fifth. Let me cook. Let me pitch. If I give up another single, okay, hook me out of the game. But give me a chance to bear down like I just did the previous inning. Maybe the pitch count gets to 98 or 99 or even 101 or 102, and then the inning's over. He probably, just in the moment as an athlete, competitor's like, bruh, what the hell's this? And after the game, you don't want to make this a huge spat and a huge, story. But you just say, yeah, I felt like I could have still pitched. But if that's how your manager uses you, it does speak to your value for your club.
Right. Or the value for another club of what they're willing to give up.
That's what the text says. It says, I'm okay. I've accepted that we're going to trade Skubal, but what are we going to get back?
You're still going to get in return probably a better return than anybody else is going to get at the trade deadline this year.
Yeah.
But what does that look like? And there's no guarantees if you get a bunch of prospects back that they're ever going to be anything. Look at what we got back for Verlander.
It's the dice that you roll.
Jake Rogers is still here.
Now, if you remember, we all were holding out. You wanted to get Kyle Tucker way back in the day. Didn't end up getting Kyle Tucker. You got Daz Cameron,
right,
Franklin Perez, and Jake Rogers. And at the time, nobody thought Jake Rogers would have been the best piece they got back in that deal.
Right. Yeah. But that's my point is if you do sell, there's no guarantee that the return, like you could lose him for nothing. I get that. Yeah. But you could also sell him and get nothing.
I would think you'd get more for him than you would if he walks and you get the comp pick. I would think his market would be hot enough for a team that could line him up 2 to 3 times.
I'm not saying you're not going to get opportunity back, but what does that opportunity become?
It's just about what's best for the... Look, we'll talk more about it at 7:35.
The chicken or the egg?
The message is coming in. Is there anyone Costa doesn't want to trade? Yeah, I don't want to trade McGonigal. I don't want to trade Dylan Dingler. I don't want to trade Cade Cunningham. I don't want to trade Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra, St. Brown, etc., etc.
Everyone else is on the chopping block. But that's what happens when you talk about untouchables.
I don't want to trade Mo Sider, too.
Okay.
But there are very few untouchables, right?
Well, that's the nature of sport.
By the definition.
Yeah. So I'll defend you a little bit in this.
Only a little bit. Skubal's thoughts, more feedback from you guys. Zero appetite to be traded, yet he is a pending free agent, has not signed an extension.
But will there be baseball?
I know. There's a lot of layers to this, John. We'll get to some stuff you missed. Plus, Saturday, all blurs together. Over the weekend, I found out one of our coworkers does not like cheese. They are not lactose intolerant. They don't like cheese. And I clarified, like mac and cheese, you won't eat it. A cheeseburger, not for you. No and no. Doesn't like cheese. I will let you know who this person is. They are in our midst. Their voice comes out of the speakers. We'll talk about that later in the show as well. Let's get to Heather with the news.
It wasn't me.
Oh, well okay. We'll leave you off the list.
Surprisingly, it sounds like something I would say, but it wasn't. Surprisingly, cases of that cyclosporiasis, that
well done,
parasite that causes explosive diarrhea, continue to rise in Michigan. When I was away on vacation, I heard nothing about this. I didn't even really look at anything happening. I was very present with the family, doing some fun things, and I thought, it was just a thing I talked about like 2 weeks ago, and it would just kind of disappear. But no.
It's national news. When I was in both L.A. and Arizona, like I heard news about this. Yeah. And obviously everyone is identifying Michigan as the place where it's hit the most.
It really has. So on July 10th, the state recorded 1,562 cases. This is since June 22nd. And of those cases, 44 people were hospitalized from this parasite, right? Now, cases remain the highest in Monroe, Lenawee, Washtenaw, Wayne, Shiawassee, Jackson, and Oakland counties. Livingston's in there too. But health experts are still working to identify the exact source of the outbreak.
I know, because when you hear it, it's like, well, don't eat raspberries or don't eat bagged lettuce.
Well, the raspberries are part of it. Well, so they say the produce, right, is the fresh produce is what you really need to look for, these fruits and veggies. Raspberries in particular, they say, because you can't really, the way that they're shaped, you can't really wash fully, right?
Enough.
And you can't get in there and like scrub a raspberry or just turns into mush, right?
Yeah.
So raspberries are one of those things. But what you can do to protect yourself, of course, is if you can wash your fruits and vegetables, do that and like scrub them if you can. Obviously, they need to be a tougher fruit or vegetable. Cut away, they say, any damaged or bruised areas of fruits and vegetables before you eat them. Wash, sanitize utensils, surfaces, cutting boards. very, very well before and after use. Refrigerate cut, peeled, or cooked vegetables and fruits as soon as possible. But restaurants are changing some of their menu
I've
items
noticed.
because of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a sandwich place near us that posted we're not putting lettuce on our sandwiches right now because of this.
Yeah.
We had a thing last week. Some Taco Bell stopped putting lettuce
Oh.
or having pico on their menu, and
Yeah, it's
Just eat meat.
just be careful out there, I guess. A 20-year-old man died on Saturday afternoon after a shooting inside the food court at Great Lakes Crossing. Police say the shooting took place right around 5:20 p.m. And then after getting reports of gunfire, officers found this man, Keyshawn Emery, dead and a 19-year-old woman injured. They do say the woman is expected to be okay. The suspect remained at the scene, cooperated with police, was taken into custody immediately. Police say the suspect and the victim were involved in an altercation earlier in the day in one of the mall's bathrooms. They say then the two ran into each other in the food court later on. The suspect says that he was jumped by the victim and another man before shots were fired. But of course, if you've been to Great Lakes Crossing, that food court also has the big play area too, right? Like, so there was lots of young families, I'm sure, there playing. And in the videos I saw, you can just see moms abandoning strollers, grabbing their babies and running.
Because you can't differentiate in the moment that, this is between these two gentlemen.
Oh, no, you have no idea.
You assume the worst. Yeah.
Sure, you have no idea. Very
And most of the
terrifying,
time,
for sure.
you wouldn't even know where it was.
Yeah.
Like you just
You hear the
it.
sounds, right? More than 400 pairs of brand new basketball shoes were stolen from a Detroit nonprofit just ahead of their annual Hoop Fest event and sneaker giveaway. So this nonprofit, Northwest Goldberg Cares, says that a staff member discovered that the shoes were missing Friday morning. They say approximately 900 pairs of shoes had just been delivered to them earlier in the week. They were all donated from places like USA Basketball, Social Status Detroit, but a ton of those shoes gone. So the organizer's executive director is just pleading with anyone who knows anything about this to come forward. So they do still have a lot of shoes, about 500 pairs of shoes that they do plan to give away. It's scheduled. The event is a 3-day event, but they're going to do the giveaway on July 19th. If you'd like to help, community members can go to their website, or they have an Amazon wish list as well that you could donate to if you'd like to help out.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Scooble, the latest Bob Nightingale USA Today, both on the Tiger deadline and how Scooble wants them to approach it. It's 97.1. busted the game open right after Scuba left. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa. John Jansen's back. Heather Park's back. Govin Greg behind the glass.
Gang's all here.
Yeah, and it really feels good to be back, and I'm hoping that I can guide you a little bit more. And I know, hey, Stoney is, when he's in, everybody loves it. We love the laughs, but it feels like things get a little bit
off the rails,
squirrely and off the rails when I'm not here, because you
referring
did
to-
something that
Do you have anything in mind?
I think I could have prevented you from doing.
John, I was being the ultimate patriot.
Were you?
I was believing in my country.
Yeah, and I know that I stood up, played the national anthem. When you asked the question of the cookie jar, who's going to win the World Cup? I said USA, but it's like when we do our picks, which everyone knows I pretty much suck at. So,
And by the way, who got the most games right on the show last year?
yeah, last year. Yeah. Hey, it's a new season.
Our guy's
coming
getting
up.
crucified for a bad pick. Come on now.
No, it's not the pick. That's not it at all. And I want to make sure that we're focused on, it's not making picks. We all know with all the gambling sites, everything that's going on, hell, it's infiltrated all of our sports, that making picks isn't the issue. When we make picks, we could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't Jansen lock anything.
Could you imagine if you did, though? We got to bust out a Jansen lock one of these weeks.
Yeah, I'm sure the opportunity will present itself at some point. But if I do and I'm wrong, I don't know that I'll jump back into that pool as quickly or as often as you do, because I was unplugged for a large part of the week in terms of social media. And obviously I was a 3-hour time change, so I wasn't getting up at 3:00 in the morning to listen to you and Stoney. But then on Monday night, I got a ton of text messages into Tuesday morning, and I'm looking at my phone going, what the hell is going on? Only to find out that you, with the history that the United States men's national team has had, you decided it was a brilliant idea to Costa lock a win over Belgium.
We were getting Balogun back.
What were you thinking?
We were feeling good. I was feeling patriotic. And yeah, it's a curse of conviction. But listen, if we do this thing, Mike's around. I'm going to say stuff. I'm going to be wrong, but I was feeling it. I was feeling confident, and I said what I said. And I'm not promising it won't happen again.
It's not about being right or wrong.
See, I thought this was the most reckless Costa lock of all time.
Careful there.
Yeah. You can call it whatever you want. And I agree.
There was no evidence really that they could take down a respected, with that day, I said that morning, the rankings, they're 9th in the world and the U.S. was 16th.
And then I said,
And
they're
you
kind of
are
like
based on-
Notre Dame with a number next to their name. They haven't beat anybody. They hadn't. They hadn't beat anybody.
Who'd the U.S. beat?
We had beaten Paraguay pretty handily, and Paraguay had advanced into the knockout round.
Oh, so we're basing this on a win over Paraguay.
No, but we hadn't lost, period, with our best 11 out there. Belgium hadn't.
Right, we won 2 games.
Belgium hadn't. Well, no, and then we beat Bosnia and Herzegovina, so we won 3 games. Really 4 if you think about it, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Belgium hadn't beaten anybody. Draw. They beat New Zealand. That was their big win.
You gave no weight, though, to the fact that, A, the history of this team, and this is usually where they go out, and B, was the fact that they had an easy group, as what a lot of people thought they were planted an easy group to advance because they wanted the team. And then also the other 2 continental teams, Mexico and Canada, got exposed in the
host countries.
You threw all that aside, the extra game you got caught up in, an extra win that used to not exist in the round of 32.
And Balogun.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were getting our guy, our big striker. Now, I didn't think Christian Pulisic was going to do what he did, just the no-show. He let me down. He let our country down.
He was hurt.
He got hurt in the game.
Yeah.
No, he has time to rest.
Plenty of time. 4 years. Maybe longer. Who knows if he'll be back? Anyway, no, we might as well just do this now. Things you missed while you were gone. So, yes, you missed Acosta Lock. You missed sock puppets. It was my attempt to
Sock puppets, please explain.
To talk through this Yzerman-Larkin thing, because they don't really talk to each other. It's Frosty. So I attempted to talk through this with the sock puppets.
Oh.
You're not a real leader. You don't do enough to add to this hockey team. Really?
I did see that he added another team to his list.
Depending on which beat writer you believe.
Depends on which puppet you believe. Sorry.
He said it, not me. But no, you do wonder, like, is Helene St. James getting it from the team? She's been steadfast. It's 3, it's 3, it's 3. Answer Khan of MLive says, I'm here in Dallas. And then she goes, no, it's still 3. I don't know. But it would make sense that Dallas would be appealing to Dylan Larkin. Dallas is a good hockey club.
Yeah.
And
the one thing that always comes up now, there's no state tax.
Right, there you go. But are there enough U.S. Olympians on that team? I don't know, John. I don't feel like there's really a degree of seriousness from either party. And it's reinforcing this idea that you've put out that
he's here.
This is just going to be what it is. He's playing for the Wings this season.
Well, and it's the hard-headed general manager that you have in Steve Yzerman, who's not going to make a deal that's not good for the Wings. But it's also, does he really want to be traded if those are the only 3 teams? And maybe we'll add Dallas. Maybe maybe it's not. Does he really want out? Right. Only if it's to a Stanley Cup favorite?
And on the flip side, how badly does Yzerman want to trade him if he's asking for the moon, the stars, and everything he can get? You're not getting Wyatt Johnston. You're not getting Matt Boldy. Like, he's not seriously trying to trade him either.
Well, I have no problem with him asking for those things as long as he is okay with them coming back quickly and saying no.
No and no in the case of both Minnesota and Dallas. Okay, you missed Verlander's retirement. He's going to be at the All-Star game. This will be his final season.
I don't want to say it's sad. Because it's an unbelievable career. It's sad only for those that were really excited, not because they thought he was going to come back as Verlander of old, but because they wanted to be in the stands. And it was me having watched him as a young adult or as an adult, and then wanting to take Jack or Teddy or the girls to be able to see a legend that we just haven't been able to see. And you want it to end with a better story and a better send-off than Justin Verlander is getting.
Yeah, just limping to the finish line here. Just get one moment, one start, one opportunity at Comerica Park for everybody. Because I talked about it. I'm younger than you, but for me, that was my introduction to the Tigers being a fun baseball team, was the 06 season with rookie Justin Verlander. And the winning that would come from that season was how I got into baseball. So I really owe Verlander for my love of baseball, in addition to some others, but he was at the forefront of that. So we talked a little bit about that last week. Jahmai Jones, you missed it. He's gone. DFA'd.
Not surprised. I mean, the only thing that's surprising is that it took that long.
Yeah. You missed Eduardo Valencia coming up in his absence and having a hell of a moment.
That was so much fun to watch. And I think I mentioned I watched a lot of baseball with my father-in-law. He's a former baseball player, and he's a Dodgers and Anaheim Angels guys, because that's where they lived in LA for a long time. But to be able to watch the Tigers and to see that moment, first at bat, home run, after toiling for so long in the minors, and then to watch the post game interview, it just was you couldn't help but almost get a little bit choked up watching him with his family there. And I'm looking at it from a player's perspective of, okay, I'm going to replay that in the locker room because it was a squeaky voice and he's crying and all this stuff. So I understand what was going to happen behind closed doors and what he was in for after having that moment.
Yeah, he'd been in the system since 2018. Long time coming. Our update guy's different this week. It's going to be Jeremy Otto. You missed that he doesn't grill and maybe getting gifted a grill as they exposed him in the afternoons last week.
Well, and he laid that bombshell on me. Like, that's okay. So all of these other ones I had heard about and looked at and watched and I was not here for them, but I did witness them. That was laid on to me about 30 seconds before we went to air. And I mean, this is a guy with 3 kids.
Father of 9.
Yeah, right. Yes. I love how his family keeps growing.
Yeah.
And I actually asked the question before he hit the on-air button, how do you cook? Okay, we all know we have ovens, we have stoves, we have all different ways that we can cook. But in our house, I would say 95% of our dinners, I cook some of it on the grill. And I would say for larger than 50% of lunches, I cook on the grill.
How about this? You can give him a hard time after his updated 802.
I will do that.
The one thing you didn't miss, we are still in this trade discussion, trade deadline conversation with the Tigers. We'll get to what Scooble had to say, the latest USA Today reporting on what the Tigers may do and how Scooble feels about it. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, listen up, because I'm going to tell you all the reasons a Ram truck should be at the very top of that list. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer right now are tremendous. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and I got my Ram at the end of June. For power, there's really no comparison, and this is where I really love mine. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or you got two options with the Hurricane engine. You got the 420 horsepower Hurricane. That one is the one I chose. You also have the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? You're not going to be happy. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, and Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, do me a favor. Just go sit in a Ram, and you're going to feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
Yeah, you can take it up with Jeremy Otto at 8:02. He'll be on the updates with us this week. Man does not own a grill, family of 10.
I hope he's over there right now Googling all of the grill options, because that's a great rabbit hole to go down.
When the afternoon show brought it up, someone called in and said they were going to buy him a grill. I don't know if he's getting one out of this, but anyway, we'll get to that. We got to talk Skubal. We got to talk trade deadline for the Tigers. They are into the All-Star break, 8 games below 500, dropped 2 or 3 to the Phillies. Bob Nightingale, USA Today, says, when it comes to Tarik Skubal, oh, come on, I had it. Here we go. Skubal has informed friends that he badly wants to stay in Detroit for the rest of the season, believing they have a legitimate shot at the World Series and has zero appetite to be traded. Quote, I've never lost faith.
I mean, it is 100% fine, and that's what you want to hear from your guy. But it's hard to reconcile that with, I don't really want to talk about a new contract. I want to go to the market to get the most I could possibly get. I'm okay with leaving next year, just not right now.
I want to leave on my terms.
Right.
Yeah, see, it rings hollow without any talk of an extension. End of the season is also telling. Badly wants to stay in Detroit for the rest of the season. What about for the rest of your career? Because if you don't, the organization has to take that into account when they get to the deadline. You could want to be here for this season. I get it. Nobody wants to be uprooted and have to move. But you guys aren't a World Series team right now. And
well, that's not what he's saying.
No, but that is the consideration the team has to factor in.
Yes.
You're 8 games below 500. Your team couldn't hit the Phillies' good postseason caliber pitching Saturday or Sunday. You should be sold at the deadline. If you're committed to Detroit and you were on a multi-year deal, we wouldn't be talking about this. The fact that you aren't committed to Detroit long-term is why your name's going to keep coming up in trade deadline discussions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with moving. Just I want to be able to choose which time I move.
When and where on my terms.
Right. And so it is hard to reconcile those two things. And I understand why people have conflicted feelings about Tarik Skubal. Is he, I don't know if he's the best left-hander in baseball now, but he is certainly one of them.
Right.
You love to have him on your team. But it's complicated because of what happened at the end of last season, because of what he has talked about in the offseason and the tour that he did of, was it just a PR tour of how much he loves Detroit, yet he still doesn't really want to have those conversations? Is it the Tigers? Is it Boris? Is it Skubal?
I don't want to let the Tigers off the hook because we have not heard a real legitimate offer that's been presented to Skubal. At the same time, his camp has had no interest in signing an extension either. So if this is headed for a divorce at the end of this season, the deadline is the discussion point. What do you do? If you're in it, if you're a World Series contender, we also, you add and you go for it. If you're not, it doesn't matter what Skubal wants.
Right. It shouldn't matter what Skubal wants. And the loyalty is to the franchise.
Correct.
The loyalty should be to the fan base and winning, putting a winning product out there. And I think if there's anything that we've learned, and I don't know that we learned it, but that maybe Chris Ilitch learned, is when you win, fans show up. Fans spend money. Fans want to be fans. And when you don't, hey, there's empty seats. There are jerseys not sold.
Yeah. Look, the Tigers have to do the right thing. They have to move them. Sunday's the latest example, by the way. They're shut out, 2 hits, the final 10 retired in order. They had 1 hit after the second inning. It felt like the postseason all over again. Heed the warning. This is the same offense. You will get the same result. You're not even in right now, and if you do get in, I have a feeling I know what it's going to look like. So, absent of an extension, whether he hasn't lost faith, whether he has an appetite for it or not, somebody else out there is going to look at it who is firmly in the playoffs, who can throw that guy 2 to 3 times in a series, and you can get something for him. See, I don't like this idea of, well, what are we going to get for him? Like, we're already doing the talking points for Scott Harris and letting him off the hook. You got a hell of a lefty. You just said it. If not the best, one of the best in all of baseball. Get something for him. That's your job.
It is. And then you look and say, well, are you only going to get Franklin Perez, Jake Rogers, and Daz Cameron? And player to be named later, Juan Ramirez.
I didn't even remember that guy.
But my point exactly.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, that's part of it. And it's a little, it's not cherry picking because of what we witnessed last year in the postseason, what we witnessed at the end of last season in regards to the vanishing act that the offense was. But it is a little bit cherry picking to say yesterday it may be a reminder of last postseason, but it's also, hey, you go back to the first game against the Phillies and you've got 3 home runs. You win 10-2. Mm-hmm. Like this is why this team to me is unbelievably frustrating.
It's a question of who you think they are. And I think that's the question we've asked a lot this season. 500 at the end of April. The worst month they've had in 30 years in May when they went 6-22. Yet as soon as June hit, they've been the best team in the American League. Incredibly unpredictable. Incredibly streaky. Bipolar. But I think I know who they are when the playoffs come around and you're relying on utility guys and platooners. When Torkelson's got to come up in big spots.
Yeah, like the base is loaded.
Yeah.
And nothing happens ever.
3 for 37 lifetime.
No, I know.
By the way, I think he's in a stretch now where he either strikes out or grounds into a double play in every at-bat.
Yeah, I mean, to me, they should have won that game Saturday. They couldn't get a clutch hit. Oh, that's the playoffs from last year.
But keep him. See where this goes.
Your
248
is so annoying.
What? 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. University of Michigan Board is set to review the findings of the athletic department's internal investigation on Thursday. ESPN says they'll decide on the future of athletic director Ward Manuel in that meeting. Manuel signed through 2030 at this point. The Tigers dropped their final game before the All-Star break, 5-0 to the Phillies. Tarek Skubal made the start, lasting just 5 innings while giving up 4 hits and 2 earned runs. Skubal lifted in the 6th after giving up a leadoff base hit to Bryce Harper. Cater Montero came in for him, and trouble ensued with 2 outs and the bases loaded. Skubal, after the game, said he had plenty left in the tank to continue. USA Today writer Bob Nightingale reported yesterday that Skubal badly wants to stay in Detroit this season. The Pistons defeated the Cavs in Summer League action. Chaz Lanier knocked down 7 threes. This year's draftee, Ibuka Corey, had 7 steals. Ex-Pistons head coach and front office member Dwayne Casey joined NBA Network Radio and spoke about Jalen Duren. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So we talked about this at the end of last hour. Mm-hmm. We talked about it at the beginning, and it was the fact that you don't have a grill.
I don't.
And
yes.
Which I then asked, how do you cook? Mm-hmm. I do need a little clarification. Okay. I know you're a hardworking man.
Yeah.
Does your wife do most of the cooking at home?
I would say yes, but here's the thing. So my normal shift is 1 to 7, right? So
right.
Most of the time the kids and her have eaten by the time I get home.
Okay, so you're not even home for dinner.
Right, which is kind of a bummer for me, but I get it. I mean, it's 7 o'clock. The kids theoretically want to go to bed in an hour, or should go to bed in an hour, whether that's the case or not. But
right, yeah. Mom and dad want them to go to bed in an hour.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll wake up and get them their cereal, and, sometimes... I'll make lunch or my wife will make lunch. So
okay.
I think that's kind of split. But.
Okay, so I'm understanding a little bit more as to the family dynamics. Have you grilled before? Like, is this something that you are proficient at, or at least know how to do?
Well, no, because I've never. I mean, so here's the thing.
Have you never owned a grill?
I've never owned a grill, but my parents didn't have a grill growing up, so that's my defense.
So we're going to blame mom and dad now.
No,
well, I think
but-
there's some therapy we're doing here.
But I didn't move
you
out.
got mommy and daddy issues.
Let's get the sock puppets out.
Yeah.
I didn't move out of my house until I got married, though. So there was no.
How old were you when that happened? We're going deep on this one.
25, 26,
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thought maybe you're going to say like 30. How old are
No.
you now?
32.
Okay. All right. So
Never
there's still
owned a
time
grill.
for you.
Jeremy, what's
Yes.
a key thing you have to do when you light a propane grill?
Step back.
I don't
match
know.
and throw
Tell
it
me.
in.
Give me the
You
knowledge.
turn on the propane and you've got your igniter or whatever, but you got to open the lid. Don't let
Okay.
that propane simmer in there, and because it'll go
Right in your face?
Yeah, and then you lose your eyebrows or your hair.
Yeah,
like
that
me.
would-
the hair on your arms.
Well, good thing I'm in radio, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and then you
Are
got
there
all
any
these
other tips I should know?
singed hairs on your arm.
Are there any other tips? I don't know what kind they're getting me if they actually are getting me.
He
Why
might
not?
be getting a free grill out of this. We say might. We'll see.
Get him a foreman.
George.
Yes, again, that would be the plug-in, the Costa version.
No, I don't have an electric grill, John.
Well, I
A
hope the
corded
best for you.
grill.
I hope
Thank
that this
you.
is a whole new experience because
See, the thing is, people think, oh, you're not open to it. I'm open to it.
Yeah.
It just never. I don't know. It's not a priority. Maybe that's a bad thing.
I tell you, a great rabbit hole to go down.
Yeah.
And this is one that it'll actually put a little hair on your chest. Is just Google grills.
Okay.
And different cooking styles and different options that you can have on grills. Trust me, there is no end to that rabbit hole.
Oh, I can
And
imagine.
you can start to dream about all the whether it's brisket, it's steak. You can even go fish, and you could grill veggies. You can actually make veggies edible.
Are you a corn on the grill guy?
Oh yeah,
In the cob, yeah.
oh yeah.
I'm noticing a theme, though. You don't own a grill. Our regular update guy who's out this week, Brendan Shabath, also doesn't own a grill. Now, he's younger.
Sure.
About a decade younger. Does Luke Sloan own a grill? Do any of the update people own a grill?
I don't know. That's a good question.
That might be inherent
So-
to the position.
Yeah.
So is it the fact that I have kids that don't have a grill? That's the most surprising thing.
You're a
Or-
32-year-old.
No, that you're a man and you don't grill.
Even a little bit.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But I do understand a little bit more. It's just never been a part
Right.
of your life.
yeah.
I'm just telling you, it will open up so many more options of yummy food.
I believe it.
It's a game changer.
I believe it.
Yeah, we might be able to put a little meat on those bones yet.
All right, we'll stop interrogating you. I know you
Yes.
got places
Yes.
to
All
be.
right, thank you.
It's Jeremy Otto. We're blessed to have him in this week. All right, as I told Shabath, an upgrade for this week.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I told Brendan on Saturday. Brendan also not the person who hates cheese.
Oh, yes.
we do
I
have to solve that.
Was that learned at the party? Was it someone
Yes.
at the party?
Yes. Okay, so
For
just
the
a quick.
So I
memorial,
guess we can
shouldn't
take
say
you off the
party,
list then too.
You know, I respond. Somebody responded and said it must be him. And it's like, no, I love cheese.
So quick backstory. 8:35. I'll pay this off. Saturday, Kenny Cott Celebration of Life. Great turnout. Tiki bar, very Kenny. Hot dog
Yeah.
roller. People sharing stories. Someone had shared with me they don't like cheese, and they're not a lactose intolerant person. Mac and cheese, no. A cheeseburger, no. Doesn't like cheese. There's someone we work with. You hear their voice out of the speaker. I'll reveal at 8:35 who it is.
Anytime you say this, I instantly go to old school. And when I forget the character's name, but when he goes, the nerd who was the I don't know the supervisor. When
The dean?
Yeah, when he goes cheese.
So
That's his nickname.
There were many guesses. Do you guys have one you want to lock in? I won't confirm it one way or another.
Oh no, I'm still analyzing.
Okay. You want to lock in a guess? Anyone behind the glass?
Yeah, I do. I'm guessing you could place a bet on 27% whether this guy likes cheese or not.
Oh, you want to lock in Mark Ryan?
I do.
Tom, you want to lock in anybody?
You keep saying it's somebody that has a voice on the air, which tells me it's not a regular on-air host.
I'm just
Oh, he's
keeping the
trying to
category open.
throw us off a little bit.
Just casting as wide a net as possible.
I have two options that I'm just not sure if I've settled on one yet.
I'm just going to go off the grid here and say Corbin Simons.
Okay.
He's kind of he's an LA sports fan. He's a weirdo to begin with.
Bizarro. He likes the Dodgers. John doesn't
Can
even
I
know who
ask
that
the
is.
question? Who is that?
Oh, come on. You've seen him.
He's maybe worked a show or two of ours as a producer.
Taller dude.
Tall, lanky.
That's the one that I actually thought of too. I don't know why.
He's like I think Valenti calls him like a detective or something like that, Inspector Gadget or something.
He was at the memorial too, so that
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So you're going to lock in Corey. We got to vote for Mark.
Corey,
yeah.
Oh, what a
Scrambler.
Oh, God.
Corbin.
Corbin, excuse
Well,
me.
it's no way it's him now.
Corbin. John's going to wait.
Yeah, I've
Otto, you wanna
got
lock
two that
anybody in?
I'm
Let's lock it
batting
in,
back and forth in my mind here.
Okay. And Heather, any guesses at all?
I'm still thinking.
Okay. You guys ponder it. He's Jeremy Otto. We'll do that at 8:35. And we'll do bad food takes, because not liking cheese is a bad food take.
Yes.
All right. On Bob Nightingale, he says Tarek Skubal wants to be here, zero appetite to be traded. Bob Nightingale also added this in his scoop, a list of stories going into the All-Star break. Forget the narrative the Tigers could thread the needle and trade Skubal while also acquiring players. Either they go all in or all out.
So, do I think that they trade Skubal and then go buy a big bat? I don't. I think they could thread the needle like they did a couple of years ago where they sold Flaherty and then made a run. They could sell Skubal because while Skubal is the ace of this pitching staff, you still have Melton, you still have Mize, you still have a quality group of a pitching staff to where you can still win a number of games.
No, they basically have a six-man rotation now. If they dealt Skubal, they'd still have five. You get Job at some point back.
Right.
I'm not banking on Verlander, but there's another arm in our orbit.
Yeah, I don't think there's a world where you do both.
Look, if you traded Skubal away and got major league borderline caliber bats, and those guys appeared in games down the stretch,
It doesn't qualify as doing both.
no.
You're not going to go buy a. I know we had a caller earlier talk about bringing in one of the Philly bats.
He said bringing in a player like Harper.
Right? Yeah, Harper, Schwarber. Those guys aren't for sale.
No, and Otto was asking this off air. Do you want them to buy? And I said, well, not a rental. Like, there's a world where if there's a deal that made sense where they could bring in a multi-year player that they liked at the plate, I'd be open to it. But in terms of traditional buying where you add rental bats,
right,
they're not in it enough. And especially if they're trading Skubal and that's the responsible thing to do, they're even further out. I would not be mortgaging the future, would not be trading prospects of note, would not be buying at this deadline.
No.
Not where they stand today.
No, but the question is, will they do enough? Can they do enough
to change that? To
change whether or not they sell Skubal.
Well, that's the dance we've been doing for last couple weeks here, really.
Well, I mean, the last couple of weeks, honestly, for the last couple of years, but especially since the month of May.
Well, May was so bad, I think we were all resigned. It's a total sell. Yeah. June, they've been so good that then that question has now propped up. I guess it's been a couple months now. What do you want them to do? And I'm still of the belief they're not back in it yet. I don't know if you feel like they're back in it. They're 8 below 500. You have famously given the stat you have to finish at or above 500 to make the playoffs. It's just the way it is in baseball.
It is.
And they are in fourth place in their division. Now, only 3.5 back in the wild card. That's the topsy-turviness of the American League. But Boston's red hot. Detroit still has more work to do. They only have 16 games until the trade deadline. And the responsible thing would be to take Skubal away from this group.
So the question then is, will they? It's not a question of can they win the division. I don't know I don't believe that that's on the table. It's simply, can they get in as a wild card? And if you look at, all the teams that are either on the cut line or just below, Seattle, Minnesota, they're right at the cut line. Boston, Houston, Baltimore, Toronto, none of them are above 500.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is the fact that it is the American League. And the opportunity is there for them still to get in as a wild card team if they could just simply get right there at 500. And because then at that point, it's, can you make that jump? Other teams are going to be selling.
The Red Sox are charging, and the Tigers blew the opportunity that the Red Sox took. They ran it all the way up to where they're only a half game out right now. Tigers could have been within 1.5 after this weekend. And I didn't expect them to sweep, but they should have got Saturday's win. It's just, we're getting to this point where, okay, what? You just sell Skubal? Why don't you sell Mize?
Well, I think they should try to extend Mize.
I'm not against that. But if you don't?
Well, I think the market for Mize is less than Skubal.
Of course.
So you'd get less. You could qualify Mize as you would Skubal, and there's a greater chance of keeping Mize in a bidding war in the offseason than Skubal. I think there's a risk you lose Mize for, quote, nothing too, but I think there's a better chance that you can keep him. I mean, no one thinks they're keeping Skubal.
To me, it was Saturday's loss where I'm just like, that looked like a playoff game last year.
Yeah.
Where you just couldn't get the timely hitting. It's like Torque's going to do that more times than not. Not getting that clutch hit. They hit around Sanchez a little bit.
10 hits off him, only scored 2 runs.
Yeah, so it's just, I don't know, man. To me, it's a no. You have to trade Skubal no matter what. Yeah. I mean, I'm concerned he's hurting his value a little.
With the last couple outings where he hasn't
Since
pitched.
He's been back, period, from the injury.
Yeah. But the last couple, he didn't get through the 6th.
Right, it's somewhat remarkable what he's doing because of having missed that time and still being able to come back and pitch the way that he is. But he is taking more pitches. And if his limit is 95 or if it's 100, it doesn't matter. He's getting there in the 5th versus the end of the 6th or the beginning of the 7th.
Seems like a little bit of his deception is gone. He's given up a lot of homers since he's been back.
Yeah, the contact's been hard contact.
Another thing is they get the Angels, the Orioles, the Royals, and the A's before the deadline, and then the Cubs are sprinkled in there at Wrigley, where this team will probably hit better than they normally do.
Yeah. So you're saying let's watch them rattle off.
If they can go 9-3,
right?
But it's like they're going to beat a bunch of garbage teams. I mean, I know the AL's bad. Well, they're playing the worst of them.
Truth is, 9-3 would still have this team below 500 at the deadline.
Right. That's why I said Friday. They needed to win 2 out of 3 this weekend to get you to buy in.
Texters have lots to say about Tarik Skubal. We can make room on the phones. 248-539-9797. He says he has zero appetite to be traded. Says he believes this team is a legitimate shot at the World Series. Quote, I've never lost faith. That's from USA Today's Bob Nightingale. It's 97.1.
Hey, if your AC is struggling to keep up in the heat, it's time to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft is available for those 24/7 uh-oh moments, and they stand behind their work with a very valuable 5-year warranty. They made a huge difference in my home. They'll do the same for yours, and right now they're running some amazing specials. You can get an AC tune-up for only $79, and when it comes to service, they're going to get to you faster than anyone else. Easy financing options are available as well. Schedule your free in-home estimate at mastercraftheating.com.
Brightside Dental Community Dentist, the people that I go see, cleanings, fillings, whatever I need. If you've been dealing with problem teeth, skipping foods, hiding your smile, now's the time to get your life back. And forget about dentures. There's a better solution. All-on-4 dental implants, where you replace a full set of missing teeth with just 4 implants. Strong, secure, natural-looking smile that'll actually stay in place. And it's a one-day transformation. Walk in and leave the very same day with a brand new smile. Call to schedule your consultation. Find out if All-on-4 dental implants are right for you. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightSideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. People are crucifying Scooble on the text. Bullcrap, Scooble. Did Boar Ass tell you to say that to look loyal for your next team? Just trying to control when you leave. Pathetic. Trade this guy. Scooble committed Detroit. He's as committed to Detroit as he is committing to pitching deep into ball games.
Honestly, he's a hired assassin. He just happens to be our hired assassin.
If he wants to stay, he should sign a contract. Deadline is coming up a couple weeks, a little more than a couple weeks away, 3 weeks, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, and then you start thinking about, okay, what's more likely? Do they sign a contract or is Dylan Larkin traded? Like, it's I don't think there's any world where there's an extension reached before the deadline to remove part of this conversation. That's not going to happen.
He's hell-bent on hitting free agency.
And that's okay.
And that's fine. But then the Tigers need to run their team accordingly. And if they were a first-place team, we'd be screaming from the mountaintops, buy and try to get something with this. Win while you got them.
But do they believe they're playing right now as a first-place team, and that will continue through the rest of the season?
To which I would use this Philly series as an important pump the brakes moment. And if there are listeners out there going, of course you would pick the negative, they lose 2 games. That's a real playoff rotation. Those are real postseason moments. They left guys stranded on Saturday and had 2 hits on Sunday with the same lineup as the year before and the year before.
Well, insert McGonigal.
Fine.
It's a big insert.
The offense in and of itself, though.
Right.
Torque.
No Torres.
Green. No, I know, but...
No, I know. I'm
yes.
making the proclamation that, yes, you have McGonigal now, but you also don't have Torres, who was a part of last year's lineup.
It just felt very reminiscent, those games this weekend against the Phillies, of what would happen, what has happened and what would happen if this team was in the postseason, as currently constructed. But they don't have to agree with me. They can run the team how they want. I just speak as a fan. My concern would be that they put blinders on, keep everybody, and bow out in the same spot and lose Scooble for, quote, nothing. A comp pick. I know it's not nothing.
Right.
But you can get more if you dealt him at the deadline.
The question more is, does the front office believe this is the team that they've seen since June 1st, or is it more the team that we saw in May?
Is this
both? The team? Well, it is both.
So the same team that's red hot now could go ice cold in August.
And when are they going to get Gleyber Torres back?
Right.
And how long will he be available?
Because I do think he's an important piece of this.
Right.
And he was hurt at the end of last year. I'm not discounting how important he would be for this offense. But are you winning a World Series with this group? 8 games below 500.
I don't think anybody would sit there and say yes.
Right. So...
other than the guys in that clubhouse, which that's
fine. I have no issue.
You want them to have that belief.
They have to have that belief, but the management's supposed to be 2 levels removed from that, right? The manager has got to win the next ball game. The president of baseball ops and the GM have to take a more holistic 10,000-foot view of the situation and go, look, hey, we had aspirations this team could compete for a World Series. We just might not have the gas this year. We got a rotation, but our bullpen's inconsistent and our bats are not big in big moments.
So, I think the biggest question is, if they trade Scooble, can they still make a run at the playoffs?
Yes.
I agree. And so to me, it makes it a little bit easier to part ways with Tarek Scooble because, yes, you will get something in return. You have no idea It's most likely going to be all prospects. Maybe there's a major league bat that's had a few at bats in Major League Baseball, and he's right now on the fence of, hey, is he a AAA? Is he Major League Baseball? Is he 4A? Whatever. But can you still make a run at the postseason minus Tarek Skubal?
Yeah, they have enough pitching to still stabilize.
They have enough starting pitching.
Starting pitching to stabilize. Yes. 248-539-9797. Skubal's part of the conversation today. We'll get to Ward Manuel at 9:02. This could be his last week as Michigan athletic director. Bad food takes at 8:35. Any final guesses?
I'm still going to hold off. Because let me ask you this. The individual. I guess the thing I'm going to is like all the things that have cheese on it. Okay, cheeseburger, maybe you don't like cheese on your cheeseburger. Maybe you don't like it. And Heather and I were going back and forth. Who doesn't like pizza?
Right.
Because there's cheese on pizza.
Some people get it without.
So who is that here, though? That's the thing. Like,
right, yeah, like who here wouldn't eat
I'm going through all the
pizza?
people in my head. I'm like, everyone loves pizza.
Well, especially sports guys. Like, hey, you're going to go to a party. I'll bring a pizza.
You're looking around like, who am I never going to look at the same way ever again?
I don't know. I guess we'll figure this out.
8:35, I'll pay it off. We'll tell you who it was, and then we'll talk bad food takes, because this is a pretty bad one.
I mean, I get maybe not liking cheese just to eat cheese as cheese, but I don't get not liking mac and cheese, grilled cheese,
pizza,
cheeseburger, pizza. I don't. Who is it?
I'll give you my guess.
Okay.
Mark Ryan.
Okay, 2 votes for Mark Ryan, 1 for Corbin, and Heather.
Doug's a weird food guy, but I think he likes cheese. Wojo, Rieger, Evan, King. I don't know. No, none of them. I have no idea.
We'll put you down for Evan Jenkins. All right, we'll tell you coming up in 10 minutes. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. Let's talk Conor McGregor. His highly anticipated return to the UFC ended almost as soon as it began. So just 69 seconds into the main event at UFC 329, McGregor injured his right leg after throwing his opening kick against Max Holloway. So I didn't watch, but apparently he attempted to continue, but stumbled, collapsed. So the referee basically put a stop to the fight. Yeah. Now Dana White says that the injury appears to be a torn ACL. I guess not 100% positive of that, but the ending sparked a lot of controversy, right? So some bettors online are actually calling for an FBI investigation, speculating that McGregor may have entered the fight already injured. Now that those claims were dismissed by Dana White, and McGregor himself said that no, like he insisted that he got injured during the fight. But it's caused a lot of controversy.
It was so disappointing. And honestly,
did you watch it?
I did. And I just wanted to see him get his ass kicked because he's such an annoying individual.
Mouthy, yeah.
Yeah, and he looks like a guy that needs to have his butt whooped. But it was disappointing because everybody's staying up late, and I was watching it on Paramount.
Okay.
So I didn't, pay for the pay-per-view.
Right, but that's the headliner, and people who did, it's
want their money
over
back
instantly. And people, I didn't watch it. People were saying, was he walking with a limp potentially on his way to the ring?
I didn't notice.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Get the FBI involved.
Yeah. A Shelby Township man has been charged with first-degree murder and multiple weapons offenses after police say he fatally shot his stepdad inside the home that they shared, and then also tried to prevent a witness from calling police. So this 38-year-old was arraigned Friday on charges that include first-degree premeditated murder, assault with a dangerous weapon, and interfering with an electronic communications device causing injury or death. So according to investigators, this stepson forcibly opened a gun case, obtained the firearm, and shot his stepfather multiple times. Police also allege that after the shooting, the stepson attempted to remove a witness from the residence and then prevented this witness from contacting the police to report what happened. Anyway, he was denied bond. He remains jailed in the Macomb County Jail. The case remains under investigation. The color analyst for the Atlanta Braves, CJ Nitkowski, went viral recently and has faced some significant online backlash. This was following an awkward comment he made about outfielder Eli White on a live broadcast. Now, Nikowski was discussing White's return from paternity leave. He and his wife welcomed a new baby.
Congrats.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what he said. Yeah, so his remark and his choice of words quickly spread online, and neither the Braves nor Nikowski has released a statement.
Yes, that's an unfortunate choice of words.
You need more Jansons. You need more Parks. You need more
DeCourcys.
Oh.
Sure, yes. Thank you. Colin would kind of appreciate that one.
Yes.
You guys, Jurassic Park star Sam Neill passed away suddenly at the age of 78. His family announced his death on Instagram, saying that he passed away Monday, surrounded by family in Australia. And his death comes just 2 months after he announced that he was cancer-free following a battle with this rare and aggressive form of non-Hodgkin lymphoma. So it's sad news. Beyond Jurassic Park, celebrated for performances in The Piano, The Hunt for Red October, as well as his role in Peaky Blinders. And tributes have been pouring in online.
Yeah.
Hope he gets to see Montana.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, the big reveal. Who in our midst doesn't like cheese? And bad food takes all around. We'll get to sharing some of those. Latest on Ward Manual at 9:02. And you can always call about Scooble. We know what the big story is between now and the deadline. What the hell's going to happen? John, you're going to find out who we're working with next.
I'm on the edge of my seat, literally.
Never be the same. 97.1. All right, talk about Shaner Roofing. For over 30 years of trusted service, that's Shaner. Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. A proven track record of serving Michigan homeowners. 5-star quality, that's roofs, windows, and siding. And Shaner, a family company. Family-owned business can treat you like family because they are one. Great example of that, the no pressure promise. You can forget high pressure sales pitches. When they come out, they give you a true, honest assessment of what your home actually needs. And they're not going to put a roof on your house if it doesn't need one. And that reputation, you don't have to take my word for it. Go ahead and Google them. 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of satisfied homeowners. A reputation they've earned through decades of doing the job right. And peace of mind. I think that's another thing too. When you make these kind of commitments, a roof is an expensive project. You want peace of mind. Every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. So you're not thinking of moving today, but if you end up moving 5 years, 10 years, that roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. Shaner's locally committed. Their competitors are out doing different things with private equity and investment firms. Shaner's here, they're local, and they're committed to you, the Michigan customer. If you want to get started today, get your quote today. MyMichiganRoof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. MyMichiganRoof.com. So who is it? Who is this person we work with that has a bad food take? Just objectively awful food opinion. They are not lactose intolerant. They just don't like cheese. This was revealed to me over the weekend. Kenny Cott's Celebration of Life. It was a great event. It was at a tiki bar, floral shirts, hot dog rollers, very Kenny Cott. But various coworkers, you're chatting people up and you learn things about who we work with.
How did it even come up? Like, obviously nobody blurts out, I don't like cheese.
Were they serving hamburgers?
There were no
Okay.
cheeseburgers there. I'm not even
Grilled
sure how
cheese?
it came up, but it just came up.
Mac and cheese?
Well, that's why I said, I wanted to clarify, like, you don't eat mac and cheese. Mac and what? Mac and cheese. No, I don't eat it. A
No.
cheeseburger. A what burger?
Pizza?
Look, your guesses are all out there, but just to reset, we have multiple votes for Mark Ryan. This texter says there's no way it's Mark. He's East Coast guy he's from New York. I didn't realize that. He says you have to like pizza. My vote is Tecumseh Tom.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'd fall out of my chair if Tom said he didn't eat pizza.
You've seen me eat cheese. Right.
Yeah.
Seen me eat pizza.
Yeah.
And we all have different bad food takes,
Yes.
but
Yes.
this is all time. It's Brian Chapman,
Oh.
hosts on the weekend. Some of you are aware.
I know who he is. I've
Yes.
never met him.
Yes. And I hadn't seen him in like 3 years because of the shift change.
Uh-huh.
But yes, he revealed that he doesn't like cheese.
He doesn't like cheese.
His whole life?
Yep.
So did you ask the important question, do you not eat pizza then?
No, I did not ask that question.
Being a pizza guy, like it would be the first thing that would come to mind. Like,
No, I didn't
so no
interrogate
pizza?
him. No.
Huh.
Brian Chapman doesn't like cheese. Can't look at him the same way.
There's so many great cheeses.
I know.
And so when I was living
I'll
up
have
in
to have you power
Petoskey,
surge him.
I love cheese. And in fact, like when we were gone, Lisa's mom was asking Lisa, like what does John like to snack on? And she actually said, well, cheese. Like you can get a big block of Parmesan cheese from Costco, and I'll just sit there and gnaw on it all day long. and there was probably the year before I moved downstate. There was and I don't even know if it's still there, a shop that went into downtown Petoskey, right on, I believe it was Division. And it was a cheese shop.
Oh.
And there was actually a lady there who has won a number of different awards as a cheesemonger, which I think is a hilarious word.
Yeah.
But
To be a monger.
yeah, to be a monger. But I would go in there and she would give me all these different samples of cheese. And I'm like, oh, that one's good. This one's even better. That one's great. And I would come out with like $100 worth of cheese because I was just like, well, I'll take some of that. I love cheese. Blue cheese is my favorite.
Yeah, I'm not with you on the blue cheese. It's
a unique
moldy cheese
flavor. Yeah, but some people think it's just all a bunch of mold. It's just wonderful.
Okay. We want to give you guys the chance to call out the people in your life or maybe even yourself. What bad food takes do you have? 248-539-9797.
Well, I mean, I could give you what I think is your guys' worst food take. I would like to hear what you think my worst food take is. But for you, it's the fact that turkey is the centerpiece of Thanksgiving dinner.
In name only.
No.
That's not the best flavor profile of anything at your Thanksgiving dinner.
See, this is the food take that I just find
And I very
baffling.
rarely pick turkey. Like if I'm having a deli sandwich, it's very rarely a turkey sandwich.
Oh, yeah, and
turkey's
trust me-
like the healthy alternative. You're going to do a turkey sausage for breakfast or
Well,
something.
deli meat is not the healthy alternative.
Correct.
So and that's not the reason. I just don't like cold cuts. So okay, maybe that's a bad food take for me. Heather, the fact that you just don't eat meat
Sure.
is a
I
bad
thought you were
food
going to
take.
say something about my ketchup consumption, but
It's over
Oh
the
no,
top.
ketchup,
Yeah.
ketchup's
That
okay.
is over the top.
Maybe a little bit over the
belongs
top,
on
but
everything, basically.
No, I thought you were going to bring up, but you and I share this. Not mayo people.
oh yeah, no.
But I
No,
think
they
people
came
would-
up again this weekend where my mother-in-law was like, "Well, hey, can I make a potato salad?" And Lisa was like, "Well, yeah, but John won't eat it," which is fine. Everybody can make food they want. I'm going to eat what I like. I'm not going to hold it against anybody, but yeah, anything with mayo in it is. out.
The other thing, and this is where I will come across as an alien, not a big salad dressing, like the wet sandwich or a wet salad. It's just something with the acidity and the wetness. I don't like it. I'd rather eat a dry salad.
What?
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Salad in of itself is blah, but a dry salad, oh.
You got to have something on that salad. Yeah.
Well, then you just put more cheese on it.
There you go.
That's crazy.
Wow, so I'll out myself with that.
That's great. That's your rabbit, basically. That's gross.
Oh, yeah. Carrots
It's funny
and
you calling him a rabbit.
It's just the wet, wilted, acidic. I don't like the salad dressing.
I'm surprised you wouldn't at least like oil and vinegar or something like that.
Yeah, how about an Italian dressing?
Yeah.
You're I mean,
exactly.
You're claimed to be Italian.
No, you just go dressing on the side and then you don't have the dressing.
That's awful.
I don't smother my salad in dressing. I always get the dressing on the side. Like, I don't want a ton of it, but you have to have some of it. You have to have something on it, or at least like a. That's weird. That's
I know.
That's a weird
I know
one.
it is.
That's
I'm not
interesting.
claiming it's normal.
Yeah.
We want bad food takes. That's a bad food take. I know how it would land. And Brian Chapman knew how it was going to land when he told everybody he didn't like cheese. Cheese. Bad food takes. You want to start with some phone calls?
Yeah, let's go.
Do it. Let's get to Kevin. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Hey, growing up, I absolutely hated cheese. And I'm Italian, so I got a lot of slack for it. But now I'm starting to ease into, like, mozzarella and stuff. You know, it's not too bad, but stuff like Parmesan, my mother would leave the Parmesan tub when we have spaghetti on Sundays open on the table, and I'd lose my mind. I couldn't do it.
What?
You know, and if they put cheese in my burger, I feel bad for my parents now. But they have to go back to like the fast food place, or I have to send the burger back, and it was always just such a hassle. And I got a lot of slack for it.
I'm getting a kick out of mozzarella being the gateway cheese. Like, as you're trying to get yourself into cheese, that's
it's amazing.
Yes.
And burrata, I can't get enough of burrata. And fontina cheese. I can't get enough of it now.
One step at a time.
Right. Yeah.
Huh. So do you have any idea what, like, the origination of this hatred came from? Like, do you remember your parents forcing cheese onto you as a 5-year-old, like the old, string cheese?
No, I do remember going grocery shopping with my mom when I was younger and going to the cheese section, and it just smelled like an old dirty foot. I couldn't do it. I don't.
My feet do not stink.
Well, they're not old.
Or old, yeah. See, yeah, both.
Dirty.
Well,
Kevin, thank you for being brave to call in with this bad food take. That's all right. Speak your truth. Call in and tell us your bad food take that other people look at you sideways and judge you for. We know everybody's got one. 248-539-9797. Some of the texts. Not food, but my dad and brother don't like pop.
yeah.
Not to be judged, I'm a black guy who hates chicken wings. Cookies prefers his salads tossed.
I can't believe it. That one was on a tee. Thank you.
And if you eat your dry salad, you deserve the stomach virus. That's from Chris. We have much, much more coming in. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms have come and gone, but for 30 years of experience, it's a true testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
I didn't realize Costa was a serial killer. One of the top texts we just got. The dry salad.
Yeah, that's a terrible one. That is awful. Like, why even bother? Salad's a waste of space anyway.
It really is.
And if you're going to eat the lettuce, but no,
there's more than lettuce in a salad.
Huh?
There's more than lettuce in a salad.
Okay, but
other vegetables.
Are you getting
cheeses,
like a
croutons,
chicken
other
on
vegetables.
it? Or
Yeah,
like
of course.
okay. Maybe I can understand a little bit if you have like it added like salmon or chicken.
or like a Cobb salad
I guess
with
I
some
can
bacon and some egg.
Yeah.
a little bit, but you need like I still
It's
feel
all-
like you need some.
It's all about
moisture.
proportions at that
I
point. You
don't
need more
know.
bacon and egg and cheese than you do lettuce.
Well, you're shifting it away from a salad.
Yeah, but still a salad.
So like a side salad, you're just getting like flecks of carrot, some cheese
little
and
onion.
lettuce, and maybe like whole tomatoes.
You toss it before you eat.
248-539-9797.
Do you like ranch?
No.
What? Wait,
That's another one.
wait! You don't like ranch dressing?
No. Is this new? Every time
This
we
guy
talk about
says he's
ranch.
from Michigan.
I don't think I knew that. Whoa. Oh wow. Okay.
Stay on task. We're criticizing Brian Chapman, who doesn't like cheese. This says it's okay. No one likes Chapman anyway. And leave it to Chapman to have the worst take on the station. We want you guys to call in and speak your truth, your bad food takes.
Okay, it's a bad take not to like cheese. Or to have even a cheese pizza. Like if you don't want to sit down and eat cheese, I can understand that. I love it, but I don't think everybody does. But to not have a cheese pizza blows my mind. But I don't think that's nearly as bad of a take as not having any dressing on your salad.
I disagree. We can leave that for the people.
Oh,
to
I don't even think
dispute.
it's close. It's not even up for debate.
Let's get to the phones. Kai in St. Clair. Kai, good morning. Your bad food take.
Hey there, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good.
So this isn't my food take, but I got a buddy who will not put anything on his burgers. No pickles, no cheese, no lettuce, no tomato. And he's deathly scared of pickles.
Wait. How is he scared of pickles? Like just the sight of a pickle scares him?
Phobia?
No, so he's not allergic or anything, but like you can crack a jar of pickles around him and he'll have to leave the room because of like just how much he hates them. He can't come in contact with them or else he'll start he'll hive up. There was this point in high school, one of our buddies threw a pickle at him and he got so angry he chased him around the yard, drove home, took 5 showers. It's unbelievable. I had to get this off to you guys.
Wow. I mean, I don't like pickles, but
you're not going to run away from them?
I'm not going to run away from them. All my kids love pickles. And Teddy, if he orders a sub or something like that, he says, Dad, can you add pickles? So I'm not going to deprive him of it, but I don't disagree with not liking pickles. But to be afraid of them, that seems to be a little bit more of a step in the dramatic direction.
The pickles can be a good texture on a sandwich, a burger, a hot chicken sandwich.
You do you. I'm not going to put pickles on anything, but to be afraid of them?
It's interesting.
That's his kryptonite. It's a green pickle.
My wife will not eat mac and cheese unless it's Kraft Classic Blue Box.
Well, I mean, so she just prefers the Kraft mac and cheese.
Childhood memories,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
The powdered cheese. Ugh. But I still eat it.
Me too.
Several votes for pickles. Mike in Battle Creek, I can't eat olives or dill pickles.
Olives, I can't. Yeah.
You like olives, like black olives?
Oh no,
Green
olives,
olives.
black
I love
olives,
black
green
olives.
olives. No,
Black
no.
olives are great.
If there's a pizza that comes with olives on it, I won't even touch it.
The saltiness is just.
They do take over.
Yeah,
That's fair.
I don't like something like that. A side piece shouldn't be taken over. Okay.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Well, you would be the one to say, "Oh yeah."
I don't eat anything white. Sour cream, cream cheese, cottage cheese.
Oh, cream cheese is good. In fact, one of the kids were listening on the way to the Jack's Got Football this morning, and I used to make, and now I'm going to have to do it, a cheese ball that I would chop up bacon or even like diced up ham, make a big giant ball of cream cheese, roll it in the bacon, or even mix the bacon into the cream cheese.
Sounds awesome.
And then roll it in some shredded cheddar. It's amazing.
I can't eat hard tacos. Dylan and Royal Oak. Let's get to the phones. We've got Peter. Is this true? You're on 97.1.
Yeah, it's true, and I knew I'm going to get it pretty good. I'm 68 years old and never had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Wow.
That's a life well lived.
Wow.
Hey, listen, we go up to a golf outing all the time, and every time we stop in Kalkaska at this restaurant, and my golf partner will ask the waitress, "Do you have peanut butter?" And she'll say, "Yeah." So he'll bring a peanut butter jar and sit in front of me, just to up with me.
So you don't like the peanut butter? Are you allergic to peanuts?
I love peanut butter. I mean, peanut butter's cool. I mean, peanut butter cookies, Reese's.
Oh yeah.
I make homemade peanut butter candy, cookies and shit like. Oh, sorry, stuff like.
Well, we got to drop that. Sorry.
Yep. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
He knew. It's all good. Some more text coming in. How about this? Pumpkin pie is terrible.
That's a bad take.
Says, I wish I liked it. The smell every year. I try. I hope this year will be the year, and every time it's just awful. Ben in Southfield.
Well, that's a shame.
That is a shame, because every time my wife, if she's going to make one, she has to make two, or else there will not be enough for everyone.
It's got to be a texture thing.
Yeah.
For this person.
Sorry, Heather. Ketchup ruins anything it touches. Ruins a perfectly good fry. It says that you can't do it.
I disagree.
Now, I'm not a huge ketchup fan. There's only a few things I'll use ketchup on, and for my fries, I would much prefer mustard.
I would prefer barbecue sauce, but I will use ketchup for fries. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'd put ketchup on a hot dog. I know that's
Great.
sacrilegious to some people.
Ketchup on a hot dog is not sacrilegious.
Oh, there are
To
these
some
baseball
people,
purists. So you can't do that.
No, I mean, I would
Mustard
I would
only.
prefer mustard, yeah, but
Do you guys remember the movie Loverboy with Patrick Dempsey? Extra anchovies. Love them on pizza. No. I'm with Jansen. Mayo, pickles, olives, no.
Thank you. We just became best friends.
We got more response coming in. 248-539-9797. I also don't like a ton of salad dressing. People give me a hard time because I get ranch on the side and I'll dip it before stabbing the veggies for a bite.
I do that too sometimes. I'll dip my fork into the ranch and then I'll stab the bite of salad. Or I'll stab the bite of salad and then dip it slightly into the ranch.
Control issues?
No, I don't like it being smothered in ranch dressing. It's
I do the same with fish and chips with tartar sauce.
So I get that, but I
Well, nobody pours tartar sauce on top of their fish and chips.
Yeah,
You
but
dip
I'll
it.
dip my
You
fork
dip
in the
the
tartar sauce
sauce.
before I get the fish. Yeah.
How about speaking of seafood? I'm a chef. I don't do shrimp. Ocean cockroaches. They eat any dead thing on the ocean floor. No thanks.
Oh.
Bottom feeders.
I love shrimp.
Me too.
And we have a Canadian that doesn't like
Apparently you do.
poutine.
You married one.
It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. According to multiple reports, the U of M board is set to discuss the Jenner and Block Athletic Department investigation at their Thursday meeting. Johnny U. Bacon says that Athletic Director Ward Manuel is expected to accept a buyout from the university. His contract lasts until 2030. CBS says he's pondering retirement. The Tigers are heading into the break with a bit of a stale taste in their after a 5-0 loss to the Phillies. Tarek Skubal was on the mound. He was left in the sixth after giving up a leadoff base hit to Bryce Harper. After the game, he admitted he still has a lot in the tank. Cater Montero followed Skubal, gave up a pair of RBI hits, scoring 4 total runs. Manager A.J. Hinch still likes where the team is at. USA Today writer Bob Nightingale reported yesterday, quote, Skubal has informed friends that he badly wants to stay in Detroit the rest of the season, believing they have a legitimate shot at the World Series and has zero appetite to be traded, end quote. Detroit enters the break 3.5 games back at the wild card and 6.5 in the AL Central. The Pistons beat the Cavaliers 103-94 in Summer League. Chaz Lanier, the most impressive, scoring 25 points, including 7 threes. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Skubal, no appetite to be dealt. We'll get to that 9:35. We're talking food right now, bad food takes. Speak your truth. Brian Chapman, you hear him weekends, overnights, doesn't like cheese. And people are stepping up, very brave today, admitting their bad food takes. We'll get to Ward Manuel. You heard a little bit in the update. This could be it for him. Your shrimp line right at the buzzer. Incredible.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Colin, but it
Poor
kind of
guy.
put that one on a tee for me.
It was good. That was a good one. It got me.
I don't know if you heard. I said that we had a Canadian who doesn't like poutine on the
Oh.
text. Yeah.
Wow.
So there are people who are stepping
A little
out.
gravy on top of cheese, on top of fries. I mean, wow.
Yep. Onions are the spawn of Satan and must be destroyed.
Oh.
Is that sent in by our boss? Powers hates onions.
Oh, really? So he's. I'm gonna next time I come to a company outing, I'm gonna have to bring the onion pie.
You have to. It's from Bill in his car. Guys, this is all coming down to parents. It's the parents' fault. Introduce your kids to everything early, John and Warren.
Yeah, my parents tried to introduce me to vegetables, and whether it was peas, green beans, broccoli, asparagus, Brussels
I'd love
sprouts.
to see you throwing a fit trying to.
Oh, yeah. You want to know what it looks like? Just envision me gagging.
We need that for when a team's blowing it late in the game. You just clip that for future use. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the phones. We want to start with Steven. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Good.
What's
How you
up?
doing, man?
So I have a few things. Black olives, green olives, I'm flipping tables. Pineapples on pizza, awesome thing. Peanut butter, bacon, and egg burgers, best thing you can eat.
Wait. Peanut butter, bacon, and egg burgers. I've never put peanut butter on it, but I think I'll have to try that. That actually sounds pretty good.
John, it's the best thing you can do.
Okay.
So what's the bad food take?
Bad food take is black olives and green olives. I can't do it.
Okay.
No, I'm with you right there. Black
I'm
olives,
flipping
green
tables.
olives, nothing good about them.
If the juice is on my salad, I'm getting a new salad. If it's on a pizza, I'm not touching it.
Oh, yeah. I'm the same way with tomatoes. If there's tomatoes in anything other than like a cooked salsa, but even if the salsa has
chunks,
too much of a tomato flavor, it does. It makes me gag.
So I can remove some toppings from pizza and still eat it.
Yeah.
Pineapple and black olives, I can't.
No, because it soils everything.
Yeah,
Yes.
you
If it
could-
touches it, it's ruined.
Yeah, you could take like a mushroom off a piece of
Yeah.
pizza and be fine.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the same residue.
So why don't they put green olives on pizza?
I don't know.
You can put green olives on pizza.
You can, but if you order
I'm thinking
pizza-
peppers. No, you normally don't do green olives.
No. You're thinking like people do jalapenos, people do green
Yeah.
peppers, but not green olives. You're right.
No.
You don't see it.
Yeah. Because they're bad.
Tyler, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, I my bad food take is I put a ton of ketchup all over my steak every single time. I'll use half a bottle of ketchup, smother my nice expensive steak. And the worst part is my dad was a butcher, so he about disowns me over it.
So, Tyler, let me ask you this. When you order your steak, if you're putting ketchup on it, I'm guessing you're a well-done guy.
I like my steak nice and rare, nice and juicy, but lots of ketchup.
This is an
That's just
anomaly.
weird.
Yeah. Because you're right, John. Typically, it's the well-done steak guy that to choke it down has to douse it in ketchup.
Yeah,
And
or
then,
some type of steak sauce.
Yeah, A1. But if you're someone who likes the steak cooked
Rare.
properly, well,
it's got its own gravy.
yeah, Tyler, that is a bad food take.
Yeah. Or you wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know, but
No,
it sounds
But
all
if
right
you
to me.
ate steak, you'd eat it with ketchup.
Douse it. Yeah. We got one guy who says they like burgers, but they don't like steak. me see if I can find the text. My hot food take, I don't like steak, but I love hamburgers and ground beef. Whatever reason, I just don't like steak. Is that baffling to you?
It is. If they'll have, your burger is generally your lesser cut of meat that's ground up to make burger.
Yeah. It's got to be a texture thing. I don't know. I don't get it. Bad food takes. Justin and Novi, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. So first-time caller, love the show. But my bad food take is I put barbecue sauce in my mac and cheese, and I like putting spaghetti in my ranch. Or ranch in my spaghetti.
Oh, no, we got the idea of how you're doing it.
I've heard of the barbecue with mac and cheese.
Yeah, I think that works.
Yeah, me too.
Oftentimes you'll get mac and cheese as a side with barbecue, and if you have a little extra barbecue, you can mix it in.
No, that's a food that doesn't touch.
Phenomenal.
But ranch on spaghetti.
Spaghetti?
It's phenomenal.
Is this like a marinara spaghetti?
Are you mixing it in, or you like dribbling it on the top?
Wow. Nope, just mixing it in. Yep.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah, no, it's one of the best. I just tried it one day. I was just curious, and I tried it, and then I've never gone back.
Okay, so I'm
Little
trying
cream
to...
in your sauce.
But it is people who like to dip their pizza in ranch. It's not that different.
Sure.
It's the same sense, right? Like red sauce and cheese and bread noodles. It's all kind of the same basics.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, okay. If you put all the ingredients in a different form...
Well, you're Mr. Thanksgiving blender over here.
Sure, yeah. Thanksgiving smoothie. But I dipping your pizza, your crust into ranch is acceptable. I would prefer, again, a blue cheese dressing. Get a chunk on there.
Tex says, I won't eat anything that isn't homemade. Brad and Allen Park. Avocados are that's really good. Avocados, disgusting. I won't look at them, won't touch them, certainly won't eat them. I get physically nauseous when I see my wife cut them up and eat them.
Yeah.
I used to not like avocado. I mean, eating green things has not been my thing, but I do like a good avocado.
Where do you stand on fruits, John?
Fruits are okay. Like raspberries, as long as I'm not going to get
explosive
diarrhea from it.
What about melons?
I love melons. Big, juicy melons. Kind of set me up on that one. But I do. I like a good cantaloupe. Mm-hmm. All right. Sprinkle a little bit of salt on top. Watermelon. Love that. Same thing. Put a little salt on there.
Honeydew?
Honeydew's all right. It wouldn't be my go-to.
It's the most meh of the melons.
Yeah.
If you get a good honeydew, I don't think it's meh.
I think a good honeydew is still behind bad cantaloupe or bad watermelon.
No, not to me.
Yeah. We'll have you rank melons this week, John.
Power surge melons.
It's a joke, but I actually think we could. Wayne, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Once a year, we'd always canoe on the Asabo River in Grayling, and our relatives were always in charge of the sandwiches. So get back from a long day canoeing, you're ready for like a salami sandwich. You know what they made, and I can't stand it anymore. I can't look at tuna fish. They used to make tuna fish applesauce sandwiches and peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwiches.
Ooh.
So I dread those two.
You need better friends.
Yeah.
Peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwiches and tuna fish sandwiches?
With applesauce, though, he said. Tuna and applesauce.
With applesauce, yeah.
Oh, time to bring your own.
Hey, you should try it once, John.
No, thank you. I'm not. I like tuna, but not in that
like form,
like a tuna salad.
Yeah.
No, I like tuna where it's just seared and it's kind of almost. Well, it is raw.
You don't want it in paste.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Okay, how about this person? Any cheese that's not melted, they can't do it. They don't like cold cheese.
So they would eat mac and cheese or pizza
or queso,
but
not queso
like,
makes the
cheese
world.
but not cheese and crackers. They wouldn't do cheese and crackers.
No, but they would do chips and queso.
Sure.
Yeah. I can't do Jell-O. The texture makes me gag every time. Bowling team pressured me into a Jell-O shot once. It was the last time they did it.
I don't mind Jell-O.
Me neither.
Got to swish it
I
around a
remember
little
the last
bit.
time I had Jell-O.
It's been a while.
Whoever invented meatloaf is despicable. I can't do it.
Oh,
Okay, would you put ketchup on meatloaf?
No. I actually, when Lisa makes a great meatloaf or a turkey meatloaf, and she'll make half of it with ketchup on it and the other half without because I won't eat it
Growing
with ketchup
up,
on it. Yeah.
You'd put ketchup on meatloaf.
Oh, sure. People smother
Yeah.
it with ketchup. I don't prefer, I would prefer it.
Without.
Do you like it cooked on though?
No.
No, it's got to be
No,
cold ketchup.
yeah. I mean, she will literally make an entire pan of meatloaf, and half of it will not have any of the sauce that she puts on top.
Watermelon is dog bleep. I hate it. The whole world loves it. It's disgusting. How do you hate watermelon?
I love watermelon.
I don't like it.
You don't?
What?
But there's a reason. I got sick on it as a kid, and there's just a mental block.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was ugly.
I was off of pancakes for a while because I ate like 4 stacks of pancakes as a kid and got sick, and then I wouldn't eat pancakes for years. I'm back on the pancake wagon.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Glad to have you back.
But here, this is probably a bad take for some. I don't put maple syrup on my pancakes.
So
Do you use it at all? Will you dip them in syrup?
No. Butter.
Okay.
Butter, that's my syrup.
I'm light on the syrup, but I like butter and syrup on the
Yeah.
pancakes.
No, I'm just put enough butter on there so it's soaked in.
Yeah.
Now, will you do the more dessert-like pancakes, like a chocolate chip pancake, or do like a cinnamon roll pancake at some of these places?
Every once in a while. But no, my hack is I'll put clumps of cream cheese in the pancake, and then as I stack them up, I'll put a little bit of the spreadable cream cheese in between. Yeah.
Not your first rodeo.
No. This is a fat guy's take. I understand that.
Girl I dated, her whole family ate eggs with ranch.
That's different.
That's awful.
Never tried that.
Eggs with ranch? I'll put some goat cheese on my eggs. Sprinkle that on there.
And we had one guy say that he will do pizza with black and green olives.
Oh.
But he gets it with a Cajun sesame crust, and it ties it all together.
Hey,
There
again,
you go.
yeah, you do you.
Bad food takes. All right, we had some fun with this. We'll get to Ward Manuel. This could be it for him. We'll do it next. Tarek Skubal, no appetite to be traded. Maybe you don't have an appetite after hearing about some of these food combinations. But we are into deadline watch, and Skubal has some stuff to say. It's 97.1.
Think about all the businesses that keep Detroit moving. You got retail stores, restaurants, warehouses, offices, and job sites. They can't afford break-ins. They can't afford fire damage, and they certainly can't afford downtime. That's where Guardian Alarm comes in. You got security cameras, fire protection, access control, live, local monitoring, backed by real people 24/7. Guardian Alarm has been protecting Michigan businesses since 1930. If you run a business and you want real protection, not guesswork, call Guardian Alarm. You can give them a call at 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
Broke the game open. Prior to that, the only run the Phillies had was a single that scored a runner from second, kind of a lousy throw from Riley Green. But it was a low-scoring pitcher's duel. Skubal gave up an infield single to start the sixth, the 10-pitch battle with Bryce Harper. He's out of the game. Wasn't happy about it. Then Montero had trouble in that sixth inning. And the Tigers dropped the series with the Phillies. Skubal and the deadline, the latest from him. We'll get to that at 9:35. Ward Manuel, this could be it for him. His job is in jeopardy as internal investigations will be finalized this week, and a meeting with the Board of Regents is scheduled for Thursday. Sure feels like it's going to be the end.
I mean, there's been enough smoke. And hopefully we'll find out what the investigation came up with.
Yeah, now this is in regards to the most recent issue under his leadership, the Sharon Moore inappropriate relationship with a staffer. We all know about the butter knife and how things went. But this was going on for a while. How did he not know? How was the department not more aware? This investigation has cost reportedly $11.5 million. It's very expensive. And the sign stealing cost the university $30 million. And I get it, Michigan's loaded, but you don't like writing checks for tens of millions of dollars because your athletic director doesn't have control of the program. And this is just football, but we could talk about whiffing on Juwan Howard, the Mel Pearson toxic hockey situation. I'll leave stuff out, but I'm going to run through some of this. There's Matt Weiss. There's Shemi Schembechler being hired and then fired 3 days later because they didn't vet him for some awful social media posts. There's Jeff Jackson, Xavier Simpson in the car. You can try to explain away one or two, but when it happens over a period of time, this is your athletic department and you're in a leadership role, you're not going to be allowed to keep your job forever, even with the national titles that we saw in football and basketball. Lost in this, they did have incredible success, but if you are going to have some level of integrity, some kind of principled stand at Michigan, you can't have this behavior taking place.
Well, and I think a lot of Michigan fans, a lot of Michigan alumni are just exhausted.
Sure.
Just tired of always having to answer the questions, especially for those of us that are tasked with talking about it. You're just exhausted with, we want to talk about the successes on the fields. We want to talk about, even if it's not success, we want to talk about what's going on the field of play, whether it's the hardwood, it's the ice, it's those are the things that we want to talk about instead of all of the other things that are going on in an athletic department.
And it kind of feels like the timing sets up for them, right? So they have a new football coach. Dusty is gone. You've stabilized in the interim and actually made it official. Boynton's going to be the head coach without the tag, and they kept the roster intact. Things have settled down a little bit now with some coaches in place.
Oh, but the timing still isn't great because in another couple of weeks, you're going to start football season.
Right.
And now all of a sudden you've got to answer these questions about what is going on and who knows what happens on Thursday.
Oh, you're saying if they need to hire an AD, that's hanging over the head ahead of football season.
Right.
Yeah. But they could say, hey, this was the head of the snake. It's a clean break at this point. We're just moving forward. And I don't know. I mean, some people think he's already out. I mean, maybe a buyout is part of this, and Thursday is when this ultimately reaches its conclusion. Maybe that, because paying $11 million, maybe they needed to get something concrete to then leverage, because he's got a contract through 2030. So I don't know if part of the investigation is creating that leverage to then say, hey.
Yeah, and I believe it's only a year and a half into the new deal.
Right. Hey, Michigan fans, we can make room for you on the phones, 248-539-9797. But I don't think there's a lot of conflict here. I don't think there's a lot of people who are going to stump for Ward to keep his job. We certainly didn't get enough of that early in the show. But as we are wrapping up the final hour, just passing it along, that is the headline. Google Ward Manuel, this week's the big week. They're going to meet about his job. I don't think many Michigan fans are calling to stump for the guy, and even though he was here for a national title in football and a national title in basketball. I think that says a lot. That you got an AD who's seen those things happen, and yet most people are like, yeah, dude, enough. We're ready to move on. 248-539-9797. Oh boy, I already got text coming in on Scooble. We'll get to that at 9:35.
I know there's so many different ways to look at the Scooble situation. There's so many different wrinkles, and the one that we haven't even talked about, we'll get into at 9:35 is, what does this even look like next year?
Right.
Because if you're not going to have baseball or you're going to have an abbreviated season, does that affect how you feel about whether you keep or trade Scooble now?
While you were gone last week, he came out and said, I don't want this team to sell. I want us to add. And now we have even more to add to the story. We'll get to that. But first, Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Good morning. This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. Well, the soccer community is mourning one of their own, South Africa international midfielder Jaden Adams, who was featured in all three of his sides group stage games at the World Cup, has passed away, 25 years old. So sad. So South Africa's Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture said in a statement that it is with profound shock and a heavy heart that I have learned of the passing of Jaden Adams. Went on to say that South African football has lost one of the brightest young talents, and our nation mourns alongside his family, his teammates, and the millions of supporters. No cause of death has been given.
Okay.
Yeah. The Gordie Howe International Bridge is going to officially open on, I think, July 27th.
Emphasis on I think. We've been here before.
We've been here before. We had the whole, opening date, the ribbon cutting ceremony that was just then canceled. But it has been announced that it should open at the end of July 27th. So
2 weeks.
Woohoo. Yeah, just a short period away. Mm-hmm. Speaking of bridges, this is unfortunate. The body of an individual who is believed to have jumped off the Mackinac Bridge has been recovered after more than a day of searching. So apparently last Thursday, would have been July 9th, police said search and rescue efforts were launched after they were alerted that there was this abandoned vehicle on the bridge right around 12:35 a.m. After reviewing security video, it showed that a person left the vehicle, jumped off the bridge. The following evening, the body of that individual was recovered. You guys get ready for another heat wave. Temperatures are predicted to surge to higher than 100 degrees in parts of Michigan this week. And forecasters are saying and warning that temperatures and humidity could combine to create dangerously hot conditions. So be careful if you're outside for extended periods of time. It's the same thing we talked about a few weeks ago. And they say this dome of midsummer heat will form over the Great Lakes starting today, and it will drive temperatures into the mid to high 90s across Metro Detroit. And then Tuesday should hit 100 degrees. It should feel, John, actually warmer than that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How warm is it going to feel?
Well, at least like 104, but maybe more, depending on the area you're in. And then it's going to stay this way for
because of the heat dome.
The heat domes, yeah. So be prepared. They say temperatures in Midland are expected to hit, some say 103 or higher, could break records.
Nature could have avoided this problem if they built a heat retractable roof.
Yes. By the way, we're out on Wednesday. Great time to be out when it's going to be 90 plus degrees.
Yes, we will be down at
Corner
Ballpark.
Hopefully, those kids have a lot of water.
Yes.
And hopefully there's good AC in the press box.
Yeah, hopefully.
I don't know if there was. Maybe we need to bring a fan.
I don't know about that. We'll see. There was a terrifying moment captured on camera at Yellowstone. If you haven't seen the video, you can check it out because it sounds like this grandpa is going to be okay. I did see a follow-up. Apparently, he was in good spirits after he was just... What do you want to say? How do you say that he was just
flipped
flipped by a bison that charged at him. He broke several bones, but it sounds like he was like cracking jokes the whole time while he was waiting for the ambulance. He's going to be okay, but it was captured on film. This bison just charges at him and his grandson. They take off running, right? And Grandpa tries to hide in some trees and then basically plays like Ring Around the Rosie with this bison, and then the bison gets the best of him, tosses him in the air like a rag doll, flies about 8 feet in the air, and then just slams onto the ground. And for a period of time there, we didn't really know his condition, but it sounds like several broken bones, but is gonna be okay.
He got some hang time.
He did. It was
wild.
I started watching it, and I'm like, okay, well, let's see what this is about. And then when I realized how close this was, I was like, I don't know if I want to see it. Like, was he going to be gored by this? But like, I didn't know what I was about to see.
That would
right?
be the running of the bulls.
So I was like, do I finish watching this video? And I did.
The way he was hit and how high he went up in the air, it made me think, is this a real video? Like, am I watching AI?
Yeah.
Because that's how crazy it looked.
Yeah.
I believe Monday Night Countdown called this segment Jacked Up.
Let's talk about the color analyst for the Atlanta Braves. CJ Nikowski, going viral, sparked some controversy, some backlash online following this awkward comment that he made about outfielder Eli White. Now, Eli White just had a baby, came back after paternity leave. So Nikowski was kind of, congratulating him, and then had this to say.
Yeah, not a great choice of words, but more DeCourcy's.
Sure.
More Jansen's, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Well,
John.
Eventually with grandkids.
Okay. Breaking some
believe
news
Lisa and I are
this
done.
morning. Okay.
Yes.
That's Heather with the news. Thought we're getting some more news.
More opportunity.
Wow.
Yeah, sure. Who ends up with more kids, you or Jeremy Otto?
Well, I've got the lead.
I still want to see the your team versus his team.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, it'd be a beatdown.
Jansen's versus Otto's.
Oh, yeah.
He's got to get a couple more kids in the mix.
Well, and I believe even if
hoops.
they were of the same age, I think it would still be a Jansen beatdown because we've got Jeremy's short. I've never met his wife, but
maybe she's an Amazon.
We got 6'2", 6'1", and I'm just talking about the girls. Come on, let's go.
He's saying you got weak genetics, Otto. All right, we'll get to Scooble next, 97.1. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa. We got Jansen back. Heather's back. Gov and Greg behind the glass. Gang's
good to be
back
back
together. Yeah, glad to have you back.
I always like my routine, and I love talking our sports. And I was tuned in on this vacation, not the fishing one, but this one. I was tuned into what was going on, and I did hear that Verlander announced that after the season he's going to retire. I hope we get a chance to see him one or two more or more as many times as possible.
Just give us one, at least one.
But the Skubal conversation is something that is going on from coast to coast. Even when I was out west and I was in LA for a little bit, tuned into sports talk radio, and it's not a major topic out there, especially for the Dodgers. Their rotation is better than it has been, but it does come up. Hey, keep an eye on Tarik Skubal. Could help us out.
Or it could be the piece that someone adds to try to topple the Dodgers.
Right.
He's a huge domino going into the deadline. And Tarik Skubal had said last week, I hope our winning of late shows management not to sell, but to add. And then over the weekend, USA Today, Bob Nightingale, Skubal has informed friends he badly wants to stay in Detroit for the rest of the season, believing they have a legitimate shot at the World Series. He has zero appetite to be traded. It just rings hollow without an extension. If there's no extension, they have to do what's right for the club. The only reason this is a discussion is because you're a pending free agent and you and your side haven't been willing to negotiate. Now, I don't believe the Tigers have put a credible offer on the table either, but because this is the lay of the land, because your team's not a World Series team, this is a discussion, whether you have an appetite for it or not. He badly wants to stay for the rest of the season. Well, that's the problem, that it's only the rest of the season. They're 8 games below 500. They're probably going to be below 500 at the trade deadline. They're going to spend like 90 to 100 days with a losing record this season. What do you think they should do? It doesn't take a rocket scientist, and it doesn't matter what Tarik Skubal thinks. He's a pending free agent who isn't here long term.
It's hard to reconcile when he says, I want to be here for the rest of the season. I want to win a World Series here. Yet we all know, whether he has said the exact words, I'm going to the highest bidder, which will not be Detroit when the season's over.
Right. It's one thing if Detroit was 15 games over 500 and looked like the best of the best in the American League. All right, I'm willing to let it burn. Get burned, but try to chase a World Series. I think this weekend is a bit of a look ahead. This isn't beating up on a battered Yankees roster or a battered A's team. This was the Phillies throwing their best arms. And Detroit on Saturday had hits but couldn't drive them in. And on Sunday only had 2 hits. That was eerily reminiscent of what this team does in the postseason. If you wanted an idea of how do we actually stack up, that's my concern, John, is they keep them thinking they can chase down a World Series only to see more of the same in the postseason. That it's Torkelson in a big spot, right? That it's, damn, these platoon switches aren't working for us. Our group of utility players in the back half of the lineup, the Veerlings and McKinstries of the world, aren't going to get us over the hump. That it's more of the same. So if that's who you are as a ball club, the good and the bad, the topsy-turvy, you're not a World Series team, and the right thing to do is to trade Skubal, especially, by the way, on the heels of a start where he doesn't even go 6 innings.
Yeah. There's so much going on because I think that they should trade Tarik Skubal. Even if they're right there, a game or two below 500, they keep this, say, 9 out of 12 wins, in the last 12 games. They keep that streak going when they come back from the All-Star break. They should still sell him because they can get a return. And not saying they go by, but this starting rotation is still good without him. Now, it's better with Tarik Skubal, but if you have Framber Valdez, who it looks like he's returned to the guy that they originally signed.
Coming off his best start as a Tiger.
And you've got Melton, you've got Mize, you've got Jackson Jobe coming back at some point.
Montero
has been maybe the most consistent throughout the course of the year. He's been healthy and consistent.
Yeah. And I don't think you said Flaherty, although the last couple starts from him have been better.
Yeah. I didn't. I left him off on purpose. But
my point, though, is you have 5 to 6 other arms without Tarik Skubal that you could still have a good rotation, and maybe it is like 2024, where you sell because it's the right thing to do, and maybe you find your way in anyway. But you're not a World Series team, so I'm not going to bemoan, they could have done more at that point. They just haven't had a good enough season to justify it. And I'm not sure that changes in another week or two.
No, because, I'm not going to sit there and say, well, this series is the one that buried them, because it is a long season, and they are, just because they lost 2 of 3 to Philly, I didn't put as much stock in it. Yeah, was it a pivotal game yesterday? Sure. But I'm not putting as much stock in it as maybe you and Tom are. But you are what your record says you are. Yeah. We famously heard that. They're a below 500 team. You have to be, at minimum, 500 to even make the postseason. Because this isn't going to be a shortened season in any way, shape, or form.
Nope. I just think another thing happening around it, too, is Boston's coming together. They've won 9 in a row. They're only 2 under 500. They're half back of the wild card. They were down there with the Tigers.
Yeah, they've leaped up.
And I think they might be for real, considering their people had them winning the World Series in the preseason.
They were a very good team on paper coming to the year, like the Tigers. But yeah, I think the point of being in this group, we'll get the pushback. They're only 3.5 out of the wild card. Yeah, well, how many teams are between them and the final wild card spot? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
But there's
and
also
all it takes is 1 or 2 of those teams to buy or get hot or find their mojo. The Tigers have been running unreasonably hot. They were on a 100-win pace going into from June to the start of the Philly series.
Right.
They're on a 100-win pace. They're gonna cool a little bit, right?
Whether it's in July or it's in August or September.
Yes.
Yes. And so you're looking at the teams that heated up. Well, the Boston Red Sox, they're on a 9-game heater. They're 9-1 in their last 10. And you think, okay, well, hey, the Tigers are 7-3 in their last 10, 9-3 in their last 12. Mm-hmm. Well, so is Baltimore. Baltimore 7-3 in their last 10, and they're a team that's ahead of them. Now, some of those teams,
the Twins, by the way, 7-3 in the last 10.
Right, but I think we kind of all believe the Twins will fade a little bit.
But they could easily say the same about us.
But I also don't know, they were big sellers at the deadline last year. Yeah. Do they still have enough pieces to sell? Some of those teams will sell.
Yeah, Buxton is going to be a name to watch for them. You're right. 1 or 2 could sell and bow out of this.
But the other ones aren't. They're still there.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Steve in Detroit, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to say, listening to this show and trying to rationalize not having Skubal on the team or having to be able to trade him sounds ridiculous to me, because we're on the upswing. We're getting ready to make a run for the playoffs. You got Skubal once in a 3-game series, twice in a 5-game series, and then that's two wins automatically. I don't understand how we can try and rationalize the other arms on this team as if we
Steve,
also don't need the best pitcher on the planet.
They're not automatic wins. If they were, yesterday would have been a win.
Right.
Well, they're as close to automatic wins as you can get in this league, and I would just say trying to rationalize it that Valdez and other guys can get there is ridiculous.
But what's your rationale when you say the Tigers are getting back into it? What if I tell you, as we just did, that the Orioles, Red Sox, and Twins are all not in the playoffs and have been just as hot or hotter than the Tigers and are ahead of the Tigers in the standings? I know it's been nice to see this team claw back into it. They're still not in it, and there are other teams playing as hot or hotter than them. So what is the assurance that I'm in the playoffs with Tarik Skubal as we stand today?
Well, it's not even about making it this year specifically, which I'm confident that we will. But this team
based
is
on what?
Poised to make a 3 to 5 year run in a weak division in a weak league. And when you look at our farm system, when you look at our young team having Skubal as the anchor and as the linchpin of our pitching staff,
Steve,
is key to this entire team's success.
You're talking about a 3 to 5 year window to really take some runs.
Skubal won't be here for that.
I was just going to say, he's not anchoring any of that.
Well, he is if we sign him to a contract.
What planet are you living on, Steve? Do you think they're keeping him long term?
I hope that they do.
I didn't ask if you hoped.
I think that they will in the long run.
Okay. Well, that'll be the first call we take on it today, and it might be the only call we take of someone
who thinks they're going to re-sign Tarik Skubal.
So that changes your thought process. If you got inside scoop, if you know more than I do or we do, but it doesn't sound that way. when he talks about him anchoring, it's this year's the last year of his contract. And if you believe, hey, the Tigers are going to have a few more cracks at this with this nucleus, all the more reason to
add to it.
Yeah.
Add some prospects. Now, okay, just because you trade them, and obviously we'll go back to the Verlander trade, doesn't mean that you're going to have anything in return that is measurable. Franklin Perez, nothing.
His arm was made
and
of
he was
balsa
the
wood.
number 3 prospect in the Astros organization.
Yeah.
You got Jake Rogers, but I don't think anybody's lighting their hair on fire to say, oh, Jake Rogers was a great return.
We got Daz Cameron.
And player to be named later, Juan Ramirez.
Great. Noted. But I just want to get out in front of this because I'm sure there will be callers, texters. Hell, I don't know. Maybe a host will bring it up. What are we going to get for him? We're not going to get very much. I think even Rieger was saying on my drive home from the ballpark yesterday, but is his value going down with some of these shorter starts? Let's not let Scott Harris off the hook. You have a premier pitching target, a guy who could transform someone else's postseason luck, who is a more solidified playoff team. I look at Milwaukee, and I really think, how many years are they going to bump along at 90 to 95 wins and bow out in the postseason before they take a swing? And if it's not them, it could be somebody else. But you need to have the conviction and work the market and get something for Skubal, more than you would from a comp pick. The idea of, well, we can't get anything, we just got to keep him, that's crazy to me. Anyway, I know we got calls to get to. Feedback as we round out the hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, let me tell you, you should listen up because I want to tell you all about the Ram trucks, and it should be right there at the top of your list. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer right now are phenomenal. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks. Is why I chose a Ram and got mine at the end of June. For power, there's really no comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And if you like the Hurricane engine, which I do, you got 2 choices. 420 horsepower Hurricane engine, that's the one I chose, and the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Trust me, when you pull off the lot, you're not going to be happy with it. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, all you have to do is go sit in a Ram and you'll feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. When you do, tell them I sent you.
Knock out some phone calls, get to the midday show. Tarek Skubal says zero appetite to be dealt. Well, it's not your call, bud. You don't get to dictate what they do at the deadline. If you sign an extension, it's a different story, right?
Yes.
Let's get to the phones. Tony, you're on 97.1.
Good morning.
Tony, how you feeling?
Yes, I'm feeling great. My point being that if you trade Skubal, you're not going to get back a 400 on-base percentage guy. And that 400 on-base percentage guy is about ready to rejoin the Tigers.
Torres?
Without trading anybody. Yeah, you bet.
Has Torres ever had a 400 on-base season?
Yeah, he's got one right now.
Yeah, he's just a tick shy this year in 43 games. Yeah. But his career high prior is 350. It would stand to reason he's probably coming down a little bit. No, I don't want to discount Torres. Torres is a nice player that they could use down the stretch. But how does that have anything to do with Tarek Skubal?
Well, because Tarek Skubal is right. You can make a run this year. You don't have to bust the team up. And for the one caller that said keep Skubal, let me be the second caller to say that. Keep Skubal.
You think he's willing to sign here?
It doesn't matter.
Well, no, that's kind of important. He'd have to agree to sign here.
No, he wouldn't.
Yes, at the end of the year, if he doesn't, he leaves.
Yeah, but he's saying keep him and lose him for nothing.
Keep him and lose him for nothing. Keep him and go for a World Series this year. It happens so seldom around here, a chance to do it. This year, you have a chance to do it.
I guess that's where we disagree.
Well, that's fine. You're wrong.
No, you're wrong, Tony.
Thank you, Tony. You said it so succinctly. I appreciate that.
Not going to argue, just I'm wrong. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll argue, Tony, in regards to can they make the postseason? Yes.
Sure.
Does that mean they're going to go any further than they have the last 2 years? Or does it even mean that they might be punched out in the wild card and not make it as far as they did the last 2 years?
Yeah. First of all, I'm not willing to concede that they are just a playoff team. Again, we've highlighted this. There are teams ahead of them who are hotter in the wild card who are not in. So it's an if they make the playoffs. Everyone's assuming they're in the world where you keep Skubal. That is not a given. And if you do, how are they tangibly better offensively? We just saw what happened against good pitching this weekend.
And in the absence of Tarek Skubal, that's not the reason why they had such a bad May. The reason they had a bad May was they gifted some of those wins to other teams by middle against the Orioles in the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs and 2 strikes.
Yep.
That one is going to irk me until I don't know. But it's also the bats went absolutely silent. And if they had Skubal, I don't know that they'd have any more wins in the month of May.
Let's be clear. The bats went silent with McGonigal on the team, and it wasn't his fault.
Right.
But the idea that McGonigal's here, therefore things will be different in the postseason. We still got Torkelson, right? He's still going to come up in big spots in the postseason, right? I mean, we've done this the last 2 years in the postseason. This guy's confident they're challenging for a World Series.
Yeah.
Not you, Gator. I know you just walked in. The caller we just took.
Yeah. Well, you pointed at him.
I know. I didn't.
So offensive.
That was more like a thumb, like a hitchhike
Yeah,
thing.
like
Like this guy over here is
So if it's the thumb, it's okay.
Thumb's
but not,
okay. Yeah. I mean, unless it's following this guy.
This guy.
But that's different. But
Okay.
As I did it, I noticed him out of the corner of my eye, and I go, no, he's going to think I'm
no.
taking shots
fine.
at him.
No, you're in good shape. It's the finger pointing straight at you.
Okay.
That's sorry, John.
No, I get it. I get it.
That's rude.
Yeah.
That's just flat out rude.
We got Gator. We got Mark Ryan still.
We certainly do. And the all-time worst food takes. It's amazing. They're called olives, as in I'll live. I die every time I eat them.
Yeah. Well, I don't even partake. So
Got to be very sporadic with only a black olive and only on a few items that are tolerable. Otherwise,
They hide them underneath stuff, though. It's very insidious what they do with the olives.
Oh,
They're
sure. They hide them under the
underneath leaf.
pepperoni
They're
or under the
underneath the
cheese.
cheese.
right.
Yeah.
Like a green olive is disgusting to me, and I think the only purpose in life for the green olive is to distract you from how bad a martini is.
Awful.
I think that's it.
So let me ask you this. Obviously, you heard part of that segment, if not all of it. What was the worst food take you heard?
Oh my gosh, the worst food take I heard was no dressing on a salad.
Thank you.
Who did
I
that?
Agree.
Who did that?
Who?
Oh my gosh, who was that?
Can't point at him.
No dressing.
No dressing on a salad.
Dry
Yeah.
That's the only valid reason to eat a
I
salad.
don't need the acidic, wet. No.
What, no ranch?
No.
No Thousand
No,
Island?
he doesn't even like ranch at all.
There's
And he
something
calls
wrong.
himself a Michigander.
I don't understand it. I mean, the worst take is the whole genesis of the
cheese.
topic is Chappie's no cheese. I mean, John,
I
Come
love
on.
cheese.
and then I heard somebody call into the show, or was it texting in and saying they only eat melted cheese? They won't
Right.
eat.
Yes.
Like I had like half a hunk of Longhorn yesterday watching TV.
Oh, yeah.
I once spent $100 on a block of cheese, Napa
Yeah.
Valley. $100.
Wow. I guess
Can't hide
wish
money,
I guess you can.
Is that a cheesemonger that sold it to you?
Yeah. I mean, trust me, I do think melted cheese is better because it actually makes vegetables edible.
No, I
Put a
understand
little
that
cheese
part.
sauce on
Sure,
there.
sure.
But I love to sit down with a block of Parmesan, a block of cheddar, a block of some blue cheese. I'll eat it all.
Hey, by the way, stat to ponder here. Tigers 8-12 since last September in Scooble starts. Interesting. 97-1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. All eyes are on the Michigan Athletics program this week as the university's Board of Regents is set to meet this Thursday to reportedly decide the fate of Athletic Director Ward Manuel. The board set to review the Jenner and Block internal investigation that began after Manuel fired football coach Sharon Moore. One of the questions is how much knowledge the department had of Moore's relationship with his mistress before Moore's firing. CBS reporting Manuel is contemplating retirement. Others are saying he'll accept a buyout to a deal that doesn't end until 2030. The Pistons continue Summer League with a matchup against the Knicks at 4. Ex-Pistons head coach and front office member Dwayne Casey joined NBA Network Radio and spoke about Jalen Duren yesterday. The Tigers off until Friday for the All-Star break. Manager A.J. Hinch said yesterday that all the injured players, with the exception of Justin Verlander, will head to Lakeland to keep working out. The draftees will also head down to Florida for their camp. Detroit City FC has received the largest investment in the club's history from former CEO of Rocket Companies, Jay Farner. The undisclosed amount is set to help in the construction of the team's new Southwest Detroit Stadium. The MLB Home Run Derby tonight in Philly at 8. MLB's leader in homers this season with 32, Kyle Schwarber, was announced as a participant late last week. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Welcome once again to the Karsch and Anderson program. I have word that Doug will be back tomorrow. So Mark Ryan is with us again today. Doug has really been upset about
He's licking his wounds
about that title changing hands in All Elite Wrestling last week. He is so pissed that he is not only taking a weekend. We predicted this, right? This was nothing new. We
He
said
had a
Friday,
6-day grieving process.
He's likely not to come in on Monday because he wants to avoid Champ and Chump and doesn't want to hear all the Chump votes for his hero MJF. I think that's clearly what it is. And so he'll be back tomorrow. He says it, but we'll find out. But instead, we've had a lot of fun with Mark Ryan for the last few days. So we'll continue that today. You asked me something during the break, and I feel like we have to address it because we probably won't address it later on in the show. And that is, will I be watching the Home Run Derby tonight? And every year I tell myself, no, I'm not going to watch it. Why? I'm tired of it. It's gotten old. They change the rules every other year, it seems like, and they keep trying to find a way for it to be relevant or more exciting. You know, for years I didn't want to watch because I got so tired of hearing Chris Berman and the back. You know, and at least he's not necessarily part of it anymore. Or at least, God, please don't bring him in for like a special at bat from somebody. And I don't want to hear it.
Not a Berman guy.
Berman was awesome.
Bermanisms.
Chris Berman was one of the best ever.
What was your all-time favorite Bermanism?
Oh, I don't know.
Jeff See-Through Blouser.
I mean, that's good. Ode Be Young Again. McDowell. Was that
Bert
it?
Be Home Bly Levin.
Yeah. I mean, there were some good ones, to be sure. But I got tired of them after a while, and it's fine. It is what it is, but it's part of the home run derby, and then it's like I get upset with the camera work sometimes. There are a lot of things I get upset with, and yet the one thing that keeps bringing me back, there's only one thing that brings me back. It's not to see if this guy, how many they're going to hit. It's how far do they go. Now that they have the technology to give you the approximate distance, which I think sometimes is just total BS, but other times it's like, okay, I could buy that. When you see, it's the stadiums that they go to. The fact that it's a different stadium every year, everybody has different dimensions, and there are different parts of ballparks that you want to see where it goes. And, I don't know enough about Phillies ballpark to see where I want to see it go, but we just saw some games against the Phillies with the Tigers, not this weekend, but recently they were in Philadelphia, and I kind of want to see the ball travel. I want to see the 500-foot home runs, and you get them. You get the 500-foot home runs typically. So that's why I tune in.
God bless you. I have no interest. Every year, the day after the home run derby, I feel like I'm exposed on the air because I didn't watch it at all. But the reality is hook, line, and sinker, I have to tune in for a very terrifying but morbid reason. The dumbest thing we do in sports is put those kids out there with 200-mile-an-hour velocity balls flying at them. I need to make sure a kid doesn't get decapitated out there. And somehow I feel like by watching it, that won't happen.
Yeah, I agree with you. The kids have no business. The little kids have no business being out there.
It's terrifying.
Someone's going to get killed. And was it Kang? Was it a couple years ago we were doing the home run derby and some kid absolutely got clocked in the head trying to field one?
Yeah, you were dying laughing.
I was not.
Oh, you were laughing. Oh, that's what we're doing.
I probably wasn't laughing
By the way,
out loud.
the home run derby's on Netflix.
Oh, gosh. That's another problem
So
for many
as soon
people.
as the home run derby is over, they're going to ask you if you want to watch next year's home run derby right away within 10 seconds.
That's right. Don't worry, there'll be another season. Don't worry. We'll be back.
Interesting. So here there are new rules this year. So just so we understand, maybe this makes it more tolerable for people that have given up on it, or maybe this makes it a reason for you to say, "Oh, it's on Netflix. I can't miss." In the first round, all 8 participants get 20 swings. Whether you hit home runs or you don't, you get 20
So
swings.
you get to select your pitches.
Yeah, but and when you're not, it's not like you have the opportunity to hit 40 home runs in the first round. That's it. The best you can do is 20. The top 4 move on and are seeded based on their home run totals. In the second round, the top 4 hitters square off in a bracket, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3, with each batter allotted 15 swings. In the finals, you get the final 2 batters. They get 15 swings each to determine the winner. They've got a hot streak rule. If a player hits a home run on their final swing of any round, they do not get eliminated right away. They can keep swinging until they fail to hit a home run.
Love it.
So it behooves you to hit one on. It's like the 10th frame in bowling.
This
If
is a
you
good
roll
change.
strike,
You know why?
Keep going.
How many times in this have we seen like the final round falls flat? And the reason is the players are exhausted.
Oh, they're exhausted
by that.
flat out. Yeah, this one, I don't. It doesn't sound like they're going to be exhausted. Although I can't imagine it's going to be cool out there tonight. So those are the new rules. Tiebreakers, ties in the first round are broken by the longest home run distance. Later rounds use a 3-swing off until a winner is decided. That's kind of cool. So there you have it.
What would the fence distance be, Gator, that you could clear?
Now?
Kang, what fence distance could you clear in hitting a home run?
Right now?
At least 2 feet, 2 feet deep? Yes?
All right, so...
Dude, I don't want to, we'll get to it later, but I don't want to look like Conor McGregor out there, right?
Yeah,
One swing and
yeah.
I'm like, done, dude.
I haven't swung a baseball bat,
Well,
like a
that's your
baseball bat.
softball game,
But that's
right? Was
not.
it 2
That's
years
a
ago?
softball bat. That's different.
Well, I think it's close enough.
I mean, okay. I'm just trying to 300 feet.
Oh, you're giving yourself some credit because the corners are only like 315, 320, 330.
Yeah, but you have to be a dead pull hitter and know that that's where you're going to go. That's the way to do it.
Buy or sell, Gator could hit a home run out of a 300-foot park. I'm going for myself. Carry the 1, drop the 2, multiply by 3, 160 feet.
That's it?
Yeah.
I think Ken can go past that. Ken, you got a well over 200 in you.
Listen, I don't want to be that guy, right?
Here we go.
We all
Let's
that
go.
guy who
Let's
thinks
go.
that I think I could look okay. I mean, you've seen me hit a softball. And I know it's not the same thing as a baseball, but we're talking like BP, right?
Yeah.
Basically, is this off the tee?
Somebody's grooving it. No, they're
all right.
grooving it to you. 40 miles
I
an
can
hour.
clear 200 feet. I feel confident.
We have confirmed I have the worst confidence of anyone in this room.
Now, the reason that is that bragging to hit? I think I can go 300. I don't know if it is or isn't. I will tell you that I participated in a home run derby at Comerica Park, albeit it was a minute ago. It was back in the early 2000s before they moved the fences in left field. So before the bullpen was there, the back fence that you see behind the bullpen at Comerica Park, that's the original fence. So in the power alley there, it was ridiculous. It was 380 feet that jutted out to 395 feet where they used to have a Bud Light sign out there. It was 395 to that, and then it still went further when you went towards center field. It was insane how far it was. At this derby, I didn't hit any home runs, but I hit 2 balls to the warning track that bounced and then hit the Bud Light
That
sign.
would have been out now.
Easily would have been
Cleared
out
it out now.
Yeah.
You would have gotten everyone a free pizza in the glove.
I would have. However, that was a minute ago. We're talking 23 years ago or something like that. I was much younger and much more agile.
Well, this will show you like my claim to athletic fame. I used to be able to dunk a tennis ball.
Let me just put a bow on it. So for me, the balls that I hit were probably 375 feet. I'm dropping it by 75
You're doing
feet
the
to
age
get myself
inflation.
down to, just so you know. Ken Cal, by the way, the voice of the Red Wings, pumped 2 or 3 home runs. He was left-handed hitter over the wall and right field.
Wow.
Yeah. It was,
Somehow I'm not
it was
surprised.
great to watch that. Cal's the best.
Somehow not surprised at all. My claim to fame used to be I could dunk a tennis ball. Okay, that's how pathetic I am. And when I could no longer touch a rim, I was convinced that it wasn't me, that rim was higher.
Mm-hmm.
And boy, the somber face when I went to 3 different rims and I realized it wasn't the rim, it was me.
Yeah, it was always me. I never had, I don't have any ups. There's no vertical leap.
There's no alibi.
No, the best we did when I played football my senior year in high school, right before that, that's when we were doing 2-a-days, we had testing, almost like combine, if you will. And one of the things we did was vertical leap. We did like bench press, military press, dips, pull-ups, 40 time, and then your vertical leap. My vertical leap was like 26 inches. It was pathetic. It was awful. But it made up for in other areas. So I know that I can't jump. Kang, were you ever able to dunk like a volleyball or a tennis ball or
a tennis ball?
I did a tennis ball.
Yeah.
That claim to fame.
Yeah. I mean, I got decent hops for my height, especially.
Yeah.
I'm vertically challenged.
That's why,
as far as height's
I
concerned,
bet you could.
Yeah. I could definitely grab a rim, but then tennis ball is like the farthest the highest I could get.
Can you still?
Dude, I'm at the point, dude. You know how it's fun to just go up there and like touch net. That's where
It's
I am.
such a sad
Look at me.
realization.
Yeah, just swipe the net, the bottom of the
Such
net.
a sad realization when it's like, there's no medical reason why I can't, other than that, it's been a couple years since I tried and I can no longer do it.
There are things you try that you haven't done in forever and you just pick up something and try it again. You're like, oh no. Like the muscle memory's all gone. Like basketball for me, if I pick up a basketball now and try to take a shot, I will airball it 10 times out of 10. I'm like, there's no muscle memory anymore. And then you feel like I'm the biggest failure in the world. How is it I cannot simply shoot a free throw? Well, why can't I knock this?
My eyes are
15-foot
taking
shot
in the
down?
rim.
Yeah.
I know I'm
Here we go.
16 feet away.
And no good.
Not even close.
Not even close. There's things like that that just suck. Anyway, there's a lot. I thought we'd ask about the Derby as we start the show, but there's a lot going on. We're trying to keep an eye on what's going to happen with the University of Michigan and their athletic director, Ward Manuel. A lot of reporting out there thinking that he's gone this week, whether it's a buyout or he gets flat out fired. The investigation into the athletic department is coming out this week. I don't know if they're going to make it public, but it's supposed to, their findings are supposed to come out this week. Dan Wetzel wrote about it for ESPN. All the local guys have it as well. It's an interesting development. We have questions about that. The Tarek Skubal situation, you heard some of that from the morning show. If you heard what he had to say, we'll restate what it was that he said. That I think, Mark, you have an excellent take on this, and I wish I had it, so I'm a little jealous of it. So I will piggyback off that.
Said no one ever.
So we will get to that. It's also Monday. Monday means Champ and Chump. We'll offer up our Champ and Chump coming
My
up.
first time to play. Can't wait.
10:35, we'll do the Champ and Chump, and we'll take your calls at 248-539-9797. Same number to text as well. You want to get in that way? Feel free. We'll do it next year, 97.1. Welcome back to the Karsch Anderson Show here at 97.1. Gator and Mark Ryan with you today. Doug will be back tomorrow, we hope. Kang is back from Las Vegas. Came back from the oven. Welcome back. You good?
It's like someone left the furnace on all day long.
All day long.
All day long. It's a dry heat, Gator.
It is a dry heat. I don't mind it.
You'll feel that.
I never fell for that nonsense. The dry heat nonsense.
It's total truth.
It's true. It's
100%
It's
true.
hot, but it's dry.
It's hot, but it's manageable. Even when it gets up to 115.
Yeah, you'll be there at 115.
2 weeks. Yeah.
Do you know I've not experienced anything here that meets any definition of hot I've ever used? And this is where it's like, oh, you're
because-
a Southern snob.
Yeah, that's it, because you grew up in the South where it's hot and humid down there to begin with. So
The temperature there is death.
Yeah, it's that's worse than Vegas. That stuff. I mean, if you got 100 degrees in Savannah, Georgia, or wherever, and it's you have 80% humidity to go with it.
Yeah,
that's brutal. That's nobody wants that. If it's 115 degrees in the desert, it's hot, but it's not like. It's different. It really is different with the humidity. Makes it worse because the sweating and everything else it's such a drain. Whereas the heat itself, in Vegas, you're walking on the strip and then you'll duck into a casino for 45 minutes or a couple hours or whatever it is, and it's 60 degrees in a casino. You're fine. You're only outside walking to your next building.
That's it. But
or you're sitting poolside.
Any of our Tigers fans in the audience, if you've been to Lakeland, Florida, where I went to high school, it's possible to be sweating this time of year less than 60 seconds after you walked outside because the water hits your face.
It's brutal. I 100% agree with that. Matt is on a cell. Matt, welcome 97.1. Hey, Matt.
Hey, what's up, man? Champ and Chump. Champ's going to be Valencia. Just come up 2 home runs, I believe.
Yep.
He's playing good so far. Let's see how it goes going forward. Chump, I'm going to chump Chapman for not liking cheese. Like, who doesn't like cheese, man? You don't like cheese?
I'm not
My wife doesn't like cheese. My wife doesn't like donuts, and we haven't divorced yet. Unbelievable. I don't know how it happens, Matt.
Matt, it makes no sense in the world. I mean, I freaking love cheese and maybe a little bit too much, but the no cheese take is an awful take.
Yeah, I know. And then, Mark, I talked to you yesterday, and you didn't like, you were bringing up the rules, new rules you want to see. I want Gator's opinion because you didn't like the new rule. My opinion was that in baseball, because umpires suck at their job and almost all, they make so bad calls, if an umpire makes a call and it's overturned and the umpire is discovered to be wrong, I feel like the batter should take a base. And not just for Detroit, for any team. Like, if the umpire's wrong, whoever's on the batting, go ahead and take the base. Because the umpires make such bad calls all the time.
Matt, you're going to be disappointed. I think that's a terrible take. I think that's awful. The punishment is that the call gets overturned and the umpire is humiliated in front of the 30,000 people at the stadium, and then it's going to go on the record because these are all logged and databased, and at some point in time, I have a feeling Major League Baseball is going to look at their data and recognize that one umpire is particularly bad and say, you probably need to go, which is, I think, is one of the reasons we're seeing a mass exodus of umpires after this season. Thank God, because some of these guys are awful, like C.B. Buckner and Laz Diaz. They're gone after the
Phillies,
game. Angel
Tigers
Hernandez is already gone, thank God.
Right. Phillies, Tigers, 9th inning, tie game, right? Bryce Harper challenges a call. Ump is wrong. Bryce Harper gets to take the base. Tie game, Tigers, 9th inning.
You know who doesn't want that, by the way? Bryce Harper doesn't want that. Bryce Harper wants the ball so he gets ahead in the count so he's got something better to hit.
Exactly. 100%. Take the. Sorry, Matt. Sorry, you're well-intentioned, man. That's just the worst idea I've ever heard.
Maybe not the worst idea I've ever heard, but it's not a great take, Matt. It's okay. Appreciate it. And you can have your opinion.
Yeah.
We have ours, and we can disagree and all that, but that's terrible.
You know what they say about opinions? They're like babies. Everyone loves their own.
That's right.
That's the clean version.
Yeah, for people who love babies. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Okay, so let's get to the Scooble stuff, okay? A little baseball feel for today. We got the Derby tonight, All-Star game tomorrow. Scooble literally pitched yesterday in the game, and people are not happy with what he had to say after the game, or what he said to Bob Nightingale, I guess. And to paraphrase with what he had to say with Bob Nightingale, he basically said he didn't want to be traded. that he wants to be here for the rest of the season because he thinks that this team can win a World Series. I have no problem with being confident in saying this team can win a World Series, but I'm not going to steal your thunder, Mark. I love your take on this of what you would take away from that statement.
Yeah, the 5 words, the rest of the season. I want to stick around here the rest of the season. That is such an insult because he knows what that means. And like, look, I think we should stay together as a couple until the end of the summer. What happens after the summer?
Well, I'm going to go find
what
somebody
must
else.
happen eventually should happen immediately. How the hell does he not understand that? Yeah, I'd like to be here. What an insult that is. What a total slap in the face. Are you more or less likely to trade Tarik Skubal after that gibberish? I'm more likely to trade him after that gibberish.
I was going to trade him regardless because that's just my opinion on this, because I don't think he's going to come here after the season. I don't think he wants to. I don't think his agent's going to allow him to re-sign here with the Tigers because his agent is going to get him a better deal somewhere else, and he'll take the money. And I'm convinced that that's going to be the case. So I'm trading him regardless of how good the Tigers are because I think that I want to get something for rather than lose him for nothing or lose him for a compensatory pick, which doesn't really matter to me. I want to get prospects in return, or at least a player that can help this team in the future right now. That's the route I'm taking. And I think that there's enough starting pitching on this team that can absorb it. But people have heard that take from me for weeks now. The fact that he said that, though, or that he wants to be here for the rest of the season, yeah, I agree with you. It absolutely sends the vibe out that he knows he's not coming back. He's letting everybody know he's not coming back. Now, maybe it's just maybe he didn't articulate it well enough to show that he might truly want to stay here with this team for the rest of his career. But that's the thing. Like, if you did, then the statement wouldn't be, I want to be here for the rest of the season. The statement would be, I want to be a Tiger for the rest of my career.
Period. Here.
I want to win World Series here. I want to win one this year. I want to win one next year. And hopefully we win several here while I'm a Tiger. That's what I want to hear. But he didn't say that. And by not saying it, it makes it look like you absolutely have one foot out the door. And even though that foot out the door, you're going to wait until the end of October. And we talked briefly about this last week. I said, really what it tells me is he just doesn't want to move. He doesn't want to deal with the hassle of moving in August to who knows where, because he's got no say where he's going to go. But he has no idea where he'd be traded to. He could be traded to Milwaukee. Does he want to live in Milwaukee for 3 months and then have to move again? Or does he want to wait until the season's over?
I didn't think of it from that angle. That's a great point. I mean, it's like relocate, be in a condo for 2 months.
Sucks. Well, you've moved a million times in your life. It sucks, right?
I have 20 times actually.
Oh my God.
In my life. It's the worst 20 months of your life because it's at least a month until you're all settled again. Tarik Skubal has informed friends that he badly wants to stay. That's the end of the sentence. When you add in Detroit the rest of the season, it becomes, I'm breaking up with you, just not yet.
Yeah.
And that's an insult because what that's saying is my needs matter more. What that says is I'm going to make sure you guys get nothing for him. Frankly, I read that and it just royally ticked me off.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. It's the same number to text. Wondering if it bothers you as well, because I agree with Mark 100% on this. The second you add for the rest of the season to that statement that he wants to be here, it takes away all the goodwill that you thought we were building up. Like, oh, he wants to be here. That's awesome. Yeah, he wants to be here and help with just for the end of the season. You're not thinking about like signing an 8-year deal or a 6-year deal with the Tigers.
You Tigers fans didn't really think you had a chance to keep me, did you?
It's very disappointing. But maybe you feel otherwise, or maybe you want to pile on. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. They've got 4 Metro Detroit locations, and they specialize in top-quality composite decking. It's brands that you trust like Trex and TimberDeck and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team is going to help you build the perfect deck that's going to stand the test of time. They worked on my mom's deck last fall. It's beautiful. I know it's going to be there forever. It's fantastic. And you can visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com. We have some text coming in at 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump text. Champ Valencia, did he just become one of our top hitters in our 4A lineup? Chump is Langdon. He's done with the offseason, only made marginal moves. Don't know if he's done. I mean, obviously they still have to work on the Duran situation. He might be done after that. And is that in the margins, marginal moves? I think this is more than what they did last summer. Last summer was marginal. I think this is a step beyond that. You're adding to it. I think Isaiah Joe addition is pretty good. John Collins is those are pretty good additions. Now, it's not Jaylen Brown. It's not that. It's not trading for Trey Murphy. I'm not thrilled with the offseason the Pistons had.
No.
We had so much hope just a few short weeks ago. We were doing shows up in Shanty Creek, and we were talking about monster names possibly being added to the Pistons right around the draft time, and it didn't materialize like that, and it's disappointing. So I'm relegated to thinking that, all right, the move they're going to make, we're going to have to wait until the trade deadline when that move comes, but it could be a substantial move at that point. But we're going to have to do the old wait and see thing, and that's nobody likes that. Nobody here in Detroit likes it because it feels like we're doing that with every team.
It seems like the deadline to add a second scorer is the actual trade deadline,
Yes.
which is February. And again, the perfect fit for me was Jaylen Brown. I think the Pistons are opting to keep the wrong Jaylen. And I don't understand how you let that guy slide. Kawhi Leonard, fine, he doesn't want to be here. Giannis, fine, you have to cut up the entire core to get him here. Jaylen Brown for the price he went for?
Well,
inexplicable to me.
You know what else it tells me? Nobody's really brought this up. Maybe that just seems like Boston just wanted to get rid of him.
He did.
And
They
they
did.
dealt with one team, and that was it. Like, we're just looking fine. We're talking to Philly. We're getting there. We're not even opening him up to the rest of the league. It's kind of what it feels like. But also knowing that Trajan Langdon really likes Jalen Duren and talked about committing to him as being part of the triumvirate of players that they're building around. Maybe he was going to be stubborn with that. We don't know. We won't really know. As far as the Valencia becoming one of the top hitters in the 4A lineup, it's not a 4A lineup. The top 4 or 5 batters in the lineup are pretty freaking good.
3 All-Stars from your lineup.
Yeah, it's the rest of the lineup that is probably more 4A, and that part I would agree with. And is Valencia the best of the bunch? He's off to a hell of a start. Champ, England versus Argentina semifinal for everyone who missed the Falkland Islands War. Forgot about that added wrinkle. Chump, Conor McGregor, just quit, please. That's John in Lake Orion. We'll get to Conor McGregor later in the show. And the England and Argentina semifinal. Interesting, right? Chump, Swiss player Embolo for the obvious dive to draw a double yellow card, which means a red card, so he was gone. Champ is University of Michigan for finally starting the process to end the reign of Manuel. Keeping a close eye on that. Ward Manuel, athletic director of Michigan, sounds like he's out this week. Are they going to buy him out? They're going to fire him with cause? What does his investigation shake out and say? We will hopefully hear more later on. Champ is, I'm going to butcher some names here. Heron Ryu, who shot the LPGA major record 11 under in the third round on the way to winning the Evian Championship. The Chump is the Tigers offense who looked like they were trying to hit 5-run homers on Saturday and Sunday. They ran into some good pitching, and the hitters were not up to the task. They did not put the ball in play very well on Sunday. Saturday, if I'm not mistaken, they had a bunch of hits and a bunch of opportunities. They couldn't capitalize. Sunday, they had, 2 hits?
2 hits.
2 hits and I think 2 walks maybe. Yeah, they didn't get on base on Sunday's game. That was tough to watch. Yeah, Heron Ryo. RYO is the last name for the
You did better than me.
golfer.
Better than me.
Hey,
The first time you ever tried to pronounce Hayu Lee, how'd you do?
Excellent.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Well played.
Yeah, it's baseball. Baseball is different for me than women's golf, apparently. Dwayne is in a car right now. Dwayne, welcome to 97.1. Hey, Dwayne.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you taking the call. Hey, so my champ and chump for me would be Center, the Wimbledon tennis guy. He 5-time major championship under the age of 25. There's only 2 other guys in tennis that have done that. And my chump is actually, I'm going to chump Scott Boras and Tarek Skubal. My question on, and the reason why I'm chumping him is, why doesn't the media and reporters, when he says something like that, say, listen, Tarek, you can stay be a Detroit Tiger the rest of your life. Why will you not negotiate with Detroit? Why not ask that question unless he says before the cameras come on, don't ask me about why we're not negotiating with Detroit. I just think that when someone says stuff like that and you're in the media, you should say, look, everybody in Detroit wants you to stay, except your agent. Why will you not negotiate?
Well, what he'll say, and thanks for the call, Dwayne, what he would say is that all negotiations, I'd leave it up to my agent. He's going to negotiate. And which I've always said is a terrible take, I think. You're the player. You control everything. You decide. You ultimately decide where you want to go. Now, you can let your agent, and you should let your agent do the negotiating for you. But if you wanted to stay, you could. You could simply say to your agent, I want to stay here in Detroit. Yes, you can leverage their position against other teams and let them know that, this team's going to offer this. Can they step up the offer? What's their best and final? And then decide if you want to take it or not. But he's not gonna tell you how they're negotiating it. He doesn't want to negotiate in public.
But to me, Framber Valdez was the proof that Skubal didn't want to be here, because that kind of deal is the one that would have kept him here. And it didn't have to be Framber's 3 years, $115. That's $38 million a year. You could have made Skubal the highest paid pitcher. You could have done 3 years, $150. $50 million. But the fact that they gave Framber that deal, in my opinion, was the front office saying, Skubal doesn't want to be here. This is the deal we're willing to give him. He's waiting for the mother load.
I would disagree with that a little bit. We can get to that in a second. But real quick on that, I think that really what that deal does is it gives you the very baseline for which, if you're Tarek Skubal's camp, you're saying, okay, well, that's what they gave Framber Valdez. We know we're worth more. Okay, whatever it was, 38. Let's see that. What's the offer going to be from the Tigers? And you got to start at least with a 4 in front of it to even have me counter it, and they're going to want to counter. But they were going into negotiations for arbitration and not for a contract extension. Time now for a Champ or Chump, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet of Sterling Heights. And I will start with my champ of the week, Tigers catcher Eduardo Valencia. The rookie came in hot. Home run in his first ever Major League at bat. That was pretty awesome. He started his MLB career now in 4 games. He's 5 for 10 with 2 home runs and 3 runs scored and 3 RBI as well.
And he made this grown man cry.
He did. It was quite.
He made this grown man cry.
It was quite extraordinary that the post game interview he did with Danielle Bruce was awesome. And I hope that when all is said and done, that he deserves to stay on this team for the rest of the season. But he's got to earn it. But it's a heck of a start. Your champ?
My champ is Ibuka Okori, Detroit Pistons Summer League 17th overall pick, known as the best penetrator in this draft class. Family show, eyes up here. But he finished with 20 points, game number 1. 14 points, game number 2. Well, you say he didn't shoot well, but guess what else he did? 7 steals.
Yeah.
7 steals?
7 steals is a lot. He had 6 assists to go with that, too.
Sign me up for that.
5 of 17 shooting wasn't great, but if you watched the highlight package and you saw his dribble penetration is amazing. Apparently missed a bunch of shots at the rim, too. But stunning how quickly he is
assimilated to the team, right?
Exactly. I kind of like that, too. My chump of the week is going to be Conor McGregor. Right now, actually, it's really not Conor McGregor. It's more Conor McGregor's right knee is specifically my chump. What a shock and disappointment that was with the UFC event against Max Holloway on Saturday night. I tuned in 10 minutes before the fight started and was bitterly disappointed, like most.
To say the least, a really, really good one. And again, like, how many times are they going to, like, honestly bend us over with what they're doing with some of these matchups? Hey, big sell, big headline, big name.
Well, they can't predict when somebody's going to have a knee blowout.
No, he had the knee blowout before.
Well,
he had the knee blowout before.
We'll talk about it.
Buy your tickets, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I don't understand with the betting, too. You don't think people know that he can't...
We'll get to all that later. Just save it all. Who's your chump?
All right. You talk about butchering names. I looked up how to pronounce this guy's name. Tomas, it's a guttural CH. Thomas Tuchel. Tuchel is the England manager. England? Why would you do that, Mark? England just made the World Cup semifinal. They've made it one time since 1990. Okay? One time since 1990. They just made it again. That's great news, right? Not to Thomas Tuchel. Here is Thomas Tuchel after the game.
Oh, all that with Wonderwall being played in the background by the tremendous.
Can you believe that? And do you know, like Billingham, who had 2 goals, said, whatever. He can say whatever he wants. He was not playing in the conditions out there. I stand with my mates. And like the players talking about his manager like that has led them. I've never heard a manager trash a team that just achieved history like that in my life. What's the strategy there?
The strategy is, I think it's simple. It's wanting them not to be happy with their success to this point. They've got work to be done. They still have a game coming up against Argentina later this week, Wednesday, I believe it is. And hopefully for them, at least they're thinking they want to play in a final. So you don't rest on your laurels. You got a lot of work to do.
There's a difference between not resting on your laurels.
I agree, but I mean, you asked why. I think that's his reasoning why he went about what he
thinks
did.
his team is capable of more. Historically, they have not been. But I do think they will make the final. I think it's going. I think the winner of the World Cup is the Spain-France winner, and that team is going to meet England in the final.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. It's soccer.
Thanks, Mark. Not participating.
Once Norway got eliminated, I don't know if I really care.
Oh, and they were hosts too.
Kinda, yeah. Against
England.
There you go.
Big surprise.
So now you can understand
Why
why
are
maybe
this
the
guy?
coach was upset because he's like, we didn't even play one off to win. Somehow we won. There you go. You're answering your own questions, Mark. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. More of your calls as we continue here at 97.1. So we have the Tarek Skubal stuff on the table there. Tarek Skubal saying that he doesn't want to be traded. Says he wants to be here. And then there's the rest of the sentence, which is for the rest of the season.
What stage of denial do you feel like he's in?
Let me just say this, too, because I think this needs to be said, because I had to be fair to Skubal. And on this show, we are nothing but fair. He says he wants to be here for the rest of the season and then offers a reason why, because he thinks that they can win this season. He thinks they can win a World Series this year, which, as a statement, that part's great. The part where you say you don't want to be traded is great. And then there's the part in the middle you want to be here for the rest of the season. ... And that's what's got everybody kind of going, what? Why would you say, if you're saying it that way, then yeah, I think the Tigers do need to look at moving you out. And you started to make a point about Framber Valdez and the contract that he got, and you think that's it? That's the limit?
I think that's the evidence that Skubal doesn't want to be there. Because remember, before that, what we'd heard was, they only offered him $20 million. That was what was out there.
Right, it was arbitration. But yeah.
Right, okay, but Framber Valdez, $38 million a year, 3 years, $115 million. Okay, that's proof that Skubal doesn't want to be here, because he could have received 3 years, $150, $50 million a year. That's the smart deal. 20 of the 25 largest deals in Major League Baseball history have flopped. And you want to give a guy that who already has 2 major arm injuries, and by the way, the procedure he had this year is evidence of wear and tear on his elbow? No, thank you.
On this show, we Doug and I are totally in lockstep. We don't want to give long-term contracts away. 8 years is ridiculous. 6 is probably my limit on Schnitzengruben, let alone my limit on how many years you're going to give somebody a contract. Yes, it was a Blazing Saddles reference. I'm sorry.
Love it.
15 is my limit on Schnitzengruben. But 6 years is my limit on Schnitzengruben. I'm not going to go more than 6 years on a contract for a pitcher, because, like you said, an arm is a tricky thing. And when you get to free agency, that's as far as I'm willing to go. Now, to give somebody who's younger a deal, like if the Tigers were to say we're going to offer Troy Melton a 6-year deal, I'm like, yep, go ahead and do it. Knock it down.
100%.
Deal. Go ahead, do it, because you might feel confident that this young man is going to be here for a while and be performing. But the contract with Skubal, I mean, last year the problem was that they couldn't negotiate a deal. That's the problem. Scott Boras would not listen to the Tigers in trying to negotiate a long-term extension. He wasn't having it. So there was no 3-year, $150 million offer to be had, because they wouldn't listen. Whether there was from the Tigers' standpoint or not, there wasn't.
But that's on Skubal, though. He employs Boras.
Of course it is. But I'm just going through understanding why this is where they're at. And then, it gets to arbitration, and, the Tigers are in a position where, like, okay, Major League Baseball is advising the Tigers, because that's what Major League Baseball does. They advise the teams because this is the whole, Players Association versus Major League Baseball thing. Baseball helps advise the team, and the agent helps advise the player. So baseball says, don't forget the $20 million, go back to $19 million or whatever it was. That's what you need to offer, knowing full well that Scott Boras and company are going to go through the roof and ask for what they're going to ask for, and they're going to get it. But because all the evidence was in Tarek Skubal's favor. So it's like, whatever the negotiation was, if it was deemed an insult, who cares? It was arbitration. You're going to get what your number is anyway. Tigers had no chance to win. And if the Tigers had offered $25 million, do you think Skubal Boras and Skubal were going to take it? They weren't going to take a $25 million deal for arbitration. They knew they had him against the short hairs. They're going to take it for 30-something million, 32 or whatever it was.
Right, but long term, you can sell Skubal on, look, man, the highest paid pitcher, that value is always changing. You take a shorter term deal, you're going to make more in the long run, because we'll always keep you the highest paid pitcher in the game. Right now, it's Zach Wheeler at 42.
But they can't, because Boras won't listen to it. That's the
problem.
And
he employs Boras, so at some point, he's got to tell his agent to shut the hell up.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, we'd all like that. No issue there. I'd love to tell him to shut up, because Scott Boras is so tremendously annoying. Stan is in Shelby Township. Stan, welcome 97.1.
Hey, thank you so much, guys. Great to talk with you. My champ is obviously Eduardo Valencia. In addition to the 5 for 10, he did a home run against the best lefty in all of baseball, and he shows that he hits the ball to all fields. And I get short sample size in deference to, Karsh. He's reminding me of J.D. Martinez, a late bloomer. So I'm really excited. Second, my chump. Go ahead.
I was going to say I think J.D. Martinez is an interesting comp, but go ahead with your chump.
My chump is AJ for a couple of reasons. The simplest ones, we have lived through the whole first half of where he has spouted analytics when pinch hitting for with Jahmai Jones on Carpenter and Colt Keith. Yet on Saturday they come up to bases loaded with a right-hander pitching, and Carpenter and Colt Keith on the bench, and allows a guy, and this is in deference to listening to you yesterday, Mark, he has a 0.081 batting average, the lowest in Major League history when hitting with the bases loaded.
Who?
Spencer Torkelson, minimum 45 plate appearances, has the worst batting average in the history of Major League Baseball.
And then the other thing he did was, Friday night, the significant play out of the box was McKinstry's bunt. On Saturday, we came up against a good pitcher and no outs. Valencia and Hao-Yu Lee both get base hits. And instead of bunting him with Malgeri, he strikes out, and then McKinstry runs into a double play. And my point is, on Sunday, Soto does bunt, sparks the big inning for Philadelphia. And I just think that AJ, when it comes to bunting, he's just being arrogantly unflexible and reading what needs to be done.
Well, you like some guys, and thanks to call, Stan. We're up against a break here. I think you like Hinch's style or you don't like Hinch's style. I think AJ Hinch is an outstanding manager. I think there are certain players you can bunt with and other players you don't bunt with. I don't know Malgeri's success in the minors as a bunter, if that was part of his repertoire, or if he was one of those guys that, no, you're not bunting with Ben Malgeri. I don't know. And yes, everybody should be able to bunt. Yeah, okay, to an extent I agree, but particularly somebody who comes up from the minors. Interesting jumping off point. We'll get to more of that next here. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. According to multiple reports, the U of M board is set to discuss the Jenner and Block Athletic Department investigation at their Thursday meeting. John U. Bacon says that Athletic Director Ward Manuel expected to accept a buyout from the university. His contract lasts until 2030. CBS says he's pondering retirement. Maybe that's the same thing. USA Today writer Bob Nightingale reported yesterday, quote, Skubal has informed friends that he badly wants to stay in Detroit the rest of the season, believing they have a legitimate shot at the World Series and has zero appetite to be traded, end quote. Tigers under the break, 3.5 games back of the wild card and 6.5 in the AL Central. The home run derby tonight at 8 with the All-Star game tomorrow. A sleeper to watch in the derby, Chicago White Sox rookie slugger Munetaka Murakami, who's burst on the scene after coming over from Japan. He's fresh off a trip of the injured list as well. Hometown representations tonight in Philly include Bryce Harper, and the Major League leader in long balls, Kyle Schwarber. Of the 8 sluggers, the only other one who's won one is Harper. Detroit City FC announced they've received their largest single investment in history from former CEO of Rocket Companies, Jay Farner. The amount was not disclosed, but it'll aid in the construction of their new Detroit stadium. A groundbreaking also planned for July. Pistons back on the Summer League floor this afternoon against the Knicks. It's a 4 o'clock tip. They're coming off a win yesterday over the Cleveland Cavaliers, where Chaz Lanier knocked down 7 threes, and Ibuka Corey had 7 steals, their draftee this year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
A little love for your champ of the week there.
Oh, yeah.
Ibuka Corey.
Absolutely, man. He well-deserved, too. And his story, my sister's in New Hampshire. From Nashua, New Hampshire, nobody recruited him. Not a top 100 recruit, not anywhere close to that. Harvard was the only offer he had. Stanford discovers him right at the end. You talk about rags to riches story. No one even knew who he was. When is the first time you heard his name? Mine was in June. Was it draft night?
It was before that, I think, but not too long before that.
Right.
I'm not going to lie.
Exactly.
I knew about this guy back in...
Undersized kid from New Hampshire?
They played Cal back in December 14th, and I have no idea.
Last April, he was playing high school ball.
I mean, what was eye-opening to me is when you started hearing about him going into the draft and realizing this is the guy that led the ACC in scoring, and he was a freshman. I'm sorry, what? The ACC. Like, this league
first game, 29 points.
All these
ever.
Tremendous history, the ACC. And then you're like, because Stanford should not be in the ACC, and yet here they are. It's wild. It's just it's crazy. And then you watch the highlights and like, I really like his game. It's taking another crack at Jaden Ivey is what I feel. I mean, Jaden Ivey was that same player at Purdue. He was great. He was dynamic. He was fearless getting to the rack. And that rookie season he played, unfortunately, Cade Cunningham was hurt for most of it, so we never got to see those two out there. But it was also baptism by fire, and Jaden Ivey played pretty well as a rookie in the league. And then he had injury issues when Cade was healthy. Those two never got to be on the court together. And then, everything kind of fell apart.
I also think Trajan Langdon's draft strategy's coming into focus, right? He takes big swings. Ron Holland, that was a high ceiling swing, right? Maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't, but this was kind of the same. I don't think they could have done better with the kind of risk they took where they selected him than a Corey, because what do you need? You need ball handling, you need scoring. What Corey give you?
I think the Holland thing's interesting because it's like, you recognize he's got good size. Defensively, he's there. Offensively, you have no idea what you have. So I don't know if that's high potential or not, but you don't know. And you still don't know. It's year 3, and we don't know. Is he likely to be traded at the trade deadline? We'll see. Corey, I feel like you know exactly what you're getting. He is instant offense, and you're hoping that with him that it is a high ceiling offensively, and he can develop into being a number 2 guy next to Cade. But we'll let it play out. Are you falling for some of this hype already in the summer league?
Well, I'm seeing what I felt about him confirmed, right? Are you not? I'm not saying we need to cue the romance music just yet, but it's getting close.
Okay, what's going on?
Hot and heavy in here.
He's totally falling for it, and that's okay, man, because you just won't admit it, and that's fine. You literally made him your champ of the weekend, and had he done terrible,
5 or 17 yesterday. I'm like, well, let him go.
7 steals.
And had he been terrible, he might have been your chump of the weekend. Which means to me, you're overreacting to Summer League either way. You know, and hey, I'm not telling you how to feel, Mark, and that's fine. I hope he's as good as he's supposed to be, but it's very early. I think I'll say this with Summer League. I think it's always better to look good than bad.
We were talking about that too.
Yeah, whether that means anything or not in the long run, I don't know. But like I said, I'd rather have you look good than bad.
We said success in the Summer League doesn't guarantee NBA success, but failure in the Summer League almost guarantees NBA failure, right?
I mean, if we're going by Summer League success, Chaz Lanier, the next Steph
How about
Curry,
Chaz
man.
Lanier?
That first quarter.
My goodness. Talk about a heater. 17 points in the first quarter, 25 in the game. What was he for the game? Was he 7 of 12 from three-point land? I mean, he was ridiculously good.
And he's the forgotten guy. All this three-point shooting, is he even going to be on the team?
We didn't see him play last year.
No.
How many games did he play last year?
About as many as Bob Lanier played.
More for Motor City, right?
Chaz, Bob, either one.
Yeah, I pick your Lanier. It's they've got guys that, like, I feel like Chaz Lanier is a forgotten guy because they drafted him. We never saw him. We saw him a handful of times, and like it wasn't anything impressive. But he gets a chance to star in a summer league. This is why I like summer league basketball. I rarely will take the summer league results and think that's what's going to be in the NBA. I like to watch the summer league games because there are guys that I want to see play that I know aren't going to play in the NBA, or it's going to take a minute. And even if they do, what are they going to do?
Well, it's the NBA's version of preseason football, right? I mean, you get a chance to see guys you're not going to be able to see otherwise. In a Corey's case, we know they have designs on him being in the rotation, and we're wondering what that role is going to be.
He's different.
Yeah.
And I wonder how many more games he's going to get to play in the summer league before am I wrong, King? Does that seem like what happens? Guy that has promised to play a few games, and then they pull him and say, okay, you're done. And, you're going to sit out the second half of the summer league. We don't need you to play anymore.
Yeah, that's
because we've
usually,
seen
yeah. You don't want to get a guy hurt in summer league. That's how little summer league really means. You know what I mean? Like, it's totally not worth it, man. Just get a little run, see how you are, stay in shape, and we'll talk real basketball come at the end of summer.
My champ has been greatly disrespected. Greatly.
No, not
it's
at all.
It's the weekend, man. You had a good weekend, then you're fine,
the thing. It's talking about small sample sizes. I mean, it's odd that you chose a guy 5 for 17, but it's okay. It's all right.
7 steals.
Yeah, it's 7 steals, 6 assists, and was 5 for 17. 248-539-9797. Aaron is next up here at 97.1. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, how you guys doing today? Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Gator, you almost stole my champ of the week with your Blazing Saddles reference, but I'm going to go with your normal everyday partner as the champ of the week, because if you're such a giant fan that when things don't go right in the event that you're watching, that you take a 5-day weekend,
right?
By goodness, you are proving that you are a real fan, and I think that's awesome.
That's
okay?
Doug. That's how Doug feels about MJF. That's just how he feels.
There you go. And Mark, I talked to you on the phone a few weeks ago. I'm the chef that you talked to. I'm going to give you another little. I'm going to give you another little piece of advice. I've been married 25 years. Get yourself to a secondhand sporting goods store. Buy yourself 3 wooden bats, and the next time you and your woman get into an argument, go to the batting cages for a little while. I promise you'll feel better, and you'll come back home, and there will be no fight. Okay?
I was concerned where you were going with that, but you ended it well.
Okay, sorry to make you nervous. My chump of the week is absolutely Tarek Skubal, because not only is he not going to be here at the end of the year, he has kind of taken on, I don't know which way it went, he has taken on the attitude of his agent, where now Skubal is Boris and Boris is Skubal, and I'll make another movie reference. Einhorn is Finkel. Finkel is Einhorn. This is ridiculous that this guy gets any play in this town, as far as we really want him here, and he doesn't want to be here. He is a complete chump. He is trying to do something for himself, and he doesn't give a you-know-what about the actual Tigers of their organization, and I want him going so fast it's not even funny.
I will say this, Aaron. I thought the applause for Skubal yesterday was very muted. Like, what an educated fan base. Other fan bases would have been hoop. I thought it was very muted. Like, it was like a smattering of applause. Pitched very well, smattering of applause.
He was pissed. He said he didn't want to come out of the game.
Okay, well, here's the problem. And, it's A.J. Hinch's fault he took him out, right? First time through the order this year, 1.97 ERA. Second time, 2.12. Third time, 7.71. You wouldn't take him out of the game? Of course you would, right?
No, I wouldn't have.
Really?
Yeah, because those numbers will change. I mean, that's how it is this year.
They haven't changed.
What the heck? He's had like 13 starts this season, right? He's come off the injured list. You're going to build them back up. I think they absolutely would change. And, by throwing, he did throw, 93 pitches? I would have let him pitch to the next batter. I think I certainly would have done that. I'm not mad at AJ Hinch for taking him out. I mean, because the way things have worked out with Cater Montero, it didn't work out yesterday, but it's worked out so far since he's been in the bullpen.
But it's further evidence as to why, with this staff and this manager, the blockbuster pitcher salary doesn't make sense. This is a team that made the divisional round in pitching chaos with one starter.
Well, they were forced into that. That's not like they chose to do it.
No, I understand that, but their philosophy is 5 or 6 innings. That's not worth 40. That's not worth $50 million a year.
That's not the philosophy is not tied to innings. The philosophy is tied to pitches. So that's a different thing. When you look at Tarik Skubal and how many pitches he throws, again, this year he's starting to ramp it up because he missed a good portion of the season. So that they're being a little bit careful with him, I guess. But typically in the second half of the season, he's throwing more. He'll be throwing and he'll get to the 100 pitches. I think he's already had. Did he have a 100 pitch season?
No,
start?
93.
He's had a 96. He's had a 95, 94.
There's this feeling like you turn into 93. A pumpkin if you hit 100 pitches.
Well, that's not AJ Hinch. That's baseball. That's absolutely baseball. And if you look at the guys, like the person who's thrown the most pitches this year, I think is one of the pitchers from Philadelphia, and he's averaging 98 pitches.
Well, to your point, 2002, 45 pitchers with 200-plus innings. Last year, 3.
Yeah.
45 to 3.
It's a different game altogether, and that's how baseball is treating it. Guys aren't throwing 100 pitches in a game.
But I'm not breaking the budget to sign a pitcher in that era. I'm not going to do that.
Somebody is.
Okay,
lots of people are.
Good. I'll keep Casey Mize for a fraction.
And I would like to keep Casey Mize as well. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You're taking your champ and chump calls. You got an opinion of what Tarik Skubal had to say? We'd love to hear it. I want to get your thoughts on it. Skubal says he doesn't want to be traded. He wants to be here for the rest of the season. He thinks they can win a World Series here. Do you agree with him? Does that statement bother you because it includes the rest of the season as part of his statement? Does that signal that there's no way in hell the Tigers are going to be able to re-sign him at the end of the season? And if that's the case, what are you doing? We'll talk about it next year, 97.1. Tigers lose yesterday going into the All-Star break. They've lost the last 2 games. Unfortunately, lost the series against Philadelphia. But all in all, it was a 6-4 trip or 4-2 homestand. I got 4-2, I think, on the homestand. It's been more positive. They continue to make up ground. They lose a little bit yesterday, just a little bit. There's still 3.5 games out of the wild card. That's all it is.
Yeah, AJ Hinch said yesterday that the notion that they've lost their momentum is bunk. Do you buy that?
Yeah, because I don't really buy into momentum too much. But I agree with them for the most part that they ran into 2 really good pitchers.
Yeah.
But the Tigers offered up 2 pretty good pitchers themselves. Does this say that they're not on the level of Philadelphia? That they don't have the lineup that can match up against Philadelphia's lineup? I mean, the pitching didn't match up, which is pulled Skubal. He had given up 1 run, gave up a leadoff runner in the 6th inning and pulled him. And he was throwing 93 pitches, whatever. But you pulled him. And unfortunately, Kader Montero was not at his best and gave up a run that was attributed to Skubal. So now his line doesn't look as good. I mean, it still looks good with the 5 innings and just the 2 earned runs, but you're expecting Skubal. He's on a roll, and then that stops a little bit. But Montero after that, unfortunately, gave up a couple more runs, and the Tiger bats just weren't there yesterday. Not there at all, and that's going to happen from time to time. They get shut out. We've seen it. They don't have the ideal lineup. It could be a lot better, and I think they need to go shopping and get some better players.
Wheeler looked a little bit sharper than Skubal to me. The lineups were night and day, and I'm waffling more than Belgium. I can't decide what's the number one need of this team. If you could only add one, is it bullpen? Is it bat?
If I can only add one?
Yeah.
If I could only add one, it would be a closer.
Okay.
If I could only add one. But that's hard. That's the hardest thing to do, is to find the closer. So, I mean, it's a tall task. And my closer that I'm looking to add, whoever it would be, would have to be somebody. It's not a rental. And I'm not looking for rentals. I'm looking for guys that are going to be here. If you're going to look for a rental, okay. But I think rentals, to me, that screams bullpen arm that's not a closer, or it screams bat for hire.
It's also not Scott Harris's style. You and I have already made the trade. Max Clark for Mason Miller. We've made it.
Yeah, I mean, if that becomes available, if San Diego eventually says we're hanging up, we're throwing in the towel, let's go, then yeah, I would call them about Mason Miller 100%, and it would likely cost you Max Clark. And would I part with him? I would.
You know the one that upset me? Johan Duran to Philadelphia from Minnesota. I have no idea why the Tigers weren't all over that.
I think in division may have been one thing that Minnesota didn't want to deal with the Tigers. They could find another deal, and they did. It sucks because he's outstanding.
Lights out.
He's absolutely fantastic. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. But Tarik Skubal's comments after the game yesterday, I think if people, I don't know if upset's the right word, but people like, hey, wait a minute, looking at it sideways a little bit. You're saying you want to be here for the rest of the season. Why aren't you saying you want to be here as a Tiger for the next 6 years? Like, that's what fans want to hear. Everybody wants to hear that. And you know who else wants to hear it? Your teammates, your coaching staff. Everybody wants to hear that in Detroit. You want to be here for the next 6 years, but that's not what he's saying. What he's saying, he wants to be here for the rest of the year. And then he softens it by saying, because I think we can win a World Series here this year.
For you, we can win a World Series for you. And I'm happy to be here for this year. This sounds like the most selfish thing he could have possibly said. Am I reading this wrong?
No, I don't think you're reading it terribly wrong. I think it's rubbing me the wrong way. I didn't like it. And I think Skubal, when he speaks publicly, I think he wants to say things that have meaning to them. And I wonder if sometimes he gets out ahead of his skis a little bit and doesn't recognize, okay, you know what you're really saying here is this. Like, it sounds great that you think this team can win a World Series. We all like that. And if he had just said, if he didn't say anything else, if he comes out and says, I like this team, man, we can win a World Series here, and leaves that alone as a statement. Now, the media is not going to leave that alone. They're going to ask, so you want to be here? Yeah, I want to be here. You want to be behind, and then the media can expand. You want to be here beyond this year? Well, I mean, that's up to my agent.
Well,
or he'd say, that's up to the Tigers.
Right.
And to deflect it, and then you start getting into, all right, slow down. So do you really want to be here or not?
He thought this was going to be a play where he rallies the troops around him. How much do you lack self-awareness to drop that on this city for the rest of the season? I want to be here for the rest of the season. What an insult.
Well, do you ask yourself this. Do you think he's being truthful? He wants to be here for the rest of the season?
I do.
I do too. And part of it is great. Like, I believe him when he says he wants to be here for the rest of the season. I believe when he says that he thinks that this team can challenge for a World Series. And look, this is a couple days after he said that he wants this team to buy, right? He wants them to be buyers at the trade deadline. And that he doesn't want to go anywhere. And yeah, if they buy and they hang on to Skubal, their chances of winning a World Series just went up. But they're still digging out of this monster hole they dug for themselves in May. They're not out of the hole yet. I get it. 3.5 games out of the wild card, that sounds good, but you got a ways to go, man. There's a bunch of teams you got to leapfrog still. You still got to play at this killer pace. Go do it. And unfortunately, you just lost 2 out of 3 to Philadelphia. A very good team with Philadelphia. It's a better lineup than what the Tigers have, but you have to do more. And fans, I think that statement, I don't love it. Roman's in Sterling Heights. Roman, welcome 97.1.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. You may remember me. I called yesterday.
Yeah,
and I got a champ and chump. Same topic. My champ is the referee from the Argentina-Switzerland game. That took a lot of guts throwing a player out. And my chump is the Swiss team for going into the defensive shell. That almost never works.
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love everything you just said.
Thanks. And I got a quick question. Do you think there's more flopping? Having watched some soccer games, do you think there's more flopping in basketball or soccer?
Ooh, soccer, but it's getting closer, and it never used to be that way, Roman.
Okay.
It's really close now. And here's what gets me, Roman. The NBA has a rule that you can review and give a technical for flopping, but again, they don't utilize it. So it's like the whole if a tree falls in the woods, doesn't make a sound if no one's around. You got to be kidding me, man. You have the rule. They need to make that a renewed emphasis this year. And guess what's going to happen? SGA's not going to be half the player. Jalen Brunson's not going to be half the player without it.
Yeah. Okay. I was just curious. I know you guys talk about it a lot. I don't watch that much basketball. I do think there's more flopping in soccer than hockey.
Well,
but I was just curious.
Than
Okay,
hockey,
thanks.
yeah. I think 100% there's more flopping in soccer than hockey. There's more flopping in soccer than basketball by a monster margin. It happens in the NBA a lot, and we pay a lot of attention to SGA and to Jalen Brunson and to all types of who's the guy for Atlanta King? Trae Young.
Yeah, he's on the Wizards now.
Now in Washington. That these guys flop a lot, right? We don't like it. But I don't think it's an epidemic like it is in soccer. Soccer, they're all doing it to draw penalties. I know why they do it. I can't stand to see it.
I think with soccer, too, it's the over-embellishing is more than the NBA. The NBA's got a problem. Don't get me wrong. I talk about it. I like the NBA, but I hate what it's kind of turned into.
Yeah.
Soccer, they over-embellish more than the NBA does.
And the constant rolls.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
who
it turns
rolls
into,
like that when they really get hurt?
Yeah, you don't.
Have you ever rolled when you get hurt on the ground?
If I broke my ankle, I'm not moving any more than I have to. Right?
It's like stop, drop, and roll. Is there a fire in the building?
So when an NBA player flops, they usually go to the ground. They like, oh, I got fouled. Like they embellish their arms flare, right? Soccer, it's like the dude is not going to come back.
Right.
It's like over, the career ending, like life ending, like this is it. And then he gets up after like a minute
It's hysterical
or two.
when the play goes on. Like the official's like, I'm not blowing the whistle. The play's going on. And it's like, okay, how long are you going to lie on the ground, writhing in fake pain
and hurting your team?
Right, before you finally get up and you say, okay. It's like, okay, you're paying attention out of the corner of your eye. Okay, we have the ball in the offensive zone. I'm a defenseman, so I don't have to be up there.
Miracle recovery.
In the play anyway. All right. And then it's been 30 seconds. You're like, all right, I guess I get up.
Yeah, like the NBA is like, I got fouled, even though they didn't get fouled.
Right.
Soccer's like, oh my God, my leg's broken.
Yeah.
Like every single time he breaks his leg.
Get the gurney. I don't know if I'm going to make it.
Well, and that's what's so beautiful about this call. It wasn't in the penalty box. It was in the middle of the field. They was trying to dupe the official in the middle of the field. Happened in the 71st minute. So, okay, congratulations. Now 1-1 game. It's game, set, match.
I watched parts of that game.
Yeah.
And I didn't see the double yellow card to get the guy kicked out, but I saw when he was playing. It looked to me, and again, I'm not a big soccer guy, right? But it looked to me like they had legitimate beef, Switzerland did, for not having calls go their way. It looked like calls were absolutely favoring the other team. I'm just saying. Now, and then this
But
guy
that
eventually
call
gets,
was
well, I didn't see it. So I'll trust you that there's no doubt in my mind that you're right, that he flopped like crazy, wasn't even touched, and then you're going to get busted for it. But in his defense, I'm looking at what's going on with the rest of the game, and it
But
looks
that's
like
happened
it was
with
going
all of
against him.
Argentina's games, though, right? It happened in Egypt. It happened with Cape Verde. All of that has happened.
Right, but it's not right.
It isn't right.
Right, they get the calls.
Superstars treatment in that sport more than any other.
248-539-9797, the telephone number. We got an update from what the Ward Manual situation. We will get to that coming up in 4 minutes here, 97.1.
Okay. I am
All right, before we get to the Ward Manual comments, let's take Steve's call in Dearborn. Steve, welcome to 97.1.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I got an opinion on Skubal. I think he's going to be traded within the next week to 10 days. And the reason they're going to trade him is that he is not anywhere close to what he was last year, the year before as a pitcher. And the reason Skubal said what he said is that Detroit is really babying him and being concerned about his arm. And the more he pitches, the more it becomes apparent that he has lost his edge, and for whatever reason. So I look for them to be trading him quickly and move on.
Why do you think he's lost his edge? Like, what's the evidence there that you think he's lost his edge?
He's not catching the corners. He's throwing the ball down the middle for strikes, and he's being hit. But the big thing that is why he doesn't want to be traded, and he wants to stay with Detroit this year, is because the team that trades for him will immediately want a reward for the trade, and they will put him in the game and try to run him 6, 7, 8 innings, and he can't do it. And that means he's got a problem getting a long-term, high-value contract as a free agent. So it's to his interest to stay here because Detroit will protect him from the weakness that he has as a pitcher.
Interesting.
So I
don't know if I, and thanks for the call. I don't know if I believe it, but I find it interesting.
He's got his theories for sure.
Yeah, no, I like that he backed it up by saying, well, he's not hitting the corners like he used to. I guess I'd have to pay more attention to that and see if that's the case. I think that certainly he's had a couple of rough outings this year. There's no doubt about that. That you're like, well, I didn't expect Tarik Skubal to give up 4 runs, in a game and 3 home runs against the Yankees in a single outing, or give up 4 runs against Milwaukee in a game, or 4 against Minnesota and not make it out of the 5th inning on 8 hits. He's had, and those are literally the bad starts. Everything else has been, pretty good or excellent for Skubal. But he's had some bad starts there. And then how many of those bad starts were because, he had the elbow issue and that was lingering? Because that was something that he said he felt in the offseason and didn't address it. And he had a couple of 4-run outings in April and then missed all of May. And then he came back and he's had 1 4-run outing that was against the Yankees, had a 3-run outing against the Sox. And another game where he didn't make it out of the 5th against Cleveland, but he given up 2 earned runs in that game. It's interesting. It's an interesting take that he thinks the Tigers are babying him, and if he goes to another team, that team won't baby him. I think we're too close to it here in Detroit to think that this is not the norm in baseball, where it just is. Guys aren't throwing 100 pitches in an inning, 100 pitches in a game anymore. They just don't do it all. I mean, it happens, but it doesn't happen that often. The leading pitcher in baseball this year averages 98 pitches a game. That's it. Now, has he gone over 100 a few times? Sure. And Skubal has not this year. Has not hit 100 pitches in a game yet this year. But I'm pretty confident in saying I think he will in this season throw 100 pitches in a game, and it won't be because he's going to some team that's going to take a chance. I think it's just going to be the situation dictates it. Hey, we're in a 1-0 game in the 7th inning. We don't have the back end of the bullpen here. Can you get to the 8th inning? You're at 91 already. Can we get you to 105 and finish off the 8th? Yeah, I got it. Okay. It's all situational, but could be wrong. Maybe this is something how Detroit has handled it.
Well, yeah, and look, the running back position in the NFL, right? Smart teams realize that there's only 2 or 3 dynamic running backs that are worth those massive contracts. If the same holds true in Major League Baseball with the way that pitching is, you just said it, 98 pitches is the top. I don't believe in the mega contract for the pitcher in Major League Baseball anymore. Maybe a Mizorowski, maybe a younger guy, but Skubal, 29, 2 major arm injuries? Absolutely not. Yeah. So if you want to go find the dumb team that's going to give you that contract, God love you. It's not going to be here.
So we mentioned before the break that Ross Dellinger has some reporting on the Ward Manuel situation at Michigan, and he's a college football writer for Yahoo Sports. And this is a tweet that came out about half an hour ago now. It says, reached for comment on Monday. Ward Manuel told Yahoo Sports, quote, "The president and I have had several great conversations over the past couple of days. There are no plans for me not to continue to be the athletic director for the near future. As reported Sunday, Michigan's board is scheduled for a meeting Thursday in the wake of the finalized report for the internal investigation into the Sharon Moore situation. The board is expected to take potential next steps in light of the report." So I look at this, and if this is Ward's comment, hey, I had a great conversation with the president, and he hasn't told me that I'm not coming back. It tells me because he doesn't know.
Exactly.
Because the board hasn't met yet.
They've shut him out.
Now, maybe some of this reporting that's come out over the weekend from Dan Wetzel and from others, maybe they have some information from people on the board, and they have sources anyway, or whatever it is, it tells them they don't think he's going to be kept around at Michigan after this week. It remains to be seen. But it's a good jumping off point for us here in the show, because this was one of the things we were going to talk about, was how to handle Ward Manuel, and want to talk to Michigan fans out there, 248-539-9797, is how do you feel about what's happening right now? I feel like Ward Manuel's been a very polarizing figure at Michigan, and maybe more in the negative than in the positive, in that Michigan fans love the fact that they won a national championship in football and basketball under his watch. There's no question. You got to love that. But you also have to live with it. And the living with it is some of the dirty stuff too that has gone on. And obviously the football program has tried to sweep a bunch of things under the rug. It's not just Sharon Moore. Sharon Moore is I don't know if he's the tip of the iceberg, because he's a big part of the iceberg. But there was a lot going on with Sharon Moore to unpack, and obviously the scandal with the staffer is way over the top. But there's plenty of other stuff, too, that has gone on there under Jim Harbaugh and his hirings. And, you've got scandal after scandal, and there were things that they just kept to themselves, and then they finally come to light, and you're like, oh, we already handled this situation. Well, no, you didn't. You still allowed this player to travel with you. There was no punishment, and lots of things that have happened. And it seems like there's more than a half dozen things that have happened just to the football program alone, let alone other sports like hockey and basketball, the Juwan Howard situation and everything. But for Michigan fans, do the ends justify the means? Do you just sweep it under the rug yourself and say, I don't care. We got 2 national championships. Whoever the athletic director is. Doesn't matter. Go ahead, fire him. Or are you adamantly opposed to that? Say, no, this guy is the reason that we were able to get national championships. We need to hang on to this guy.
So it's that show on House Hunters, Love It or List It?
Yeah.
This is almost like for Michigan fans, love it or live with it, right? I mean, what emotion do you feel more at this particular point? They're looking for a fall guy. They need Ward Manuel to be their fall guy. And they need to be able to pin this on somebody who is no longer there. We're going to throw our sharp, pointy objects at him, and now we're going to move on. And now we have our ragdoll. I might not be that way. Then who are you going to blame, right?
Well, do they need the fall guy, or is the fall guy simply Sharon Moore? They'll ignore everything else. But I mean, is it just, we'll just look at the most recent scandal. Let's check it up. Oh, it's a football coach. Yeah, and inappropriate relationship with a staffer and everything that went on there.
Or is the fall guy Santa Ono? Did you see this? Santa Ono instructed staff not to report findings of sign stealing scheme to compliance, NCAA, or any other party. Who is the fall guy? What I'm not going to blame Ward Manuel for is the loss of Jim Harbaugh, who got out of Dodge before the punishment happened.
Right.
Or Dusty May, who doesn't want to be a part of what college sports have become.
Well, but you could for Harbaugh because he tolerated all the stuff that was going on under Jim Harbaugh. And the Stallions experiment and other assistant coaches that had to be consistently fired and other staffers that had to be fired for inappropriate conduct and all that. I mean, he put up with it. Or were, students were pulled over for speeding and they had a gun in the car that wasn't registered and stuff like that.
Could be worse. Could be Georgia.
Well, right, but it's not. It's Michigan, and they have a higher standard up here. And, whatever the case is, I mean, there's a lot more to it. And Harbaugh at some point is like, okay, now I can get out of here. I legitimately have an offer in the NFL. I'm going to go. Won national championship. Now I can get out of here. So I think part of it is on him because Ward Manuel lived through it. He allowed it to happen, allowed it to continue, as long as it meant that they were going to have a chance at a national championship, and they finally did, and they delivered. So,
but even the president said, "Hey guys, don't report any of this sign stealing stuff."
Well, yeah, the president. I mean, look,
the president.
If this is true, if that's the reporting that's going on, and it's true, that doesn't make him look good. But he's not the president anymore. So what are they doing? A lot of stuff could come out here. And I think that is the fear that Michigan has is that, okay, we've got a lot of secrets that are buried here. How do we maintain these things? How do we make sure that this stays buried?
I'm beginning to be convinced that Michigan is in that class of Teflon sports entities. Derek Jeter was in the Teflon class. Peyton Manning, Charles Barkley in the Teflon class. I once heard Charles Barkley say the only clock a woman needs is on the stove.
Oh, boy.
I heard him say that. Okay? But it's because it's Charles Barkley, nothing sticks to him. Michigan, unbelievably, none of this stuff sticks to him. Do you notice that, right? It doesn't really stick to them.
You're asking the Spartan if I've noticed that nothing sticks to Michigan?
Yeah.
It kind of, I've seen that. Or that everything gets deflected and everything gets pointed out at Michigan State. The real question is to ask is how is this going, what's Michigan State going to suffer because Michigan's going to come away scot-free on it.
Right. And
that's real question.
The real thing that Michigan is going to suffer is if Ward Manuel stays on, then who is your fall guy? Is Gator right? Is it Sharon Moore? Because obviously to me, you guys need a fall guy and you want it to be Ward Manuel. What if it isn't?
My guess is that Ward, this is me, right? This is my guess, is that Ward Manuel and University of Michigan will agree to part ways. There'll be a buyout, and part of the agreement is that there's a non-disclosure and that he's not allowed to talk about anything that happened.
That's so lame.
But that's Michigan. That's what they do. Nobody talks about it. You can't talk about it. There's plenty still to investigate, and we'll see if those investigations take place. I mean, nothing happened with the basketball player that got into a car accident driving Ward's car. Nothing happened with that. Nobody dug deeper. They just took his, kid needed, we just got to use it. What?
So what would be listed as the official fireable offense for Ward? Knew of the relationship 6 months prior? I mean, what would?
I think that would be it, or it's just simply a culmination. That's
right.
The easy button.
Everything that happened.
Hey, we've got this laundry list of things, whether stallions and the assistant coaches, and here's what happened. You allowed the head basketball coach to stick around longer than he should have. You've got the kid that had your car. We have the gun here, the gun charge here, and we have all these things.
Is that all?
And by the way, there's Sharon Moore to deal with it too. And when did you know this and all that? Yeah, I think it's a culmination of things. But we'll see. Let it play out, as we always say on the show. Let it play out. We'll see if anything gets leaked on this investigation. And I imagine that when it's all said and done, the Board of the Regents is going to have to say something. What will be the language they use? And is there more to come? Are there other scandals yet to be unearthed? The LLC with the running back and Connor Stallions. And I mean, there's lots of stuff, man.
Can you believe, given all that's come out, how long we spent talking about the cheeseburger? Right?
Like, don't even get me started.
Boy, what a harbinger of things to come that was.
It wasn't a cheeseburger. It was everything goes with it. But that's the other things, right? That's all part of this package. Anyway, but it's going to look like, because it comes out of my mouth, take it for what it's worth, because I'm not a Michigan fan. So I get it. And even I'm saying, wait and see what happens at the end of the week. But this is the reporting going on right now. This is what Ward Manuel has reportedly said to Yahoo, quote, "The president and I have had several great conversations over the past couple of days. There are no plans for me not to continue to be the athletic director for the near future." Yeah, between he and the president, but it's not the Board of Regents. So we'll see what happens. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Hey, I'm just curious what Michigan fans felt about that. I know that Ward Manuel is polarizing and I'm sure Michigan fans, of course you would love the national championships, but is it going to come at the cost of losing an athletic director? I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world losing your life. Look, Michigan State just lost an athletic director, right? Jay Batt is picking up and getting out of Dodge after just a couple years, not even 2 years on the job. Gostkowski, the president, is deciding to stay at Michigan State, this is a whole crazy turn of events that's happened there over the last month. But I'm glad he's staying because it seems like he's a pretty good president. But athletics programs will live on. But I think the problem with Michigan is this is a scandal. There's a lot of dirt here, and seeing what's going to get uncovered here is like, okay, is there another shoe to drop or not? And what is this?
But the underlying problem with them is the same, right? With all of these indiscretions, it's we can get away with it, and what happens here stays here. Correct? Right? Like what happens under our umbrella, sign stealing, inappropriate relationships, we can keep it under the umbrella. We can keep it under wraps. It's the same problem. Wherever there is unchecked power, there is abuse of power. And I think, Michigan fans, just admit it. You want Ward Manuel to be your fall guy. You want to be able to blame everything on him and out with the old, in with the new. You know as well as I do, it runs much deeper.
Well, it probably does. But it's also, if you want him to, saying he's the fall guy kind of intimates that he doesn't have, reason to be blamed for things that have happened. And he absolutely does. He was the athletic director there. Does it mean that others shouldn't go unscathed or should go unscathed? No, of course not. They should find, I would hope that this report implicates more than just Ward Manuel, so that it's not just on him, but a lot of this is going to be on him. Now, there's good too. Like you mentioned, obviously, that you hired Dusty May. Good hire. Very good hire. Excellent hire. Lost Dusty May. That's the success of what went on there. You made him a fair contract. You liked the contract. You just didn't sign it.
Any coach, any sport, you make the trade as a fan right now. You win a national championship, you can leave right afterward. Any team, any fan base would hire any coach in America to make that deal. Jim Harbaugh, great hire. Kyle Whittingham, the perfect hire.
I think Kyle Whittingham is the perfect hire.
The perfect hire. Disciplined organization for a program that's a mess. The absolute perfect hire, a rich man's Pat Fitzgerald. Quite honestly.
Yeah, I think he's. I think both Michigan State have made great hires, but Michigan hits the ground running because that's the big program, and they've got players that are, sticking around. They had great recruiting classes, and obviously the portal is paid out handsomely for them. Michigan State, it's kind of a proof of concept first. But I love the fact that they have Pat Fitzgerald here. Every week I feel better and better about the hire. I don't know how much success Michigan State's going to have in the fall, but I think it's going to be better than what people initially think.
But how about the fact that both people that hired him were out at one point?
Exactly.
How could he possibly feel about his job?
Well, that's
these
the thing,
people hired me. Where are they?
If I'm Ward Manuel, I feel very good about your last hire. If your last hire was Kyle Whittingham, I feel very good about that. I think, as you said, I think he's a perfect addition to that team. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. If you'd like to offer up some feedback, you can get to that as well. We got a lot of texts coming in. I want to make sure I haven't done this. Yes, this is a new one. Champ Valencia. Chump. Skubal. I'm a huge proponent of trading Skubal, but thoughts on this? They keep Skubal, win World Series, but Skubal leaves. Was it worth it? Mason at home. If they win a World Series, yeah, it's worth it. But you can't guarantee anything because they haven't made the playoffs yet. So you can't get to 2, which would be winning the World Series. But yes, if they were to hang on to Tarek Skubal and win a World Series, it is worth it. Last time they won a World Series was 1984. Prior to that was 1968. It's been a while. We'd like to see a World Series in town. So, yeah, it would be worth it. Skubal's comments, he's pulling a Larkin. I'll do what I want to do because it benefits me. And after the fact, who cares what kind of collateral cluster bleep it's going to cause? Now, that's interesting because you had brought up in your notes for today comparing the 3 athletes in town that had, I guess, they've got plays.
Touchy situations.
They got plays to make.
Yeah.
Jalen Duren, Dylan Larkin, and Tarek Skubal. And of those three, who has handled their situation the best and who has handled it the worst? And I like the question because I think it leads to a real discussion about what each one has or has not done. Let's start with Dylan Larkin. And this is his mess. I mean, Steve Yzerman's adding to it, but it's Dylan Larkin's mess because he's the one that asked for the trade in the first place. So how are things going? Weeks after he's asked for the trade, how are things working out so far?
I think it's Steve Yzerman's mess. I think Dylan Larkin is right to ask for the trade. And he can dig his heels in. He can even go as far as not reporting to training camp if he so desires.
No, that'll cost him money then.
True.
Money that he's, got. It's not like he's going to sign an extension. He's got 5 years left on his contract.
But in terms of egg on the face, Jalen Duren's got the whole dozen on him, doesn't he?
Well, so Jalen Duren's situation.
He's hosting a party of none.
Jalen Duren wanted to bet on himself, wanted to pull a Max Scherzer, bet on himself, not take the money that was there or whatever, and see if he can get a better deal elsewhere. Well, you didn't get the better deal elsewhere.
Oops.
There were no
suitors
at all. It looked like there were. You met with several teams, but after you met with those teams, there wasn't a single offer sheet that came there that you could present to the Pistons and say, hey, here's the offer sheet I got. Let's work out a sign and trade. Didn't happen that way. Max Scherzer famously turned down a Tigers offer in spring training. He said, no, I'm going to bet on myself. Had a hell of a season and left in free agency and went on to continue his potentially Hall of Fame career. Then the Tigers then turned around and gave all that money to Miguel Cabrera. So that's fine. Here goes money shifted over here. And then you've got the third player in this mix, Tarek Skubal, which this is an ongoing situation. And how is he handling his what's happening with him? There's a lot to talk about. We'll talk about it with you next. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports obtained the following Michigan Athletic Director Warde Manuel quote. Quote, the president and I have had several great conversations over the past couple of days. There are no plans for me not to continue to be the athletic director for the near future, end quote. This after the board is reportedly set to discuss his future with the university this Thursday in Traverse City at a meeting. The Tigers off until Friday for the All-Star break. Manager A.J. Hinch said yesterday that all their injured players, with the exception of Justin Verlander, will head to Lakeland to keep working out. The draftee is also heading down there for camp. The MLB Home Run Derby tonight in Philly at 8. MLB's leader in homers this season with 32, Kyle Schwarber, announced as a participant late last week. The Pistons continue Summer League with a matchup against the Knicks at 4. Ex-Pistons head coach and front office member Dwayne Casey joined an NBA Network radio and spoke about Jalen Duren yesterday. Detroit City FC has received the largest investment in the club's history from former CEO of Rocket Companies, Jay Farner. The undisclosed amount is set to help in the construction of the team's new Southwest Detroit Stadium. Michigan State basketball announced they'll play Gonzaga in a men's and women's basketball doubleheader at Acrisure Arena in California on December 19th. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Karsch Anderson program. Gator with you today, along with Mark Ryan, who's in for Doug Karsch. Doug will be back tomorrow. Look forward to taking your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. Kind of got into a little discussion about the three players here locally that have had their own little situations and how they're handling it, whether it's Dylan Larkin, Jalen Duren, or Tarek Skubal. Which of the three local athletes do you think has handled their situation the best, and who's handled it the worst? We kind of started laying out, the groundwork for what the three athletes are going through. As far as ranking it, Mark, who's handled it the best, I would. It's by process of elimination, right? I think Duren's handled his. It's backfired on him, so that's poor. So he's out. Dylan Larkin is the one that asked to be traded in the first place, and likely his camp that leaked the story that he wanted out. That undermines the ability to try to trade for him. And then he's the one who's got the no trade clause and just recently opened it up to a fourth team for his precious no trade list. And then there's Tarek Skubal. And I think this is going to sound counterintuitive. I think Skubal's handled it the best because Skubal's look at what he's done. He managed to keep quiet an elbow issue in the offseason that he was feeling in the offseason, but didn't say anything about. It creeps up during the season where he gets, by the way, in the offseason, he gets his arbitration number. He gets paid $32 million or whatever it is. He wins that. So he's a winner there. Then partially through the season, he has to have the procedure done. And everybody's thinking, oh, crap, we just lost the opportunity to trade the ace of the staff and the two-time Cy Young Award winner and all that. And no, procedure was a beautiful procedure, apparently. Only kept him out for like 5 weeks instead of months and 3 or 4 months. He's out for just, 4 or 5 weeks. And now he's back and he's healthy. And, he certainly can do whatever he wants to do. He could stay in Detroit. He could, get up and leave at the end of the season. And he has these comments coming out where he says he wants to be here. Doesn't want to be traded, wants the team to buy, but he only wants to be here he's only committed to stay here for the rest of the season. He thinks this team can win a World Series. But it's all in his favor. He may be in public, this looks awful, right? There are parts of this we hate as fans, even though he says this team can win a World Series and he wants to be part of it. That's all great. But what about after that? And that's the part that people are upset about. So between the three, for me, Skubal has actually handled it the best because somehow he's missed a month of baseball, yet it's not necessarily going to hurt his tradability or his marketability at all. He got paid in the offseason for the 1-year arbitration with the $32 million, and he's still poised to make big bank in the offseason. He's fine. The other two guys, who knows what's going to happen with Dylan Larkin, if he even gets traded, because right now he's facing the fact that he may have to start training camp still as a Detroit Red Wing. And Jalen Duren thought he had greener pastures and does not. Now, the Pistons still make him a really nice offer, and they should make him a nice offer. I think Jalen Duren has a lot left on – there's a lot of meat left on the bone there for a guy who's 22 years old. But nonetheless, you banked on himself. He thought he was going to get offers, and he didn't get offers. So that's where I stand on the three if I had to rank them.
We're going to need Kang as a tiebreaker here because I've got Skubal as handling it the worst. Look, at least Duren, who's my number 2, he's all about the money and he's pouting now, but at least he's honest. At least he's clear about what he really wants and what's important to him. Okay, all you care about is money. You don't care about winning. The proof of that is you listed Sacramento. You're not about winning. Okay, but at least we know who you are. Skubal is the guy lying to your face, cheating on you behind your back. And then he has the nerve to lack the self-awareness to come out and say, I want to be here through the rest of this season. What an absolute slap in the face. Not only is this city going to lose you, you want them to lose you for nothing. He's handled it the worst. Dylan Larkin, look, it's the Red Wings' fault that they didn't mandate in his contract, how many teams he has to give him. It's also the Red Wings' fault. A listener said to me, well, if you ask out of a no-trade clause, that should void the no-trade clause. That also is not in Dylan Larkin's contract.
It's not in anybody's contract.
Right, but he's got the Red Wings right where he wants them, and he's right to ask out. He values the end of his career. Dylan Larkin is the anti-Jalen Duren. All he cares about is winning. So Dylan's handling it the best. Duren is second. Skubal's lying to everybody and then giving you these backhanded compliments and insulting you. He's easily the worst.
But Larkin's also stuck. He's got 5 years left on a deal. So he can't go out for the money cannon contract because he's still stuck in this contract for 5 years, albeit at a nice salary, just under $9 million a season.
Paltry by NBA standards.
Yeah, but different sports. So it is what it is. The highest paid player in the NHL is going to get paid $18 million a season.
But it's paltry by NHL standards too.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. He can't get out of it. He's stuck with the 5-year deal.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have the opportunity to try and hold out for more money or whatever, or get that free agent contract because he's not. And the reason he's asking out is also partially his fault because he didn't perform. Because he's one of these guys that took a nosedive in the month of March and later.
They were 4th in points when he was playing. They were 10th in points when he came back. That's not really on him.
Well, but what was the disparity between 4th and 10th? 5 points?
They were in it. They were first.
They were always tight because the conference was tight. But there's no question that he's part of the problem as well. I think he's also a big part of the solution. I wish it never got out there. I wish he would stick around because if he stayed committed to the Detroit Red Wings, maybe the Red Wings could have gotten involved for Zach Werenski or somebody else.
He doesn't want his career to be Mike Trout's career. Well, and I can't blame him for that.
That's why I keep going back and I think to myself, there's something went on behind the scenes between he and Steve Yzerman that really broke the relationship to the point where Dylan Larkin asked to be traded. I don't think it was just simply, I want to win and we're not getting it done here. I think there was something else that went on there. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Who's handled their situation the best between Jalen Duren, Dylan Larkin, and Tarik Skubal? And who's handled it the worst? If you had to rank those three players, how would you rank them? Got some more text coming in. Champ and Chump votes. Chump, FIFA soccer for 35 minutes of extra time to make Switzerland lose Saturday and Sunday. To make them lose Saturday and Sunday. Champ, Pistons Summer League win. Interesting. Champ, Valencia for persevering through the minors and getting off to a hot start.
I feel like he's almost a unanimous champ. What a feel-good story that is.
He's gotten a lot of the champ votes. Yep. Oh, because, a heck of a start. Yeah. First at bat, you hit a home run, and then you've gone 5 for 10 in the 4 games you played. That's pretty good with 2 home runs. By the way, we had another home run. Chump and Skubal, you don't get to call the shots without an extension. Well, yeah, it'd be great if he would, to your point earlier, would he accept a 3-year, $150 million deal from the Tigers?
Of course not.
I don't know if he would or wouldn't. Based on with the thing Doug and I always talk about on the show lately, I always talk about it, but we've brought it up for months now. the uncertainty of what's going to happen with the collective bargaining agreement. Everyone seems to think there's no question there's going to be a lockout. The question is, will it affect games? Like they'll lock you out whenever the year ends, and if you start in November 15th or whatever, if that's the first lockout day, sure, I can see it that it's locked out. But they have all this time to negotiate it. Will they get it negotiated enough where we're going to have a full 162 game schedule, or a month into the season or a week into the season, whatever the case is, like it was in 21-22. They missed, I think, a week's worth of games, and that was it. And it can still happen. But there's uncertainty with what their new agreement is going to be. It might behoove him to agree to an extension and agree with like a lot of money up front.
Well, while this is grandfathered in before the new deal takes place, I mean, if you are sore like I am about how this Skubal situation is being handled by he and his agent, love the fact that the owners are pushing for a maximum salary, just like the NBA, a salary cap and a maximum salary. So guess what, Scoobs? Now you can't go to your 10-year, $400 million. Put that down your pipe and smoke it, right? Like it's suddenly a 3-year, $150 million deal looks great. But I think the fact that they gave that deal to Framber is proof that they would have given that to Skubal. But you can't work with them.
No, I think it is proof that, and that's why I think that they know, Skubal's camp knows, Skubal and Boris know that they've got a deal. If they wanted to come to the Tigers, that the Tigers would be willing to pay something that starts with at least with a 4 per season, with like 40 something. But it may not be enough because they still think that they're going to get the monster deal from the Dodgers or the Cubs or the Phillies or the Yankees or whoever else it is. And I also don't think that Tarik Skubal wants to play for Milwaukee or Tampa, which might be the other trade options right now. So
I think Milwaukee's the best, don't you? Like Jesus Madej, the top prospect, Logan Henderson, young stud pitcher. I mean, and obviously he doesn't want to go there, and I think that's part of the reason why he's saying he wants to be here the rest of the year.
Well, and I don't know if they're willing to part with their top prospects to get Tarik Skubal either, because their top prospect is the top prospect in all of baseball. So I don't.
Padres, Mason Miller. There's evidence
that it's happened, yeah.
But Mason Miller had control.
There are teams that were going to do that. I mean, the Padres were just, foolish in doing what they did last year. Anyone that thinks the Tigers have a World Series team, let alone an ALCS team, is living in dreamland. Trade Tarik to the Cubs. They have a legit playoff team. I'm not going to say what he says because I can't stand the Cubs. It's Brad and Lansing. You just want him to go to the Cubs. And Kang, you're trolling me, and I don't appreciate that.
What? I'm just sending over text, man. What do you want from me?
You picked that one out of the thousands of texts we get, and you're trolling me.
I'm sitting back here, minding my own business. Am I not right, Mark? I mean,
I think you nailed it.
Yeah,
I think
Gator,
you did.
Yeah,
I want to
acknowledge me, Gator.
Try to get me to say that.
I want to present a counterpoint on the if they make the playoffs, they're not going to do anything. Okay,
we'll get to that next year on 97.1. All right, so you wanted to address the previous text we got. It says, anybody thinks the Tigers have a World Series team, let alone an ALCS team, is living in a dreamland. Trade Tarek to the Cubs.
Okay, so
I didn't need to read that last part, but I did because I'm tricked.
The last 10 years, all 6 MLB playoff seeds have either made it to or won the World Series. 6 seed Philadelphia, 2022, made the World Series. 5 seed Texas, 2023, won the World Series. You obviously know the others are possible. Who are we to say, whatever seed the Tigers could end up with, that you can't do anything? Is this team better than they were last year? Yeah, they are. Melton's better. McGonigal's better, right? McGonigal's here. You are better. You are more dangerous. Last year, you finished 1 run away from the ALCS. So I think this notion that you can definitively say today that this team couldn't do something when in a 3-game series you got Mize, Melton, and Skubal, in a 5-game series you got those 3 and Skubal twice. I don't know how anyone could say that.
I agree with you. I think that as much as I'm ready to trade Tarek Skubal, if you had Tarek Skubal the rest of the season, and the Tigers are going, let's say the Tigers are buyers, and they buy a bullpen arm. Doesn't have to be the closer. Let's say just get another solid bullpen arm, somebody they can use in the 7th or 8th inning, and you feel confident that guy's getting the job done. That's pretty sweet. And they add a bat of some kind to this team, a right-handed bat to go in and compete with Kerry Carpenter, to be an extra outfielder or DH, but it's the right-hand version of it, so they kill left-handed pitching, and you find that. Yeah, I think this team is competitive because it's the starting rotation. When you get to the playoffs, you shorten up your rotation. This rotation is so deep. This is 6-7 pitchers deep in the starting rotation. The fact that you can repurpose other players that normally would be starters and now they can come out of the bullpen and you can maximize the fact that they've got velocity or that they know how to pitch. Look, Montero knows how to pitch out of the bullpen. Wipe out of your mind what happened yesterday, right? We've seen Kader Montero. He's a plus pitcher on his staff. He's really good for this team. I feel confident that Casey Mize is a bulldog in waiting. He's shown signs this year. He wants to be that guy. Maybe not the greatest start for him on Saturday, but it's like if you take away the recency bias, which is over the weekend, look what these guys have done. Montero was great. Mize has been great. Troy Melton's been outstanding, like really outstanding,
like ace stuff.
Yeah. Tarek Skubal's been very good. This is a bad season for Tarek Skubal, and his ERA is 3.0. And it's a bad season for him so far. I think the number is only going to get better for Tarek Skubal. Flaherty has been very good for his last 5 starts now. And add to that, Framber Valdez, who also shows the ability. Framber Valdez, it's like 6 out of his 10 starts, he'll go out there and be great. You get to a short rotation situation. Who makes the rotation? I don't know who makes the rotation, but I'd love to be AJ Hinch and figuring that out. Now, the offense has to keep doing what they've done. Do they have to be historically great like they were in June? No, but they need to be consistently good. And I do think they need to add another bat to the mix. I'd love to see them add another bat to the mix.
The reason why when we were talking about which GM is in the worst spot, toughest spot, I didn't list Scott Harris is because they've actually never been in a better spot to trade Tarek Skubal for all the reasons you mentioned with all the young stars coming up. And I will say this about Troy Melton, getting to host Tiger Talk with Dan Dickerson. Man, everything Dan told me on the air, off the air, has been on point. You know what he said? He goes, Mark, Troy Melton, I'm going to tell you, Troy Melton, there's a reason they haven't traded Troy Melton. And he's like, I think he has number 2 or number 1 stuff, which imagine hearing that in January. It's like, oh, that's news. Well, now what are we taking in? He does have number 2 or number 1 stuff.
Well, Dan and I are in the same wavelength.
Yeah.
I love Dan Dickerson. I agree 100%. I was touting Troy Melton all last year. He just looks different, man. He's got this makeup, high 90s fastball. They were taking their time with him, easing him into it, pitch on the bullpen, get some spot starts here and there, and he looked great. And this year, that hasn't changed. Champ Eduardo Valencia for the incredible MLB debut weekend in which he had with the 2 home runs. Chump, you're going to have to help me on this. Alexander Sorloth for playing for the name on the back of the jersey and not the name on the front?
You're going to the wrong guy. I can't help you.
Thought maybe you had it.
No.
I'm guessing he's a Norwegian player. I don't know. Alexander Sorloth.
Oh, yes. I know what he did. He had Holland breaking free on a 2-on-1. He kept the ball to himself. Norway was up 1-0. That would have made it a 2-0 lead. 2-on-1 break, kept the ball to himself. Holland went like this while the play was ongoing.
Oh, you can't do that.
No.
You can't do that. That's obvious. That's a great chump call. Holland's been great. Stacy is on a cell. You're next up here, 97.1. Hey, Stacy.
Gator, I got a question for you.
Yep.
I don't know why Zach McKinstry is still on the team, so I want you to help me out real fast because I'm a marginal baseball fan. I know you talk about Max Anderson and Clark. That's over in AAA, I guess. So what's the hold up? You see Outman and a new guy here, Eduardo. You see these guys coming up. Can you explain to me, who I really don't know, so I want you to not chew my head off, but at least tell me what's going on with these Max Anderson and Clark? Like, why they can't come up?
I wouldn't be surprised if Max Anderson is brought up in the next few weeks. I think once you get to, I think the trade deadline is going to tell us a lot. If they have guys that can move out and guys that they can move up, I think the hesitancy with Max Anderson is that they wanted him to be more developed at the plate with his plate discipline. He has gotten better at it, and he still only has 18.
He's looking pretty good.
No, I mean, his numbers look great. When you look at batting average at 308 and his OPS is 869, and the numbers look even better if he were more disciplined at the plate. He's only drawn 18 walks all season long, but that seems to be that's it. That's the tipping point, is that he needs to be better and more selective at the plate and draw more walks. If he's able to do that, then I think there's no question they would have brought him up. But he has gotten better with it, so I think that may happen. Will that happen at the expense of Zach McKinstry? I'm not sure. They really like Zach McKinstry. I get it to a point. I mean, he was an all-star last year because of what he did in the first half of the season, but the second half of the season he was not good. And I guess they're waiting for that to click in here. They like his versatility. I'm not the biggest fan. I don't love Zach McKinstry or Matt Vierling. I think these are two players that I wish they would look at other options. Hey, I am over them. But thanks for the call, Stacey. I appreciate it. I'm always looking for the next guy. And I'm making my mind up pretty quickly on major leaguers if I think that this is a guy that you can go with or not. There are very few that I'm not sure about. Like long-term, I don't think Kerry Carpenter's long-term.
Really?
With this team? No, I don't.
Wow.
I like Kerry Carpenter. I like for what he offers, but he's a platoon player. And right now he's struggling this year too. That doesn't help him out.
But who was the 2-run home run off of in the ALDS Game 5?
Look,
left-handed pitcher.
Have big moments. Yeah,
right.
It's great. It happens.
But see, I think Torkelson's moment is done, though. I mean, he
might be done too, but he's they don't have to worry about him for a couple more years. Carpenter,
I worry about him every day.
Carpenter, Green, and Torkelson are all free agents at the same time. So,
yeah, but do you want to see Torkelson for another couple of years?
I'd like to see him used in leverage situations. No, honestly, like I don't think he's an everyday. I don't know if he's an everyday player. I think he's certainly a weapon to use against left-handed pitching, without question. He hits the hell out of left-handers, but I mean, he has not been the guy that is consistently good, and it hurts because I'm a huge Torque fan. Torque's probably my favorite player on the Tigers.
Really?
I love Torkelson, but I know that he's limited because it's just too much swing and miss. And sometimes I think he just gets in his own head. But I root for the guy like hell because you see the potential. This guy's got 30, 40 home run potential. We've already seen him hit 30 twice.
I'm willing to let him achieve that potential with another team. He's the platoon player that isn't platooning.
That's fine. But until you find the guy that's ready to take over that spot, which it looks like it's going to be a minute before Briseño is going to get that opportunity. And that's going to coincide with the time that Torkelson's contract is up. Unless you go out and trade for somebody. Which, go ahead. If you find somebody better, go do it. I don't have a problem with that at all. And then you make Torque a platoon player who's going to face lefties.
The 208 I can handle. The 718 OPS I can handle. The 16 home runs I can handle. The 081 batting average with the bases loaded I can't handle.
Well, I get it. It's with the bases loaded, but typically with runners in scoring position, he's been very good. So but the problem is bases loaded, he hasn't been. Sure. I understand it, but he's not typically. But they haven't used him as a platoon player. That's the thing. They haven't even. It's like that hasn't. I'm not going to say it hasn't crossed AJ's mind. I don't know what has or has not crossed AJ Hinch's mind. But maybe moving forward, they're going to start thinking that way, because if the splits show that he's just going to struggle against righties, but he's going to kill lefties. I mean, if his batting average, I guess I'd have to look at what his actual splits are against lefties for this season, or this season rather than his career. For this season against lefties, he's got an 801 OPS, 381 on base percentage against left-handed pitching. Against righties, he's only hitting 191 with a 689 OPS. 689 OPS is okay, but it's not league average.
I would venture to guess a majority of Tigers fans would be with me and that doesn't mean I'm right, but we'd rather Kerry Carpenter get a shot to be a full-time player than have Spencer Torkelson continue to be a full-time player.
Well, if Kerry Carpenter can stay healthy, that's another thing.
Yeah.
Because that's been a big bugaboo with him. And I was a big Kerry Carpenter fan based on what he did in the minors. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. All right, so Saturday night, a lot of hype for a fight. I know it was a ton of hype for the fight, and this was between Conor McGregor and Max Holloway. Two fighters fighting at 170 pounds. It's a far cry from where McGregor typically fights at.
In terms of NFL teams, tell me who Max Holloway would be.
Ken, what would you? I would one of the better teams.
Yeah, I mean they're like a fan favorite guy who's had some big wins.
Denver Broncos. Denver Broncos.
Rams.
No, I was gonna say the Bills, but the Bills have never won.
Bills don't win.
Yeah, exactly. And Max has won some fights, but he's a fan favorite. It's fun to watch. That's a tough one, man. Expect that question mark.
Oh, sorry. Well, because I don't know anything about who McGregor was fighting, and I'm trying to see, is he fighting a tomato can? Is he fighting? So you've already told me he's fighting somebody legitimate.
Can. It's a legit fight, yeah. And so even on like Friday's show, one of the callers asked me what I thought was going to happen in the fight, and my reply to him was, I don't like the fact that Conor McGregor's hasn't fought in 5 years. Like, that's not good. And he's got some losses under his belt. And, when you get older in your career, You're more susceptible to knockouts as you've been knocked out, and he's coming off a broken leg and all these things. It's just a lot stacked against him. I don't think I'd be betting on Conor McGregor. And then the fight happens. So Saturday night, I get home watching some other things, and then I'm like, oh wait, the McGregor fight's on. It's on. I have Paramount Plus. Is this just going to be? Am I going to have to pay anything extra? No, it's right there in Paramount Plus. And I flipped it on 10 minutes before the fight started.
That's the best way to play it.
It is the best way.
It's like the Kentucky Derby. You don't do any of the hype. You're there for the race.
Just there for the race. And so I come in and I'm watching him come to the ring, and looks like he's struggling to get his shoes off, of all things, and then comes into the ring, into the octagon, I guess. And the fight lasts 69 seconds. 69 seconds. The bell rings. The gentlemen start going at each other, and Conor McGregor goes aggressively towards Holloway and tries this like jumping right leg kick that doesn't connect, or left leg, I guess, but he has to plant on his right leg, and looks like he lands a little awkwardly, and he doesn't look comfortable. There's a clinch, and it seemed like right away Max Holloway knew something was up with Conor McGregor's leg. And there were a couple times during that fight, during the 69 seconds, where he's like looking at the referee like his knee's out. It's done. He can't fight. But McGregor's not saying anything. He's still trying to fight. McGregor never once said, "Oh, my knee." He's just, I'm ready to go. At one point, he's on his back, and he's just trying to play defense and get him to come to the ground. Max isn't doing that. Conor gets back up, and it looks like he labored to get back up, and then tries another kick, and it's not happening, and lands awkwardly, and eventually they stop the fight. 69 seconds is all it lasted. Ton of hype for this fight. Dana White said afterwards there were at least 80 million people that were watching. Those are the numbers that he had. Who knows what the real numbers are, but
80 million watching, 800 million in bets.
It's a ton of interest in this fight because it's Conor McGregor, and he's one of the biggest names in the history of MMA. Really of sport. When you think, people know who Conor McGregor is. Very bombastic, very good, but hadn't fought in 5 years. So when we came in this morning, and Kang is back from Vegas, which is where the fight took place, right?
Oh, yeah.
So not that you were at the fight, but you were there there was plenty of hype going on in Vegas while you were there. I'm sure you got to be to see part of that. But you are by far the biggest MMA fan here on the show and at the station. I used to be, and I still am to an extent, but nowhere near where you are at.
Yeah, you only watched the last fight, dude.
I just watched it, yeah.
And by accident,
yeah,
by the
by
way.
accident, kind of. I saw highlights of some of the earlier fights. There was a stunning finish earlier in one of those fights, but
no, I follow the UFC still, not as closely as I used to, but I still follow the UFC. And Conor McGregor is, I feel like, this generation's Mike Tyson in many ways, because whether you love him or hate him, when he's gonna fight, which hasn't been in 5 years, it's a big freaking deal. And you're right, I was just in Vegas, and Vegas has always got energy and aura about it. It's just great vibes when you go out there, but this week, there was the Conor McGregor fight. First time in 5 years he's going to actually enter the octagon, which no one thought he would ever fight again. You have the World Cup. Well, all the international fans are in town watching, and everyone's betting, things like that. You had Summer League on top of that. So it was just a big 4th of July weekend, also last weekend. So it was a big, big week. Very fun. And speaking of the Conor McGregor fight, the hype was there. I took pictures of it. It's all on the billboards, on the screens, everywhere. You couldn't avoid it. The after parties here at this club and that club. Like I said, you could see people walking around, just donning their favorite fighter's gear, whatever, So, yeah, it was a big week.
So, you're watching a fight and they go through the replay and all this, and Joe Rogan's talking about it and say, I think he blew his knee out. I think he tore his ACL. This happens here on the first kick. You can see where he lands on his right leg to try to plant, to kick with the left, and it's just not there. And it sucks, right? And if you've bet on this fight, you're livid. Here it is, 69 seconds is all it lasted. You thought McGregor was going to give more of a fight than what happened. But hey, injuries happen. It's part of it. A lot of things can be freak injury. We've seen guys go to kick somebody, and the other fighter checks the leg. Next thing you know, the leg's in two pieces. Because it happens in MMA. Weird things happen. But then you start to speculate what really happened here, right? Did he hurt himself there or not? Because like I said, if you watched him walk into the octagon, when he takes off his shoes, he kind of stumbles while he's taking his shoes off. And now that you know that his knee is blown out, you're like, well, when did it get blown out? Was it on that first kick? Or did it happen here? Did it happen here? And then people are like, wait a minute. Or did it happen earlier? Did it happen in training and they just kept their mouths shut? So when Kane came in this morning, he literally said, guys, I could talk for 4 hours about this fight.
This is like, okay, so to set it up, like you mentioned how big of a week it was. Like, if you're a fight fan at all, this was a humongous week. Like, you never thought Conor McGregor was ever going to fight again in the octagon. It's been 5 years. He's got so much money, he doesn't know what to do with. Maybe he's on steroids. He's ballooned up to 200 pounds. He's like, he's not even the same weight class he fought in before. And so when I finally watch him, and like other fight fans, you watch him, guys, walk into the octagon, just his lead up into it, it was surreal. Like, is this really happening? And you start breaking down all week, and you've been thinking, like, how is this fight going to work? The logic, does he have enough gas tank to even last 5 rounds? What's Holloway going to do? Is he going to stand with him? All this stuff. Like, you're going through all these scenarios that you never thought you were going to go through. And he's walking to the octagon, and the nerves of fight night energy, Gator.
Yes,
when you
I
watch
know.
any big fight, whether it's
my
Pacquiao,
heart's
Mayweather,
pumping. I get excited.
That's what I felt like. I'm like, I can't believe this is happening. Conor McGregor, the song, the music, everything, the smoke, this is going to happen. And then they touch gloves, and they say fight, and there was no fight.
Nothing.
69 seconds. This was not a fight. I would rather have seen him get knocked out in 10 seconds than they exchange hey, let's just stand in the center and exchange blows and he gets knocked out.
Like one of his earlier fights, it was like
Jose Aldo, 13 seconds.
That was it, Jose Aldo. Yeah.
Whatever.
That's
a fight. This was not a fight. He went out there, and you can debate whether he was hurt before or got hurt in the octagon, threw a Bruce Lee jump kick for some odd reason.
I have a reason.
And then followed it up with another kick, fell down both times. Then threw a punch and fell down. At first, I thought, oh my god!
Oh, he's slipping on. What there must be? Maybe it's one of the decals on the octagon floor, the mat.
The mat's really wet, or his feet are real sweaty because it's so nervous. It's 5 years. You know what I mean? The adrenaline dump, all the stuff, and the excitement. And then when he slipped on the punch, I'm like, oh no, something wrong. Then you see Max Holloway talking to the ref. I'm like, oh god, he's hurt.
Why is he talking to him? What's happened?
Hurt. He's telling him to call off the fight.
And now I'm looking. I'm like, is the leg bent in the wrong direction? What do we got here? Is he seeing something? But McGregor's not giving any indication facially that he's messed up.
That fight made Tyson Paul look like Thrilla in Manila. Quite honestly. I mean, that was actually a fight. What happened here is he injured it before the fight. I got to do a move that looks like I could have injured it here.
Well, that's what I think happened, because this is where you get into the whole betting aspect, right? And you said, was it $800 million or wagered on this fight? It's a lot, obviously. And the last thing that the UFC wanted to do was cancel a main event like this, where they know that there might be 80 million people watching this fight. And if you have that kind of, fanfare around this thing, you want to deliver it. The last thing you want to happen is to have to cancel the main event, or the co-main event, however they build it, the evening of the show. But then I go back and I saw some other footage. Conor McGregor warming up in his dressing room. And he's literally doing the same kick that he started the fight with. And looked like he was fine. He wasn't showing like, oh, his knee's out. So I'm thinking, well, if he got hurt, when did he get hurt? Somewhere between warming up in his dressing room and walking into the octagon. Because I do think he was hurt going in. Again, I say, if you watch him take his shoes off, something's not right. But he's not going to say. And he's not going to say because there's a payday involved. He's going to give it his all. And if he can throw a kick and make it look like he got hurt during the fight, that's different. This is my speculation on it. It's yours as well. I want to get what Kang's speculation is. What the hell happened?
Was he hurt? Was he injured before he even showed up to the arena?
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text us as well. We're going to get into this next year at 97.1. Summer is here, and so are the July specials at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. So whether you're planning road trips, hauling the boat, or you're just ready for a new ride. Now is the perfect time to upgrade. You can get behind the wheel of a 2026 Chevy Silverado and lease it for just $134 a month, and that's for 24 months. Or if buying is a better fit, that's cool. Qualified buyers can take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months. If you need something a little smaller for summer adventures and everyday driving, how about this? You can check out the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Lease one for just $234 a month for 36 months, or qualified buyers can get 0% financing for 36 months. Visit Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at the corner of Telegraph and I-696, just south of 12 Mile Road. They're open every Saturday, making it easy to stop in whenever your summer schedule allows. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, helping you get where you need to go. Together, let's drive! All right, so we're talking about the Conor McGregor-Max Holloway fight on Saturday night in the UFC that lasted all of 69 seconds because it looked like Conor McGregor blew out his knee. The question really is, did he blow out his knee actually in the fight, or did it happen beforehand? And there's lots of speculation, both sides. Dana White with the UFC it's been pretty much on the side of, no, he got hurt in the fight. I wouldn't expect him to say anything else because it's his company. The credibility is at stake here because you don't want to think that you allowed a fighter who got hurt beforehand to still fight in this thing. But, we know how things go. Huge betting interest in this fight, nearly $1 billion wagered on this fight. And for it to have any kind of questioning about the legitimacy of this fight, that's not good. That's not good for the UFC. It's not good for basketball. It's not good for football. It's not good for any sport.
But is the lesson learned not that bringing these aging stars back for one last cash grab doesn't work either?
No, I don't, because it
they
still
make money?
works.
Did they make
I was
money,
going to
Mark?
say.
They made a ton of money, Mark.
None of the fans are happy.
Well, they're not happy because the
one's
guy
gonna be-
blew out his knee. But that gets to the question: did he blow out his knee beforehand or not? Kane, do you think he was hurt before he walked into the octagon?
Okay, so after the crazy just initial disappointment of I didn't watch a fight. I can't believe it. I didn't watch anything. I just watched him walk out to the octagon and then say my knee
Right.
done, right?
Yep.
So after all that, then you start speculating, right? And this is all speculation, of course, and everyone has their opinions, and I've heard a million different angles. My lean gator is that he came into the fight with an underlying injury like a meniscus, but not totally torn or anything like that, but there was something there that clearly he wasn't 100%. None of these fighters ever come into these fights injury free, by the way. I mean, they train really hard in MMA. They put their body through hell to get to fight night, and so they're always dealing with something. But this is a very compromising injury, it looks like, right? He couldn't even finish 90 seconds or whatever it was. So my lean is he came in the fight with something lingering, but with all the hype, the lead up and everything, he's like, I don't want to disappoint everyone, my fans, the build up. I'm going to give it a go. Okay? I can give it a go. You saw him, like you said, he was warming up, doing that stupid practice kick again in the back. And that's where I kind of just leaned that he was injured, because if you're hurt, why would you do that kick in warm-ups and then start the fight with a stupid kick like that? But like I said, I still leaned that he was hurt. So he's like, I'm going to give it a go. Now, the reason I only lean that way is just because I just said he was practicing this kick. Lead up to the fight, the face off, the weigh-ins, he walked, he looked pretty normal and everything like that. People were starting to break down him tying his shoes and untying his shoes and all that stuff, and I get it. And now there's video apparently of him showing up to Vegas late, and he visited some kind of medical clinic before he even showed up to the fight, maybe to manage the pain. But let's say you say, you know what, I've got an injury, Gator, but I don't want to let anybody down, I'm going to fight. Then stand there and just throw punches. Dig into the ground, point to the center of the octagon, and let's just go. You don't go out there with a compromised knee and do a jump Bruce Lee kick and land on that knee, okay? And then you do that kick to see if you got it in you, and you fall. You're like, all right, I guess I ain't got it. I got to stand. No, he immediately follows it up with another kick. So there's this other side speculation saying, that was him giving up. He didn't even want to fight. But I just don't believe that, because he didn't need money. He didn't need to come back. He's 37 years old or whatever. I honestly think he came back because he wanted to compete. And something happened during the fight week or leading up to the fight where his knee was not 100% and clearly compromised. And instead we got that. And he was better off just calling the fight and disappointing everyone that way instead of what we witnessed.
I mean, had he pulled a Daniel LaRusso and just done the crane right in the middle of the ring, we all would have known that there was an injury to his knee at some point.
Daniel LaRusso would have finished the fight.
No defend.
I feel like a lot of guys, if you're hurt in your legs, don't use your legs. You know what I mean? I feel like that's just common sense, man. But that's why
Unless you have to show a reason why you can't fight, in which case you would do the kick.
Stand there and just fight, man. Brawl. Max is, if he takes you down, he takes you down. But Max, he'll stand there. He's the guy who famously pointed to the center of the octagon against Gaethje. So
I don't know, man. I mean, part of me says, if you know you're hurt, don't fight.
That's what I'm saying. Don't fight.
Don't fight.
He should have never walked into the octagon.
He should have said, I can't do it. I hurt myself right before the fight. I can't. I mean, because if I go and fight and get exposed, I just cost maybe this company all its credibility.
But he walks with the money.
But he doesn't even need the money. That's the thing.
He may or may not walk with the money. That's the thing, is that you're risking an investigation. And look, already his trainers said, no, we had no issues.
Well, they have to all say that,
Of course they're going to say that. Exactly. They're all going to say that. But, they're going to go through the thing is, they've got video of everything leading up to it. So they can always go back and look at it and see, oh, wait a minute, is he walking funny?
I would be so interested to see what the late bets were. Because that's the whole insider trading
that's
thing.
The other side.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so the money side is 92%, I think, of the bets were on Conor McGregor. And if you follow Kalshi at all, I do.
Yeah,
I know you
Mark
do.
does.
I know Mark does. It was a huge wave of the fight not happening the day of the fight. Like, I think 70% of the bets were the fight wasn't even going to happen.
Oh.
So I think rumors started swirling like Conor's hurt or
Yeah.
something's going on here. Information leaked or whatever, and he's not even going to make it to the octagon. But he did make it to the octagon and did nothing. He was better off from a public standpoint. Just, dude, don't walk in there and not fight.
There's video of Vince Vaughn talking with Mel Gibson. Have you seen this one? Where Mel Gibson leans in and says something to Vince Vaughn right before the fight, as if he was saying his knee's messed up, and Vince Vaughn goes, "Oh, really? It's crazy. Like, there's all these things are coming out." And
How would you feel?
big
How would you
problem for
feel
UFC.
if you dropped 4 figures to be there, if not 5? You fly to Vegas, you sit there, you get that.
I'd sue.
I don't think you're a McGregor fan anymore.
I think I would sue. If you found out that he was hurt going into the fight, you would sue. And you would have every reason to. And this is why it's going to be really tricky and why you're going to have to pay close attention to this. 248-539-9797. Patrick is in Rochester Hills. You're next up here, 97.1. Hey, Patrick.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
What's going on?
Good, bud.
I just started listening to you guys a few months ago. Figured I'd call in since I do watch quite a bit of MMA and I've been a fan for quite a few years. So, I mean, I don't have any specific insight, but I will tell you as someone who's followed McGregor for quite a while, he's fought injured many times. He's one of the people that touts himself on doing it. And after his last fight with Michael Chandler, which got canceled, over a broken pinky toe, he's been on record in many interviews saying like, "Oh, I'm never gonna risk that again. I don't want to come in compromised. I've done it so many times." And so at 37, like you guys were saying earlier, you're never gonna come in 100% healthy to any fight. All of these guys go through lingering issues in training camp, whether it's a hip, a toe, a finger, a knee. So for what I'm hearing, it looks like he tore his meniscus, which, in a training camp, if you have a sore knee and a partially torn meniscus, you don't actually know. Like, you're not 100% sure you have a torn meniscus. You feel something in your knee. It's probably a little sore, and I'm sure that's probably what was happening with him. It's nothing he would think that he would have to pull out for the fight for. And like you said, he was throwing that same kick in the warm-ups before the fight, and I did see him maybe hop around a little bit while he was taking off his shoe. He looked a little uncomfortable. He looked very, very different in his walkouts as well.
Yep.
This time compared to the other times I've seen him walk out, his head is massive, which if you've been keeping up with what has been going on with McGregor after he broke his leg, it was widely documented. He went on PEDs, quote unquote, to heal the leg, but you saw how big and ballooned up he looked.
Yeah. So you think he had the injury going into it?
I think he had a lingering, maybe like a knee, like his knee probably hurt, but there's no way he knew that he had a partially torn meniscus.
You may not have. And thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Patrick. Apparently, he's gone on Instagram and said that he's going to have surgery, but hasn't said for what, whether it's ACL or meniscus or what.
When did he know he needed surgery?
Yeah. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports obtained the following from Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel. Quote, "The president and I have had several great conversations over the past couple of days. There are no plans for me not to continue to be the athletic director for the near future," end quote. This after the board is reportedly set to discuss his future with the university this Thursday in Traverse City. The agenda for that meeting has just come out. It does not reference the situation, however. Former EMU and NBA star George Gervin has been denied an early trademark request for Iceman. Bears quarterback Caleb Williams was also denied. The Tigers are off until Friday for the All-Star break. They do have several players in the injured list who will continue to rehab in Lakeland, including Gleyber Torres. Torres has shown some signs of improvement in the last week, where he's been spotted taking BP at Comerica Park. The Home Run Derby tonight at 8 with the All-Star game tomorrow. A sleeper to watch in the Derby, Chicago White Sox rookie Munetaka Murakami, who's burst on the scene after coming over from Japan. He's fresh off a trip to the injured list. Hometown representations tonight in Philly include Bryce Harper and the major league leader in long balls, Kyle Schwarber of the 8 Sluggers. The only who's won in the past is Bryce Harper, though. Detroit City FC is preparing for a groundbreaking this week on their new Southwest Detroit Stadium. Early, we heard that Jay Farner, the former CEO of Rocket Companies, became the single highest investor in club history. Part of that undisclosed figure will go towards stadium construction. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I think that's nothing but help the Tigers to get Gleyber Torres back as soon as possible. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout this morning, playing with the Florida Coast League Tigers this afternoon, I guess. But good. Rehab assignment. Let's go. Get him back. Jackson Jobe pitching.
They're averaging a run and a half more per game with Gleyber this year than they are without him. That's insane. How do you think that stat makes any sense? Because you look at Gleyber's numbers, on base percentage is good, right?
It's great.
OPS is good.
It's great.
Great. But the numbers themselves are not otherworldly, right?
No, but if you got a guy who gets on base 40% of the time, okay.
Helps.
Yeah, it's almost 2 times a game you're going to expect there. If he goes 2 for 5 or on base 2 out of 5 times, I mean, that's 40% right there. Top part of the lineup. Okay, the guys behind you are guys that are your guys you're supposed to drive.
But a
runs.
run and a half.
Yeah, because he's on base. And he gets on, and he's in the top part of the lineup. Yeah, I think it makes all the sense in the world. That's why they need him back. They need him back to make a real run at it. And at the same time, I'm like, he's a free agent at the end of the year. This sucks. Like, if you're in sell mode, you're selling everybody. I don't know if I want them to sell Gleyber Torres because it's tangible how much difference he makes when he's healthy and when he's playing. 40% on base percentage, incredible. Or 400 on base percentage for those that don't
If they
recognize
became buyers, not sellers, any chance that Torres is still on this team next year?
No, I don't think so. Because they had to sign him in the offseason. He's a free agent, so they had to give him another contract.
And you don't think there's interest in doing that?
I don't think at $20-something million a year. No, I don't. And I think that this is a position I think they're like, wow, he's still playing really well. And I think maybe they expected at some point they were going to bring Max Anderson up, who can play middle infield, and that would be your guy. I mean,
Torres isn't letting that happen.
How Yuli got the early call to do it, and he's done fine.
Yeah.
Maybe better than I ever expected him to be this year, but he hasn't been great, but he's been good. Maybe good's the wrong word, I guess, because he's below average in a lot of the metrics there. But I didn't expect him to be where he's at right now, Hao Yuli. Max Anderson, I think, has a higher upside than Hao Yuli, so kind of waiting on that to happen. In the meantime, Colt Keith, is he second base? Is he third base? Is he first base? Where are you moving him around because you just want him in the lineup? And you've got McGonigal. Is he shortstop? Is he third base? A lot of questions that might get answered if you had your guy at second. So we'll see. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same as a text. One of the reasons we brought up the Conor McGregor story, obviously it's wildly interesting to me. Was the guy hurt prior to the fight or not? And in a combat sport, whether it's boxing or it's MMA, it's a sport that's judged, right? So there's already tons of controversy that happens with results in the octagon if it goes to a decision, or the same thing in boxing if it goes to a decision. I mean, how many times have you heard this guy won the fight, but he lost because it went to the cards? Like he dominated the fight. How is it possible that these judges saw them lose? I mean, everybody's thought from day one that these sports could be corrupted if you get to a decision. It's why Dana White, when they came on board, whatever it was, 20 years ago with the Ultimate Fighter, 20-something years ago with the Ultimate Fighter TV show, it was fantastic. And they had all these great fighters that started off there. But it's the one thing he has been consistent in saying is, you guys are fighters. Don't let it go to a scorecard. You've got ways you can knock guys out, you can submit guys, or ways to win the fight without going to a decision. Don't let it get to the scorecards. And I 100% agree with that. But everybody's always thought that these sports are corrupted because of the judgment. And now here it is. Is it corrupted because you allowed a guy to fight when he shouldn't have fought because he already had an injury going into it?
And were they in on the injury? Well, were they instructing him to continue anyway? Hey, man, we got a lot financially at stake in you being out there.
Yeah, exactly. And that compromises things. But anyway, so the fight ends in 69 seconds. It is a massive disappointment, a tremendous letdown. Maybe one of the biggest letdowns in sports history. When you're watching this and 69 seconds into it, like, it's done. What else left you feeling like you were completely screwed in this situation? Like, wait a minute, I was expecting something awesome, and this just happened? That was it? This dud? Like you mentioned earlier, the Tyson fight with Jake Paul.
My sister's not even a sports fan. She was texting me about this. She's like, my boyfriend Rob and I are going to be watching this tonight. I can't wait to see Mike Tyson. I'm like, you're not even. That was so big, it brought in non-sports fans.
Right.
And Tyson tried for like half of the first round.
Yeah, and then it looked like, did he hurt his knee?
Exactly.
Like, what was Tyson doing in that fight? Like, wait a minute, Tyson still has the power. If he lands a punch, he can still knock guys out because you still have that power. But he couldn't even move well in that fight, King. I mean,
he had no interest in winning that.
If you remember that fight week, Gator, I thought he had zero shot. The man was like almost 60 years old or something like that. I just didn't. There's father time. I mean, really undefeated when you enter your 50s. You know what I mean? Like,
yes,
so
yes,
we talk about. Like,
I know.
Right. So I knew he had no shot. That's kind of exactly what I was expecting, Mark. I know other people expected more, but that's what I expected. What the Conor McGregor thing is, obviously there was a 5-year layoff. So part of the intrigue was, what is he going to do and what is he going to look like? What's the game plan heading into this? He wasn't fighting some 25-year-old. Max Holloway's 34 years old. So he's a veteran in the game and he's still pretty good, but he's on the later half of his career. So there was just all this intrigue of what is going to happen. It's been so long. Why is he fighting? And a complete and utter dud. Like, to me, they literally didn't even fight. Like, McGregor threw a couple kicks and then fell on the ground. That's not a fight. Like, at least Tyson, they went the distance, right? From what I remember, right?
Oh, it did.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, they went out there and they sparred or whatever you want
Air
to call
quotes,
it.
went the distance because no one was doing a damn
thing.
thing.
They did something more than what Conor and Max Holloway did. They did nothing. That was nothing.
Look, fights inevitably have the opportunity to leave you completely underwhelmed. Just as the nature of the fight, right? I mean, if somebody gets caught and the fight's over, like, that just happened. I just wasted my money watching this. And, you know, in some fighters, you have to understand, if they're knockout specialists, that fight may not last 60 seconds. Gina Carano and Ronda Rousey.
They fought, though.
Ish. Did they?
But at least it wasn't an injury. I mean,
no,
me,
it wasn't an injury. It was just a
demolition
in the octagon with this girl, and
I
look what
thought
happened.
that was bad too.
I love the question though, because this
They
kind
do
of
not match up stylistically or age wise or
Dude,
anything.
I told you, it was like putting out a soccer mom there at that point against Ronda Rousey.
Oh,
man.
boy.
Gina Carano, she's done stuff in her past, but that was way long time ago.
Yeah.
It's not like she
Gina
was.
Carano go out. Remember when she lost? She lost to Cyborg, right?
Yeah, which is-
and she got destroyed by Cyborg. And like that showed you there's a difference in fighters. Like, already you have to be well rounded, and Gina Carano was not that, and that's 20 years ago.
well, Cyborg ended her
in her prime of her athletic career too, and for Gina Carano, and she only fought like, it's not like she fought like 20 fights in her career.
But
She's
that was as big of a letdown.
Yeah, that was a big
because that
letdown.
was like 30
Carano
seconds, and she went to throw a punch, and she got beat to the punch by Rousey. Rousey got on top, flipped around, and then armbar tap, game over. And it's like 30 seconds, literally 30 seconds.
Yeah, that was a bad one.
That was up there as far as biggest letdowns, honestly, because I didn't expect Carano to win. I just wanted to see a fight. I thought interesting. Gina's, bigger and stronger, but Rousey's got the talent, and we'll see. But the one for me that was the biggest letdown is recently was a week ago. We had all the hype about Team USA in soccer taking on Belgium in the World Cup, and we're like, oh, yeah, we got our guy back, too. Balogun's, he's back. All right, yeah, President got him on
America,
the team.
bleep, yeah.
Woo, here we go. We got this. And 20 minutes into the game, they're down. They tie it up. Oh, here we go. 2 minutes later, they're down. And they look confused out there. It was brutal. The third goal was infuriating to watch. Like, that just happened? Seriously? What is the goaltender thinking coming all the way out? And then just kick it. And he didn't.
Right.
And then the defenseman's in the way, like the Belgian player kicks the ball to go towards the net trying to score. And the defender is the only one who's between the guy who's trying to score and the net. And the defender looks like he's doing everything in his power to avoid getting hit by the ball instead of getting in the way.
Yeah.
To me, that was the biggest letdown because we had built it up, all this great momentum for Team USA in the World Cup. Team USA has no shot. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we do have a shot. I love it. Let's go. We're all into it. Yeah. And then that happens. They lay the egg, and everything was just, it's not slowly letting the air out of the balloon. It's taking a machete. That's taking a samurai sword to that balloon. Gone.
That's exactly. Well, at least you didn't drop the get-in price for that game, which was $2,200. Now, this is a true story. Wife and I are talking about taking a trip out of country. I said to her, would you rather go to this game or the trip out of the country? She goes, I think I'd rather go to this game. 2 hours later, would you rather go to this game? Absolutely not. No. Absolutely not. $2,200 get-in price.
Not so much. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. Big letdowns in sports. You thought it was going to be great. The fight Conor McGregor on Saturday night. Here we go. McGregor and Holloway. Yeah, waited 5 years. Let's go. 69 seconds. It's done. And he may have had a pre-existing knee injury going into the fight to begin with. It never should have taken place. The guys behind the glass, they have their opinions. Love to hear what they have to say coming up next year. And you as well on 97.1. All right, we're talking about the biggest letdown in sports. If you watch the fight Saturday night between Conor McGregor and Max Holloway, that was a letdown. Lasted 69 seconds before they stopped the fight because clearly Conor McGregor could not go on. You knew that 15, 20 seconds into the fight, something was wrong with his knee.
He knew that 24 hours ago.
He may have known it well before. That's a whole other issue that Dana White's going to have to navigate through those waters, but they're going to do everything they can to say that there was no pre-existing condition. He was fine. He was fine. Because if you admit to it and then you see that there's some sort of, and that's the thing, is they're going to find ways the betting is, that's the good part of Vegas is that they watch that stuff. If they find that there was a massive swing in bets that happened prior to the fight.
Are you in trouble if you put money on Holloway right before the fight?
I mean,
are you in trouble?
You might.
How does that work?
Depending on how much money you have.
They advertise that though, like literally right as they were kind of getting the Vaseline on the face and whatnot. In the bottom left, it came up on like some Poly Market or whatever. Someone put down a bet of $900,000 for Max Holloway.
Yes, that's right. I remember because they said that. So yeah, you put down a massive bet, you might be in trouble. Or at least you'll be talked to.
Well, yeah, they got to prove that like insider trading or whatever, right? Mm-hmm.
Look, I don't know. I just saw him warming up. It didn't look. The second he took those shoes off, I'm like, something ain't right. Let me get to my.
I told you the Kalshi thing, man. People didn't even think the fight was going to happen all of a sudden.
That is so fishy. That is so fishy.
I mean, not that he was going to lose. Like, it's not happening. He's not going to make the walk into the octagon.
This is nuts.
So,
absolutely nuts.
Huge letdown. Huge.
So we have some ticket tests coming on this. I don't want to sound like a crazy person, but there was too much money being pushed onto McGregor by the sports books, opinion markets, and influencers. MMA, boxing, or a young man's sport over 33, you should just retire. Yeah, but these are the guys that everyone wants to see.
When was the last time one of these old man river fights actually lived up to it, though? Any?
We've seen some. I think sure the guys in the 30s fighting. I'd have to go back and look at a John Jones fight against somebody. I think
didn't George Foreman win the heavyweight title?
George Foreman won in his 40s.
That's the ultimate example.
Okay,
was it Michael?
That was in the 90s, I think, right?
Yeah, that was in the 90s.
Michael Moore.
And it was, I think Foreman was in his 40s.
And that was just Moore couldn't chop down the tree.
Yeah, but we've seen, there have been MMA guys that have fought well into their 30s and had great fights. Dan Henderson's had some great fights. And we've seen Randy Couture have great fights. Chuck Liddell have great fights. And then not so great fights, too. There is a point. Second you get knocked out and you're in your 30s, you should stop.
Yeah, and trust me, fighters will always try to test those waters. They don't stop.
I'm good. I've never been knocked out before. Yeah, but you just got knocked out. Now you're 36 years old. Trust me, if you get hit in the jaw again, you're going down.
Fighters usually try to reach that knockout limit at all costs.
The hard thing with sports and letdowns is everything else you spend top dollar for, you know what you're getting, right? Like you buy a TV, you know what you're getting. You buy a vacation, for the most part, you know what you're getting. You spend a lot on sports, you could get the biggest letdown ever.
Yeah.
And for me...
That's part of the fun, I think. If you don't know what's going to happen.
That's true. Commanders lines. First number one seed.
Oh, there you go. That's yours.
First number one seed ever in the history of the franchise.
Yeah, that was
your first playoff game. And 5 minutes in, you're like, this is going to be a loss.
This isn't my number one, but the first thought that came in my mind was when we were talking about biggest letdown was, do you guys remember when Aaron Rodgers was a New York Jet for the very first time?
Yes.
Monday Night Football. Listen, let me paint the picture for those that forgot.
Yeah.
It's Monday Night Football. It's 9/11. It's New York. It's Aaron Rodgers on a brand new team for the first time in his career. He's got the American flag. He runs out onto the field. And 4 plays later, he's on the ground with a ruptured Achilles. There is a
Were you trying to walk it off? Yeah. Remember that? He's like, "You're not. Where are you going?"
He got up for a second and goes, "Nope, not happening."
No.
Oh, you guys, you didn't pay for Zach Wilson? No.
So there's a meme now out
Still
there
hurts.
with Conor McGregor in the Aaron Rodgers football jersey with the Ireland flag running onto the field. My God, this is exactly the same thing. Nothing. We got nothing. And that was my biggest letdown that I could remember right away.
That was pretty great. I loved it because I was a Zach Wilson fan and I wanted to see Zach Wilson come into the game. Unfortunately, the Jets were so bad.
I just wanted to see how Rodgers would do with the team. We got none of that, obviously.
No, we got none of that.
He was out.
Corbin?
So as a massive basketball fan, mine would have to be Game 7 of the 2025 Finals last year. Pacers Thunder, such a fun series. Tyrese Halliburton, 9 points in 7 minutes, 3 for 4, and then obviously ruptures the Achilles. And at that point, you just knew the Thunder were going to go and take the title away from them. It was brutal.
I mean, how about Game 7 between the Pistons and Cavs? They're playing here.
Yeah.
You got a home game.
Yep, that's the most recent local one for sure. We got some text in that too. That I
Most
sent you,
inexplicable no-show
That
ever.
that was as close as my knees hurt before the game as we can get your local.
Oh my God!
But at least the thing with those things, like with the Rodgers game and then the Oklahoma City game and the Pistons game, they continued to play. Like we saw a game, if you want to call it. Conor McGregor and Max never fought. Like that was it.
There was never a punch exchange.
Everyone go home.
Seemed like it. This is what happens when one person determines the outcome of billions of dollars of gambling. So he just shows up because he put a bunch of money on Kalshi, and then he put a bunch of money against himself, and he throws the fight. As for not needing the money, are you joking? These people can never have enough. All right, so I don't know how the whole Kalshi thing works, and who knows there's nothing that says that Conor McGregor was betting on this, right?
Yeah, I don't know if Conor bet or not.
Are you allowed to?
I don't think you're even allowed to, but maybe.
How could you possibly be allowed to bet on, even if you want to bet on yourself to win? I mean, hey, you're getting paid for the fight.
Well, with all these bets, though, like the commercial that I just had that just aired, 23% chance the government admits aliens exist by 2029. Somebody knows something about that, right? Like somebody knows something about if or when they're going to admit something. Somebody knows something about the movies or something. It's all difficult. And that guy who dropped $900K on Holloway is screwed. He's in big trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it's like perhaps, manipulating the stock market based on what's going on to Strait of Hormuz. Whatever. I'm just, things like that happen. Just a couple of weeks ago, Serena Williams made her return after 4 years to Wimbledon. She lost in the first round, did not look very competitive, and then promptly pulled out of doubles with her sister. A lot of hype, turned into nothing. Adam and Brighton. You know what's sad about that? Is that none of us even knew, right? Because Wimbledon was taken over by the World Cup. Everybody was paying attention to World Cup. Or locally here, we're still caring about the Tigers, and Tigers are starting to win. Wimbledon, tennis's greatest spectacle, went completely unnoticed. Like I'm flipping around channels yesterday in the morning, and I'm like, "Oh, the finals! They're playing the final here. Oh, okay."
Tennis in general,
tennis in general has gone way downhill. But I mean, this time, this is the all time for the European sports, right? You have the Tour de France going on. This is cycling that nobody here cares about. You got Wimbledon tennis, which nobody really cares about, and they care less about it now. You've got the World Cup going on, which got all the hype, all the smoke until Team USA was out, and then it feels like half of the momentum is completely gone.
By the way, what time are the semifinals tomorrow? Do you know?
For
semifinal?
For what?
World Cup.
I don't know.
3:00 in the afternoon. You know why?
Because they want to appease the European audience?
Because they want to appease the European audience, even though it is played right here.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's, yep. Whatever.
By the way, the tennis thing is us. It's not that the tennis has gone downhill. It's that we are nationalist elitists. We have no one to cheer for. Therefore, we're not interested. Last male major champion, Andy Roddick. Since then, nothing. Not interested. That's what it is. Serena Williams is out. Not interested. We don't have a rooting interest. We are nationalist elitist when it comes to sports.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We have a couple more texts I want to get to. After the fight, when Max called for the trilogy to get that money, did not seem to go over very well with the crowd, understandably. John in Chicago. No, I don't think it went over very well with the people that heard that. Yes, Pistons, Cavs, Game 7, biggest vibe killer of the year. I mean, I was there, up in the press area, up high in the gondola, sitting next to Costa, and we both looked at it like, we can't believe what we're watching here. This complete lack of effort. And yeah, we've seen the team come back from 20 points down or whatever it was against Orlando at halftime. They were getting smoked.
But that game never had that vibe.
No, it didn't have that vibe.
And what is the why there? Like, it's like, okay, well, they shot their shot in Game 6, but then Cleveland didn't look like that.
No, I left after 3 quarters. I'm like, forget it. I don't need to stick around here for the fourth quarter and watch this continue to play as it's playing. And I'm driving home and I'm listening to them. Is it 30 points now? Are they down by 40? What the hell is going on? Mike Tyson and Holyfield. When Holyfield lost an ear and pay all that money through pay-per-view That's Tim and Clarkston. I was in Vegas for the bite fight. Not for the fight. I was there for a bachelor party, and it happened to go on at the same time. And we were at Bally's, which has the tram that connects Bally's to MGM, where the fight was, and everybody wanted to get to MGM, and they're like, you can't go. And then we're looking up on the screens, and they have the results of the fight are going, oh, what just happened? There's controversy, and the place went nuts. It was crazy. And we went out the front door of Bally's. We wanted to, hail a cab and go somewhere, and they told us, we don't want you to go. There's reports right now that there are banks that are being, or not banks, but there are casinos that are being robbed. Like, there are all types of chaos is going on. They told us to stay at Bally's. This was nuts. I'm like, this isn't Ocean's 11 before Ocean's 11, the remake came out, but it feels like that was the plot. It generated from this. And if you remember in Ocean's 11, there was a fight.
Right.
Just wild and crazy to be in Vegas at a time like that. 248-539-9797. We have more of an update on what's going on at the University of Michigan with Ward Manuel. We'll get to that coming up next here on 97.1. So this is directly from a Detroit news story that came out about almost 45 minutes ago or so. It says University of Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel told the Detroit News on Monday that he is staying at Michigan amid reports about his future being in trouble. When asked by text Monday morning whether he is staying, Manuel told the News, quote, "Yes, I am." His comments came as national outlets, including ESPN and Yahoo Sports, are reporting that a decision on his future could be discussed as part of the review of a broader investigation into the Michigan Athletic Department's culture. However, Manuel told Yahoo Sports reporter Ross Dellinger via text on Monday, "The president and I have had several great conversations over the past couple of days. There are no plans for me not to continue to be the athletic director for the near future." And he's talking about the president of the University of Michigan, Domenico Grasso. So it still has to play out this week and see what the Board of Regents has to say about this. They're going to meet Thursday in Traverse City.
What percentage of Michigan fans do you think want Ward gone? It's approaching 100%.
I don't know. I think that they're, because that comes with an admission that there's more scandals and stuff. So I would imagine it's probably not 100%. I would think it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 70 that just want it over and move past it. So if you want it over, move past it, then they want him gone. So this is interesting because this also comes on the heels of another story, this one from the Free Press that came out about 20 minutes ago. The headline of the story is University of Michigan hid evidence of cheating in football, ex-coach's lawsuit says.
Can I I've got the part of the lawsuit here. I share it?
Yes.
All right. At the meeting during which the law firm presented the findings of the Weiss investigation to defendant Santa Ono, defendant Manuel and other university administrators, defendant Ono's instruction not to report the sign-stealing scheme to university compliance, the NCAA, and any other relevant entities, nor to discuss it outside the room, was an infringement upon the First Amendment rights of those in attendance, according to former Michigan assistant Chris Partridge. Partridge, yeah. So, there you have it. So, why would you be hiding something that is not a big deal?
So, this
why
is
not
interesting.
Speak about it?
So, this is Chris Partridge that has filed the lawsuit. He's the former coach who worked as a linebackers coach for Michigan until he was fired in 2023. He originally filed a lawsuit in March, but updated it in early June. And this was the update that you mentioned. That's part of it. There's a lot going on with the University of Michigan right now. Between the athletic director, his career here lying in the balance. You've got a lawsuit here from a former coach and alleges that they knew about the cheating scandal, that they hid evidence about it. This is the thing. If you had admitted to things way back when and gotten ahead of it, that you wouldn't be dealing with a mess now. Now, it's everybody talking about a potential cover-up. If this is in fact true, this looks like this could all be bombshell type material. But again, we'll let it play out and we'll see how it goes and see what other evidence comes forth. But this is an interesting, lawsuit that's been fired. You had stuff last week about the staffer that was involved with Sharon Moore, that she is filing suit, and then you've got other evidence being thrown out in the Matthew Weiss case. There's so many things going on.
Way too many layers to this 7-layer sandwich.
All these things happening, and then the athletic director, to me, this is kind of interesting, has the balls to come out and say, yeah, I expect to be back.
I'm fine. I'm safe. Do you think he's as safe as he's portraying?
No.
I don't.
I don't think
I think
he
he's
is.
in big trouble.
I think it's fine that he had a wonderful conversation with the current president of the university. That's great, but it's the Board of Regents that are going to be talking. And I assume the president sits with them and hears what the discussion is, but they haven't talked yet. They're supposed to talk, I guess, Thursday up in Traverse City. So we shall see. But
what do you think Michigan fans want to come of all this?
I'm not the one to ask because I'm not a Michigan fan. So I look at everything with Spartan glasses with this. Not everything. I'm actually pretty objective with it. That's why I wait and see. But as far as putting myself in the shoes of a Michigan fan,
they just want it to be
fair.
over, right?
I can't do this. I can't. You can't ask me that.
I'm about as unbiased as they come on this. I have no tie, no affiliation to either school. I just think they want it to be done. Yeah, I think they're so humiliated, so embarrassed. The more that comes out about this, the worse they look. They never seem to be clear. Hey, look, they're the authors of two of the biggest scandals, perhaps the two biggest scandals in college football the last decade, right? They are the authors. Sign stealing Sharon Moore.
Well, I'm not stopping you. Yeah. I think there's way more than that, but those are two big ones, yeah. But I don't know if they're embarrassed because they haven't cut the head off the snake yet. Still slithering around there in Ann Arbor, still allowing it to happen until he's fired. He's part of it. He's not all of it, but he's the guy that, unfortunately for him, you oversaw these things going on. You were there when it happened. And I'm not going to have a whole lot of sympathy for the guy after the whole, fight in the tunnel thing and the way that they came out and blew that out of proportion. So, we'll see how it works out here by the end of the week. I imagine we'll hear a lot.
Michigan fans very quiet about this today. Yeah. Surprised by that? Very quiet.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. If you'd like to comment on what's going on with Michigan, with these the lawsuit that's taking place against them, former coach Chris Partridge alleging that they hid evidence in the cheating scandal. You've got Ward Manuel's future. He thinks he's coming back because that's what he said. He expects to be back. The president didn't say he wasn't coming back, and yet the Board of Regents has to meet later this week. We'll see what happens there. There were reporting earlier this week, or yesterday, that by both Yahoo and ESPN, it looks like he's out this week. We'll see. We shall see. In the meantime, we've been talking about the biggest letdown in sports, the McGregor-Holloway fight on Saturday night. It only lasted 69 seconds. And we're not even sure McGregor should have fought because it looked like he had a knee injury before he fought in the octagon to begin with. 248-539-9797. Jay is in White Lake. Jay, you're next up here, 97.1.
Hey boys, I got an obscure one for you, but man, it was scary. We were there, and we kind of ran out of there because 110,000 people were starting to get crazy. The 2005 U.S. Formula One Grand Prix at Indy, there was a tire war that year going on between Michelin and Bridgestone, and the 7 out of the 10 teams, so 14 out of 20 cars, were on Michelin tires, and those tires were starting to shred in the third turn because the banking was so high. So the FIA is trying to figure this out. They flew new tires in from France overnight, all kinds of wild stuff. And everybody was afraid the race wasn't going to happen. And so we're sitting there in our seats on race day, right by the start-finish line on the main straight. And all 20 cars come out for the warm-up lap. So there's 110,000 people there. We're all cheering like crazy because it's like, oh, my God, they're going to run the race. Thank God. They do the formation lap, and right at the end of the formation lap, all 7 Michelin teams, all 14 of the cars, pulled into the pits and turned off their engines. And only 6 cars were left on the track, the three teams that had Bridgestones. So now you got 6 cars. It was scary. Like 110,000 people.
You got to get it in quicker than that. I want to make sure I understand this. The big letdown was due to tires.
Tires, ladies and gentlemen.
But that was the big
tires.
letdown. The big letdown is that there were only 6.
Oh, he hung on a long time to deliver that non-story too. Oh boy,
is that on par with a 69-second fight or a Game 7 collapse? To him, it was. My bad.
My biggest letdown is we had to sit through that.
Oh, Mark, that's not nice. I mean, it might be true, but it's not. Let's go to Gibby and Royal Oak. Welcome, 97.1. Hey, Gibby.
Hey, how you guys doing, bud?
Good, you?
Long-time listener. Really going away, dealing with traffic, unfortunately. Couple things, really quick. Biggest letdown? Oh, God. Probably last year, the Tigers. Game 5, you had schoolboy on the mound. You thought you had it won and just left batter after batter after batter. Could not get the run in to win the game. So I think that was one of my biggest letdowns. As for the Ward Manuel thing, I don't think he'll be let go at the end of the week. I think he'll be given on probation or be given some kind of leash, a little bit of long leash. But as for the biggest scandals in the last couple of years, did we not forget that Michigan State's football coach decided to send explicit photos to a survivor?
Did what?
I mean, let's not forget that Mel Tucker didn't send photos to a survivor, an advocate. That happened a couple of years ago. So let's not turn a blind eye.
So you think that's worse than the Sharon Moore thing?
I think it's pretty well up there. Yeah, because
all right. I mean, really? A consensual relationship
breaks into somebody's house, takes out a knife, killing myself, threatening you.
Look, I don't need to defend Mel Tucker. He was brutal with the way things worked out there. But if you think that's on par with Sharon Moore, then I guess we're living in two different worlds. That's okay. Tom on a cell phone. You're next here on 97.1. Hey, Tom.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love your show. Just chiming in with the Ward Manuel thing. As a Michigan fan, my biggest thing, the final nail in the coffin, was his flubbing of the Dusty May stuff. You supposedly got these talks and this contract in place, and all of a sudden now Dusty May's gone. That was my last nail in the coffin. I want him to go.
Yeah, but he got a national championship out of that,
do you think he could really have nailed him down to that? I mean, there was no hotter time for Dusty May than after he wins a national championship. And then, by the way, you're looking at what's happening in the NBA. There are going to be jobs coming open.
And you might not be aware of this, Tom, but behind the scenes, people had known for a couple of years that Dusty May was into the NBA. A couple of years.
No, and I know that too. And I mean, it was all talks and everything. And when Dusty even said earlier in the season, he was like, I'm not going to go unless Michigan doesn't want me here, essentially. And I think he could have built a legacy here, and I think we could have paid him to do that, and I think it would have stayed if we hadn't flubbed it.
All right, that's your opinion. I respect that.
That's certainly an opinion.
No, and it's fine. I just think the money that could be offered between college and pro.
Yeah. Insane. Look, Dusty May wants to coach basketball. That's why Billy Donovan left Florida. He was tired of everything else that went into it. Dusty May can win a national championship, strike while the iron's hot, go coach Cooper Flagg, not have to deal with kissing high school and college players' backsides. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I guess they haven't revealed the terms yet of his contract with Dallas as far as I know. But the Mavericks had to pay $5 million, I think, to the University of Michigan for a buyout.
Drop in the bucket.
Yeah, because I'm guessing he's getting twice that on a year to coach with the
Boy,
the
did
Mavericks.
Dusty May ever handle that perfectly, too. Got in, got out, onto the NBA, national championship coach. Beautiful.
Yeah, and I get Michigan fans could be upset. And I understand the previous caller, why if you're a Michigan fan, you're upset with not hanging on to that coach. I totally get it. I just think it's unrealistic to think you're going to when you've got the NBA calling. Had he left to go to LSU or Indiana, I'd be livid if I were a Michigan fan. Like, what are you doing? You can't do that. And of course, contracts made to be broken, right? But it's the NBA. It's a whole different league altogether.
My school, Florida, national champion the year before. Shocked that Todd Golden's still there. Quite honest with you.
248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Hey, if you're looking at your home and you're realizing that it's time for a new roof, windows, or siding, the biggest hurdle is usually finding someone that you can actually trust. That's why you need to call Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. With over 30 years of service right here in Michigan, Shaner has built a reputation that's frankly unmatched. And we're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating, and that's backed by thousands of homeowners. And you don't get those kinds of numbers by accident. You get them by doing the job right every single time. And because they're a local family-owned business, they skip the high-pressure sales tactics. Instead, they provide a true, honest assessment of your home's needs. And when the job's done, you're protected by a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, while other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed to our community. They're here to stay. And when you're ready for quality that you can count on, make sure you visit Shaner Roofing by going to mymichiganroof.com. You're going to get the 5-star treatment that your home deserves. Again, Shaner Roofing. You can find them at mymichiganroof.com.
So the late Kenny Cott had his celebration of life on Saturday.
Yes.
And the instruction was, you were there.
Yes.
And the instruction was to wear your favorite Hawaiian shirt. Now, I hosted at 1 p.m. That began at noon, so there was no reasonable way for me to make it there. So I said to the people on Saturday, if you tune into the YouTube on Monday, you will see me in my favorite Hawaiian shirt. But this Hawaiian shirt, Gator, also involves my greatest walk of shame. All right? Now, I'm not going the direction you think I'm going. I got this at a beach store in Florida, and I'm looking at the shirt. Wife is with me. Owner of the store, I got a large that I'm looking at. Owner of the store comes up and he goes, get the extra large, you're too fat. I said, excuse me?
Wow.
I'm too fat? My wife starts like I'm the customer here, pal. He goes, you're too fat.
He could have simply said, I think maybe you're taking a larger size. These shirts tend to run small.
Exactly.
There are softer ways to say it.
You're too fat. So I'm like, bleep this guy. I'm getting the large. So I get the large. He goes, you get the large, you get the extra. I'm like, the large. And he goes, like that. And I'm like, it cost me like $60, $70, right? So I get the large, and this is the last thing he says to me. He goes, I'll give you a week to return and get the extra large. I get home, I start calculating the plan. Do I want to live the way that I'm going to need to do to fit into this shirt? 3 days later, I took the walk of shame back to the store and I got the extra large.
Yeah, you should have known.
I should have known.
The guy's selling the shirt. He knows.
There's the story.
It was a nice to see a bunch of people out there, not just people I work with, but meeting Kenny's family and all that. And his mother was so nice to talk with, his stepfather and sister and wife. It was great. And yes, they had a hot dog roller there, and it was spectacular.
No way.
Oh yeah, it was spectacular.
That's tremendous. There's also a GoFundMe out there right now for the family. So I'm glad that you guys got to go out and have remembrance for him. And from the sounds of it, it was everything that Kenny would have wanted it to be.
Yeah, it was like a giant tiki bar. It was awesome, and everybody wearing the Hawaiian shirts was great. Let's get back to the phones. Maurice is in Detroit. Maurice, welcome to 97.1. Hey, Maurice.
Good afternoon. I wanted to hear the end of the story about the race with the tires and everything. He can call back on Wednesday because nothing's going to be going on Wednesday. So he can call back and tell the part of the story. I was what's going on? But hey, whatever. I am a Michigan fan. I can't wait for him to go. Athletic director, Wade. I'm not even going to mention Manuel. I was with him when they loaned his wife's car to the football players to go out. And a
basketball player
had an accident. Basketball players, and they had a problem. That's when I knew it was time for him to go. Way back when. So a little too late, but I'm glad he's about to be gone.
So what happens if he stays? Because there's no guarantee he's gone. I mean, he seems to think he's going to stick around. He talked to the president of the university, and it feels like, yeah, I'm going to be here.
Well, I'm glad he feels that way, but I hope he leaves on Thursday. If he's still there, I'll be disappointed waiting for him to leave. If not, I'm sure something else will fall down and he'll be out within 6 months after anyway, because I'm sure there's some other stuff that's been hidden under the covers that will arise, and he'll be out soon.
All right. Thanks, Maurice. Appreciate it. Fritz is in Ann Arbor. You're next up in 97.1. Hey, Fritz.
Hey, what's going on? I want to say something about the Ward thing.
Yeah.
As a fan, I don't really care about the integrity of said coaches or people. As long as the championships keep rolling in.
Yeah.
I mean, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but we've won championships in baseball, hockey, basketball, and football, I believe, within the past, 6-7 years.
Who cares about honor, right? It doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, just as a fan, I care about championships. And if they keep rolling in, then so be it. That's how I feel.
And Fritz doesn't exhibit any problems in America at all. The ends justify the means no matter how you do it.
Here's how I feel about Ward Manuel's job. The same way I feel about all college sports now is I really don't give a damn who cares. The sports are a mess in college anyway.
I don't care as much as I used to.
I don't either. No, I don't care as much as I used to. I think that the transfer, the constant transferring, the portal, I think is ridiculous that they've allowed that to happen every single year. I didn't love NIL. I've warmed up to it. I understand it, but I do think that there should be a reasonable cap on NIL. I don't think it should be this wild, wild west stuff.
And if you transfer, I would like to lower your NIL max.
I'd like to see some sort of contract being brought in to assure that the kids will stay at least a couple of years. But look, these are other issues. I've certainly not as enamored with college
But the
football
thing
as
that
I
bothers me the most is the loss of bowl game value. Honestly,
There is no value.
Growing up, that was the biggest game of the year.
Yeah, well,
the very biggest game of the year.
The second you got into we're going to play for a national championship, a legitimate national championship, BCS, when that first started, you knew we were going down a road. It was going to be expanded. You were going to see it. And then, sure enough, then they go to a college football playoff, started with 4 teams. Well, you're going to have 4 teams. You're going to have another 20 teams. They're going to be pissed off about it. Now we're up to 12. They're
It's
talking
only a
about
matter of
going
time.
more.
Just wait till somebody opts out of that.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Here's one other big letdown that I remember this, and this is funny to bring this up because 100% it's a major letdown in sports history. Remember the Dan and Dave campaign from Reebok?
Oh gosh, that's the all-timer.
Oh my God, the Olympic campaign for the '92 Olympics, I think.
Barcelona.
And the commercials were unbelievable. Like, oh, Dan and Dave, here we go, the 2 decathletes. And one of them didn't even make
Dan O'Brien, and that was the guy that was number 1.
And the other guy didn't even
medal.
So Dan's the one that didn't make it?
Dan was the guy that was like the shoe-in gold medal winner
I was
and
a kid.
failed at the qualifying height on the pole vault.
I remember that campaign because as a kid, I fall for all those shoe campaigns. You know what I mean? I love shoes. And I was like, oh, this is great. Danvers. And then one guy didn't even make it. It was terrible.
That's the that's the winner. Of all of them that came in, that is the winner.
That was something.
To say the least.
Rico joins us in studio. Do you remember that? The Dan and Dave campaign?
I do. Yeah.
He does.
we're just talking about
So the
big
context
letdowns
is
in
Conor
sports.
McGregor. What a letdown that was.
Oh.
Right. So what letdown? Mine was Lions Commanders. Imagine dropping $3,000 for that. Gator said U.S. Belgium, 2,200 get-in price.
Somebody tried to warn you about that one. Dan and Dave. You know what, Gator? That I can't think of something right offhand, but I remember because the one guy got cocky, and he instead of just making some normal thing to qualify, no, raise the bar. And
I think you're right.
That was
It
Dan
came
O'Brien.
out. He tried to go like, why are you jumping it up by like 8 inches? Just
qualify.
Right.
And he was like, no.
He didn't lower it to the qualifying height until his final jump, and then he missed that one. Yeah. Oh my gosh!
What a wreck. What's coming up on the show? I can imagine what's coming up on the show today. It should be good listening, I bet.
A little bit of Scooble talk. He said some things over the weekend. Interesting. It's funny he didn't want to come out of a game. If only he'd have done that another game I could think of.
Oh my God! Please don't go back to that.
Yeah, don't bring it up then. Leave the door closed, Gator. Don't pull on that thread. You don't like what's on the other end.
I mean, he threw 99 pitches in that game. He was phenomenal.
There's some news
Struck
with the
out
big
the
block
guy
M
on-
too.
Is there?
Yeah, I don't know if you heard,
bruh. It is. We will get to it. Color me shocked until I see him actually gone.
Right. He's not.
He's not.
He's not. Until he's gone, he's not.
He'll find a way.
He thinks he's going to stick around. Okay.
I'm here for scandal number 25.
Yeah. And lift up the rug and see all the other ones. A lot of fun.
25.
Signed by Jeff Jackson. All right.
All right. Look forward to it. Rico and Valenti coming up next here. Mark, thanks for you for the last few
been a
days on the
pleasure.
show. A lot of fun. Kang back behind the glass and Corbin as well. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1. Hi, everybody. Boy, today's going to be filled with things that I really would rather not discuss, including Tarek Skubal. And at 4 o'clock, I guess we'll get to the Ward thing, but I'm bored with it. Nothing's going to happen. He's going to get paid to go away because he knows where the bodies are buried. But we'll get there. Can we start with Skubal?
Number 2 on your list.
Yeah, I have no desire, but this is my issue. And I want to be as politically correct as possible. Like, I how about this? Forget about being PC. I want you to understand, I'm not trying to be mean-spirited about any of this. I'm just, as a 45-year-old man, I don't suffer fools very well, and I don't like dumb stuff. So I'm just going to tell you how I feel. And I swear, David, you could bring in a polygraph or the good book, whatever you consider. I promise you. I pass with flying colors. I mean everything I'm about to tell you. I don't think Tarek Skubal's very smart because he says a lot of dumb stuff. And he allows Scott Boras to lead him around by the nose. And it happened again yesterday. And on a multitude of fronts. This is the beauty. I'm not even upset about the same thing you are.
No.
But it all emanates from the same person. And I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be insulting. But this is part of my issue is like, a lot of these athletes are not the very brightest people in the world, but they act like they are. Nothing irks me more than when someone who's not bright tries to act like they are. It bugs me. Skubal needs to stop talking. That's one. It was bad enough when we had to listen to his, well, the team should buy. I want them to buy. Brother, your agent won't even talk to this team about an extension. You don't get to do that. But it was worse yesterday. So you get a Bob Nightingale thing that starts the day, which is Boras. And you go, well, how can you be mad at Skubal for what his agent does? Simple. He's empowering all of this. Mm-hmm. Here's the report yesterday from Bob Nightingale. Skubal doesn't want to go anywhere this season. And he's told his friends he wants to stay in Detroit. What kind of report is that? Since when do we report about what players talk about with their friends? Well, what's next? Bob Nightingale's going to report that like one of his friends has the hot for a blonde in aisle 7. What are we doing? But okay, he's told his friends he wants to stay in Detroit. He believes in the team. You mean the same team he won't re-sign with? Mm-hmm. And he hopes he can stay with them this season as he thinks they have a realistic shot at the World Series this year. But here's where it gets bad. Skubal has informed he wants to stay. He has zero appetite to be traded. Quote, Tarek Skubal, I've never lost faith. Close quote. Well, you weren't here for half the season. And they don't win all your starts. And I got to be honest, I really don't want to listen to a pitcher who can't get past the 5th inning. Uh-oh. So that's one. But then it gets worse. And this is the thing you're more upset about. He got pulled from the game yesterday.
Yeah.
93 pitches, 5 innings, gives up a single. I always want to finish my inning, and I pride myself on pitching deeper into ball games. Cutscene, Seattle. I don't know. Obviously, I didn't like it, but I don't make those decisions. All right, okay, if you want to stand on business, as the kiddies say, right? I thought I had more in the tank. I thought I was in control of what was going on. Tarek, I hate to break it to you. If you've used almost 100 pitches to get to 5 innings, you're hanging on for dear life.
Not your day.
That's kind of tough. I'm not here to create a story about anything about it.
Bro.
I mean, that is the equivalent of the guy who says, I'm not racist, but. I mean, my best friend is black. Like, I'm not here to create a story about it, but everything I just said created a story.
Correct. Because the whole circus of will he be here, won't he be here, Mike, I've gotten to the point where he's just playing it up for the media. He just wants to be loved. He doesn't want people to get angry at him. He doesn't want people to feel the way they're starting to feel about Dylan Larkin. He needs to be loved and coddled, and Tarek's our guy, and he's my tiger. And I really want to be here, guy. Tarek, contract's right there on the desk. You can sign it anytime.
Or how about this? A conversation to talk about a contract? Yeah. They can't.
The Tigers could offer $250 right now, and Boris would laugh in their face. Who empowers Boris to play this game?
He does. So therefore, I don't want to hear that. But when he did the whole, I had something left in the tank. Oh,
how dare you?
Whoa.
How dare you?
We just put that thing to bed. We moved on past Game 5 at Seattle when you left the game. And you threw 99 pitches. And your last at-bat was a strikeout. And it looked like, you know what? You still have something left in a winner-take-all game. Not a meaningless game in July against the Phillies, where you're still not in the wild card. You're still not going to win your division right now. This was a game, you win this, and you actually move on to the next round. You're playing the Blue Jays. But don't sit here and tell me, well, I had something left in the tank. When there was a time for you to actually prove you had something left in the tank, there was a time for you to do what everybody wanted to see you do.
I think
go out there and be the man.
I think what you said at the start of this is the best point. And this is where I just don't have any respect for Tarek Skubal or Scott Boras. And frankly, I'd like them both gone. I don't want to hear about it anymore. Oh, he believes in this team. Shut up. Oh, he's telling friends he wants to stay. Shut up. I've never gave up. Oh, I'll never let go, Jack. Stop. Here's an idea. Boras and Skubal are going to continue to vilify the Tigers, or at a minimum, make them out to be the bad guy. When they what? Don't buy? When they what? Trade you? Like, you don't get to have it your way. Tarek, the only reason you're getting traded is because you wouldn't engage in good faith negotiations.
Right. And Mike, I want to say this for the people in the back. This isn't me saying, the Tigers are being cheap. I think the Tigers are doing the responsible thing. I'm not faulting the Tigers at all.
No, I would never pay him $400 million. No, I'm not doing it.
There's a deal out there. You know what? You want that, then don't blame us, because you're not going to get that from us.
Could I see a world where on a higher AAV and a shorter term deal, maybe they could have got something done?
Right.
Sure. We just saw it with Framber Valdez.
Right.
Now, again, if he wanted to be here. But this is why I started this, where whether it's I don't think he's the smartest, sharpest knife in the drawer, or he's just got childlike tendencies. Buddy, you got to be self-assured. You're 30 years old, about to be paid $400 million. You don't get to shape the narrative of how you leave town. Because normal adults who can see through this crap are going to call you on. This is ridiculous. Dude, just leave.
Buddy, right there. He wants to always be loved by Detroit. He never wants to be booed. And remember the good times. Remember, it's like you're leaving. And that's what happened. You went to take the money, and you know what? I can respect that. Somebody's willing to pay you the money.
I want him gone.
But I don't have to sit here and hold your hand and remember the good times.
You made your choice.
Right.
Live with it. And I think most rational people, I don't think they would boo you. I don't think they would vilify you. Do you know what's drawing the venom out of me? When he talks.
Yes.
I think we should buy. Nobody asked you.
Right.
I never gave up. Shut up. And then once again, Boras is going to continue to impugn this organization at every turn. Who empowers it?
He does.
You do.
Yeah.
This is no different than how your kid acts at school is on you, the parent. Boras is out here pooping his pants to the media. You're the one who allows it. Scott, shut up. Scott, make me a Tiger for life or you're fired.
Right.
Tarek wants to play both ways. Tarek wants to have his cake and eat it too. I won't sign with you, but I don't want to leave. And you need to buy.
And don't forget, I'm a good person.
Anything else? Maybe we could have pause, wash your chandelier in the 7th inning stretch. Right. What are we doing here?
Trust me, he won't be there for the 7th inning. He will already be out of the game.
And by the way, that's the other thing. No offense, if this guy was coming off back-to-back complete games, dude, you can't even get out of the 5th inning. Right. So I don't want to hear it. Yeah. I want to hear from you guys. Lord knows I don't want to talk about any of this. But my God, I'd boo him. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm just telling you, if this cat was doing this crap in a real baseball town, he'd be booed out of his home park. Because intelligent fans see what's going on here. And you don't. I can't believe I'm saying, ready?
Yeah.
Derek Jeter, respect kid. Oh, God, I hate saying this. The Detroit Tigers don't deserve to be treated this way.
I'm just wondering why.
I got to take a shower.
That's okay, buddy. It's all
They
right.
don't.
That's why I said they're doing the fiscally responsible thing. We drew a line in the sand. Tarek, if you meet us there, we can come up with something. If not, this is going to be it for you. And now the tough choice is, do you trade him or not?
Have you had
I'm just
enough?
shocked that nobody said, followed up with, Tarek, if you want to be here so bad, why don't you just sign the deal?
And the other one is the whole, and look, I know it gets lost in this, but I don't want your point forgotten in this. I know I'm more upset about, I never gave up. He's telling his friends he wants to stay.
You spit in everybody's face when you said that you had something left in the tank, when you had the opportunity right there to do something that the Tigers hadn't done in a long time.
And you know what you tell your manager?
You're the ace. You're the one that everybody leans on, Tarek.
Tell your manager to go back in the dugout. Tell your manager to go back in the dugout.
Right.
I've seen it before.
Right. No, you would have been able to live up there with the Jack Morrises and the Justin Verlanders of just that guy. Like, no, turn around, go back. I'm going to stay out here in this game. This team needs me. This town needs me, and I'm going to deliver. Because he was still dealing that game. He wasn't struggling at all. He went back, sat in the dugout, and said, well, that's pretty good. You guys can handle it from here, right? No, they couldn't.
You bailed on this city and this team in the playoffs. That's how it's perceived. And honestly, I'm sorry, dude. You didn't throw 125 pitches. You threw 99. But now, in a regular season game, he had every right, as a two-time Cy Young Award winner, if he goes to AJ and goes, AJ, you're not taking me out of this game. He doesn't get in his face. Right. This isn't an Earl Weaver nose-to-nose thing. AJ, hey, here's the deal. Come here. I want to say it in your good ear. You take me out, I'll kill you.
Right. The second he gets up out of the dugout, he just points back.
But then he goes into the clubhouse. I'm not here to create a story about it.
But let me create a story about it. I had something left in the tank. Okay. And if you would have went out there and let the Phillies keep having batting practice, what would have solved? Or you stay in that game in Seattle, since you want to bring it up. You could have actually won that thing and played the Blue Jays.
I want to hear from the people. You got two issues to talk about, but they both involve the same guy. Are we done? Like, are we unified on this? We are done with this guy. I can't take it anymore. I don't even want him here. I think I'd like this team more if he wasn't here. That's insane to say. He's a two-time Cy Young Award winner. I don't want to look at him. Or as Rico likes to say, here. Because I don't. This guy wants to have his cake and eat it too. This is like dealing with like a 13-year-old child. I want an everlasting gobstopper. You can't control every piece of this. You have made decisions. You are allowing certain things to go on, and you're saying certain things. You have to own that. 248-539-9797. I desperately want to hear from you on this, even though I desperately don't want to talk about it.
Could be worse. It could be the number one thing on your list.
What's number one?
Number one, Larkin.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't want to hear about that no more either.
That's what I said. This was only number two. It
I know.
could be worse.
I know. Okay. All right. We'll hear from the people. We'll get to David and Corbin, and I don't know. I may be here. I may not. We'll see. Rico, tell them all about
it. You'll be here for the near future, Mike. Mike will be here for the near future. Okay. All right. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal, because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming and sharing and scrolling or whatever else you do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wow, right? Now, all you got to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or just visit a local Xfinity store today to switch. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes and fees extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Well, if you're just joining, David, go ahead. If you had something, please. Yeah, we're starting with Skubal because he did it again. He did it again. And I think it's very childlike. And I don't think kids are very smart. So I guess draw your connections. Oh, I don't want to make a story about it. Well, you just did. You're questioning getting pulled out of the game when the whole offseason was because you came out of a game on 99 pitches. Oh, now 93 pitches here, and you can't get out of the fifth, but you don't want to make a story about it. And then even worse, I got to read another report, which is assuredly leaked by your agent. And then you're quoted in it, by the way. Tarik Skubal's telling friends he desperately wants to stay in Detroit. Cool. Then you guess you should have talked the last 18 months about an extension. I never gave up. I don't care. Yeah. I want to know if you're done with this guy. And I'll tell you, I'm not asking you to do anything. You got to do whatever you want. You want to go out and have your daiquiris and rock and roll and buy all your food. Do whatever you want. Baseball's a social thing here. It's not a passion sport. That guy would get his ass booed out of the galaxy in a real market, a real baseball market. This guy and his agent are trying to make the Tigers the fall guy for their very ridiculous, selfish decisions. And I will stand up for teams when I think it's right. Not that these teams in this town deserve it very often, but I'm going to stick up for the Tigers in this one regard. They don't deserve to be made the bad guy. The bad guy is him. He didn't want to engage in real conversation. He's allowed his agent to basically fart in your face, doing Dr. Seuss crap. Oh, by the way, he's the guy who can't get out of the fifth inning. And if you wanted to stay in the damn game, then you pull a Stallone in the arm wrestling movie. Turn your hat backwards, and you tell AJ, I ain't coming up. I ain't leaving.
Right. You just, as soon as he walks out, nope, back.
Not happening.
Sit down.
I just 248-539-97. David, then Corbin, please. And then we're moving on. Let's go.
See, the problem that I have is that we just dealt with this. Literally the same week. We just talked about this last week saying, dude, we don't want to hear from you. We don't care that you believe in this team and they should buy at the deadline.
Because you're not going to be here.
Exactly. And then you go out and he doubles down on that. No, thank you, Tarik. Don't talk for the rest of the year, okay? You're right. He should have been traded yesterday. I don't need this anymore.
And then how about getting pulled out of a game? Any issue there?
Well, yeah, I have an issue with that because I agree with Rico with what he said. Dude, you didn't even do this in the playoffs. So you can't sit here and tell me, oh, I had more in the tank. Then what happened in the playoffs?
Right.
Are you telling me you didn't have any more in the tank? Because that's a problem too.
David, in a game that actually meant something. It was winner take all. It's the stuff that legacies are built on. This is that proud moment, and you decided we good, right? All right, I think I'm done.
I just want to know if everyone is aligned. Are we done with this guy? Like, is there anyone who wants to keep this guy? I mean, I don't believe they're going to trade him because I think this is going to be hilarious. They're going to come out of the All-Star break, and they're going to play the 3 or 4 teams that might be worse than you. They'll rack up some fake wins, and they'll be justified not trading in their minds. Trading him's the only solution. I mean, for me, he'd be gone today by end of business. I would, but this is why it's good I don't own this team. I would never allow my franchise to be made the villain when I've done nothing wrong.
If you own the team, Mike, he wouldn't have had enough time to make that comment because you had already traded him because you've said that like 5 times. I would have traded him by now.
Dude, I would have hit the button like Dr. Evil. Help me. I can hear you. You're traded. You're done. We'll go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's good, buddy?
Hey, well, you know, I'm going to say this very honestly, Bunky. You're the one that brought this up, not me. So I'm going to come in and jump in on this little conversation. I told myself I didn't want to be a part of this conversation for about 2 weeks now, and I haven't been. But, guys, I don't want him on the team, for not even just for his stupid comments and things like that. He isn't getting out of the 5th inning. He didn't even put an attempt last year. the amount of money he wants is going to be so grossly exaggerated. It's not worth it. The guy's 30 years old, and I know pitchers can go on for another 5 years or more, but he doesn't have that kind of. I don't get the sense with him that that's what he's going to be. He's not going to be this bulldog when you need him the most. And I agree with you, Mike, 110%. Do I want him gone? Yeah. Would I like him gone? Like, get a update right now saying that he's been traded? Yeah, I'd love that, but we also got to be realistic and we got to be understanding of that. It's, sure. You want to get the best you can get out of him. I don't know if I trust Harris at all, if he can do this, because he really gives me the understanding that he'd rather play it safe and everyone will like him. But the thing that drives me nuts more than anything, you guys, and I'm sorry I'm talking so long.
You're fine.
Is there's going to still be 30% of this fan base that will be shocked if he's traded. And another
I'll be one of them.
15% that'll give, shocked because they're mad that they traded him, not because you're going to have a slight happiness inside of you like I will. But it's crazy, guys. I'm so tired of them and the whole situation. And I want to let go of all this, and I have. And I've been really good at not letting the Tigers suck me back in.
Oh, just wait.
I love listening to you guys.
Just wait. They got the Angels. They got Baltimore. They got Kansas City. Oh, they got a bunch of beetle dung coming up. And they'll win some fake games. And it's always going to end up like it did this weekend. This weekend was playoff baseball, and you couldn't get a hit. That's the team story. That's why I've been done. Do whatever you want. Honestly, you want to keep him? Do whatever you want. I don't care anymore. But this is where I get upset. When he talks, we have to bring it up. Mm-hmm. And his need to be loved is pathetic. It's pathetic. You made a business decision and you want to go and maximize your earning. Go. But stop with the groveling. Oh, I always loved it here. Dude, you got 3 kids with another woman. Not Tarek. I'm saying, like, this is like him going back. This is like going back to somebody and being like, oh, I still love you. Really? That was 2 divorces ago. Buddy, it's over. Not Tarek. Not Tarek.
I didn't know this
not
was breaking news.
Not David. Not Tarek. What do the texts have to say? And then we're going to the callers.
Prior to these Scooble comments, I was fine with waiting until the deadline. Now I want him traded yesterday. That is from Tom. Another one texts in, Dan in Florida, texts in and says, everything is present tense with him. He's not saying anything about wanting to be here in the future. Time to trade him.
That's my whole point. He wants to have his cake and eat it too. See, this is where it's a fantasy. I know it won't happen. Oh, I'd love to see him booed at his next start. Make it super uncomfortable. But that won't happen. The average fan is not, they're probably not even aware of what he says. They're probably not even aware half these players on the team. I'm not asking people to do anything. I'm making a point. His presence here is making me like this team less. And I know that's counterintuitive because he's won a couple of Cy Youngs. He's trying to make this team look bad because he's what? Insecure, needs to be loved?
Well, Mike, to bring it full circle, it's going to end up becoming his legacy of how he left town, and you kind of left the people just like, dude, just go away.
His legacy will be Seattle.
You had a chance to really cement your legacy, whether you left or not. Look, different circumstances when Verlander left, nobody booed. As a matter of fact, the Tiger fans became Astro fans. They wanted to see him win the title.
Verlander was a warrior.
Right.
I never accused Justin Verlander of being insecure or needing to be left. Justin Verlander took the ball and he battled. Yes. And by the way, he's one of the last pitchers who ever will throw 200 innings.
Right. Hey, JV, I need you to come out the game. The hell you do.
How about this?
He would have tried to pitch all 15 innings.
How about AJ trying to take Max Scherzer out of that game yesterday? You think Max would have done that and then gone in the post game? I don't want to make a story about it. No, Max would have looked at him and said, I'm going to murder you. Mm-hmm. So hit the bricks.
Max, is that smoke coming out the clubhouse? Yes, it is.
Yes, I'm fantasizing about killing you.
I burned it all down.
Scooble's informed friends he badly wants to stay in Detroit. He believes they have a legitimate shot in the World Series. I must have missed where we're trading you to the Moscow Express. Dude, you're going to get traded to a contender. Stop with the hollow crap. If you wanted to stay, you could have told Scott, make me a Tiger for life.
Right. Hey, Scoops, here you go. If I'm the friend, here's a pen, contract I'm sure is around here somewhere. Just go sign it. There you go.
My God. You know what? I like this guy less than Duran. And what's that tell you? Wow. We'll get to the people, 97.1. I got to say one last thing, and then I promise I'm getting to the callers, but I'm all hopped up. The other problem I have with this, now this is if, guys, you throw a penalty flag on me if I'm over the line here, okay? The way my mind works, too, you want to talk about having your cake and eat it, too. Okay, so let's say he legitimately wants to be here. Fine. He's tanking his trade value. By you leaking things out there and having your agent play it this way, you are still going to leave and sign with another team and make $1 gazillion. But in the meantime, you're going to hurt the very team that stuck with you through 2 catastrophic arm injuries, that you did win 2 Cy Youngs with, and you want to be here. He is trying to have it all, and you can't do that. By these things coming out right now, when you see these reports, he desperately wants to stay in Detroit. Are you motivated as another team to overpay to go get him? He's submarining his own value. Not to mention he can't get out of the 5th inning. I'm asking if I'm overthinking it. Go ahead. Corbin's looking at me like I'm a POS. Go ahead.
No.
What's your problem?
No, I see what you mean, and in a way I agree with you, but then at the same time I also believe that the teams that are projected to go and make a run at him before the deadline, August 3rd, they'll still pay. Now, I feel like the question is, if you are a team like the Yankees, Braves, Dodgers, whoever, how many prospects or players now do you pull back on an offer?
That's my point. He is hurting he's hurting the franchise that he allegedly doesn't want to leave. Yet he's going to leave.
Or if you look at it the other way, he's making it seem like I like it here, so if you want me, you're going to have to really sweeten the deal in order for me to take off.
Oh, so he's playing 4D chess.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll leave it to the people. Let's go to them. We'll go to Alan, 97.1. Alan, how you doing, buddy? Alan. And Alan. All right, Alan took a nap. We'll go to Adam, 97.1. Adam, how you doing, pal?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Good.
What's up?
Hey, Mike. Yeah, I mean, you hit it right on the nail in the coffin, man. I mean, Skubal needs to be gone yesterday. If I was Harris, I mean, I don't trust him to make the deal that he needs to with Skubal. He would have been gone last offseason. You knew you weren't going to sign him. With the arbitration going down and stuff like that, he should have been gone that week that arbitration was going down. I would have shipped him off to L.A., New York, or someone. I would have said, hey, L.A., you give us DePaula, give us some other prospects with it, some arms, and I'll be good with that. Here's Skubal. Just take him off our hands. The whole offseason with Skubal going on these like, hey, look at me. I'm at the Pistons games. I'm at the Red Wings games. Look at me. I want to be here. I love Detroit.
Yeah, no, you don't.
We see through all that. We see through it as fans. You're doing it. Boris is telling you to do this. And you know what? Boris doesn't want his clients to be in Detroit. He wants them all in New York, all in the West Coast, all in the South, states, so he can get his bag. I mean, this is all like a mockery. And the Tigers, to allow Skubal to play them like a fiddle like this, if they do not trade him, he has won and he has played you like a fiddle. You're going to get a comp pick, and guess what? You're going to get someone late round, the first round, and it's not going to matter. So he should have been gone last year off season if they wanted to get the most value out of him. Because guess what? That rotation they got now with the studs that they have, the young stars out rising, I mean, they have a good rotation without him. And
Correct.
It would be funny if they went on a run after trading Skubal. If you trade him to New York, give me Yankees, give me Tigers ALCS, please. Please.
So Adam, you're saying kind of like when Javi went out and had the surgery, and all of a sudden the team got hot and they made the playoffs 2 years ago, and it looked like the season was over.
That would be funny just to see Skubal back in Detroit in a playoff atmosphere in an opponent uniform.
Yeah.
And you know what? We just drill them. That would be.
And Adam, I don't think you're wrong to feel that way. And look, I don't think it's wrong to feel anger. I mean, I understand there's another side of this, and you'll get people telling you you're just lucky to have him. Why are you mad that he says he wants to stay? Because no one wants to hear him. Because he doesn't want to be here. Because he is leaving. And it makes no effing sense in the world to not re-sign here if you like it so much here, but want to stay here and make the team look bad for trading you. It's just kids' logic. It's ridiculous. And that's before we get to what Rico's really upset about, which is, I don't want to make this a story, but I didn't like being pulled out of the game. Brother, if you didn't want to get pulled out of that game, you didn't have to get pulled out of the game. Mm-hmm. Hey, you're not a rookie. You're not some new flash in the pan. You're Tarik Skubal. You just tell AJ, I ain't coming out of the game. I'll stand here all day with you on this mountain. I'm not coming out.
Yeah, but why did you pick this game to draw the line?
Dude.
That's what got me.
Because I'm telling you, the way I'm reading this guy wants to play all sides. He's shaking both hands.
Right, but that's a thread I would not have pulled on with this city. A lot of people finally have gotten therapy and moved past that moment.
Hey, flow chart, not bright. Remember how we started the show?
Yep. You know what?
Flow chart. You get my point, though.
Right.
You're damn right he shouldn't have pulled that thread because no one's going to support him.
Right, because now all you're doing is, wait. You're the same guy who walked away when you had a chance to do something. And look, if it failed, you would have had the rest of your offseason to go rest your arm. But in Game 5, you go out there until it falls off.
Go to Corey, 97.1. Corey, how you doing, boss?
Oh, I'm doing good. Tired as Tarik Skubal crap. That dude's a human crash test dummy the way he talks.
Jeez. Okay, let's elaborate a little bit, Corey. Talk to me here.
Yeah, I agree with you guys because he's trying to play both sides of the field, and it just ain't working for him. He sounds stupid.
Do you I mean, Corey, right now, are you done with this guy? You want him gone?
Oh, been done with him. He needs to go.
All right. Well, then, Corey has said it all. Very concise. Yes, David. You're hitting buttons over there. I feel like something's about to happen.
I decided against it.
All right. We'll go to Dan, 97.1. Danny, what's good, buddy?
Mike, Rico, this is reminiscent of, you know me, I grew up with my Cardinals. And when Albert left after that 2011 season, I think people were angry, but he'd also given us 2 World Series championships.
Correct.
He left for the Angels, and I think everyone could recognize his career was not going in a direction, and he thought he could take the world on his shoulders. This sounds like Tarik Skubal thinks he can take a team and put the world on his back, and for a decade, and that's what Albert did, and it flamed out for him. And I think, but at the end of the day, Albert is beloved by me, for everyone. He came back.
Right, and as you said, though, there's
hang on the wall, right?
But that's your point. Is there's a standard, okay? There's an expectation, and if you haven't delivered a World Series, you don't get to do the things the guy who has delivered it does. For this guy to be routinely talking amidst his agent, routinely putting things out there to his puppets, Dan, it's just enough. If you like it here, stay. But you're leaving, so save it.
And maybe you remember, it was Albert and his wife, former wife now, but she was the one, leading the press conferences, saying why he wanted to stay. The Cardinals would have had him had they made the offer. He got offended, but he was very vocal about how the Cardinals offended him with a 5-year offer. But he had maybe he had earned it, but he moved on. He chased something.
The point is, at least there was a discourse.
Yeah,
We have never heard about real contract negotiations between these two sides, and I blame Boris. I don't blame the Tigers.
Yeah. Albert left in December 2011 after winning the best World Series that I've seen in my lifetime.
Right. It's a little bit different when the team is sitting here, with one of the 4 worst records in the AL, and you're leaving a game in a 5th inning. All of it is just him wanting to reshape reality. I want to know what you guys want. I do. I mean, if you still love the guy, it's fine. I don't think you're a bad person. Just like I don't think I'm a bad person. I'm done with this crap. I don't even want to look at him.
Yeah.
Minute he gets traded too, I don't have to see that commercial. All of it. Just keep moving. Can't take it.
The commercial will stick around, Mike.
Should it?
Unless he gets upgraded.
David?
Like Cade did.
David?
Text here says 100% Skubal needs to go. But what scares me is that Harris is just sitting back, letting him drag the Tigers through the mud. Skubal should be gone before the All-Star game's first pitch.
Listen,
Mike in Colorado.
I would say this. Let's kick back and relax. It is the All-Star break. There is a chance for things to percolate. I think a more seasoned general manager, a more experienced one, maybe a bit more of a vicious one. Oh, no, this would get nipped in the bud. But here, no. Because he keeps doing it, and nothing happens. And I know what's going to happen on the horizon, and it's going to put Scott Harris in a big old tub of Grillo's pickles. They're going to come out and win a bunch of games against poop. And then it's going to be real hard, because you know what's going to happen once they start winning? I bet you dollars to donuts. One or both of these things happen.
Okay.
One, you're going to get another Nightingale report about how badly Scoob wants to be here or how he thinks they're a World Series team. Basically vilifying the team if they trade him. Okay? Because he doesn't want to leave right now. Regards, Ward and A Squared. Doesn't want to leave right now. Or Scooble himself says something. We're red hot. I don't control this. It's on the team.
Right. We can win something. Let's keep this team together. Let's add a couple players. How about we start with you?
Oops. All right, warm weather's here. Everybody's on the road, distracted drivers included, people flying around like there's no speed limit. Guys, bottom line, you get in an accident, you need a plan. You need a team because the insurance company's got one. Call David Femininio, the accident response team. They're going to help you get your life back, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we'll get back to the calls momentarily, but it's Monday, so we got to sprinkle this in. It is one of our favorites. It is Can We Say That?
You know what the funniest thing is, Mike? I always thought that little drop was part of the open.
No.
Until you weren't here one day.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, it's not a part of the open.
Oh, it's a remix.
Okay. Guys, can we say it's time for Conor McGregor to just retire, walk away?
I don't care enough to answer. Here's Corbin.
That's the first time I've watched UFC in years, and it only lasted, 69 seconds or whatever, but I agree. Give it up. I mean, he's an enigma in himself, and I do have the theory he was always injured, and he tried that move out immediately to see if he could stick it or not, and he couldn't.
I didn't even know he was supposed to fight over the weekend. So
okay, then.
Yeah, Rico. David, it was the most anticlimactic. The ref was just like, are you okay? You know, you're not. We're done. And the fight was over, just like that. All right, Michael, this one is for you. Can we say that the Home Run Derby taking place tonight on Netflix is past its prime? It's time to retire.
No, this is the end of days. You're taking something that might be past its prime that should absolutely just be free for people to watch, and you're trying to grift and get money off of it. This is a sign of the times. This is every bit as it's just like even the conversation about the World Cup expanding again. They're going to wreck everything. And at some point, I'm just going to look back and laugh at it all.
Yeah, the Home Run Derby kind of lost its sparkle for me a while back. The last time
Sparkle? Sparkle?
I had to toss that in. Come on.
All right, My Little Pony. Go ahead. Sparkle?
The last time I enjoyed it was when Pete Alonso was doing the Dougie in the batter's box while some kid was being dragged off because he tore his ACL or whatever in left field. It's hilarious. Look it up.
My God.
Yeah, the Home Run Derby, this is a waste of airtime tonight. No one cares. But to Mike's point regarding it being on Netflix, it should be available for people to see, for kids to see. If you want to grow your sport, kids should be able to turn on Fox, NBC, or ABC and watch it.
And watch it for the next 4 hours of just more home runs. All right. Only thing missing is Chris Berman. Back. Ugh. You brought it up, Michael. How about we just mention it right now? Can we say that since the World Cup was here in America, that it has become Americanized? Meaning,
yes,
they're deciding to expand the field from 32 to 48 to now 64.
Yeah, and they allowed the hydration break, which isn't a real thing because that made another $250 million, even though it directly impacts the product. Soccer is a game of momentum. There is no break. There is no, like you're playing and you can't make these on the fly adjustments you want to. It's all commercialized. So yeah. And I think they saw the success with that. Guess what's going to happen forever? Hydration breaks. And we can make how much by letting a bunch of teams who don't belong in this thing in? Well, geez, what can we do at 64? The World Cup is supposed to be an arduous task that takes you 2 years to qualify for, and only the best of the best get in. There are supposed to be teams like in Italy who doesn't make it, or a Poland who doesn't make it. There are supposed to be teams who simply don't make it.
Real quick, guys, before you say anything, you know what it reminded me of, the expansion? And you're looking at a team like Cape Verde, when the NCAA said, wait, the first four, the playing games work. Look at VCU. They went to the Final Four. So your dreams can it can work if you're in the first four. And then I'm wondering, what are the new nations we're going to find out? Wait, that's a nation? Where's this island at? Where is this place at? Go ahead.
Yeah, they definitely Americanized it with the water breaks or hydration breaks. I'm sorry.
How dare you?
But it is a total joke to expand, because now the Cape Verde story won't even feel special to us anymore. It just won't.
Nope.
Because they're in the tournament when they shouldn't be in the tournament. So it won't even matter. Stupid.
Yeah, Mike and David, they really hit it right there with Mike saying, that there's times when a team like Italy doesn't make it. That adds a little bit of conversation to the narrative. And you can't convince me that there's 64 teams worthy to be in the tournament.
There's not.
Especially when at the end of the day, look at the semifinals for this. It is literally the top 4 ranked nations in the whole world.
Corbin, there's not 48 teams who deserve to make it. You had 2 years to make it. Figure it out. In 2 years, you played how many qualifiers? At a certain point, you know what? CeeLo Green, you ain't in. Can you imagine? What do you have to even do to qualify for a World Cup? Just be alive if they go to 64 teams?
Yeah.
Are you a real country? Check yes. In. Go ahead.
Have you paid the fee?
Next.
Okay, you're in. This is like travel sports. This one's for you, Michael.
What?
Can we say that no matter how much marketing and how many antics that goes on with the WNBA, still doesn't make you want to watch it?
I listen, that it's going to be studied someday.
Hey. I'm doing this.
Yeah, she was a ring girl Saturday because America needed that. Look, I just, my whole point in this, it is a league that is subsidized by the NBA. It only exists because the NBA uses it like a bar uses a burger. It's a loss leader. And by the way, the league is intent on destroying itself because they want to destroy Caitlin Clark. So how smart is that crew? Yeah. I mean, whoever the commissioner of the WNBA is, launch her out of a cannon. That's your Michael Jordan. I don't care if some bum-ass player who's played for 10 years, who's the equivalent of Jake Taylor in Major League, doesn't like her. You're gone. She's not. She's the reason you don't bust to games.
It's not just one player. It sounds like it's the league, and then it's the fever. And that's it.
But that's my whole point. None of it's watchable. You want to watch the WNBA? Here, I'll let you watch it for free. Go watch kids play. It's the same sport. It's below the rim. I'm not interested. Basketball's played above the rim. Are you okay, Corbin, or do you have like what's going on?
That was David. That wasn't me.
I'm trying to finish a thought here. You guys are killing me. Go ahead. Next. Whole damn sport stinks. There's my comment. Now talk, everybody.
David?
For someone that used to watch the WNBA.
Well, you're an idiot too.
Listen. Used to watch because I am sick of the political stuff that is going on with it. I don't need an FBI investigation of what's going on with Caitlin Clark. I don't need it. I'm sick of all of it now. I can't do it.
Good. Well, you got tired of layups and bunnies? Got tired of me bounds?
I'm tired of her too.
You know, every now and then, Corbin, I do one of these and I hit it out the park.
That's great work by you.
I hit that button.
That was a deep drive to left. Castellanos.
That's Can We Say That in Part 1, 97.1.
All right, welcome. Hour number 2. You guys have been fantastic. You're passionate about it. We're going to talk about it against my will, but this is the job. This is what we do. We'll get to the Ward stuff at 4. There's not a lot to say. They're not going to fire him. They can't fire him. He knows where the bodies are buried. All this guy's doing is posturing for an ironclad NDA and a payout. The guy presided over an entire athletic department that did nothing but cheat their balls off in multitudes of sports. Oh, yeah, I have no plans to leave. I bet you don't, big fella. I bet you don't.
Not until they cut the check.
Right. I mean, but again, what's going to happen? Nothing. They'll bite their way out of it. There's no integrity. There's no honor among thieves. Nothing changes. And this show, at least, was honest from the beginning. We've been talking that talk since 2023. Somebody just let me know if Corum's lawyers ever got back to him about the LLC. Remember he told us that? That LLC, it was either a felony for putting someone's name on it that was unbeknownst to them, or you were ineligible. Yep. Take your effing pick. There was no Scantron sheet.
Well, we'll find out after we find out whatever happened to his car.
It's just, I guess in the end, and I'm trying not to be dismissive, and I know we'll do a deeper dive at 4:00. I'm done caring because no adult along the way with the power to put a stop to it chose to do the right thing. And as in life, when you take the shortcut, you travel the longest road. It just, I can't care anymore, and I don't care anymore. Because I view Michigan winning it all in 23 the same way as Georgia Tech sharing one in 90. Nobody talks about it. Not even you rats. You know what? Honestly, right now, this is like a Honus Wagner rookie card. If you see a Michigan National Championship hat in the wild, not even those boners would dare wear them. They know.
Bruh.
It's a unicorn.
You know what? What happens first? Ward's time up or the 25th scandal?
What if I told you I don't care? Because nothing's going to happen.
Oh, bro, you're right. After like 16, it was just like, he's got to be gone, right?
No, it's like David going, but it's got to be now. David, he's got them over a chair. Oh, you wanted me to be the meat shield for all your misdeeds? And now you think Ward is going to roll into that negotiation like Lonzo in training day? I'm putting cases on all you bitches. Oh, Ward walks in to negotiate? Oh, yeah, hold on. I got you. Oh, really? He going to hand them a napkin, and it's going to say, that's what I want for my silence. So spare me.
I need him to walk into that negotiations simply wearing a bet T-shirt.
Well, that was the wrong one. My bad.
Bet. That's it. Just bet.
Please. You know what? And listen, why would you? Again, it provided no competitive advantage. Am I right?
None.
And again, there's not even accountability on that end for the water carriers and the media. That's all right. Old Sparty radio. Yeah, you mean like two of the only people who were right and consistent about it? Yeah, my bad. You're right. We're terrible.
What are you talking about? Yeah, we'll talk about it after.
I don't care anymore. It's the worst part. It's like Ward or Scooble. That's like saying, do I want to drown or be thrown off a roof? Neither's good. I don't want to talk about either of these. Yeah. Why, you got a selection between drowning and being tossed off a roof?
No, I was just like, that's a hell of a choice right there.
You get what I'm saying. Here, so fine. Let's choice B. Tarek Skubal spoke again. Or should I say Boris, or both. Bob Nightingale. Skubal doesn't want to go anywhere this season. As he's told his friends, he wants to stay in Detroit. Tell your friends. What are we talking about here? He believes in this team, and he wants to stay with them this year as he thinks they have a real shot at winning the World Series. Skubal's informed friends he badly wants to stay. Quoting Skubal, I've never lost faith. Then sign a contract. Or hit the bricks. But wait, there's more. Because Skubal really wants to control every angle of this. I really wonder, does this guy have a deep-seated need to be liked? Oh, he didn't get out of the fifth yesterday. He didn't record an out. I always want to finish my inning. I pride myself on pitching deeper into ball games. Cutscene, Seattle. Mm-hmm. Oh, but he said he was gassed. Well, then don't tell me you weren't gassed in a meaningless game on 93 pitches instead of 90. I don't want to hear it. If he wanted to stay in that game yesterday, he could have stayed in. But remember, he doesn't want to create a story about it. I'm not here to create a story about any of it. But I just thought I had more in the tank, and I was still in control of what was going on.
Cutscene, here's the story.
I've always respected AJ's decisions, except for 10 seconds ago when you're openly saying I had more to give. If Skubal wants to be here, he could be here. He does not. If Skubal wanted to stay in that game yesterday, there is no manager in this sport that's pulling a 2-time Cy Young Award winner when he comes out. Skubal could have pitched a fit, and he could have put AJ in a radio flyer wagon and had Valencia drag him back to the dugout.
Right. Skubal, whether he's going to be here or not, I've gotten to the point, it's like you with Ward in Michigan. I don't care anymore. You could end this at any moment. You're choosing to extend this. You're choosing to go out there and be loved because you need Detroit to not boo you ever and to feel like you're a Tiger forever. Well, if you go someplace else and you make a ton of money, you're now a member of that team. If you win a World Series with the Dodgers, you're not going to inscribe "Thanks Detroit" in that ring. No, you won't. It'll be "Go Dodgers."
And that's my bad.
No. But my thing is, I'm okay with that because, Mike, that's negotiation. That's him. That's Boris. It's the Tigers. Don't pull at the thread about coming out the game.
Oh, I know you're hopped up about
That's a sore spot with me. And I bet you I'm not the only one in Detroit. They're like, wait a minute. This is the game that you're drawing the line. This is the game that you're upset about leaving. And you felt like you had more in the tank. Not when we actually needed to see you out there to become the hero that Detroit has been waiting for. That was your moment to shine. You could have said, I'm going back out there for another inning. And I do believe he goes back out there and pitches, they win that game. And they move on to play the Blue Jays.
Well, maybe if Scott Harris didn't have the worst trade deadline ever, they would. But fair.
Or you just bring McGonigal up.
What do you guys want to do? 248-539-9797. I've had enough. He's lucky he plays in Detroit where you people are very nice because in a real baseball market, he'd be booed right off the mound. This is absurd. It's childlike. This need to be loved and control everything. You don't get to control everything. You want to go and get your money somewhere else? No one's haranguing you over that. But don't sit here talking about how desperately you want to stay to make the Tigers look like the bad guy when they trade you. And as far as coming out of the game, Rico just said it all. I have nothing else to add. Just stop saying anything. Here's an idea. You don't get to talk until I see you throw a pitch in the 7th inning of any game. Mute button until you get to the 7th inning of a game. Go to Chris, 97.1. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about Skubal. At least we don't have to talk about soccer, so that's a plus. But
okay.
Two main reasons I had, and then Mike, you gave me a third, which was we wouldn't have to watch those Cure commercials anymore, except for when the Lions are playing. But my two reasons are pretty obvious. He's not Jack Morris. This guy's not Justin Verlander. What's the true value in a quote-unquote ace if you can't go 5 or 6 innings? Even in the biggest game of the year, you can't go. And, laugh if you want, but we've got the 3Ms. We've got Mize, Melton, Montero. We've got Framber. We've got Job coming back. We got Olsen coming back, not to mention Flaherty. We got enough starters. Just get rid of them and get the value you can for them right now. Don't be held hostage by a guy that can't put the innings in.
Oh, I listen, I agree with you totally, but I've laid my sword down 6 weeks ago. I hope I have to buy Rico and David dinner. I'd like a nice dinner because I don't believe they got the balls to do it. And they're going to come out of the All-Star break, and they're going to play a couple of these pinata teams, the only few teams that have worse records than you, and they'll claw their way back in. You know what's going to happen again? It'll be a Nightingale or John Heyman, or maybe Skubal himself will do it. I mean, why am I reading reports he has zero appetite to be traded like he gets a say in it? You don't have a no-movement clause. And you're zero appetite to be traded. Brother, when you didn't engage in good faith negotiations this offseason, you cemented the fact if this team was anything other than awesome, you would be traded.
And not to mention, you've got a great opportunity to divest yourself of a Boris player.
Yeah.
The guy, he holds all the puppet strings.
He directs the traffic. He caused so many problems.
And you know who allows it? You know who allows it? Scooble. Anyone who thinks that Boris, is the boss of Scooble, that is not how it works. If Scooble didn't want all this circus, wouldn't have to happen, Chris. But he empowers it. I think this whole thing has been absurd. Yeah. Go out, do your effing job. Nobody wants to hear from you. Has zero appetite to be traded.
It should add to the team to go along with that statement.
So he wants to stay, and by staying, when they invariably don't win a World Series, hurt the very organization he allegedly loves. He leaves, makes money, team pants around ankles, asking, "Where's my wallet?"
And your one compensatory pick. There you go.
Oh, and don't worry. Listen, I half think the way this team operates, they'll be all hammed up about the comp pick. And you know what they're going to do? They'll have their team-friendly media remind you, hey, a comp pick was Kevin McGonigal. Great. And Russell Wilson got drafted in the 3rd round. I'm not here for it. Tom Brady got taken in the 6th. Want to make that an everyday occurrence? Yeah. I'll give you credit for finding the kid, and he's a joy to watch. And I do think eventually when they do the right thing and just put him at third base full-time, he's going to be a superstar. It's fantastic. McGonigal goggles. I mean, I dig it. The kids get the goggles. Cool. Fun. Daiquiris. Whee! Dude, I don't want to watch Scooble no more. Yeah. I'm at a point I like this team less because he's on it. That's how insane this is to me.
No, you're not the only one, Mike.
I feel like I am.
No, but because when he says things like that, that's where he throws another log on the fire. It's just like, Tarek, they're not gonna love you. And that's okay. You're gonna go get paid, and you'll have a new family, and you'll have a new city, and you'll have new people who will love you.
I think the only more annoying, I heard a couple of callers at midday. Oh, yeah, I want Ward Manuel gone. Do you, Spank? You realize he's been Don Corleone the last 5 years, right? You sure about that? Are you sure about that? I love these goofball Michigan fans. They can't even keep all their cheating straight. I want Ward gone. You sure about that?
No, because they feel he gave us titles, so we can move on. We'll now do things the right way.
Makes you wonder why Dusty got out of town.
Oh boy. It was because the Mavericks needed a coach, Mike. That's the only reason. That's all.
All right, good time to take care of some business. David, it's not personal. We still love you. We just hey, there you go.
That's Ward walking in that meeting. Bet. Well, Ward, we need you to leave. Bet.
Like hell. I got a number in mind for me to leave.
Mm-hmm.
You can buy my. If they fire him, do you know what happens? Please. All right, carry on. 97.1. David, a couple of texts. We'll get to the people. And look, people, you're allowed to feel however the hell you want to feel about Skubal. But are you sick of him talking? And this Nightingale report, it just doesn't make any damn sense. Oh, he has no appetite to be traded. What, like that's going to make me like him more? He also had no appetite to have his agent have a good faith negotiation with this team. You can kindly leave. And then the whole bit about him coming out of the game and feeling like he had more, but he doesn't want to make a story about it. But I mean, Rico's dead spot on with that. I don't want to hear any of that crap. Oh, this is the game? Okay, boss. Sure thing. David, go ahead.
Doesn't want to be traded? Sign an extension then. I'm glad his contract ends after this year. Another one texts in and says, I'm so done with Skubal. Make up your mind, dude. That is from Ryan.
You know what? Here, you want another angle? And again, if I'm overthinking it, throw the penalty flag. It almost makes you wonder if he really wants to be here, but he's choosing money over happiness. You want to be here? You could be here. I have no... Look, you don't get to call the Tigers cheap when they have a top 12 payroll. But if you're not going to be realistic with this team, and you're going to ask for 10 at 400, that's on you, bub.
Yeah. Pitching to your 40.
But that's my whole point. I think the future of pitching contracts in baseball are going to be shorter term, higher AAV. I think you could see a $50 million pitcher, but it'll be a 4-year deal.
Yep.
I mean, boss, you're not even getting into the 6th inning. What am I paying you $40 million for?
And that's a problem that I have, but I realize that's just new baseball.
Well, because analytics are ruining sports.
Right.
Got him. All right.
That's you. That's analytics. That's yours.
I can't stand it. David, go ahead.
Text comes in and says, I would respect Skubal more if he just went full on wrestling heel rather than wanting to be loved on his way out.
I'd like it if he would just do his job every 5th day and I don't have to hear from him. Because there's nothing you're going to say that we're going to want to hear other than we're trying to get a deal done, which you're not. Your agent doesn't want you here, and you're allowing it. So live with those decisions. Go ahead.
From Marlon in Walt Lake, he texts in and says, fellas, I don't feel that Tarik Skubal wants to be here. If he does, he would tell Scott Boras to go to the Tigers and say, give him 6 years, $300 million or whatever it is. But he's not doing that.
No, the way you phrase it is make me a Tiger for life. This is the only place I want to be. I'm not going to take some ridiculous discount, but I'm also not going to ask for open market value. I know I'm not getting 10 at 400 here. But that hasn't happened. Because if it did, the same guppies that report all of this blather would report that. Mm-hmm. A high-priced free agent can't so much as take an uncomfortable poop and not have it reported by Jeff Passan. Oh, I'm reporting Juan Soto had Indian food last night. It didn't go well. Reported 11. I mean, come on, man. You know what? Maybe
I don't want to know what you mean.
No, maybe I could have used a better example. No, I'm saying you know what I mean about the point.
Yes.
Not saying about Juan Soto's bowels.
Yes.
All right, carry on. Let's move away from that. I was just trying to make a point.
Point well made.
I don't think it was well made.
You cemented it. I think we all got the vision.
Let's just move forward, please. David?
Text here says, dude, just go pitch.
Thank you.
Go get your money. Nobody holds a grudge for that. But just stop trying to play us for fools.
That's right. And stop trying to make the Tigers look bad. That's not right. Go to Tyler, 97.1. What's up, Ty? Tyler?
Hey, Mike. How you doing?
Good, buddy. What's the word?
Hey, so I sent some stats to my brother the other day, and he follows baseball way closer than I follow it anymore. And, dude, I'm about sick of Skubal. Every day he goes out on the mound, and he pitches these games, and he can't even make it through the 5th inning. Like, he's had 12 starts this year, and 9 of them, he hasn't even pitched into the 6th inning. He's had 1 scoreless outing this entire season, and he wants $400 million for 10 years. Dude, I don't know if he's going to be pitching in the majors 5 years from now, let alone 10. So why are we going to pay him that kind of money?
You're not. And the Tigers are right not to. Once this became about Scott Boras wanting to reset the market, it was over. If he wanted to be here, he could be here.
Yeah, and like you come out and you want to say, oh, well, you guys don't want to pay me. No, we want to pay you, but we don't want to pay you for 10 years. You're going to be Miggy 2.0. And every time we make that deal, we're going to fail on it. So why are we going to throw out some stupid money to keep you in Detroit?
You're not, and I actually support Scott Harris not paying this guy because if he's only going to go 5 or 6 innings, I'd rather split the money other ways. I don't need it. And look, as far as this year goes, Tyler, I don't think there's a big difference with him without him. This team's not that good. But you have the pitching. You could bump along.
I would argue that we'd be better without him because we could spend that money other places.
Okay, down the line, yes. But in the near term, like, look, you have a 6-man rotation right now. You'd go to 5. That doesn't include JV. The point is you have pitching. If you traded him, I don't think you'd crater. But I also don't think you're making a run to the World Series. This weekend shows you what this team really is. You played a team that wasn't dead. Look, you played the A's, who were like 1-13 their last 14, and they lost half their lineup. You know, you're sitting here playing a bunch of garbage. That don't impress me. All right, you played the Phillies, and you got to face Wheeler, and you faced Sanchez. How did that look? You can't hit. You're not going to hit good pitching. It's going to be the playoffs 2.0. I'm bored of it. I'm tired of it. Yes, I'd rather sell than buy. I'm done. But if they buy, what do I care? Not my money. And maybe they creep in and you guys can bring your vuvuzelas to the ballpark. I don't know what to say. I'm exhausted by them. And Skubal is making me like them less.
Yeah. And that's what it is because he wants to be loved. And it's ironic because he's doing this so that people will like him more. But he's turning off folks. And people who were in his corner are now seeing what we're seeing. If you really want all of this stuff, the simplest solution is the easiest thing. Go sign the deal.
Or, God forbid, get to the 7th inning. David?
What he's doing is what he did at the WBC. He pitched once, wanted to pitch again, kept saying, I want to pitch again, but it's not up to me.
Yes, it is.
And then he still showed up for his teammates. Oh, I really wanted to pitch again, but it's just, that's what he did there is what he's doing here. Oh, yeah, I had more. I wanted to come out and pitch again, but, You know
what he reminds me of? This is going to be a weird comp.
Okay.
He reminds me of LeBron James. Uh-oh. I either stepped in it or made a good point, and I can't tell because the reactions of you, this is not.
No, you're exactly right. He's sitting here as a free agent, but he doesn't want people to bother him, keep asking him about the decision, but yet he'll go on social media and post this and post that and be on a podcast.
But he wants to be loved.
Right. And I'll let you know when the decision comes, but don't ask me about the decision. But here I am with all my friends hanging out, and look at me. Is that Steph Curry in the picture with me? Oh, oops. No, don't read into that.
And they both have a court jester. LeBron's got Rich Paul, and he's got Scott Boras. They both do the media tour, and they both work the media.
That's a great point.
Please hit that bell.
No.
Except LeBron can't. He's got rings.
Rangs. 248-539.
So wait. So who's Bronny in this whole thing with Skubal?
Torque. All right. No, you mean no professional future?
Right.
Torque. All right. We'll get more of your phone calls coming up next. By the way, how can you be like 3 for 40 lifetime with the bases loaded? There needs to be a study on Spencer Torkelson.
Yeah, but see, you're focusing on the wrong thing. You're focusing on the 37. Let's focus on the 3. Because 3 times he came through when this team needed him.
What are you, Logan Reefer? Coming up in the postgame, we ignore the 37 times this guy sucks. We take it back to the one time he was good.
Let's hearken. Let me talk about...
Tigers scored 3 tonight. You can get free fries.
Curly fries.
Sir, they lost 12-3.
Fries are going to taste the same. Fries don't know where they came from. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they're hosting a blood drive in their showroom at 14 Mile and Mile Thursday, July 16th between 11 and 5 p.m. to support American Red Cross. So go to HamiltonChevy.com to schedule your appointment to give blood, give hope, and save lives. And while you're there, you can also check out the inventory that they have of 2026 Chevys The selection is best right now and ready for immediate delivery, including the July Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4, as low as $249 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down, and you get 10,000 miles a year. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Just stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make sure you sign up for that blood drive as well, and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com to HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
All right, to the people. We'll round out the Scooble calls. And if you're wondering, why the hell are we talking Scooble when we don't want to talk Scooble? Because Scooble keeps talking. I mean, he's quoted in the Nightingale thing. And the Nightingale report, it reads like a high school letter from like 1950. He's telling his friends he desperately doesn't want to be traded. He wants to stay. He believes. I never gave up hope. I mean, what is this? What is this, a letter from the front with George Washington? You didn't want to negotiate to be here. I really don't give a rat's ass about your feelings of what you do and don't want. If this team were 15 games over, there's no conversation. But you're 8 under. And then it was after the game, and Rico's got every right to be angry because you were angrier than me about the Seattle thing. I don't want to make a story about it, but everything I'm about to say is going to make a story about it. I had more to give. I like finishing my innings. I felt like I was in control out there. Tarek, if you didn't want to come out of the game, do you know who earns the right to tell the manager to pound sand? A 2-time Cy Young Award winner. You didn't have to come out of that game.
You are correct.
I'm sick of him. I'm sick of this guy. If he left, I think I'd like the Tigers more. That's where I've arrived at. That's pretty messed up. I can't stand it. Not even mad at him that he wants to go and get paid. But you don't get to cry about, I want to stay, even though I'm going to leave, and I'm going to screw you over, but I promise I love you. Huh? Just go, do me a favor. I don't want to hear you talk until you throw a singular pitch in the 7th inning.
It doesn't make sense, but to him it does, and I don't get it.
And I'll leave it alone. We'll go to Alan, 97.1. Alan, we got you back. Welcome. And Alan. All right, I quit. That's twice. Alan's not joining the show today. I tried twice. What is this guy? Got narcolepsy? What is that, Walter Sleepy Sharp on line 2? Former Pistons pick who would fall asleep randomly? Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, how you doing?
Good. I'm well, thanks. I think I get the motivation of what Scooble's doing, and I hope that Harris isn't fooled by it. Here's what he wants to stay for the season. I agree with him there. He wants to cash in. He wants his $400 million. He and Boros both know the Tigers are unlikely to make the playoffs. If Harris does his job and gets him out of town at the deadline, Scooble's going to have to deal with a manager, teammates, press, and a fan base that is not going to accept coming out in the 5th inning after throwing 95 pitches. He's going to have to throw 110 pitches, get into the 7th inning, and what does the New York Post say if he bailed after 90
let me tell
pitches in the playoff game?
After last year against Seattle, they would have done to him what they did to Rex Ryan. He would have been wearing a clown nose on the back page of the Post.
And the other issue too is he's obviously had some catastrophic injuries. He's a postseason run that he would have to endure is 3 to 5 more starts, high pressure starts. He hasn't fully cashed in yet. There's nothing but well, I suppose I can't say it's nothing but if he what's the bed in the postseason, that hurts him. Obviously, if he gets hurt in the postseason, obviously it's another thing.
Well, I don't think it's helped to miss time this year. And then you're coming back and you're basically a 5-inning pitcher. I don't think he's boosting his value for a free agency thing. I don't see it.
Yeah, and if he goes on a postseason run, say he gets him out, he goes on a run. I don't think anybody's going to look at Harris and say he made a mistake. I don't think he has to worry about that ghost, so to speak. I worry about Harris because the Eduardo Rodriguez thing embarrassed him. And I know Scooble doesn't have a no trade, so it's not a perfect analogy. But the fact that he looks so bad in that situation, does that make him hesitant to make another big step?
Go ahead, Rico.
You know what? It may. I think so. I mean, the fact you got Harris talking about being worried about ghosts last year. It does make you question, can he just make the big choice? Can he make the decision? Can he just pull the trigger and say, you know what, I'll deal with the consequences later.
Matt,
I'm not going to worry about it.
I want to be wrong, but you've known my stance now for a month and a half. They're not trading him.
Yeah, he's playing a game with Harris and with the fans, and I hope that if more than half the fans aren't recognizing it, I hope at least Harris is, because like you say, even if they sneak in, they're not getting out of they're not getting to the World Series. Come on.
I mean that's where I'm at with it. Yeah. But again, what's going to happen, Matt. Okay, like this weekend was a nice little reality check because they played a real team, and okay, fine. Like when you look at the teams they were facing prior, they're all dilapidated like you were in May. Okay, they're going to come out of the All-Star break. They're going to play the Angels, the Orioles. They're going to play 4 against Kansas City. You're basically going to play the teams that have a worse record than you. Cool.
Yeah. And Harris takes the easy way out, the gutless way out, and they lose them for a comp pick.
And the best part, there's no baseball in 27, and by the time 2028 rolls around, everyone will forget that it ever happened, and he's back on the Benetti pod. I know, Matt. That's why it's a lot like the University of Michigan when the topic of cheating comes up. I just don't care anymore. None Nothing changes. We're all Bill Murray and Groundhog Day hitting the alarm clock. It's just Groundhog Day in this city. There's no accountability in this town.
I got you, babe.
Phil? Phil! All right, let's go to David 97.1. David, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, David.
Good. I have 3 points I want to make. First of all, I think I'm probably one of the few people left in town that is Harris supporters, and I think he's going to rise to the occasion on this, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
I think he's actually having a perfect storm here, whereas in the offseason, I really wanted him to trade Skubal, but because they made the playoffs again and people were all against trading him, I don't think he wanted to gamble there. But now the tides have turned. I think he has a great opportunity where you can trade him and not take any heat for trading him. That's number one.
Well, hold on. Can I just offer you one thing?
Yeah.
He's waited so long, and they got, 15 before the deadline, 16 before the deadline. I'm telling you right now, look at who you're playing coming up. I got it right in front of me, okay? They're going to play the Angels, the Orioles, the A's, the Royals. You got one good team on there in the Cubbies. They go something like 10-6 or 11-5. Scott Harris makes a deal 3-4 under 500. Oh, I got to see that to believe it.
Fool's gold. I mean, look at, if you take a bird's eye approach from Harris, from what he wanted to do and what he hasn't been able to do, he didn't want to come in here and start immediately getting rid of a young team with so-called stars with number one Casey Mize and number one Torkelson. He couldn't just come in here and get rid of all those guys. He has an opportunity here to put his stamp on this organization like he's never had before.
Well,
regardless of what people talk about him, he can trade Skubal, he can trade Mize, and I'm saying
I'm going to be Rico Beard for a moment.
To Green.
I'm going to be Rico Beard for a moment. I'm going to say something, David, that he has always said. Yeah. The minute a GM makes a big decision, he's on the clock. And I got to see it to believe it. Scotty wouldn't buy at the deadline last year as a first-place team because he didn't want to be haunted.
Correct. And he said those words. That's not us. That's him. I still can't believe he said it.
248-539-9797. We will get more to people. Yeah, unfortunately, we can bring up Ward in the 4 o'clock. I just don't know what else to say. But sure, we'll talk about it. Why not? Like anything's going to change. Biggest stage in the world, FanDuel's changing the game. Yep, you got the semis coming up. FanDuel Super Sub. If your player's subbed out, your bet stays in. And if your player leaves the match, you carry on with the substitute. If you made that, to score a goal bet, away you go. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started now. Let there be goals with FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we're gonna get to can we say that? We'll touch on the Michigan stuff. Well, you got a couple things we could get into here. We'll get a few of the texts. Did you see this Udonis Haslem and Draymond Green thing?
Yeah, the next layer. Yeah, it was interesting. Well, yeah, Haslem knocked out his former teammate Hero. Well, got into a fight.
Adebayo did.
Adebayo, yeah.
Udonis Haslem did not.
No, I'm sorry. But Udonis Haslem called out Draymond.
Because Draymond called out Udonis Haslem. Yeah. The NBA is like a soap opera. Let's check that Pistons free agent outline. Okay. David, go ahead. And then we'll get into a few other things. Because you wanted to, what did you want to hit me with?
We got the home run derby.
Oh, what? That it's on Netflix? Yeah. It's a joke. But 2 seconds. Let David just finish the text.
The Tigers should not base whether or not to trade Skubal based on the daily box scores. Get the best deal they can for the present and the future. Trade him and don't chase.
Take it a step further.
noise.
Take it a step further. All right. And I'm being very sincere and I've been consistent. And if you don't like me because of that, that's okay. But you can't say I haven't been consistent. You can't make long-term decisions on short-term sample size. Okay, they got 16 before the break. So you want me to make a 5-year decision on a 16-game sample? To me, the decision should already be made of what I'm doing. Yeah. And that's trading Scoop. Well, because you beat the Angels, that means you're going to what? Not maximize the return. It's all of this is just folly. Go ahead.
Can't wait till the Tigers are buyers to gain favor with Skubal, then try to sell to the fans how a compensation pick pays for what they sold. That sell job will be fun.
Oh, I could see it. I could absolutely see it. I don't know that there's a franchise in baseball with a higher opinion of itself than the Tigers. That includes the Dodgers. Oh, they'll tell you they found McGonigal and they'll do it again. I could totally see that one happening.
Right there. Oh, McGonigal was he was that comp pick.
Yeah, you like that comp pick, don't you?
Yeah, so we can do it again.
Ah, right. And the Seahawks could find a Hall of Fame QB in the third round again.
TC and Royal Oak text in and says, hope you guys are bracing for it because Harris is falling for it again. He will not trade Skubal. Book it, Dano.
Sir, this is Wendy's. I have said they're not trading him for 2 months.
You have.
Don't be hitting me with that. I want to be wrong. I told you. Whatever you two want, if you need me to rent a tux, I'll serve you food. I'll feed you like a baby bird. I'll cut your little steak out little pieces like a little kid.
That's way too much.
Whatever you want. I'll put a bib on you. Here you go, buddy. Here comes the airplane. I want to be wrong.
You know what? I want you to not be wrong.
Okay.
Just to not get that.
Right. What are we doing here, David? Like, did we lose this bet or did we win the bet?
I'm hand feeding David his Middle Eastern bowl that he likes so much.
Don't need that. Don't need that.
Right.
No, David, we'll do it during a day game while we're watching Saratoga live.
I'm good on that. I'll show up. I'll be here at 3 o'clock on that day.
Another sip of beverage, David.
You know what? We'll only do the Saratoga live thing if another one of those races gets postponed, like the story you told us pre-show.
Oh, man.
That was golden.
What a bleep show yesterday.
You know what? It just makes me feel good to know that it's just not college sports that you said are ruined.
No, I think
they're all ruined.
That he's right, No, that's where I've come to a conclusion. And especially with sport, the whole world's BS. It's all BS. They make rules up however they want to do it. And I'm not going to tell the story about Saratoga yesterday because nobody cares. Just trust me, it was BS. But the point is, look at the World Cup. Look at we'll consider expanding to 64 teams. Why? Okay, we'll do pros and cons. Here's your pro, Machni. Here's your cons, everything else. And they're going to go with that.
No. But everybody loved the Cape Verde. Everybody wanted to buy the Cabo Verde jerseys.
Good. There'll be 12 of them in the next tournament.
Right. But that because it worked, you know what's better than this? More.
Yeah, and that's not the case.
More Cinderella.
But again, case in point. Okay, the home run derby is past its prime. Fair. Is it something that kids want to watch? Probably.
Yeah.
You know what I don't want? I don't want to take that off of basic television and have to stream it. Mm-hmm. Or, God forbid, and again, a lot of people have got rid of Netflix because, well, they're kind of out of good ideas. like Netflix, you've kind of hit the end.
And price keeps going up.
Right. What happened? Wait, it was $6 and now it's 26. The point I'm making is sports greed is so out of control and is so unchecked. I feel like we're on a train that's going off a cliff and no one is hitting the brakes.
No, I'm with you because the home run derby, it was one of the last things for the fans. It really was. It was, kind of, you just get to watch the guys hit the home runs. It's the fun part of baseball. And this is where kids will fall in love with a game because you'll pick a guy and you'll kind of follow his career because that's your guy now. And let's try to monetize this as much as we can. Because I didn't realize till David was like, because I was like, the home run derby tonight. He was like, yeah, but it's on Netflix. So,
I actually, we should turn Rico's statement into a commercial. The 2026 Home Run Derby, only on Fox. You can see the guys hit the home runs. It's fantastic. I just think about where everything is. Like, and that World Cup thing, like, I understand people don't care and it's every 4 years, but it's so in your face what's happening. The World Cup never needed to expand. 32 was the perfect number. They expanded to 48. They were adding teams that have no business being in. If you go to 64, you are going to see a 10-0 game in a group stage. You will see teams that have absolutely no business playing on the international stage. And you will ruin qualifying. Yeah. It's the equivalent of teams making a bowl at 5 and 7. Mm-hmm. That's not what the World Cup is supposed to be.
When I look at the World Cup, Mike, this would have actually worked if they expanded to 48. If half the teams in the Final Four now were part of the new 16 that got added in. Now I'll buy it and say maybe we were missing out on something. They did not.
They are not.
Matter of fact, the top 4 teams made it.
Right.
So,
and again, here's the worst part. These 4 right now, I don't think any of these squads are generational. I told you that. Like, they're good, clearly. That goes without saying. France is probably still best. None of these are like 02 Brazil. None of these are 94 Brazil. None of these are like the generational of these teams. And yet, they're still there. You diluted it down. That's why the U.S. didn't really win a knockout stage game. David, go ahead. Disgusted with everything.
No, you're exactly right, because we get and I'm not saying this to make fun of you, Mike, but you get Italy, who really should be in, but it was difficult to get in. So if you didn't hit the marks,
that's right,
didn't win this, and you didn't get in, it is what it is.
If you can't beat Bosnia, you don't deserve to serve food. You should have John Taffer out at your facility. Shut it down. They shouldn't exist. And then 4 years ago, they lost to a place I didn't even think it was real. I went, what's a North Macedonia? We're playing neighborhoods within countries now?
See, but here's the other side of it.
Is
now,
it South?
I don't know. I don't know.
Now America beats Bosnia, and people are like, oh my gosh, we got a knockout win. That shouldn't count.
It actually doesn't.
Not a win in a knockout round.
No,
they aren't good.
It feels like preseason football, where it's like, okay, you can make more out of it if you want, but now if they expand to 64, Italy will be in 4 years, correct?
Maybe. They're run. I don't even know if it's a real place anymore.
He did not.
He did not. Hey, listen, we hired a legend to be our technical director. Paolo Maldini's back. It's going to make all the difference.
Okay.
All right. Carry on. We've just lost half our audience.
Shout out Paolo.
Up next, Rico interviews Gennaro Gattuso on the 5-Star Zone. And an emotional sit down with Franco Baresi. God, please. All right. 97.1. All right, it's part 2. We do it every Monday. It's kind of a hodgepodge potpourri of things. Can we say that? David. All right, go ahead.
All right, well, we were talking about the World Cup in the break.
And I introduced you to Gennaro Gattuso's famous audio clip.
That is, that's a classic. It's 3 seconds, but it's so short and concise.
That's tremendous.
Doesn't need to be cut up. Just play the whole thing. All right. Can we say that the World Cup did its job because it got the best 4 teams into the Final Four?
I guess. But
is this the best Final Four like in a while?
I mean,
nobody, you don't know who's going to win.
I still think France is your overwhelming favorite, but sure, Rico. Yeah, it chalked out. You had a wonderful game this weekend with Norway and England, and I want an investigation into the Norway player who didn't pass that ball in a 2-on-1 to Holland. I'm sorry.
He needs to be pressed on federal charges. Wherever,
that was insane.
Here in Norway.
And the best part, the broadcast tried to make it that John Stones, who's my age, that was world-class defending. Or the guy had a brain freeze, like he had OD'd on a Slurpee.
I was about to say, was he at a poker party?
Uh-oh. But, yes, the game, look, it did its job. Fine, move on. Done.
Yeah, you got the best 4 teams. I literally, out of the bracket I made, 3 of them came in fruition. I thought Norway was going to I know, but I thought Norway was going to beat England. You're right. No one does.
I'm sorry, but World Cup bracket guy bragging is worse than fantasy football guy bragging, and that's saying something.
Dude, it gets intense. It gets intense.
Go ahead. Unbelievable.
Can we say that Victor Wembanyama made a very smart move, leaving some money on the table?
Yes, because you already have more money than God. You'll end up a billionaire. Leave a little bit of cheddar on the table so they can put good players around you. Yeah, weird, crazy concept. Yes.
He did make the right choice. Unfortunately, I don't think other star athletes in the NBA are going to do it down the road. But in the world of the aprons, I keep bringing up the aprons anytime I'm on this show. You're going to have to do that, unfortunately, if you want to build a competent roster.
Yeah, he made a smart move. You have to get talent around you, and you need money, and you need room on your salary cap. He's a world athlete. He's a face. Mm-hmm. He'll make up that money elsewhere.
Look, the bottom line, and you just nailed it. Okay, he signs a supermax making $70 million, boop, 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 boop. There will never come a day where Wembanyama makes more playing basketball than he makes off the floor. He's a global icon. The basketball money, it's pointless. The basketball money doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Guys, can we say, because he does not have to wear an ankle monitor, that it is still possible for Terrion Arnold to play this upcoming season? Because he's trying out for different teams, working out for them.
I say no, but what the hell do I know? You're facing life in prison and 8 felonies. I don't know. I got a hard time imagining you're out there on a Sunday.
Take the legal stuff out of it. He stinks. Why would any team entertain this? I don't understand it.
I'm with you there. I thought the same thing.
Really? He's so bad that the Lions had him penciled in as a starter.
Wow.
I mean, just throwing that your way.
Then you know what, Mike? We're going to flow chart that back and hearken at the same time to why I said I'm not feeling good about that secondary. That was your best piece. And as Corbin said, he stinks. So, yeah. David, enough said.
He said it all.
Okay. Can we say, though, because I don't think even people realize it took place over the weekend, the Major League Baseball draft may be the most meaningless draft when it comes to the major sports.
Yeah.
Because I was like, wait, it's over? Didn't know it started.
I don't care. Yeah. In fact, it shouldn't even be televised. Just send out a letter with who I've selected, and I'll wake me up in 5 years. I just don't care.
The only thing I remember that you guys, the Yankees, took Pettit's kid.
Great.
You like Pettit.
I used to love Andy Pettit. My point is, all these organizations do this. I mean, wasn't like Mike Piazza drafted as a favor?
Yeah, he was.
In the 78th round or something. I mean, what? I don't care.
See, it could happen.
I know the Tigers took a pitcher and a shortstop. Wake me up later.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, by the way, the pitcher already injured. Not even kidding you.
All right, then. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And at the
sometimes may be good. Sometimes.
No, yeah, it doesn't matter. I've never really cared for it off the premise that you'll have teams like I think it was the Rockies who drafted Russell Wilson. Aaron Judge was still on the table. It's like, what are we doing here? You guys are drafting players that you know are going to go play other sports elsewhere.
Yeah. It's a waste of time.
I mean, it's just like, because you don't see them, but just when you thought the hockey draft was, no, baseball is just.
At least the hockey draft, the guy who goes number 1 plays right away.
Yeah.
Like, where do they hold this? In the back of a banquet hall or something? I don't know.
That's a great question. I have no idea.
Baseball drafts at a VFW.
Guys, can we say that NBA Summer League is really nothing to watch here? It's kind of meaningless. Stats.
Totally meaningless.
Empty calories.
No, but it's a great way for propagandists to pimp their teams and try to, clickbait. Oh, my God, Pete Smith had 6 blocks. Great.
Yeah.
Against Wee Man from the cast of Jackass. I mean, I don't care.
So you're not up on the Chaz Lanier articles?
No, I'm not. No, because that's the type of garbage I can't stand.
He just needs time, Mike.
That's fine. Talk to me in October when it matters. I don't care. Like, this is the problem with sports. Are we not allowed a break? Like, I don't need basketball. We just got done with basketball. I have baseball right now. The NFL's about to start. I don't care. Can't wait for all those Wings training camp articles about how someone's in the best shape of their life.
Or Miggy.
Rico, you beat me to it. I was going to bring up 17 points in 5 minutes from Chaz Lanier. It's the greatest Summer League game ever, right?
Right.
David
right.
I'm all for people having an opinion, but if you are someone who holds stock in what happens in the Summer League, you should never be able to say a single word ever again. Sew that mouth shut.
Can we say that the NFL is having a very, very quiet offseason this year? It's almost it went from being a 12-month sport 24/7 to now, Mike, it's like you said you need a break. To me, it seems like the NFL just kind of took the summer off.
No, I totally disagree. Buddy, we're in the only 30 days of the year from basically like June 1st to 45 days, June 1st to July 15th. We had Club Rossini. We had Myles Garrett get traded.
Okay.
We had Brendan Sorsby gate. We had things, all kinds of stuff. We had an NFL reporter 8 months pregnant with a head coach, and then she named the kid after him. And this offseason was amazing.
I guess I didn't consider Rossini as
Club
part of that.
Rossini is all encompassing.
Okay, fine. Then I guess you got to. Okay, then I'll retract it because you got to put the
Myles Garrett got traded. I mean, this offseason was nuts.
See,
I meant with like substance of like Myles Garrett. Yes, that was something, but it happened. It seemed like so long ago.
See, I agree with Rico, but to Mike's point, I feel like the storylines have peaked. You can't outdo a Myles Garrett trade or the Rossini scandal.
And now
can't.
you get your 10 minutes of silence before training camp starts. I'm just going to disagree with that one. Next.
David?
It's been exciting to me. I've loved every minute of this offseason.
The
Rams going to get who they're. Wow. Okay.
The Steelers are just playing spin the bottle. They locked 3 quarterbacks in the room with the GM. All right, Smoochie time. You're the starter.
Okay. This is not sports.
Okay.
But I just felt like it needed to be in this.
Okay.
But can we say that the buffalo at that park was the epitome of mess around and find out?
Bro, Gramps, stay out of nature, bro. Right. I'll tell you one thing. I didn't realize a human body could fly that high. That poor guy, I go, you got to be kidding me. That buffalo just detonated Gramps. He's going to live, but my God, I couldn't believe the way his body flew in the air.
Man, I wanted to see the 3-cone time on that buffalo because he was like, wait, a tree? Really? Man, I was born in nature. You just visit here.
Mother Nature's undefeated. Only thing scarier than Mother Nature in general is the ocean.
Yes.
You and I agree on that deal.
Yeah.
You don't want to mess with the ocean.
My 2 takeaways from that buffalo sending that guy into the heavens, not literally though. 1, why would that guy just run around trees? Go sprint someplace else. And 2, the female he was with was either wearing a Dolphins Jarvis Landry jersey or Ryan Fitzpatrick, and I need to figure that out.
Okay, I'm glad you're focused on that. 2, right. I want to flowchart this back to senior citizen. He's not Carl Lewis in his prime. You're
Listen,
like,
if
oh,
I'm
really,
80, I'm
when you're being
booking it.
attacked by a rabid buffalo, you should what? There's no plan for that, Corbin.
Fight or flight. Let it happen.
Turn into Ted Ginn Jr. all of a sudden. He's not doing that.
He
If
should
I'm
run
80,
around the trees, buddy.
That's all I'm giving up is right there. The last hope I have at getting away from this damn thing.
How about this?
Oh, my God.
When you made eye contact with the buffalo, you should have known right then and there, this isn't going to end
This is
well.
my point. Don't make Don't be in nature that way.
Let's get the selfie.
No.
That was the first problem. Why are you stopping to take a picture?
Because, once again, George Carlin, think of how dumb the average American is and realize half the populace is dumber than that. Selfie, wild buffalo.
Yeah, that buffalo beat that
No.
man like he owed him money.
Dude, thank God the guy gets to have a life, because that, when I saw the video, my jaw was on the floor. I went,
Right. So that's what
he was 12 feet in the air.
Wasn't sports related, but I had to talk about that. All right.
It was almost like it was not a person. He ragdolled him.
Yes. You know how, like, in bad movies, the stunt double dummy?
Or like a scarecrow or a crash test dummy. And I'm like, except it's not. It's Grandpa. I'm like, oh, my God.
Yeah, you clearly see that's they cut not a real person and then cut back to the real person landing on the ground. Like, he flew. Wow. He's going to have stories to tell the grandkids. Stay away from buffaloes. All right.
Did you get the selfie with the buffalo? He did not.
He did not. I became famous. I took a picture with him, but I didn't
Lucky
get the
he's
selfie.
alive to tell about it. That's insane.
All right. Last one. Can we say Ward Manuel's going to get another life? He's not going anywhere. I just don't think he's going anywhere.
No, I think he'll go somewhere, but it will be on his terms, because Michigan can't fire him because he has a cornucopia of a roadmap of where all the bodies are buried. I've never believed he didn't know about the cheating. I never believed he didn't know about Sharon Moore's side piece. If it was like the problem I have with all of these things, like whether it's Wolverines or if there's a scandal at another school, it's selective insider syndrome. You're an insider when it benefits you, but then you're not an insider when it's bad stuff. If it was such an open secret that Sharon was getting his wick wet with somebody other than his wife, how come you didn't know? Oh, everybody in the program knew. I didn't. Oh, but you know what cereal a 17-year-old recruit eats. Shut up. He knows everything. They're going to pay him. It'll be an ironclad NDA and one of the most glorious golden parachutes in history. Why?
I can't say that you're right, because every time I think, okay, that's it for this guy, he's gone. And you know what? Here he is. He's still there.
Well, the Chris Patridge lawsuit might be the last line of defense there, but the problem is that guy's a scumbag too. You know what? You all deserve each other, David. You and your Wolverine kind.
Can we say that? It's 97-1.
All right, heat waves are here, including like 105 tomorrow. You better hope your AC's running. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They can take care of you. $79 AC tune-up and a free on-check. Don't go calling around. You'll be wasting your time. Just get with the guys at Mastercraft. They get to you faster than anybody else. They're available 24/7 for emergencies, free and home estimates, and all work backed by a 5-year warranty. It's flexible financing, too. So call the pros. Mastercraft today. For all your plumbing, electrical, and generator needs, for every power failure or seasonal shift, Mastercraft has got you covered. Visit mastercraftheating.com. Okay, so we'll get back to the school bowl stuff in a little bit, but I really don't know what to tell you. So you've got a multitude of reporting locally, nationally, Ward Manual. You want to talk about things I don't care about. Here's one. I mean, Ward has been a steward of Michigan because he's taken every bullet for him. Through the greatest period of cheating in their history and championships, Ward has been the guy. And you kept asking yourself, I mean, this goes all the way back to his car rental service with Jeff Jackson. I mean, he's been indestructible. Well, why? Because at a certain point, when you just are so brazen and you are so above it, you got financial backing that really no other school has. You have the media in your pocket the way no other school has. You do get to a point where you become Thanos. You become such a villain, they can't get rid of you. Because the press isn't going to get you fired. The school already showed they don't give a damn. They openly cheated and had a school president saying bet. It was open. So eventually, in my world, Ward had too much damaging info. You can't fire that guy. Now you're in bed with him. So the reports today, I mean, look here, I can just give you like CBS Sports, because now you got Chris Patridge suing again. Right. Ward Manual finds his own tenure in jeopardy following an investigation into the culture of Wolverine's athletic department. Board of Regents scheduled to meet Thursday. Problem is, nothing on the agenda suggests they're going to talk about this, but I think that's just nonsense. They will. They have to. CBS Sports granted sources anonymity. The board authorized Chicago-based law firm Jenner & Block in December conduct an open-ended review of the athletics department and the fallout of the Sharon Moore scandal. Later, University President Domenico Grasso confirmed the investigation would expand into, quote, an independent evaluation of culture, conduct, and procedures throughout the athletic department. He said the school would act swiftly if the investigation produced findings. We'll leave no stone unturned. I don't know what else to tell you here. So for me, I just view it as the following. He will not be fired. Now, he may be negotiated out. They're going to have to pay for his silence. Who are we kidding?
Right.
Like the Sharon Moore thing. Think about this. If it was so well known in that hellhole of Ann Arbor that Sharon was dipping on his wife with his underling, you mean tell me the AD didn't know? I mean, think about this. We used to do the Harbaugh coaching counter. Every damn coach, basically, who came to Ann Arbor was either show cause, fired, or ran out of town. Hell, you can't even find some of the coaches who left. You don't think Ward knew what was going on? I mean, I'm not going to re-adjudicate all of it. I don't care enough to. So, look, I know you don't believe Ward will go anywhere. I guess to me, him going somewhere, this is the equivalent of Milton's retirement party. He's not going to get any cake, but he's going to get a boatload of money and an ironclad NDA. That's why he said what he said today.
Yeah,
I've had great talks with the president. Yeah, what? Negotiating how many millions and how many beach houses you're getting and never flip on the school?
I guess I look at this, Mike. I don't see him going anywhere because he's just not going anywhere.
Hold on. Can I just rewind? This might be better than your Homer and Derby promo. I don't see him going anywhere because he's not going anywhere. Come on, give me some meat on the bone. Why do you feel that way?
No, because Mike, like some website had like 24 list of things that has happened under his watch at Michigan. Any other athletic director is gone after 5.
I know.
10, you're pushing it, buddy.
But it's a cabal.
15, right. He's now getting ready to hit the silver anniversary. The next scandal will be scandal number 25.
Remember, president's gone.
Yeah.
All the coaches are gone. It's almost ironic. Both coaches were offered contracts that just conveniently never got signed. Harbaugh walked out of town. Dusty walked out of town. There comes an end point to every caper. So this is the end point.
So the end point to this caper is this Jenner & Block investigation. $11 million was spent.
Yep.
And now, because if anything, I guess I think it'll end up being a retirement. It'll end up being a buyout.
He's not going to get fired. They can't fire him.
Right.
And look, I'll support you in this regard. He ain't going to go anywhere. They can't fire him. He'll show up like Lonzo from training day. Oh, UMF. Mm-mm. And then it's going to be like when you go to a pharmacy and you get the receipt where it's like, I bought 3 things. Why is the receipt 8 feet long? Ward will just unfurl all his receipts.
Well, I feel good if that does happen because we were the bad guys for the longest for saying we were just Sparties who, you guys are just afraid of Michigan and all that. It was Thanos. You won titles. It cost you everything.
But again, every title shrouded in scandal. I mean, even Dusty with the tampering and all that stuff. I mean, dude, if people care, they can care. If they don't care, what do you want from me? No, I'm not you.
No, I get it. No, it's just one of those, when I saw the news starting to happen last night, it was like, well, wait, is this serious?
Yeah, and I think ultimately
I've seen this movie before.
But this is all, okay. Now, I have a very cynical view towards college athletics, and then an even more cynical view to like blue blood programs. And whether it was North Carolina with the no-show classes, whether it was the wiretaps with Arizona, like these schools are all conveniently located in these hayseed little towns, and they got the police on their payroll, and they got the powerful lawyers, and they got the bottomless pit of money. Look, man, I just, you get to a point, I probably think enough of the right people have had their fill of the scandal, are willing to, just like with the NCAA cheating, they were willing to pay their way out of it. And they're going to be willing to say, okay, look, Ward, you've been a useful idiot for long enough, and you've been a great meat shield, and we're going to reward you with that. And now you get to go wear hoodies underneath blazers in retirement, which was always an obscene look. I don't know why he continued to do that. But the point is, eventually, everybody has filled their use. And for Michigan, you did the lawsuit to make it look good, but the reality is, I will never be convinced they all weren't in on it, that they all didn't know. They knew. Oh, yeah. Come on, man.
They knew. I think the report will probably, Sano will probably end up being the fall guy.
Well, he ain't there either.
Right, but they're going to make it seem like it was all his fault.
But do you know the absurdity?
He ordered the code red.
Yeah, the absurdity that you think they're going to make the president the bad guy, but the AD'd it? Stop.
But Santa ordered the code red, and he was just following orders.
See, but here's an update on the report. David Jesse reports and tweets out an FYI regarding the University of Michigan investigation into the AD. No physical report was compiled and issued. Regents were briefed orally recently on the findings, which were critical of the AD and others at the university.
How convenient. That means you can't FOIA it, can you? So you pay 11 or 12 million bucks and you don't even get a print copy? Are you serious? Honestly, I'm ready to stand and applaud. I feel like it's like that Bill Murray gif. I just want to applaud. Honestly, you almost just have to stand up in a tuxedo and respect Michigan's ability to not give an F. Hold on. If that's right, I want to make sure I'm understanding this because I'm just a stupid Sparty. You paid $12 million to a law firm to produce a comprehensive, all-encompassing effing report about your athletic department's toxicity and culture. And that doesn't come with a copy of said report included. You simply call Movie Phone and you get to hear the report.
That is according to David Jesse, yes.
Wow. Mike, new levels every time. See, I was going to ask a different question, but David.
No, I need you to look at me.
That's $11 million.
I know I'm stupid. Just tell me what I'm misunderstanding.
No. If you want to see the actual reports from the Jenner and Block, scan the QR code. Because that's what it feels like.
I paid $12 million. I paid you to do months of work. It had to be thousands of pages because it's thousands of billable hours. And you're telling me I don't get a like you go to a doctor's office and you want to get your blood work done to find out like your blood sugar level or something. You get a report of that. I paid $12 million. And I got to call a number and you read me a bedtime story about the report. Mm-hmm. Tell me that's so it doesn't get FOIA'd. Not that their FOIA office would ever respond.
No, because they know nobody's going to sit there and listen to the entire 1,000-page report.
I got to tell you, anyone who likes this sport still is an absolute bleep hole. And I still love you, but that's amazing. That's amazing.
David, I got a question for you. I'll ask you next. 97.1.
I don't get a copy of the report. $12 million. I'm not done. This is the most hilarious thing ever. You know, I bet you the law firm said, listen, for $10 more, we'll give you a copy. And you know what Michigan said? Nah, man, we're over budget.
Yeah, but you can take a picture with the copy.
No, we'll call
when
and
you
we'll
ride
read.
the roller coaster.
We'll read it to you anytime you want on an encrypted line.
Right.
Okay.
You ride that roller coaster. Here's you with the copy.
It's parody. It's absolute parody. All right, Moran Buick GMC. Woo! You don't get to buy a car. They'll just show you a picture of one. Do you see how absurd this is in the real world? All right, Moran Buick GMC. Sterling Heights. Oh, it's too funny, baby. It is too funny. They got one of the biggest selections of Sierras. Moran has a truck you're looking for. Unlike Michigan, you'll actually get to drive the thing. They won't just send you a 3x5 glossy. Employee pricing for everyone. Make the smart move. Get to Moran Buick GMC for an elite car buying experience. No games, no pressure, no nonsense. It's Moran Buick GMC, Sterling Heights, where you always get the best price, period. You can visit them online, Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we'll get to a couple of calls. We'll get to David. And like, we got some people getting unhinged on ticket text. Like, guys, let me just help you. Like, if you can't refute or discuss or talk about the things I'm explaining, you can save all the Sparty stuff. Like, okay, our football team's bad. Like, what do you want me to say? For 3+ years, Rico and I have been the bad guys, even though we've been right. So now you get a report from David, Michigan spent $11 million and there's no physical copy of the report. Let me tell you what that seems like, sounds like, feels like to me. You paid $11 million to simply just cover it up and make it go away, because $11 million without a hard copy of said report, that's not a report at all. You paid a law firm $11 million to talk dirty in your ear?
It really is. What did you pay for?
Call 1-900-MIX-A-LOT and kick those nasty thoughts. I mean, like, what the hell? $11 million. There's no physical copy. It's brilliant.
Bruh.
Nobody can FOIA it.
Right, and if you want to hear, you scan the QR code, and we'll just go ahead and read it to you. As
if you want to hear about the scandal, press 1. No hablo scandalo. Press 2. Like, I mean, honestly, I can't be mad. It's so absurd. It's brilliantly absurd.
They'd be better off with a date with Derek Jeter. At least they would have got a gift basket.
Oh, and honestly, to the Wolverines that are all angry, which you got to get a hold of your life. I mean, I can't help you guys. Like, your school did this stuff. What do you want from me? It's so bad. Guys, I'm aware. Like, it doesn't run my life. You probably should reach that point in yours. If you're a Wolverine and the school paid $11 million for this all-encompassing report, and your school president was out here trying to drop his nuts how serious it was going to be, no physical copy, the Board of Regents was, quote, orally informed, close quote.
Mm-hmm.
That's all time.
Not even a PowerPoint presentation.
Hey, David, Rico bought a suit. The tailor showed him a picture of it. He didn't actually get the suit.
This is how it would look.
It's going to look great on you, too. I mean, we got cuffs. And,
Press 3 if you'd like scandal details. Press 4 for movie times. Like, can I call the number that they called to hear the report? Press 2 for today's weather. 38, windy.
Text just came through. I almost had an accident. You guys' reaction to no report was amazing. Call movie phone to get a copy.
Oh, it's incredible. And guys, no offense, it's a state university. $11 million. You don't get a paper copy?
Right.
No, I know why you didn't get a paper copy. You don't want anyone to know what was in it. Mm-hmm. It's brilliant.
Remember when the information came out on who was running the investigation? Bunch of alums.
Oh, correct.
Ooh.
Right. David.
And this way, because Sharon's side piece is suing because she wants a copy of that.
There's no copy.
There is no copy.
Hey, ready for this one? Hey, press 3 for. Hey, babe, there ain't no copy.
But Spider-Man 3 will be out in theaters.
Spider-Man 3, 4:10, 6:30, 10 o'clock showing. To repeat movie times, press 1. To hear about the scandal, press 2. For your horoscope, press 3.
Oh, man.
You almost have to respect it. You almost have to respect their commitment to dirt. It's beautiful. It's incredible.
It is. I mean, I didn't think anything could be even funnier than the way they cheated. And the NCAA said they cheated, but we can't punish you for your cheating.
I really.
How about we'll pay $11 million?
Dude, can you imagine what's in that report for there not to be a paper copy?
It's the reason why Ward's going to get a nice little retirement.
Little? Bro, there ain't nothing little about it.
Oh, no, and by little it means, honey, just pick the place in the world you want to live because that's where we're headed.
Yeah. Ward's negotiation for when he's given a golden parachute, it isn't going to be, would you like a beach house? It's how many of them.
Right.
Can you imagine what's in that report for a law firm not to put pen to paper? That's phenomenal.
Right. Thousands of billable hours.
Hey, Ward. Yeah, it's Johnny at the firm. Listen, we completed the report. Is it in my email? Nah, give me a call. I'll tell you about it. My bosses are really going to want to see it. No. Ward, you ain't picking it up, Big Daddy. Call me. I'll tell you about it.
You know what? As a matter of fact, meet me at a park bench. I don't want to do this over the phone.
Like the scene in Goodfellas when they're outside the jewelry store and Pesci's covering his mouth. Yeah. Hey, you see him across the street? He's still looking at us. Is that how they heard? Maybe that's all the Regents hearing about the report. They're outside of the Gold Rush jewelry store.
Yes.
All right, you see here, Sharon was banging his assistant. See?
What I'm about to say next, don't react.
David, what are the texts coming in?
It's
fine. It's fine if they're mad, but there's no anger on our part because it's so absurd.
There will be 20 lawsuits tomorrow because it's a state university. You cannot hide this no matter what they want to believe that is Dan in Madison Heights.
Press 2 for Rico's pick of the day. Press 3 for scandal. Press 4 for weather.
Right.
98, really hot.
What's more corrupt, FIFA or Michigan?
Bro, that is MTV's Celebrity Deathmatch. If you know, you know. That is as good as it gets.
Let's get it on.
Ward versus Giovanni Infantino.
Zach at a paper mill says they can't have a report on paper because the cost of paper has gone up, guys.
That's right. They spent $11 million, not a penny more.
But you're right. I can just see that. So when are we going to get it? You're not. And we just need to tell you what we found.
If you'd like a copy of your report, press 1. If you'd like to just hear about it, press 2. It's the most amazing thing I've ever heard.
Ward, I'm sorry.
No, don't be.
Ward is a lot of things, but not a dummy. He will get all the money he can. He isn't just going to retire because he is on the hot seat. Hush, hush money is on the way.
Yeah, and look, he shepherded them through, and they got their little, fake titles and the whole bit, and he took every bullet, and he did it. Look, he's been a loyal soldier. You don't concern yourself with what another family thinks of you. You just think about what your family thinks of you.
And your family didn't whack you, life is good.
But that's where I laughed earlier. You had these ding-dongs calling Gator and Mark in a minute. I really want Ward gone. Do you, Spank?
Well,
Do you?
Well, that was a question I have for David. Next AD, do you want a 180-degree turn? Do you want to go back to being Michigan men and those who stay and
I don't care about
integrity
all
and all of that?
Do what you need to win.
Or do you just want to keep winning the Ward way?
Maybe not the Ward way, just a little level under it. But I don't care.
This is like buying a house and you don't get a copy of the deed or the mortgage.
No, this is like buying a house. No inspection, no. Just buy the house. No inspection. Trust us.
Someone says, please find that number and give it to us on the air, please. I would faint.
Showing times for Wonder Girl. Press 1. Please tell me I'm misunderstanding. Please tell me I'm stupid. It's okay.
I thought I was. And
no, baby.
You're not.
I tell you, that's a commitment to excellence.
Those who stay, baby, will hide bodies.
All right, is everybody here for the report call? Are we all on an encrypted line?
All right, everybody, take us off speakerphone. Take us off the speakerphone.
Ward, why's your camera off? All right, on the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel's changing the game. It's the super sub. If your player subbed out, your bet stays in. If your player leaves the match, the bet will continue with the substitute. It's just an added layer if you're going to bet these goal scorers. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started now. Let there be goals. 21 and up, present Michigan. Gambling problem, you call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know what the funniest thing is, Mike? I always thought that little drop was part of the Open.
No.
Until you weren't here one day.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, it's not a part of the Open.
Oh, it's a remix.
Okay. Guys, can we say it's time for Conor McGregor to just retire, walk away?
I don't care enough to answer. Here's Corbin.
That's the first time I've watched UFC in years, and it only lasted, 69 seconds or whatever, but I agree. Give it up. I mean, he's an enigma in himself, and I do have the theory he was always injured, and he tried that move out immediately to see if he could stick it or not, and he couldn't.
I didn't even know he was supposed to fight over the weekend. So
okay, then.
Yeah, Rico. David, it was the most anticlimactic. The ref was just like, are you okay? You know, you're not. We're done. And the fight was over, just like that. All right, Michael, this one is for you. Can we say that the Home Run Derby taking place tonight on Netflix is past its prime? It's time to retire.
No, this is the end of days. You're taking something that might be past its prime that should absolutely just be free for people to watch, and you're trying to grift and get money off of it. This is a sign of the times. This is every bit as it's just like even the conversation about the World Cup expanding again. They're going to wreck everything. And at some point, I'm just going to look back and laugh at it all.
Yeah, the Home Run Derby kind of lost its sparkle for me a while back. The last time
Sparkle? Sparkle?
I had to toss that in. Come on.
All right, My Little Pony. Go ahead. Sparkle?
The last time I enjoyed it was when Pete Alonso was doing the Dougie in the batter's box while some kid was being dragged off because he tore his ACL or whatever in left field. It's hilarious. Look it up.
My God.
Yeah, the Home Run Derby, this is a waste of airtime tonight. No one cares. But to Mike's point regarding it being on Netflix, it should be available for people to see, for kids to see. If you want to grow your sport, kids should be able to turn on Fox, NBC, or ABC and watch it.
And watch it for the next 4 hours of just more home runs. All right. Only thing missing is Chris Berman. Back. Ugh. You brought it up, Michael. How about we just mention it right now? Can we say that since the World Cup was here in America, that it has become Americanized? Meaning,
yes,
they're deciding to expand the field from 32 to 48 to now 64.
Yeah, and they allowed the hydration break, which isn't a real thing because that made another $250 million, even though it directly impacts the product. Soccer is a game of momentum. There is no break. There is no, like you're playing and you can't make these on the fly adjustments you want to. It's all commercialized. So yeah. And I think they saw the success with that. Guess what's going to happen forever? Hydration breaks. And we can make how much by letting a bunch of teams who don't belong in this thing in? Well, geez, what can we do at 64? The World Cup is supposed to be an arduous task that takes you 2 years to qualify for, and only the best of the best get in. There are supposed to be teams like in Italy who doesn't make it, or a Poland who doesn't make it. There are supposed to be teams who simply don't make it.
Real quick, guys, before you say anything, you know what it reminded me of, the expansion? And you're looking at a team like Cape Verde, when the NCAA said, wait, the first four, the playing games work. Look at VCU. They went to the Final Four. So your dreams can it can work if you're in the first four. And then, I'm wondering, what are the new nations we're going to find out? Wait, that's a nation? Where's this island at? Where is this place at? Go ahead.
Yeah, they definitely Americanized it with the water breaks or hydration breaks. I'm sorry.
How dare you?
But it is a total joke to expand, because now the Cape Verde story won't even feel special to us anymore. It just won't.
Nope.
Because they're in the tournament when they shouldn't be in the tournament. So it won't even matter. Stupid.
Yeah, Mike and David, they really hit it right there with Mike saying, that there's times when a team like Italy doesn't make it. That adds a little bit of conversation to the narrative. And you can't convince me that there's 64 teams worthy to be in the tournament.
There's not.
Especially when at the end of the day, look at the semifinals for this. It is literally the top 4 ranked nations in the whole world.
Corbin, there's not 48 teams who deserve to make it. You had 2 years to make it. Figure it out. In 2 years, you played how many qualifiers? At a certain point, you know what? CeeLo Green, you ain't in. Can you imagine? What do you have to even do to qualify for a World Cup? Just be alive if they go to 64 teams?
Yeah.
Are you a real country? Check yes. In. Go ahead.
Have you paid the fee?
Next.
Okay, you're in. This is like travel sports. This one's for you, Michael.
What?
Can we say that no matter how much marketing and how many antics that goes on with the WNBA, still doesn't make you want to watch it?
I listen, that it's going to be studied someday.
Hey. I'm doing the soap.
Yeah, she was a ring girl Saturday because America needed that. Look, I just, my whole point in this, it is a league that is subsidized by the NBA. It only exists because the NBA uses it like a bar uses a burger. It's a loss leader. And by the way, the league is intent on destroying itself because they want to destroy Caitlin Clark. So how smart is that crew? Yeah. I mean, whoever the commissioner of the WNBA is, launch her out of a cannon. That's your Michael Jordan. I don't care if some bum-ass player who's played for 10 years, who's the equivalent of Jake Taylor in Major League, doesn't like her. You're gone. She's not. She's the reason you don't bust the games.
It's not just one player. It sounds like it's the league, and then it's the fever. And that's it.
But that's my whole point. None of it's watchable. You want to watch the WNBA? Here, I'll let you watch it for free. Go watch kids play. It's the same sport. It's below the rim. I'm not interested. Basketball's played above the rim. Are you okay, Corbin, or do you have what's going on?
That was David. That wasn't me.
I'm trying to finish a thought here. You guys are killing me. Go ahead. Next. Whole damn sport stinks. There's my comment. Now talk, everybody.
David?
For someone that used to watch the WNBA.
Well, you're an idiot too.
Listen, used to watch because I am sick of the political stuff that is going on with it. I don't need an FBI investigation of what's going on with Caitlin Clark. I don't need it. I'm sick of all of it now. I can't do it.
Good. Well, you got tired of layups and bunnies? Got tired of me bounds?
I'm tired of her too.
You know, every now and then, Corbin, I do one of these and I hit it out the park.
That's great work by you.
I hit that button.
That was a deep drive to left. Castellanos.
That's Can We Say That in Part 1, 97.1.
All right, 5 o'clock. We'll kind of give you both things. And like I said, I mean, the Michigan thing is, you just laugh. I can't be angry about it. It's theater of the absurd. I mean, what do you want me to do? It's 85 and sunny out. I've known their POSs for a long time. Like, boy, you pay $11 million to do a deep dive into your athletic department and all the scandals, and you don't write anything down. Regents will be orally informed. I almost feel like here's how the conversation went. Hey, listen, yeah, we're happy to do the investigation for you. We got 2 pricing structures. One is with a report, and the other is we'll just call you up and tell you. All right, what are the prices? Well, for us to just do the report and call you and tell you, it's $11 million. Oh, okay. Well, how much for me to get the report? We'll do it for $10. I'll pay the $11 million. Because now all that info is protected. It's brilliance. It's like the old Guinness commercials. Brilliant. I mean, is it corrupt? Oh my God, it's the day is long. But my point is, I learned a few years ago, like, they're unbeatable at this game. They basically got training from the Corleones. They got more money than anybody. They got more lawyers than anybody. They don't give an F. They got the media in their pocket. A Michigan alum runs Fox. Who owns the Big Ten? Fox. What do you want me to do? Ward's going to get a golden parachute. How many beach houses you want is how many that's going to go, so he don't squeal. And you know it had to be a brutal report for that. I mean, can you imagine? Listen, we're going to do the deepest dive of any investigation ever. We're just not going to write anything down. Got it? Got it. So basically, the Regents are calling Movie Phone to find out about the report. Press 1 for your weather. Press 2 for scandal findings. Press 3 for when Superwoman is showing. All right, so that's one story. I don't expect a lot of phone calls. It ain't like Michigan fans are going to call. They're probably so embarrassed they can't figure it out. And the ones who aren't embarrassed have the IQ of a tree branch. So I'm not interested in talking to them. The other thing, Scooble. I'll bring it up if you want it. He decided to talk. And I think it's ridiculous. So Bob Nightingale, in a report, said Scooble desperately does not want to be traded. He don't want to go anywhere this season. He's told his friends he wants to stay in Detroit. David told his friends he has a crush on Jennifer. I mean, what is this? He believes in the team, and he hopes he can stay with them this season. He has zero appetite to be traded. Quote, I've never lost faith. Okay, dude. Your need to be liked is starting to get really annoying. You didn't want to sign an extension. You didn't want to have real negotiations. You decided you wanted to go get your money. That's all fine. Stop telling us how much you love us. Leave. 2, him getting pulled from the game. You know it's bad when the lead is, I'm not here to make this a story or create a story about any of it. Up next, everything I say will create a story. He got taken out. He pitched 5 innings. I thought I had more in the tank. I thought I was in control of what was going on. Kind of tough. But I'm not here to create a story about any of it. I've always respected AJ's decisions. Okay, stop. Just stop. You can't. This ain't Burger King, Holmes. No. You don't get to have it your way all the time. First of all, the Seattle thing, that's a thing for a lot of people. Yeah. So either you're too dumb to recognize it or you don't care. And second of all, buddy, if you didn't want to come out of that game yesterday on 93 pitches, all you need to do is pull a Jordan Belfort on the mound. I ain't leaving. Yeah. AJ ain't pulling a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. But I told you this was going to happen, by the way. Remember when I talked about how we'd be pitching 5 innings sooner rather than later here because of the trade stuff?
No, you did.
I told you, Boris.
No, bro, take your victory lap. No. Mike, you called it. But all of a sudden it went from, okay, well, maybe he'll pitch up to the 7th. Well, middle of the 6th. Now he's out in 5.
And the best way to fight against that honestly, narrative is to say, oh, no, I had more to give.
Yeah.
Really?
And now you didn't because you were at 100. And
he was at 93 pitches.
Yeah. You weren't having it. It wasn't your day. But don't sit here and say, well, you had more. Because the time where we needed you to have more, you didn't want to give more.
There you go. And I think you used the phrase earlier, don't pull on that thread.
Right.
Because that's still very raw for people here. Look, guys, it's simple. I don't want to hear Skubal talk anymore. I don't care. I like the Tigers less because he's here. How crazy is that? Probably bat bleep. But you don't get to call the shots. And oh, by the way, you're not helping your trade value. Teams hearing, seeing, reading, he desperately doesn't want to leave here. He's told his friends he wants to stay. He believes they can win a World Series. Brother, what game you trying to run here?
A game where he's going to be liked, he's going to be loved until his final pitch, his final day in Detroit. I'm with you. He's exhausting is what he is.
That's a great word.
He's exhausting. He's it's like being on the treadmill and you don't go anywhere. You're just running in circles. That's
just called being a Red Wings fan.
Right. Well, that
248-539-9797. If you want to call in on the U of M thing, you can. But there's no yelling and screaming. I laugh at all of it. I think the sport's a joke. There's zero integrity, both in Ann Arbor or in the sport itself. At that point, why would I care? It's a joke.
See, my only question that I ask for David and just the Michigan fans, you've now tasted the titles, whether they're tainted or not. Can you actually go back to just a regular AD who will do things the quote-unquote Michigan way and, Michigan men and be good about it and those who stay will be champions and not deal in the world of scandal?
Let's ask Jansen. 248-539-9797. I'm sure he'll be rather verbose. No physical report. That's brilliant. I actually want to tip my cap to them. That is genius. That's Don Corleone level stuff.
Bro, I've been tipping my cap for the longest. From Connor Stallions just saying, yeah, I threw all the stuff in the water and I did all of this. And it's right over there. I threw it in that lake. There was no hiding. Yep, it's over there. I smashed it first, so it's not going to be.
For the NCAA to acknowledge there was stuff at the bottom of a lake, it's at this point, it's just pablum.
You want to run an LLC? I got you, bro.
I'll show you how to do it.
Use vacuum cleaners.
Oh, baby.
There will always be broken vacuum cleaners in this world.
But as the Skubal thing, you guys tell us. I'm exhausted by him. Great. I think it's a great way to put it. I want him. I want him gone. I think I'd like this team more if he's gone. I'm tired of this. And honestly, I don't need a guy here who's going to pitch 5 innings. I can get that from Montero. I just leave. Okay? Like, you made the decision you didn't want to be here. That's it. Now, if you're in your feelings because you actually want to be a Detroit Tiger, but you're allowing your agent to run you like a puppet, hey, tell your therapist, tell your wife, tell your friends. You're telling your friends how bad you don't want to be traded? Hey, man, that's cool, but that don't mean Bob Nightingale's got to get a hold of it. How would Bob Nightingale get a hold of what Skubal's talking about with his friends? Here's Corbin, who's in 12 group chats. Bob Nightingale going to report on that?
He might.
Don't forget he's in a fantasy World Cup league.
Oh, I actually had 3 of the team. Nobody cares.
And guess what? I run that World Cup bracket. Oh. Here, I got a question for the 3 of you, though, because obviously Skubal's just been on a weird run of just saying stuff that doesn't make sense, right?
Sure.
What are the odds in a hypothetical world post August 3rd? Let's say Tigers they're not buyers. They don't really do anything, right? What are the odds he comes out and says something along the lines of like, I'm disappointed we didn't, go for it or whatever.
100%.
Like, I can totally see it happening.
Oh, if he's here, 100%, because at every turn, he and Boris, to me, the goal, make the Tigers the bad guy. Preserve Skubal's angelic reputation. It's clear as day, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to defend teams when they deserve it. The Tigers don't deserve to be vilified in this. They spent the money to go all in. They did their best. They got a top 12 payroll. Trading him's the right move. Vilifying the organization? No, man. Oh, what? Because they won't hand you 10 at 400? No way. I just don't think it's right. Kind of like spending $11 million and not getting a physical copy of the report.
Oh, you wanted a copy of this?
That cost $10 extra. Look, we are tapped out at $11 million.
You know what? Our intern went on vacation for the 4th, and we kind of forgot to do that.
It's amazing.
Is that okay?
It's incredible.
We can just tell you what's in there. All right, sure.
David, some ticket text coming in.
On Skubal, someone says, blank you, Skubal.
Okay.
What a disingenuous clown. That is James in Rochester.
How do you really feel, James?
Another text comes in and says, Skubal choosing money over happiness. I have long suspected this. I think he wants to be the guy with the Tigers, but the external pressure to maximize his contract is definitely winning out.
Well, then you're not meant for this. Okay, you control your own destiny. Nobody gets to they're not going to throw you in the gulag. You're not going this isn't North Korea. You're not going to have Rob Manfred firing artillery shells at you. That's not how this works. I mean, my God, you're old enough to go to war, be a dad, pay taxes, drive, do whatever. Then make a decision about your future, man. Nobody's going to gun to your head. And you don't work for Scott Boras. If that's the case, that's why I've said it all along. If he wanted to be a Tiger for life, it's one phone call. Then at that point, if the team and he can't come to an agreement on something realistic,
right?
Then there's a discussion of who the bad guy is. The Tigers are not the bad guy in this. Right. It's almost like trading him at the winter meetings like I wanted may have been the move.
Thought it was going to happen. Did not happen.
It did not.
No, he did not.
All right, we'll get more of the people, and I want to get to the phone calls as well. 248-539-9797. We'll do it next. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. Brand new warehouse. It's fantastic. Size of Ford Field. And if you're a contractor and you're not buying from them, you're missing out. And maybe more importantly, look, you're costing yourself money. You need everything in stock all the time. That's Northville. Full window program as well. It's Northville Lumber. Or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, so we've actually got something great here. I'm very excited. We placed a phone call to the number for our oral briefing of Michigan's results. David, you want to play it? No, I guess I'll try later. I'll try later for my scandal results. It's just, I'm sorry. You got to laugh. You can't be mad anymore. It's silly. Okay.
That's so ridiculous. It can't be true.
$11 million for the deep dive into the athletic department, and nobody wrote anything down. Yeah, so they don't get FOIA'd.
At that point, everybody needs to be fired. Because
who's left?
You spent, I don't know, their board of regents. You spent $11 million?
Hey, Izzo yelled at Aaron Henry.
Oh, you're right.
No, I'm making a point.
Right.
Like, the money's not real. They're making hundreds of $1 million off football. They got this $1 billion, not crypto, whatever the hell, a hedge fund thing.
Right.
Buddy, none of this is real.
$11 million, Mike, you just bought a submarine with a screen door. Like, what did you just buy?
Immunity. You bought the ability to bury it because it's attorney-client privilege.
And then
the attorneys talk to me. There's no physical report. You can't FOIA verbal.
And it's the ultimate grift, too, because they're Michigan grads. So, like,
believe it or not, I'm not home.
That's the circle of life.
Buddy, you got to laugh at it. What are you going to do? That's why I hate the sport. There's no point in any of it. It's silly. To the people, shall we?
Yeah.
I'm sorry if people don't appreciate a little Seinfeld humor. I'm not sorry, but whatever. Paul's in Grand Rapids. Paul, I owe you an apology. That took way too long, and I'm very sorry. Welcome.
No, you're good, brother. All right, I want to start off by saying I'm a diehard Michigan fan.
Okay.
Season ticket holder, yada, yada, yada. Dude, I am sick and tired of this corrupt-ass football program and all the scandals that are attached to it. Dude, every other day we have a new scandal. Dude, yes, they pay off everything to make things go away, and it comes with two tainted national championships, Dusty and the tampering, and we all know how football went, right? And I'm the only Michigan fan that says this. All my other friends get so mad at me. Oh, stop listening to the dumb Sparties, because you and Rico.
No, I know.
Just a couple hateful Spartans fans, right? You guys
I know.
have an axe to grind with Michigan.
Right. No, I mean, I can not like something but be fair to it. But it's like, I guess, Paul, what I would ask your friends is, where have we been wrong? And by the way, where have we ever caped up for MSU? I bury them. That's where
I bury them on a daily basis.
Correct.
And whether it's tampering, which hasn't been proven, but still it's talked about, or a sign stealing scandal. Now we get reports that Ward and Ono were like, oh, well, let's just bury this and hide it from the NCAA. And now they're paying $11 million for a report that they can't even get a copy of, so it doesn't have to be published.
No, you got to call the number. You got to call movie phone.
All the bad things that they've done. I mean,
can you imagine Michigan's regents after an $11 million investigation? They're essentially me calling to see if I got to go to jury duty.
You're right.
Press 2 to find out your eligibility.
Yes, we still have jobs.
I'm just calling it for what it is, Mike. This is a corrupt football school. That basketball maybe it is better, right? But I mean, this football program is so corrupt. It's like, why am I going to continue to support this garbage?
So, Paul,
hear about more scandals.
Paul, real quick. So you sound angry. So now next AD comes in here and he's squeaky clean, but you don't win as much. Are you okay with that?
I'm not, but we should be able to win the right way. Why can't we win like Ohio State does? Why can't we just do things the right way? And now as far as, no punishments or anything like that, and no. I'm going to put my tinfoil hat on here.
Sure.
But, Justin Spiro,
yeah.
He's been accurate with everything, right? I think this Connor Stallions thing and this Blake Corum LLC thing has some to it.
Paul, I've said it since the beginning. I think anyone with a brain looked at that and went, wait a second. That's either if you put someone's name on an LLC Okay. And you don't have to be an investigative reporter. You can just be a human being. If you put a name on an LLC without their consent, that's a felony. Or you're in business with a coach, staffer, and you're ineligible. Like that to me has always been the smoking gun. And it got brought up one time to Corum. Corum laughed. Oh, thanks for letting me know. I'm sure my attorneys will be on it. Anyone ever found Blake Corum's car?
You know what? Now, here's the funny thing. Because you said that's your thing, smoking gun. I go back to the Xavier Simpson and Ward's wife's car.
Jeff Jackson.
And you crashed it at 3 a.m. and nothing said about it.
Correct.
Just
sweep that boy under the rug. That's what Michigan does.
No, and Paul, listen, I admit this. I'm not an investigative journalist, but like the things I'm saying are not tinfoily or anything. I mean, you don't just create LLCs and have a player's name on it. There is no choice C. You're either in business or you're not. I've given you the two outcomes because here's what it seems like, sounds like, feels like. Can't prove it, but that sure feels like a mechanism to pay for cheating. Hate to break it to you. Yeah. But again, there are plenty of national. Now, this is the difference. Like if you want to investigate something, you can, but like there are national people who have staffs 8, 10, 12 deep, endless amounts of payroll. They never investigated. I mean, it was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen is there were so many points of this where you're right. The dumb Sparties were like, well, that doesn't seem right. Mm-hmm. But look, they got away with it. What do you want me to tell you? The NCAA basically said this was so obscene, we don't even know how to punish it. Yeah. What do you want me to do?
We didn't even have a rule for this because we didn't think that anybody would ever do this. So therefore, we don't have a way to punish them accurately without them suing us.
They destroyed too much evidence. Yeah. One would think that would result in punishment. Whatever.
I equate it to it's why now McDonald's has to tell you that the coffee is hot because they just figured if you ordered hot coffee, you would know that the coffee was hot.
Correct. But no, I know. That LLC, I've made jokes about it for years. It was at the time I kept saying it, guys, it's one of two outcomes. And people yelling at me about it. Like, guys, why am I bad for asking a question?
Bro, that was you. For me, it was the Jeff Jackson, Xavier Simpson. Like, we're just gonna act like this didn't happen. Like, even the cops are on their body cam. Like, dude, why is he lying to us? That's Xavier Simpson. Why did he give us a fake name? Like, we're just gonna. That's his wife's car. Oh.
The AD's wife's car.
AD's wife's car.
Well, players used it all the time. Yeah. You know, Izzo yelled at Aaron Henry. DJ, no, and I'm only making a reference. Yes. It was the stupidest thing in the world. It was an NCAA tournament game. Aaron Henry got yelled at. He gets asked about it in the postgame. He goes, "What are you talking about?" Yeah. All former MSU players are like, "Yeah, it's what you sign up for when you go to state." Like what?
But he was being mean.
Got it. We'll go to DJ 97.1. DJ, forward up, though. Press 2. For your scandal results, press 3.
What's good, my
dog? What's up?
Yeah.
DJ, we're trying to laugh about it because there's no point getting upset anymore.
Well, no, I've been laughing the whole time listening to this call because this call reminds me of my 65-year-old uncle out in California, and his phrase, this thing that he always says, you know, nephew, yeah, nephew. You see that? I just caught her. Her phone going to the voicemail. See, that's the hocus pocus. That's not all hocus pocus she doing. That's what it is. Everything is the hocus pocus.
It is.
So literally while I'm listening to y'all talk about Terry Scoobel and the University of Michigan, I keep hearing my uncle in my head say, yeah, nephew. See, they just doing the hocus pocus. That's all Scoobel doing. He knew good and well he don't want to be here. That's all that's going on, dog. Like, that should have been the topic of today's show, like these guys doing the hocus pocus. But let me say something real quick, Mike. I got to go back to Paul. Did this man just sit here and utter out his lips and say, do it the right way like Ohio State? Did I mean, I said, wait a minute, Paul. I'm driving. I almost pulled over. Because let me tell you. No, I'm serious, man. Now that one just struck me. Because let me tell you something, Mike, and you better not blow the horn.
No, I'm not saying
I've been around sport. You better not blow the horn.
All right.
I've been around sports around this area. I played high school, college around here. Got a bunch of friends in the NBA and the NFL. Paul, Mike Valenti, no Rico know it. None of this is new. None of it. Michigan is like my ex-girlfriend said. She's like, boy, I'm pretty sure you're going to cheat, but if you're dumb enough to get caught, that's when I'm going to leave you. See, Michigan's arrogance is the reason why
you know what I'm saying, it's such a big deal. But trust me on this one, Mike. All my friends that play in the league, NBA, NFL, college, man, some of the stories of how much money and stuff them dudes got, man, over the past 30 years, this ain't new.
I will say what was new about this was it was on field. I'm not going to deny money in college football and all that, but I've always viewed that as kind of a victimless deal. When you start impacting games and doing the stuff they were doing, and then the lengths they went to lie about it, to deceive, to deflect, to do all that. I mean, Deej, that's the only separator. I'm not sitting here acting like anyone is squeaky clean in college football. This was just so silly and so ridiculous. Dude, you had a boner in spy glasses. I mean, what are we talking about, DJ?
Well, that's the arrogance I'm talking about. See, that's what I blame them for. Because, like, man, on some real, Mike, man, I know basketball coaches that, be peeking over at the other team. I mean, I ain't seen all that stuff, though. Don't know that surprising.
Baseball stealing signs, a guy on second tipping pitch. I get all that. This was just like, really?
This was next level.
Yeah, but then think about it. Was it really? Because look at Bill Belichick. We sweep that on the rug from his Michigan quarterback.
They lost a first-round pick.
But DJ, you had to then go into a co-conspiracy with Central Michigan because you needed their help. You needed to put on their coach's uniform to get in the game. So they slided through the gate in order for you to come in there and pose as a Central Michigan coach.
DJ, come on up to Spartan Stadium. I'm going to hand you a bag of Stephen Barry's gear. You're going to be the OC for Bowling Green this week.
Ain't that something? They picked the Chippewas. Ain't that something?
Well,
that's who y'all picked.
I know. Look at the connections between the staff. But DJ, the hocus pocus is you pay $11 million for a report that you can't get your hands on. You got to call Movie Phone. It's too much.
And then I got one for you. So then you get out here, and I'm gonna give you another one that me and my homeboys use. Then you try to oil can us and say that, yeah, man, we paid the $12 million, and we had to look for it. See that we call that the oil can. So not only are you running a hocus pocus on, you're trying to oil can us into believing some BS. So
DJ, it's wild. And look, if people still want to enjoy the sport, God bless, man. It's a free country. But this is a microcosm and a macro. The sport is it's a ball pit of disaster. You guys do whatever you want.
That's next level, Mike. I don't think any other team has thought this. They're playing 4D chess right now. Other teams are just trying to figure out how we can manipulate the NIL packages. Michigan, that's passe to them. They're beyond that.
Press 2 for Scandal Report.
Plus 3 for Spider-Man Brand New Day.
4:55 at Funplex. 6:35 at IMAX. I'm sorry.
That's okay, buddy.
I'm having fun. I'm sorry.
I know. You know what?
Can I ask you a question before you do that?
Yeah.
Is it crazy? Like, I can't even get mad at it. I just don't. It's like, it's so absurd. I don't even care.
I can't get mad at it, Mike, because sometimes this is going to sound, you have to appreciate the genius of something.
Of the jerk.
Sometimes you just have to appreciate the genius of, wait, you just pulled that off. This
is like Escape from Dannemora.
You're right. You used it. They literally used the force. There is no scandal. These are not the scandals that you're looking for.
Press 2 for your weather. 95 and hot. Okay, here's Rico.
So I'm good. All right. 95 and hot, according to Mike. You know what? That's good thing I got a basement to chill out in. You could have your Matrix basements as well. You bought a house years ago, and you promised yourself, when I get this house, I'm going to fix up this basement. I'm going to turn it into the ultimate man cave. You did not. It is still sitting there. It is unfinished, and it's just nothing but boxes down there. That's okay, because that's what mine looked like. And then Matrix Basement stepped in. That award-winning design staff came up with a plan for me. They could do the same thing for you. As a matter of fact, if you go to Matrix Basement's YouTube page, you could see all of the great work that they have done, not just for me, but for many, many clients. You could be the next. Go to matrixbasements.com right now. Sign up, get the free consultation, and before you know it, you'll be sitting down there in the basement of your dreams, whether it's a totally unfinished basement or just making additions to your existing basements. Matrix Basements, design that pays off.
All right, go ahead.
All right, well, we were talking about the World Cup in the break.
And I introduced you to Gennaro Gattuso's famous audio clip.
That is that's a classic. It's 3 seconds, but it's so short and concise.
That's tremendous.
Doesn't need to be cut up. Just play the whole thing. All right. Can we say that the World Cup did its job because it got the best 4 teams into the Final Four?
I guess. But
is this the best Final Four like in a while?
I mean,
nobody, you don't know who's going to win.
I still think France is your overwhelming favorite, but sure, Rico. Yeah, it chalked out. You had a wonderful game this weekend with Norway and England, and I want an investigation into the Norway player who didn't pass that ball in a 2-on-1 to Holland. I'm sorry.
He needs to be pressed on federal charges. Wherever,
that was insane.
Here in Norway.
And the best part, the broadcast tried to make it that John Stones, who's my age, that was world-class defending. Or the guy had a brain freeze, like he had OD'd on a Slurpee.
I was about to say, was he at a poker party?
Uh-oh. But, yes, the game, look, it did its job. Fine, move on. Done.
Yeah, you got the best 4 teams. I literally, out of the bracket I made, 3 of them came in fruition. I thought Norway
Nobody
was
cares.
I know, but I thought Norway was going to beat England. You're right. No one does.
I'm sorry, but World Cup bracket guy bragging is worse than fantasy football guy bragging, and that's saying something.
Dude, it gets intense. It gets intense.
Go ahead. Unbelievable.
Can we say that Victor Wembanyama made a very smart move,
Yes.
leaving some money on the table?
Yes, because you already have more money than God. You'll end up a billionaire. Leave a little bit of cheddar on the table so they can put good players around you. Yeah, weird, crazy concept. Yes.
He did make the right choice. Unfortunately, I don't think other star athletes in the NBA are going to do it down the road. But in the world of the aprons, I keep bringing up the aprons anytime I'm on this show. You're going to have to do that, unfortunately, if you want to build a competent roster.
Yeah, he made a smart move. You have to get talent around you, and you need money, and you need room on your salary cap. He's a world athlete. He's a face.
Mm-hmm.
He'll make up that money elsewhere.
Look, the bottom line, and you just nailed it. Okay, he signs a supermax making $70 million. Boop, 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 boop. There will never come a day where Wembanyama makes more playing basketball than he makes off the floor. He's a global icon. The basketball money, it's pointless. The basketball money doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Guys, can we say, because he does not have to wear an ankle monitor, that it is still possible for Terrion Arnold to play this upcoming season? Because he's trying out for different teams, working out for them.
I say no, but what the hell do I know? You're facing life in prison and 8 felonies. I don't know. I got a hard time imagining you're out there on a Sunday.
Take the legal stuff out of it. He stinks. Why would any team entertain this? I don't understand it.
I'm with you there. I thought the same thing.
Really? He's so bad that the Lions had him penciled in as a starter.
Wow.
I mean, just throwing that your way.
Then you know what, Mike? We're going to flow chart that back and hearken at the same time to why I said I'm not feeling good about that secondary. That was your best piece. And as Corbin said, he stinks. So, yeah. David, enough said.
He said it all.
Okay. Can we say, though, because I don't think even people realize it took place over the weekend, the Major League Baseball draft may be the most meaningless draft when it comes to the major sports.
Yeah.
Because I was like, wait, it's over? Didn't know it started.
I don't care. Yeah. In fact, it shouldn't even be televised.
Yeah,
Just send out a letter with who I've selected, and I'll wake me up in 5 years. I just don't care.
The only thing I remember that you guys, the Yankees took Pettit's kid.
Great.
You like Pettit.
I used to love Andy Pettit. My point is, all these organizations do this. I mean, wasn't like Mike Piazza drafted as a favor?
Yeah, he was.
In the 78th round or something. I mean, what? I don't care.
See, it could happen.
I know the Tigers took a pitcher and a shortstop. Wake me up later.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, by the way, the pitcher already injured. Not even kidding you.
All right, then. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And at the
sometimes may be good. Sometimes.
No, yeah, it doesn't matter. I've never really cared for it off the premise that you'll have teams like, I think it was the Rockies who drafted Russell Wilson. Aaron Judge was still on the table. It's like, what are we doing here? You guys are drafting players that you know are going to go play other sports elsewhere.
Yeah. It's a waste of time.
I mean, it's just like, because you don't see them, but just when you thought the hockey draft was baseball is just.
At least the hockey draft, the guy who goes number 1 plays right away.
Yeah.
Like, where do they hold this? In the back of a banquet hall or something? I don't know.
That's a great question. I have no idea.
Baseball drafts at a VFW.
Guys, can we say that NBA Summer League is really nothing to watch here? It's kind of meaningless. Stats.
Totally meaningless.
Empty calories.
No, but it's a great way for propagandists to pimp their teams and try to, clickbait. Oh, my God, Pete Smith had 6 blocks. Great. Yeah. Against Wee Man from the cast of Jackass. I mean, I don't care.
So you're not up on the Chaz Lanier articles?
No, I'm not. No, because that's the type of garbage I can't stand.
He just needs time, Mike.
That's fine. Talk to me in October when it matters. I don't care. This is the problem with sports. Are we not allowed a break? I don't need basketball. We just got done with basketball. I have baseball right now. The NFL's about to start. I don't care. Can't wait for all those Wings training camp articles about how someone's in the best shape of their life.
Or Miggy.
Rico, you beat me to it. I was going to bring up 17 points in 5 minutes from Chaz Lanier. It's the greatest Summer League game ever, right?
Right.
David
right.
I'm all for people having an opinion, but if you are someone who holds stock in what happens in the Summer League, you should never be able to say a single word ever again. Sew that mouth shut.
Can we say that the NFL is having a very, very quiet offseason this year? It's almost it went from being a 12-month sport, 24/7 to now, Mike, it's like you said you need a break. To me, it seems like the NFL just kind of took the summer off.
No, I totally disagree. Buddy, we're in the only 30 days of the year from basically June 1st to 45 days, June 1st to July 15th. We had Club Rossini. We had Myles Garrett get traded. Okay. We had Brendan Sorsby gate. We had things, all kinds of stuff. We had an NFL reporter 8 months pregnant with a head coach, and then she named the kid after him. And this offseason was amazing.
I guess I didn't consider Rossini as
part
of
that. Club Rossini is all-encompassing.
Okay, fine. Then I guess you got to. Okay, then I'll retract it because you got to put the
Myles Garrett got traded. I mean, this offseason was nuts.
See, I meant with substance of Myles Garrett. Yes, that was something, but it happened. It seemed like so long ago.
See, I agree with Rico, but to Mike's point, I feel like the storylines have peaked. You can't outdo a Myles Garrett trade or the Rossini scandal.
And now you get your 10 minutes of silence before training camp starts. I'm just going to disagree with that one. Next,
David.
It's been exciting to me. I've loved every minute of this offseason. The Rams going to get who they're. Wow. Okay.
The Steelers are just playing spin the bottle. They locked 3 quarterbacks in the room with the GM. All right, Smoochie time. You're the starter.
Okay. This is not sports.
Okay.
But I just felt like it needed to be in this.
Okay.
But can we say that the buffalo at that park was the epitome of mess around and find out?
Bro, Gramps, stay out of nature, bro. Right. I'll tell you one thing. I didn't realize a human body could fly that high. That poor guy, I go, you got to be kidding me. That buffalo just detonated Gramps. He's going to live, but my God, I couldn't believe the way his body flew in the air.
Man, I wanted to see the 3-cone time on that buffalo because he was like, wait, a tree? Really? Man, I was born in nature. You just visit here.
Mother Nature's undefeated. Only thing scarier than Mother Nature in general is the ocean.
Yeah.
You and I agree on that deal.
Yeah.
You don't want to mess with the ocean.
My 2 takeaways from that buffalo sending that guy into the heavens, not literally though. 1, why would that guy just run around trees? Go sprint someplace else. And 2, the female he was with was either wearing a Dolphins Jarvis Landry jersey or Ryan Fitzpatrick, and I need to figure that out.
Okay, I'm glad you're focused on that. 2, right. I want to flowchart this back to senior citizen. He's not Carl Lewis in his prime. You're really, when you're being attacked by a rabid buffalo, you should what? There's no plan for that, Corbin.
Fight or flight. Let it happen.
Turns into Ted Ginn Jr. all of a sudden. He's not doing that.
He should run around the trees, buddy.
That's all I'm giving up is right there. The last hope I have at getting away from this damn thing.
How about this?
Oh, my God.
When you made eye contact with the buffalo, you should have known right then and there, this isn't going to end well.
This is my point. Don't make Don't be in nature that way.
Well, let's get the selfie.
No.
That was the first problem. Why are you stopping to take a picture?
Because, once again, George Carlin, think of how dumb the average American is and realize half the populace is dumber than that. Selfie, wild buffalo.
Yeah, that buffalo beat that man like he owed him money.
Dude, thank God the guy gets to have a life, because that, when I saw the video, my jaw was on the floor. I went,
right. So that's what
he was 12 feet in the air.
Wasn't sports related, but I had to talk about that. All right.
It was almost like it was not a person. He ragdolled him.
Yes. You know how, like, in bad movies, the stunt
when it comes to an IRS collection or
like
audit, Abraham and Rose test dummy, and I'm like, except it's not.
Successfully have specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years.
You clearly see that's not a real person, and then cut back to the real person landing on the ground. Like, he flew. Wow. He's going to have stories to tell the grandkids. Stay away from buffaloes. All right.
Did you get the selfie with the buffalo? He did not.
He did not. I became famous. I took a picture with him, but I didn't
Lucky
get the
he's
selfie.
alive to tell about it. That's insane.
All right. Last one. Can we say Ward Manuel's going to get another life? He's not going anywhere. I just don't think he's going anywhere.
No, I think he'll go somewhere, but it will be on his terms, because Michigan can't fire him because he has a cornucopia of a roadmap of where all the bodies are buried. I've never believed he didn't know about the cheating. I never believed he didn't know about Sharon Moore's side piece. If it was like the problem I have with all of these things, like whether it's Wolverines or if there's a scandal at another school, it's selective insider syndrome. You're an insider when it benefits you, but then you're not an insider when it's bad stuff. If it was such an open secret that Sharon was getting his wick wet with somebody other than his wife, how come you didn't know? Oh, everybody in the program knew. I didn't. Oh, but you know what cereal a 17-year-old recruit eats. Shut up. He knows everything. They're going to pay him. It'll be an ironclad NDA and one of the most glorious golden parachutes in history.
Why? I can't say that you're right, because every time I think, okay, that's it for this guy, he's gone. And you know what? Here he is. He's still there.
Well, the Chris Patridge lawsuit might be the last line of defense there, but the problem is that guy's a scumbag too. You know what? You all deserve each other, David. You and your Wolverine kind.
Can we say that? It's 97.1.
Hey, David, before Rico comes in here, did you see Geno Smith got pulled over again?
I did.
Hey, buddy, I may not be out of the running yet to win our Geno Smith bet.
What is that?
Another run-in with the cops. 3rd in 3 months. Got pulled over for going 30 over in a 45. And he didn't have his license on him.
He's being represented by Jenner and Block. Don't worry about it. It'll be okay.
Why is this going to be
Your Honor, we had footage, but we decided not to show it to you.
We'd like to present our evidence. You'll have to call the phone. All right, we'll let Woj and Reeves get in here at some point. David, a few texts, and then. Oh, by the way, the drop tournament is Thursday.
Yes,
I know
it is.
I should announce that. I apologize. Go ahead.
Any team and fan base would rather have this success with some blemishes than to suck and be clean. I don't even think that's a hard pill to swallow. That is John and Trenton.
You know what, John and Trenton? I'm not mad at you. It was just a question that I have for David and for other people. Like, if you get a new AD and all of a sudden he does it the air quote right way, you may not have the same success that you've had.
Eric in Northville texts in and says, I just heard the Home Run Derby is on Netflix. What are we even doing? Netflix has no business in sports. Get out.
Just greed, man. That's all it is. I just, like I said, you guys enjoy that.
Well, let me introduce you to the Netflix Christmas Day games for the NFL every year.
Did you see the most BS last week, 4th of July weekend? Every baseball game was on Peacock. So if you don't have Peacock, you had to buy Peacock for one freaking game.
But why would you buy it for one regular season baseball game?
I wanted to watch the Tigers, so I spent the $8.
You're an idiot.
Yeah.
You're the problem.
You're the reason why they do it.
You're the problem.
They're the problem. Why should I not get to watch what I want to watch?
Do you realize if we would just take a year and nobody bought anything in sports, it would reset the whole damn model?
Don't you dare shame
You could
me
afford
for wanting
Scooble
to be
then.
happy. No, I had $8. I had won at a gambling the night before, and I used it on Peacock.
Good. Then you're the problem.
You damn
Honestly,
right.
That's kind of brilliant.
Wait.
Mike, you should start the protest.
No, it's not
Yeah,
going to go.
that's
Everybody kind of brilliant. Just knowing everybody drop everything for a year.
Anything not available on your regular cable package, everybody just opts out for a year. Watch how fast sports goes back.
Except nobody has anything else to do.
Yeah, I'm
They
going to be a
wouldn't-
scab.
I got plenty of stuff to do.
I mean, I do.
Think about it. We found stuff
No.
to do during COVID.
Got it.
Dude, I'm telling you,
Did we?
I will cross the picket line first.
We were watching
All you
marble
bastards
races.
can protest, and I'm just going to be watching.
He would be the first.
Absolutely.
He would bail so
Biggest scab
fast.
ever.
What's coming up next? I don't want to waste time on
Scooble
your.
in Michigan.
Well, do you want to elaborate?
Not really.
Scooble apparently is still sort of trying to be loved.
No, it's
Which is
Hey, Bob. Hey,
There are-
Bob.
I know there are worse traits to have than not want to be a super bad guy on the way out of town.
Or be needy and in your feelings. Yeah, I'll call that a push.
A little bit needy, yeah.
Oh, how about I'm not here to create a story. Cutscene. I had plenty left in the tank. I was still in control.
The one time, it's so funny. The one time a regular season game.
Well, he couldn't help it because of his his
'cause he got pissed off.
demonstrativeness.
He didn't even acknowledge the standing ovation that he got.
Yeah,
He could have stayed out there.
Well, yeah, you're right. He could have. If he
He could have
actually
gone
spoke with
Jordan
AJ.
Balfour, and he could have said, "Here's the deal, Cheech.
I'm not
Get back in the dugout."
But Bryce Harper just used 10 pitches on him. That was unfair.
I want 10 at 400. Wah! All right, we're done. Here's an idea. Scooble doesn't get to talk until he throws a pitch in the 7th inning.
Oh, when was the last time he hit the 7th inning?
It is
Was it like 3 years ago?
It has
That
been a
game against the
while.
Guardians?
I warned you this was going to happen.
It
He was
is.
going to be a 5 and fly as we approach the deadline. I told
And
you
Scott
Boris was going to
Harris
run
just
this show.
allows it to happen.
And there's Rieger's topic. We finally unearthed it.
There you go. The Pobo, I call him.
Okay, that's silly. All right,
That-
we're
that's the
done. We'll
president of
talk to
baseball
everybody
ops.
tomorrow. Thursday.
Big show? Yeah.
Big
Whoa,
game.
I have to look at the brackets. Got to see the brackets.
But you're going to stick around for the 4-hour show
Here's
after.
Rico.
97.1.